The strongest swordsman who ever lived, standing alone in a field of graves. Every blade planted in that dirt marks somebody he put there. Carry a sword and death walks one step behind you the rest of your days. Put it down and the opposite is true. A bloodied hand keeps its grip on the black blade one last time. If there is anything after this, let it be a life that never needs a sword. Distberg Kingdom, and somewhere inside it, a voice is losing patience. Your Highness Fai, please wake up already! The royal maid Ratifa has been shaking him for a solid while now. The third prince, Fai Henze Distberg, finally cracks one eye open. What do you want? What time is it? It is 8 in the morning. I get up at 4 in the afternoon. That's 8 more hours. How long exactly are you planning to sleep? This is the reason everyone in the castle calls you trash. Hurry up and get out of that bed. His Majesty has called in the whole family. You need to go now. It'll be fine even if I don't show up. Then I am going to fetch the chief maid. Ha, threats like that don't work on me. That woman is far too busy to come all the way up here. Excuse me, Your Highness. I have come to collect you, Your Highness. The blanket goes flying and the prince kicks off for the window. Ouch, watch the head! He goes down in a burst of splinters and dust. A maid goes cartwheeling across the bedroom in a blur of frills. The window is still sealed shut, so that escape route is gone. Shit, she's already inside. Sweat runs down his face while a shadow leans in over him. A pale hand comes down and takes him by the collar. The slap lands hard enough to knock the shelves apart. Chief maid Fairy von Augustine, and she is not remotely amused. Running away the second you see my face is no way to treat a lady. A lady? You're over 100 years old, you old hag. Foul-mouthed as ever, I see. And I am nowhere near 100. Do not get that wrong. Quit punching me like that. Keep it up and my father is going to hear about it. His Majesty said a few minor scratches are perfectly acceptable. Now then, off to His Majesty with you. Wait, don't drag me by the leg. Ratifa, help me. Ratifa, His Highness needs his clothes. Yes, Chief Maid. Right after I take the magic trap off the window. So this was your doing. Morning light over the capital and the throne room is already waiting. Oh dear, he really did try the window. The King of Distberg, Philip, has been sitting on that throne a while. So you finally came, Fai. You were so late I let your siblings leave. I didn't come. I got dragged here. That mouth of his hasn't improved one bit. The failure is mine for not educating him better, Your Majesty. Now then, the reason I called you in is to hand you a prince's duty. You know the state of Epirus Kingdom, on our northeastern border. The northwestern nations are tearing into them for their mineral wealth. The war is going badly. Fighting has already reached their capital. A treaty obliges us to send help across. And whoever goes has to come from the royal family itself. Don't tell me you're shipping me out there. Isn't this Glaria's job? Glaria cannot be spared. Word is the enemy has a hero. A hero? Seriously? Superhumans. That is what people call them, strong past any normal limit. They wield a special power and match a whole division on their own. A few of them are said to have wiped entire countries off the map. I cannot send the future king out blind against something like that. Shuden, second in line, is sick in bed as well, which leaves you, third in line. My older sister would be a far better fit than me. She has promised to serve in another family, and if something were to happen to her, would you take her place instead? I am not telling you to go out there and die. What matters is that the royal family came when it was asked. There is no need for you to fight anyone. I just need you to go and help. I will send Fairy along for support. She has served since the last king's reign and outclasses most knights. Understood. I get the picture. I'll go for appearances and nothing more. I never pick up a weapon, and the moment it turns bad, we come home. I might bolt early just to keep this pretty face in one piece. If all of that is fine by you, I'll take the job. Not even a hint of ambition in that boy. You want me earning honor by saving Epirus Kingdom? You're the one who taught me you get back exactly what you give. I am Distberg's trash prince. A quiet, ordinary life is the only thing I have ever wanted. I will have the supplies and soldiers ready. You leave right afterwards. Understood. Now that the talking is done, I'll be excusing myself. The throne room doors swing shut behind the two of them. I'm sorry about all this. He stops mid-step with one eyebrow already coming down. Distberg's first prince, Glaria Henze Distberg, waiting out in the corridor. Older brother of all people. What exactly are you apologizing for? This was supposed to be my job. I told father as much. He wouldn't concede. Yeah, obviously, the nation needs you standing, which means you're the one who isn't allowed to die. But still, you don't get to die out there either, you understand me? I know perfectly well you're a decent person. Real trash wouldn't call itself trash, and it would never take a job like this. You are seriously overestimating me. He looks away with a crooked little smile. If it gets frightening, run. I'll cover for you. A long breath, and the easy grin finally slides off his face. Come on, do I look like the type who dies for glory? A hand lands on his head and flattens the hair down. Then I've got nothing at all to worry about. Ouch, that actually hurts. I led a squad myself back in my first war, though we were winning that one from the start, unlike Aphorus. Even with father praising me for it, the moment I pictured myself on a battlefield, I couldn't stop shaking. But nothing about it seems to shake you. You're strong, Fai. The younger prince's face stays completely blank at that. One blade against a wall of things that used to be men. As for me, the prince and the maid stand still in the sunlit hallway. There is no chance I would ever tremble on a battlefield, because back then I was already broken far past that point. In a world with death waiting in every direction, I held a sword to protect myself and to stay alive. My comrades and I fought for nothing more than the next breath. Steel meets hide and bone, and the swing never stops coming. One of them goes down and does not get up again. They fight, they fall, and the line keeps getting shorter. The last of them dies in his arms with the battle still going. Another face goes still against his shoulder. He swings anyway, because stopping means dying on the spot. By the time I was the only one left, they called me the Sword Emperor. I cut down enemies in the millions. What waited at the end of all of it was a mountain of skulls. That and a loneliness with no bottom to it. A scream cuts off halfway out of a ruined throat. Something huge takes a man apart in the mud. Blood in the hair and no strength left to lift a hand. I cursed my master. I cursed my comrades. And I went on fighting anyway, purely to keep living. For a swordsman left fighting himself, the future held only loneliness. The body lies still, and the grip on the hilt never loosens. One final swing splits the air, and something small comes apart. The blade drags through dirt as the last of the strength runs out. One dying face laid over another, two lives in the same frame. Fai, are you still with us? Oh, sorry, I drifted off for a second. Strong? I'm just an idiot, that's the whole secret. I have no idea what a real battlefield even looks like. First sight of blood and I'll be shaking too hard to move. Is that so, your highness? The elf's expression does not shift by a hair. If anything happens out there, lean on Fairy. She bails me out constantly as it is. And don't stay angry at father over this. I have no intention of doing that. I'm not the sort of man who gets to blame anybody. An emperor who held a sword only to keep himself alive. In the end, the loneliness took him, and he finished it himself. For that, he was punished, kept from wherever the others had gone. So Distberg's third prince, Fai Henze Distberg, ended up thinking the way he did. If there is an afterlife, wouldn't you want a life with no sword in it? Those were my master's words, and I died repeating them. If I can live without one, I will never hold a sword again. Glory is worth nothing to me. What matters is a life that never needs a blade in it. If I can manage that, maybe I'll die smiling, the way my master did. In this life, I'm a trash prince, and that suits me perfectly. Something enormous is already walking the Aphorus front line. A young soldier looks up at it and forgets how to run. The rampart lies carpeted with armored dead, one hand still raised. Back in the palace, the prince stops dead in a bright corridor. Never again in this life. The chief maid watches him while red lilies stand in a vase. Will I hold a sword? An airship carries the trash prince straight into somebody else's war. A treaty put him on board, and none of it appears to worry him. We are about to land. Your highness, please get yourself ready. Face down on the couch, he ignores the maid waiting over him. Not happening. First time on an airship and I already feel awful. I have not slept either, your highness. How about you step outside and enjoy the breeze? Huh? Outside where exactly? Out through the hatch he goes, dropping toward the fortress below. Oi, you lunatic! This isn't funny! The airship settles against the walls of a border fortress at war. We have arrived at Distberg Kingdom. How are you feeling? Extremely bad, and it is entirely your fault. Why did they send the third prince? If Prince Galeria had come, Distberg must think we can't win, so they sent us that. Well, that seems fair enough. Rather rude of them to a member of the royal family. About right for a decorative prince. If they keep this up, I might actually start liking them. Long time no see. How many years has it been? Do you remember me, Prince Fai? The princess of this kingdom, Mafia Tuvai Aphorus, planted right in his path. That would be Princess Mafia. Mafia, is it? Oh, you're the one who kept trying to pick fights with my older brother. Who exactly are you calling a bore? Would you stop messing around? All right. Fai Henze Distberg, here with supplies and soldiers under the treaty. And how is the situation out here? Can't you tell just by looking? From the rampart, the whole valley is burnt black and quiet. This is what we have been reduced to. The fighting here started a month ago, and it wasn't going badly. Then the hero arrived. Holding the castle gate cost us most of our soldiers. The ones still breathing are wounded and finished. They insist they're fine, but I can't put them back on a wall. There may still be people alive out there, and we cannot even go out and reach them. One hero did all of this. You can only say it like that because you haven't seen it. That thing is not human. Even if we fight, all we get is more pointless dead. There is no chance left of winning. Something behind the prince's eyes goes very flat. I want your soldiers moving again, and I want command of them. Fine, leave Fairy with me and do as you like. You're awfully lighthearted. Do you even intend to fight? Not a chance. The treaty wants a royal body here, so a royal body came. I'm decoration. Besides, there's the other thing. You said it yourself. You're going to lose anyway. Anyone still willing to keep going is either insane or overconfident. We're losing, you say. Her back stays turned and nothing about it moves. There's no winning a war when the commander doesn't believe in winning. The supplies are handed over, so the agreement is satisfied. Sorry, but I'm leaving after 1 day. Stop kidding around! She has him by the collar, eyes wet and furious. Even with no chance of winning, you'd walk out on an allied nation? It isn't as though all your soldiers have died. Are you telling us to die here? Sorry, but we aren't suicidal. I never said that. Then be honest and say you want the soldiers left behind. I am not dying in this place. I'll be telling King Epirus exactly the same thing. How dare you? You really are a trash prince. Tears break loose and there is no stopping them now. And? Was there anything else? The easy smile is back and it reaches nowhere near his eyes. Footsteps go along the empty rampart in the dark. Her jaw locks and the crying keeps coming anyway. Your Highness, do you want to fight? I already told you I have no intention of fighting anyone. Of course, you dying alongside this country would be outrageous. However, since you can weigh a choice that calmly, you would make a fine swordsman. Why not sharpen up and hit back? I don't think so. What I want is a calm life that never ends. If being a trash prince keeps it going, I'll happily keep at it. Naive, aren't you? One eye watches him from behind a curtain of pale hair. I am fine with that. If I hold a sword, that's the end of it. A person can only ever be ruled by a sword. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, the moment they pick a sword up, people get the wrong idea and think they've become stronger. That is the first step toward dying. Swing a murder weapon like it's nothing and there is no way back. And after that, there is only one direction left and it walks straight into death. That is why I will not hold a sword. An older brother once dragged a small boy across this same courtyard. 3 tiny figures cross a yard that used to be full of noise. A shadow steps into their path at the foot of the stairs. Seems you still don't care much for swords, Fai. Mr. Rylek, it has been a while. This is King Rylek Tuvai Epirus, tired straight through the smile. Long time no see. You've grown. Thank you for coming all this way. My daughter said something rude, I gather. I apologize for that. No, I said a few things myself. I would ask you to come in and put this down, but no. With matters as they stand, winning is... They have already sent terms, and the list asks for far too much. A royal head for one, and my daughter handed over with it. All that is left to us is a long war. We hold out until they lose patience. I think your choice is the right one, Fai. We are down to a very thin thread of hope. I won't put you in danger over a clause and a treaty. And there is one last thing I want to ask of you. What do you mean one last? When you go home, I want you to take Mephia with you. If she lives, Epirus does not end, even if my head goes, but she is far too kind to ever agree to it. That is why I asked Distberg to send you out as a field commander. You can talk Mephia around. Why me of all people? You have always been calm and clever, and you have always been a genuinely decent person. Whatever the situation, you would never let go of Mephia. I trust you on that as a friend. You still don't care for swords, do you? Then sit with me and talk while you wait. A long breath goes up the wall, and nobody has an answer for it. 5 days. Just give me 5 days. But wasn't the stay supposed to be 1 day? Nobody talks that girl round in a single day. I'll do what I can since you asked, but I have nothing yet, so I'm going for a walk to clear my head. Oh, and one more thing. If I can't convince her inside those 5 days, and if she still says no, both of them get shoved onto a ship home. Princess Mephia already calls me a trash prince, so nobody will act surprised. Oh, you are hopeless. A saddled horse waits in the empty street, breath steaming. Why are you trailing after me? It is only a walk. You could have stayed behind. Guarding you is the job. And there is one more thing. Danger or not, you are going out to see the war with your own eyes. You want to know whether this fight truly cannot be won. Soldiers will stay posted nearby just in case, but do not push those two harder than they can take. King Rylek even lent us a horse for the road. No denial comes back, only a long look at the way ahead. Hey, fairy, answer me something honestly. You are far too soft for a man who lives by the sword, and you look sorry every single time you cut somebody down, which is exactly why you are still too weak. Shizuki is kind, and there is nothing to be done about that. Who is calling him weak? Nobody here has earned the right. The rest of the camp agrees, he is far too nice for his own good. So tell me straight, am I being naive about all of this? There is nothing wrong with a little naivety. The answer arrives with a look that carries no mockery at all. Having a personality of your own is an important thing, but there are situations where it stops being enough. Guards haul at the winch and the gate begins to grind open. Iron teeth drag up the wall, dust shaking loose from the stone. It slams wide and the road out of the city lies clear. Beyond the walls, the plain spreads out, torn up and littered with the dead. For their sake, let us hope some way to win is still out there. A helmet lies half buried where its owner fell. Broken spears and scorched ground mark where the line collapsed. A flat, unreadable stare takes the whole battlefield in. Steel meets steel and the parry jars both blades sideways. A sword punches through mail and the man behind it drops. Another rushes in, catches an elbow and his head snaps back. Two more bodies hit the dirt and stop moving. A man swinging a blade in a land of the dead, worn to nothing. The remnants of a Furus are still crawling, so lie down and die. The chief maid steps into the charge without breaking stride. One swing of the mace and 3 armored men leave the ground. Enemy spies sniffing around the camp again. How many is that by now? That makes 8 of them. This is bad no matter which way you look at it. Wherever we ride, it is the same picture. Bodies in Aphira's colors lie where they dropped, still armored. The only ones still breathing out here are enemy spies. Nobody from Aphira survived this stretch either by the look of it. Your Highness, we should pull back a little. Any further and we walk straight into more of them. No answer comes, only eyes moving slowly over the ground. This might genuinely be impossible. So there really is no way to win. Barely any enemy dead out here though, and Aphira's men with Hearus blades buried in them. That is interesting. Maybe the problem is not simply that the hero is strong, the gap in strength and whatever the hero can actually do. One more push and that gate comes down. We move before the road out is closed to us. Stay here and everyone dies. Talk King Rylek and the Boar Princess into leaving, then get an entire nation ready to move. Dark drops run down and patter onto the stones underfoot. A boot hits the road and he is already sprinting for the houses. Wait, where are you going? Come back here! He skids to a stop and drops into a crouch at an open doorway. Your Highness, do not run off like that. Who is that? Show yourself! I came out of Distberg. Is that information enough for you? The support promised under the agreement then. Something slams the wall and blows out a spray of rubble. A wave of magic sweeps the ambushers clean off their feet. Can you do anything about those wounds? No, at best I can stop it from hurting. It is fine, I am already past saving. There are a few wounded in the shed. Spend it on them instead. Fairy, the flare gun. King Rylek has soldiers standing by. Understood. Sending it up now. You held this whole street alone to keep those people breathing. 2 others stood with me, and both of them are already gone. I see how it went then. Listen, you came here out of Distberg. There is not much time left in me, so there is something I want to ask of you. Yes, I know. The wounded in the shed get back to the castle alive. No, that is not it. The princess and the king and the country itself. A long sideways look weighs up what was just asked. That is a great deal of loyalty out of one dying man. The first 2 I can hear out. The last one is beyond anyone. Nothing can be done about this situation. And to start with, I owe you no favors whatsoever. True enough, there is no debt between the 2 of us. Nothing binds you to me, nothing at all. A worn laugh scrapes out of him against the stone. I am half dead already. This is the last of what I have. If this nation survives, even barely, my life carried a meaning. That much I can be proud of. And then I can die smiling. Your Highness, over here! The castle answered the flare. Their men will arrive shortly. Go and look in on the people inside that shed. I will bring a horse round in the meantime. No enemy soldiers seem to be left nearby, but please take care. Hey, hold on a moment. A bloodied face lifts, sweat running down past the eyes. Let me ask you one last thing. How can you die smiling? 3 small figures stand far apart across an empty white street. I want the same thing for myself. The maid watches from a few steps back, saying nothing. To go out at the end still smiling like that. Armor creaks as the dying man forces himself upright. Oi, move like that and you finish yourself off. He straightens all the way and looks the prince in the eye. Both gloved hands hold a sheathed sword out level. Live for the sake of other people, not just for yourself. Survive for others. That is what leads a man to a death with a smile. A sword and fighting for something that matters is part of that. Let me give you this one. It is all I have left to give anyway. Obvious, is it not? Handing it over so you would hear me out? Yeah, your answer is not the wrong one. One man I knew died smiling, and he died for other people. That satisfied look on his face still will not leave me. I cannot take that from you. The offered blade stays there in the white, unclaimed. There is no possible way I could ever live like that. Living without a sword in hand, what would such a person even do? I fought for myself, lived for myself, and died for myself. Fight for others, live for others. For whose sake exactly? The master and the companions I wanted to protect were already gone. I died alone and never reached any of them again. Someone like that has nothing left to protect. The blade is pushed forward again, hilt first. Are you sure about this? The question hangs there while one eye stays half shut. Fingers close around a hand that does not pull away. Is there really nothing at all for you? Or is there actually something after all? A head tips sideways and rests against pale hair. Something you would protect with your own life. Something that matters to you that much. A mouth twitches once and no answer comes out of it. Glory means nothing to me and honor even less. Being called a trash prince suits me perfectly well. And even so, there is something. A ladle swings down on the sleeping prince without any warning, a grin and a rough hand flattening the chief maid's hair down. 3 backs turned in a corridor, all of them waiting on him. Your Highness, get up already. Sprawled flat across a couch, dead asleep, with scolding going on above him. A quiet face, and behind it the answer finally settling in. Your Highness, so that is how it is. You really are that sort of person. A body among the wreckage twitches and starts to move. It comes up out of the rubble in one long lunge. An enemy falls on them from above with his blade raised. The dying man sees it coming and cannot get a word out. A sharp breath and the sword is still in its scabbard. A helmet caves inward and blood bursts across the stones. He stops in the middle of the road, back turned to both of them. I have changed my mind about this. Your Highness, do not go any further from here. An open hand comes back over his shoulder and waits. He reaches past her without turning round at all. The bleeding man stares at what is happening in front of him. Gloved fingers close hard around the black scabbard. I will hear the last one out as well. Distberg will act for the survival of the Fai Kingdom. Name yourself, honorable knight. The order lands flat and steady in the wrecked street. Your wish. I, Fai Henze Distberg, will hear it. So this is what Distberg sends. I am a very lucky man after all. An arm goes round him and takes the weight before he drops. Rogzaria Bonest. That is who you have been speaking to. That is the name I carried. Prince Fai, please look after this nation. A hand rests on his head, and the smile stays exactly where it is. He is gone, and he went out smiling. The maid comes one step closer and then stops. Fairy, can you speed up the first aid for the ones in the shed? When the soldiers arrive, I go straight to King Rylek. You cannot do that! She throws both arms wide and blocks the road completely. Please think this over again. Fighting for this nation means fighting a battle already lost. A royal declaring it to another royal cannot be taken back. Nobody wants that, nobody at all. I am well aware of that. A flat answer and not one step back from it. You said yourself there was no way to win this. You had no intention of fighting anybody. Support them, help them get out, that was the whole plan. Trash prince or not, you would never pick up a sword. You said it yourself. Pick up a sword and the road of death is the only one left. Yeah, those were your words. That is right, every word of it. If I can live without holding a sword, I will not hold one. Even now, I think that is the better road. I thought a normal life like that was the way, that one day I would be able to die smiling. But Rogzaria taught me that this is wrong. He made me see it, so I will keep the promise, even if it means adding one more skull to that battlefield. I see. So that is what you think. Take your sword out, fairy. You have watched over me my whole life, so you see it first. A light shove and she is put out of the way. What do you think you are doing? Mace and blade meet and scream against each other. Come at me seriously. I am serious too. One wide eye stares back across the crossed blades. This time I will hold a sword for other people, and that I do not think is wrong. Now the blade comes out for somebody else. Alright, I understand. A single eye, close enough to see the sweat on her skin. My duty is protecting you and the Distberg royal family. If this is what you want, I will gladly point a blade at you. The wounded in the shed have all been given first aid and handed over to the Afiris soldiers. Then let us begin. Yes, whenever you are ready. If I win, you return to Distberg immediately. Those were your terms, so here are mine. If I win, you take a long holiday and actually rest. A heel digs into the dirt and loads up. The other boot kicks off and tears the ground open. Blade crosses blade and the swing carries straight through. Her grip rolls over the hilt and the edge comes round. Both weapons lock again just above their heads. One eye tracks him, cold, waiting on the next move. 4 exchanges in a row and neither of them gives ground. That trick will not work the way it did before. That sword does not suit you. Sparks jump where the blades grind past each other. True, a badly fitted blade is no good for my build. A skirt whips round and the kick lands like a hammer. What was that just now? Her eye goes wide and the dark closes in around it. Every strike is meant to finish something. My mind and my body never once left the battlefield. Something dark coils up out of nothing at his feet. It bursts from the ground between them in one black column. Her guard is knocked wide and sparks come off the steel. A hand opens flat and the grip is gone from it. A blood-based skill, and its name is Shadow Sword. That sword, is that magic? Sweat runs down her temple while she stares at the shadow. The dots that come back are not much of an answer. Yes, it is magic. You are not going to bother explaining it, are you? The blood-based skill, Spada, a skill I have been using since my previous life. What else is she expecting me to say? The skill itself is simple. The shadow makes a sword. That is all it does. But it can surface anywhere, which means endless ways to fight. There was no magic at all in my previous life. Every special power there was a blood-based skill, and a person normally gets exactly one of them. The skill blends what both parents carried, so no two are alike, all of which is far too much to explain to Fairy. She lies flat in the dust with the black blade hanging over her. He slips under her guard and drives her down the slope. Nothing his size should be able to press this hard. Too light, you are barely leaning into it. Sparks burst where the two edges grind together. The pressure keeps building until her heels start sliding. Her eyes hunt for an opening and find nothing. She swings anyway and he is already inside the arc. One clean stroke and the sword leaves her hands. Blade at your throat, so that is my win. The chief maid sits there with nothing left to answer. He stands over her while the dust settles around them. My skills have not dulled one bit, but this 14-year-old body is nowhere near enough. The reach is short, the weight is wrong, and pushing harder would snap it. Mephia mentioned there is magic that strengthens the body. There is such a thing, yes. So you were a sleeping lion all this time. With strength like that, nobody would ever have called you Trash Prince. And still you kept it hidden, even while it wrecked your own name. So why show me now, of all moments? I already told you, carrying a sword is nothing to be proud of. Hold one only for your own sake and it takes you apart. I want to hold a sword to protect what is precious to me, and to grant the wish of the person who made me see that. She holds his look and forgets to breathe for a moment. Your Highness, please do not go and die out there. If you die, I am following you right behind. Nobody is dying here, so drop the funeral talk. What a strange turn all of this has taken. A fist comes down on the table hard enough to rattle it. Do you even understand what you are saying, Fai? Fai, get those legs off the furniture. I am saying it plainly. I will stay and fight for Afiris Kingdom. Stop this stupidity right now! No need to panic. We have a way to keep Princess Mephia alive too, and I need you to agree to 3 things. Agree to what exactly? First, lend me that magic item of hers that strengthens the body. Second, nobody enters my room without permission. Third, however this war ends, keep calling me the Trash Prince. Never praise me and never use the name Fai Henze Distberg. You do know how to win this, correct? Yes, I know exactly how to win it. Nobody questions him on that unless they can outdo this chief maid. Forgive me, but could you allow me some time as well? The other members must hear this, and Mephia will not hand that item over easily. Sure, take as long as you need. Thank you for this, and your second condition holds from tonight. Sleep well, you are going to need it. You are certain you have a plan, an actual way to win. You are unbelievably annoying. Good sword skills alone do not win a war, you know. Of course I know, and Shadow Sword handles a crowd just fine. But you said a hero's power is more than his strength. So how exactly do you intend to fight that? Oh right, I completely forgot about him. You forgot the one thing that matters, Your Highness. The hero is the whole problem standing in front of us. As far as I know, only my old master could ever kill me. So the real question is what a hero can actually do. Under banquet lanterns, wine and laughter close around one figure. Could something like that really be the one to end me? An emergency, Your Highness, please wake up. Excuse me, I am opening this door. Hey, hold on one second. Do not break the rule King Rilek agreed to. Oh, that was my mistake, I apologize. Her eye travels over the new plate without a word. What, spit it out already. How does the saying go? A fine brain makes a fine bird? Are you calling me a bird brain? It is fine feathers, damn it. The armor looks good on you. That does not make me happy at all. Anyway, what is this emergency you woke me for? Around 25,000 enemies, likely everything the nation has. They are trying to finish us off in one go. Get every soldier ready to move out. And what came of what I said yesterday? The Aphira soldiers agreed to it without much fuss. Alright then, we are set. Soldiers pour into the courtyard and fall into ranks. Crates of spare blades come open along the line. Beyond the gate, their army already stretches across the plain. Right then, let us begin. Two figures stand out ahead of the whole armored column. They could come at us any second now. What about the magic item? It came up suddenly, so a soldier went to fetch it. Prince Fai, someone is coming! A horse pulls up hard in front of them, its rider furious. Mephia, what on earth are you doing out here? She was supposed to be back with King Rylek, so the two of them could get out if it came to that, and there were meant to be men guarding her. Somebody give me my horse back, please. What exactly do you think you are doing? This is Aphira's Kingdom's war. You have no place at the front. Your death is not going to end any of this. Or are you planning to be the only one left standing? Ah, sure, that is an option too. Honestly, that one had not occurred to me. This wall is the last defense the kingdom has, and your choice could break it. A Distberg soldier who cannot handle one simple errand. Forgive me, Chief Maid! The men holding that wall are Aphira's soldiers, not ours. If it comes to it, shut the gates at your own discretion without us. What is it you are actually trying to do? You said you were leaving within a day. Instead, you came back carrying wounded soldiers. So why do you want to fight now? Because somebody asked me to look after you, your father, and this whole nation. Asked by an honorable knight. So that is what all of this is about. He was a decent man, genuinely. He made this trash prince actually feel like fighting. Whatever else is falling apart here, this kingdom has one thing. It has good knights. The girl across from him takes that in and says nothing. She digs into her belt and flicks something across to him. A carved amulet lands in his palm with a dull clink. It will not make you strong, not really. It only closes the gap between men and women, adults and children. I will be watching from up here. Act in a way that shames us, and I will kill you myself. Sure, whatever you say. He grins and turns the amulet over in his hand. Right, no more waiting around. All right, we are going. Yes, right behind you. You are seriously coming out there with me. I am, as your bodyguard, understood? You have not forgotten what you said yesterday, have you? Of course I have not forgotten. Fine, fine, I believe you. One more thing before we go. He holds out a second blade until she takes the grip. That one matters, so keep it safe. Understood, it stays with me. You lot stay here, and do not let anyone through. Prince Fai, Chief Maid, please wait! What is he thinking? Is he trying to get himself killed? And she walks straight out with him. Why is nobody stopping her? Banners rise as the enemy column pushes toward the wall. Spears come level along the front rank. The shouting swells until it drowns out the drums. Two pairs of boots walk out onto the open ground. 25,000 men break into a charge. The pairs stop, draw, and face the whole field alone. Every strike to execute. My mind and my body are always on the battlefield. Black arcs tear out of his shadow and sweep across the ground. On the wall, the princess forgets the reins in her hands. Along the parapet, the soldiers stop breathing all at once. If my master were alive, what would he say about this? The answer comes back blurred, words no longer within reach. You are weak, that much is obvious, so at the very least, try to look strong. Ha, that advice has never once failed me. Here we go then, Shadow Sword it is. You picked the wrong man to make an enemy of, now die regretting it. Fairy, listen to me carefully. Do not move from that spot. He is off the mark before the dust behind him settles. He goes straight into the front of the charging column. The first rank comes apart where he hits it. Blades come up far too late as the line breaks open. Bodies are thrown into the air the length of the charge. A shield splits and the man behind it drops. More of them come off the ground and land badly. An eye tracks him for a moment and loses him completely. Do not pull a sad face while you cut an enemy down. He runs the length of their flank and never once slows. Smile and it does not have to be honest. Living as a madman is easier than living as a weakling. Hahaha, so that is the trick of it. Lock that smile onto your face. The laughter carries to the wall and nobody up there moves. What is going on? He is completely alone. Hurry up and put him down. Kill him, all of you at once. One stroke opens 3 of them across the middle. Kill and do not stop. When your enemy is holding a sword, never hesitate to kill. A warrior who runs away today becomes a serious threat tomorrow. Do not let them escape. Not if you want to live. Panic runs down the line and men start dropping their shields. One figure stands alone as the field empties around him. He catches 2 more before they can clear the smoke. If you want to live, then become chaos itself. Throw every last thing away and survive. Never mind that one. Get the gate down. Kill the next one. Faces in the enemy rank turn as the shadow reaches them, and the one after that. A shadow snaps taut and drags a man off his feet. Kill without fail, every single time. The dark opens wide and swallows the whole front rank. What in the world is that thing? The shadow, it is moving on its own. And so you keep going. One swing, one attack, nothing wasted. Kill every last one of them. Shadow sword, all of it at once. A soldier turns and finds a dark edge already waiting. Teeth clenched, he drives the swing all the way through. Black blades punch out through shields and armor alike. His face goes flat and empty behind the swing. The ground bursts and the line vanishes into the dust. What is it? Out with it! Who is that boy supposed to be? He looks like someone out of Distberg. Probably royal family judging by that coat. Impossible! Neither Epirus nor Distberg has a hero. Damn it all, we were one step away. An update, we are already past 1,000 wounded. Your Excellency, we need orders. Get her out here right now. One of them lies face down and does not get up again. The field is nothing but dropped shields and still bodies. I told you not to move from there. Not the most pleasant thing to watch, was it? Do not worry about me. Nothing is getting through. Go back inside the gate if it hurts to look. Does none of this weigh on you? Is it not painful doing all of that? Who knows, honestly. Everything around him goes black, leaving only the words. It is not for you to worry about. I knew it would come to this the moment I picked up a sword, breaking my own rules, changing how I think, talking you around. But that was what I wanted, to protect people who matter. The loneliness afterwards, once the people who mattered had saved me, hurt. I wanted to see them again, talk to them, go back. But there is nobody there in the end. Only a broken version of me that kept trying to live. Being alone is painful, and if I would rather not feel that pain again, a few paces off, she watches him without lowering her blade. Then I will smile and kill hundreds, thousands of them, gladly. Her stare goes flat and the sword tip drops a little. She starts walking toward him across the churned ground. Hey, Fairy, what are you doing? A gloved hand comes up and wipes the blood off his cheek. Fairy, what is this about? Why are you making a face like that? She holds there, close enough to feel him breathe. You of all people. The shot sits close on her, hair falling across her face. You are not very good at faking a smile. Pulling a face like that after everything you were told. Anyone can read your real feelings straight off it. I really am a weakling, aren't I? Anything I could say to you would not amount to much, but that is not nothing. She stays where she is and does not look up. I suppose that will do. Look, the truth is, I am not as strong as... Wait, what is that up there? Your Highness, are you seeing this? Why? What are you doing? A pillar of light slams down where they were standing. An arm locks around her and she comes off her feet. Grit sprays past his face as he clears the strike. Behind them, the earth erupts into rubble and dust. This crater, all of it from a single strike. Oh, so that is how it is. So you can dodge that much. I was hoping to pin you and the maid together. Fairy, did you actually see that attack? No, not a bit of it. All right, that answers that. She keeps to his shoulder with her sword still raised. The watching soldiers on the rampart have gone completely silent. Higher up, the princess grinds her teeth and says nothing. A long-haired figure walks out of the dust, dragging a greatsword. So then, you are the one. You are the hero. The frame closes on one eye behind a curtain of hair. They call this one illusion play. The name is Idis Falazard, so remember it. Do you mind dying now, Mr. Prince? A field of grave markers and rusted blades lies between them. The prince measures the giant sword hanging off her shoulder. Her grin stays exactly where it is, eyes half lidded. Fairy, get back inside the walls. Out here, you would only be one more thing to protect. Understood, I'm going. She breaks downhill past the soldiers with her skirts flying. You really think I would just let her walk away? A low charge rips across the dirt after the maid. Black light bleeds off his blade as he cuts into her path. Run and do not look back! The shadow sword goes out in one long black arc. A step sideways and the slope behind her detonates. She drops out of the dust without a mark on her. So you can attack from all the way over there too. Not that any of it is ever going to hit me. You really are an idiot, you know that? The edge opens her from shoulder to hip in one pass. No weight on the blade, no shock running back up the arm. The cut body laughs quietly, not bothered in the least. You did not feel a thing there, did you? She comes apart into black flakes and blows away downwind. A white boot settles on ground that should not be there. The battlefield is gone, leaving nothing but black around him. So this is the illusion everyone was talking about. That is right, you are standing inside my skill. How does it feel, feeling nothing in the middle of a war? No wonder the soldiers here could not do a thing. Against a cheat like this, they never had a chance. Do not go calling it a cheat. You are all simply too weak to break it. Come to think of it, someone I knew ran his illusions off blood. Next to that work, this is not even in the same league. He opens and closes his fist, testing what this place allows. He is locked in my technique. Do whatever you like with him. The prince is not moving at all. Fine, leave him to me. A knight steps out of the huddle and starts forward. This one is for the men you killed. The point punches clean through the breastplate. They cross once and the man keeps running, already cut. Blood sprays out over the visor of the helmet. The grin drops off her face entirely. Two more soldiers stop dead where they stand. He wades into the rest and they come apart around him. How? That should not be possible. He is moving in there. He is actually moving. Is my illusion not holding him at all? She kicks off the dirt and comes in swinging herself. The spot where he stood is empty when the blade arrives. Two soldiers go up into the air instead of him. Her own man takes the strike that was meant for the prince. One pass and this time the edge finds flesh. Red hits the dry ground in a long spatter. So that was not enough to kill you. And they hand out the word hero for this. My skill is still on you. It has to be working. So how are you even standing there? Did you say something over on your side? The air is shaking against my skin. That much comes through. Sorry, your little trick took my hearing with it. You went after my eyes and my ears. You should have done something about my sword instead. What is this man? Seriously? She twists away with her hair flaring across the whole frame. They rit past each other and the dirt goes up in a wall. It is not that he broke out of the illusion. He is still inside it, eyes and ears both dead. He counters the second an attack comes at him, with nothing but the senses I left him. The moment steel touches him, before it can cut, he reads the whole thing and answers it. He cuts straight through her middle on the way past. A cry tears out of her while blood sheets down her side. That sounded like a scream, and a hysterical one at that. Are we finished already? She folds over the wound, breathing in short and fast. I knew another man who worked with illusions. He always said the things never hold for long. In his memory, that man stands wrapped in black fire. And he still kept me completely fooled, for hours at a stretch. Is this really all you have? Some hero, or should I be saying weakling? Wait, hold on a second. Let us make a deal, you and me. I am done fighting you, completely done. I will walk away from this whole war as well. Distberg gets my sword from here on. Think what a hero in your pocket is worth. I would be glad to belong to a prince like you. Are you seriously screwing with me? Blades stand planted in the dirt as far as she can see. I have no idea what anyone taught you. Once you pick up a sword, it ends when somebody dies. There is nothing to say you are not lying. Nothing to say you will not swing the moment I turn. So no, you are not walking out of here. There is exactly one way for you to live. What did you just say? The prince smiles down at her, spattered and perfectly still. It is not even a hard one. The Prince of Distberg, that is what they handed you. The third one, famous for never doing a thing. Go and kill the trash prince. That was the whole job. That was it, was it not? Sounded easy enough on paper. Her jaw locks and her teeth grind against each other. You miserable little worm. The scream fills the whole frame with her hair thrashing around it. Shut your mouth, brat. You asked for this yourself. I will kill you with my most treasured skill. Die in regret. Die in despair. Die choking on everything you have done. So wake up, Mr. Prince. The false world tears open and comes down in black flakes. My senses are back where they belong, but I still cannot place where Idis is. My shadow is giving me nothing at all, which means she is still somewhere inside this ring. A dark shape looms behind him where nothing was before. He turns toward whatever has just arrived at his back. He throws himself at the shape before it can settle. The figure in white waits on the rise without moving. The lunge reaches her, and then everything simply stops. Every trace of the fight drains out of his face. The edge hangs beside her braid without touching a hair. Two pairs of boots stand still on the torn ground. Seen from far off, only two figures hold that slope. His mouth opens and nothing comes out of it. Her hand comes up, open, reaching for his face. A palm settles on his cheek and he does not pull away. So you managed to live through it again. Congratulations on that much. Their faces stay close and neither of them speaks. Sensei, is that really you? The panel holds nothing but pale mist between them. The smile she gives him has not changed at all. In the memory, she is laughing, blade still at her hip. Shizuki stands beside her there, black hair down his back. That same smile is the one in front of him now. If there really is another life after this one, you would want one where you never hold a sword, would you not? Sensei, you are here! You are actually here! I wanted to see you again. You and all the others, every last one. From that day right through to this one. His fingers close in the back of her coat. This whole time, I wanted to meet you again. His voice goes small against her shoulder. She lets him hold on and does not push him off. He fell for the whole thing. My phantasm turns me into whoever they most want to see. It does not last long, but it reaches all the way into the heart. On a target like this one, it never misses. Look how tightly he is holding on. There is almost something sweet about him. He still makes my blood boil. At least the man has feelings in there somewhere. Now, while his arms are still around me, drown in a whole sea of illusions, and then die inside it. Up on the wall, the chief maid stops breathing. Your Highness, get away from her! This time, I am the one doing it. I am going to kill you, Sensei. Come at me like you actually mean to kill me. Naturally, I have no intention of letting you. You failed before because the intent to kill was missing. I could break 5 or 6 of your limbs if that would help. There are only 4 of them, thank you. I could never kill you, Sensei. And there you go saying it again. With no sun overhead, there is no shadow sword for you. You can draw a blade out of your own shadow and nothing else. Reach into somebody else's and you will lose hold of it. You think I am making all of this up. Say it out loud and they will laugh and decide you cannot use it. You are weak because you have no experience yet. What you need is not more of this self-pity. It is time on a real battlefield for confidence and for skill. Personally, I think you could become the strongest there is. Now get up on your feet. Refuse and I really will break those legs. Come show me you are strong enough to kill me. Every word of it was meant, smile and all. The truth underneath was that Sensei wanted to die, feelings broken long ago, and no way left to end it. And that is exactly why, this time. Your Highness, she is about to kill you. This time, I finish it for good. A crooked smile shows through the curtain of her hair. Black blades tear up out of the ground all around them. Her face empties out as the shadows close in. I will cut you down myself, Sensei. Behind the lines, the enemy ranks forget how to move. The dark floods outward across the field toward the ranks. The shadow, it is spreading this way. It is coming right in on us. Magic Division, prepare to attack! Ready and waiting on your word. But from here it will hit the hero as well. Fire everything, right now! A hero who cannot kill one man is no use to us. What do you idiots think you are doing? His eyes open sharp against her shoulder. The barrage lands and swallows the two of them in white. Do not interrupt me. The whole panel is her furious face, fixed on him alone. The shadow takes the soldiers where they stand. Her face twists as the black tide reaches her boots. After all this time, I can finally show Sensei that the shadow is always under my control. Rain makes no difference, night makes no difference. My own shadow or anyone else's, all of it answers to me. If one sword cannot kill you, then I will kill you with 2 of them. And if 2 will not do it, then 3. The stone at his chest splits with a dry crack. The black tide climbs the slope and keeps going. The pendant opens wider and something dark drips out of it. Or 100 of them. Blood runs off his jaw and he does not blink. Or 1,000, if that is what it takes. Or 10,000, it changes nothing. The sky fills with blades and every one of them comes down. Anybody who steps into my way, I kill. You are not walking out of this one. This is mine and nobody else's. Shadow swords, as many as I want of them. Below the wall, the soldiers scatter for the gate. A young face on the parapet goes bloodless. Close the gate! Close it right now! Hurry! Get everyone behind the wall! One swing and one will be enough. Keep your eyes on me for this. Out on the field, the horseman and his ranks stand frozen. This one is for you, Sensei. Tens of thousands of blades, every one of them meaning to kill. They come down together and everything beneath them is wiped out. That is right. Anyone in the way dies here. All of them except you and me. She drags herself upright under the falling shadow. You crazy monster, what even are you? Her mouth hangs open with nothing coming out. Kill every last one of them! Countless small points rain down through the white haze. The blade goes up and the shadow sword answers. The sky comes apart and a rain of blades falls on the field. Soldiers look up and the first swords land in their ranks. Steel punches through armor like it is wet paper. Blades bite into the fortress gate and the ground around it. In the gateway, a handful of survivors watch without moving. When the noise stops, the whole plain has gone white and quiet. One figure is left standing in the crater, swords planted around him. With this, nobody is going to interrupt our fight. So let us finish it, Sensei. You raised me, and everything I know about the sword came from you. Now let me be the one who puts you to rest. It is the only way left for me to pay you back. She drags herself up on a broken blade, screaming through her teeth. Whatever she meant to say comes out as a wet groan. A boot drives her flat into the ice and pins her there. He straightens, sword low, and looks down at what is left. You are right about one thing though. The woman who taught me left this world a long time ago. Nothing at all moves in the face above her. He waits a few steps off, giving her room to try again. Please, I am begging you, somebody help me! Her fingers crawl over the snow and close on his boot. He plants himself over her and lets the blade hang loose. I thought I made this part clear already. The only way you walk out of here is to kill me. Thousands of people are dead and it is still not enough for you? You are a monster and nothing else. I have no idea what you think separates us. Just as many Aphorus soldiers died on your blade. Swordsman is a polite word for a man who takes lives, which means we agree to have ours taken as well. Next to that, a body count means nothing at all. Please, not like this. One eye stays open against the ice, seeing nothing. Do not beg me for your life. Then this is where you and I part. Goodbye, swordsman without a shred of honor. Blood sprays across the snow in one thin, dark line. Her hand opens in the drift and stops moving. A small figure stands alone in all that white. Bodies lie pinned under the swords that killed them. The slope runs on unbroken from one end to the other. From the ridge, the plain reads like a graveyard with no headstones. And here it is again, the same view as always. What exactly was I thinking back then? Keeping a promise, carrying a sword for other people, protecting them, and dying at the end with a smile on my face. There was never any chance of that happening. From the first day I knew the sword only leads through corpses, and whoever walks that road to the end ends up alone. Footsteps stop in the snow just short of him. Arms come around him from behind and hold on. Please, do not make a face like that. The two of them stay there in the middle of the field. King Rylek, Princess Mephia, the people of Epirus, the soldiers who marched out of Distberg with us. Not one of us is dead. The words land and something in his face gives way. You protected every last one of them, Your Highness. Her hands close over his bloodied gloves and stay there. Protected them. Is that what this was? That is exactly what it was. The victory belongs to Epirus. Almost the same view as back then, and still not the same. Boots hammer down a corridor at a dead run. Reporting in from the field! The enemy army has been destroyed down to the last unit, and the hero has been confirmed dead. The word runs along the wall, and Aphorus has its win. A horse is led up while the two of them come off the field. He waits until she looks his way, then holds something out. She keeps her eyes off him and says nothing at all. A small tag on a cord drops from his glove into her palm. I am going back to the castle, but my soldiers stay here. Send for me the moment you need anything. Yeah, do whatever you want. Her fist shuts around it and holds it against her chest. By night, an airship sits moored against the castle tower. Up on the wall, he stretches out with the sword beside him. About time I headed back to Distberg. Doing work I am not used to really takes it out of me. After all that, 3 weeks slide past. Aphorus and the Northwestern nation put their names to a ceasefire. With that, the war is over. Their main force was annihilated and their shogun killed. Above all, the hero at the heart of the invasion is dead. With barely a squad behind her, the princess cut down what was left. The invaders came apart at the seams. Even with the papers signed, the king and his daughter keep pressing. Reparations, treaty terms, every clause bent toward Aphorus. The losses were heavy, and it still counts as a win. A hand tightens around a sword hilt. I protected Aphorus, nobody died, the war was won because of me. Every word of that is flattery pinned onto a result already settled. I carry a sword for one person, and that person is me. Carrying it for others and dying with a smile was never my way of living. Asleep in a place like this with nobody guarding you. You really are careless. And where is that maid who never leaves your side? The head maid is off drinking with the soldiers. More like she is there to stop them going too far.
What about you? Do parties bother you that much?
Yeah, I am better off on my own. Am I bothering you then? He gives her nothing back, so she sits down anyway. You have got something you want to say to me. I can give you a moment. Then let us talk, just for a little while. At the start, there was one thing I kept asking myself. Why would Distberg send Prince Fai of all people? He says whatever he likes, and he is cold with everyone around him. I could not see what my father saw in a man like that. You have some nerve saying that to my face, but I was an idiot for thinking that way. Her voice drops for the next part of it. You are honest, straight through, whatever else you are, and kinder than anyone would ever guess from the outside. And truth be told, I could not stand it, knowing you would go on being called the trash prince by people who know nothing. He keeps still on the bench and lets her talk. But there is a problem with that. Why do we have to keep this buried? Fai Henze Distberg is a hero, and saying so helps Distberg and us both. You will do no such thing. This never reaches our own people, let alone another nation. The Empire least of all. Are we clear on that? Her father will not move on it, and the argument dies there. He is our savior, and he is my friend besides. The place where he belongs is something I have to protect. Those words have been sitting behind her eyes ever since. That is what you want though, is it not? Yeah, the trash prince is what I am. If you are grateful, then keep treating me exactly like that. She lifts the sheathed sword off the bench with a clank. I know, that is exactly why. Just for tonight. For this one night, I am going to treat you properly. Not as the trash prince, but as Fai Henze Distberg, the hero who saved the Distberg Kingdom. Hold on, what are you talking about? I apologize for the rude things I said about you the other day. I am truly sorry for all of it. Every one of us is alive because of you. I, Mephias Y. Afiris, speak for the whole of this nation. Thank you for saving our kingdom. Yeah, you are welcome. He looks off to one side and says nothing more. She comes back up out of the bow. Steel clatters down beside him and stops her mid-step. Wait, is that what I think it is? I meant to take this home with me, then I changed my mind. It belongs to the swordsman who swore himself to this country. The trash prince has no business keeping it. A blade like that should stay where it belongs. I will take it off your hands on one condition. And what condition would that be? Will you dance with me? You want to dance. That is right. A dance. Our own version of one. Neither you nor I have shown the other what we really think. This is our last night, so let us talk it out properly. You are going to say yes to that, are you not? What is your answer, Prince Fai Henze Distberg? His fingers settle on the hilt and take the weight of it. Steel comes free, and the two of them square up on the path. Your Highness? Your Highness, can you hear me at all? Your Highness, this is the last time I call you. He does not so much as open an eye. You went straight to sleep the moment you got home. How long do you mean to lie there before reporting to His Majesty? It is 4 in the afternoon already. I have a lot of lost sleep to make up for while I am home. There was not much chance to rest in Afiris. Come back tomorrow, around 6 in the evening. Please, just wake up, this one matters. While you slept, the head maid put in for a long leave. Fairy did that, of all people? The woman who works harder than the rest of us put together. Ah, that would be the bet. If I win, you come back to Distberg at once. And if I win, you take a long holiday at a hot spring, which leaves me free to sleep whenever I feel like it. Back in Afiris, the two of us made a deal. If I did not panic and run home, she went off on that vacation. Then the rumor about how you got talked into going is true? Ha, I did put down a giant, did I not? Feel free to start worshipping me anytime. No thank you, I am quite all right. Do not tell me the other rumor is true as well. How many rumors are there about me now? The one where you cut down a hero on the battlefield. He sits up in bed for the first time all day. Retifa, listen to me for a moment. Yes, I am right here! Both hands come up in a slow, lazy shrug. Look at the life I lead. Could a man like me beat a hero? Whoever invents these rumors could try a little harder. It is not as if I believed it, and the way you say that annoys me more than it should. Sorry to interrupt while you were having fun. Father is asking for you, so get dressed, Fai. You did not have to come and collect me yourself, brother. I volunteered, and Fairy is away on that long leave of hers. A letter of thanks is all King Rylek sent us, and the one maid who could explain any of it is gone. So Father and I would rather hear the report from your own mouth. The result of the war is not the part I want to hear about. What I want is your your side of it. My side of it? Since you came back, you look happier than you did before. Like something you had been carrying finally got put down. A grin spreads over his brother's face as they walk. So, how was life in Epirus? Did you make any friends there? Friends, is it? Well, I suppose I did, in a way, though I doubt we are close enough for anyone to call it that. The smile on the other side of the corridor widens. Laughter breaks out of him and rolls down the hall. Being able to say that out loud is real progress for you. Hey, brother, knock it off! Welcome home, Fai. The older prince holds the look a moment longer. You did well out there. Beyond the wall, steel is already ringing on steel. I am jealous of you and I hate that I am. Why is that power not mine instead? If I were as strong as you, nobody would have had to die. How did you get that strong? Tell me, teach me. Fine, you want it spelled out for you? However strong you get, the road in front of you is not the one you asked for. That is the truth of it. Most days, I wish I were weaker, weak enough to have died along with everyone else. What waits at the end for the strong is solitude and nothing else. The people you protect would never want you turning into an animal like me. Your sword is an upright one, a blade meant to shield people, so upright that it makes my blood boil. Being strong does not mean you get to save everyone. It will tear you open every time one of them slips through your hands. And it happens again and again and again. Even so, I want to be strong. I do not want to watch another person die. That is exactly why. Two edges meet and the air fills with white streaks. Both blades come up level and neither of them moves. Steel bites into stone and the ringing dies away. I am going to get stronger than this. Strong enough to protect every one of them. What you are describing is an ideal and nothing more than that. I wanted to be stronger too, once, so my teacher would recognize me, and because I wanted to protect everyone around me. So I am not about to stand here and deny that ideal of yours. Both hands close around the sheathed blade she has been handed. Something close to a real smile pulls at the corner of his mouth. Neither of them finds the next word for a moment. There is not much I can actually do for you, but if the day ever comes when it is possible, ask me for help. Hold on to that sword of yours, and keep swinging it for the sake of your people. Get stronger than you are now, strong enough to stand between them and whatever comes. There will come a day, I am fairly sure of it, a day when everything you put in finally pays you back. The head maid rides out with a hat, a book, and one suitcase. Back at the castle, the work carries on without her. Somewhere far from her duties, that holiday is going very well. The thought of it puts a small smile on his face. What I want for you, for whatever it is worth. I hope that ideal of yours really does come true. The blade stands over the grave, and the belief passes on. A week has gone by since the road home from Epirus. Picking up a sword again, going up against a hero, watching Epirus take the win, and then coming home to Distberg. And here I am, doing nothing at all with my days. Quiet times like this are the best there is. Good morning, or whatever passes for it now. Good afternoon, Highness, the clock says 4. Reward from His Majesty or not, you are sleeping half the day away. And this arrangement lasts only until the head maid gets back, understood? Yeah, message received. You look pleased with yourself today. Did you dream something good? Yeah, something like that. The memory behind his eyes is gray and already going soft. It was a good dream, one from a very long time ago. A tray of food, a warm hall, wooden swords clacking in the back. An old memory, and waking out of it left me hollow. Loneliness hits hardest right after something that pleasant. A knock at the door once he is finally dressed. Dinner is on the table, Your Highness. Fine, I am coming down. The whole family normally eats together in the dining hall. The long table stands set for a dozen and almost nobody is in it. Fai, over here. What now? His head lifts slowly toward the voice down the hall. Why is it only you, brother? Where is everyone else? Mother and sister went off to a party thrown by her fiancé. Shutin is sick and wanted to eat in his room, so father is sitting with him. Father said it would take a while and told us to start without him. He will most likely eat up there as well. Was his condition really that bad? While you were away in Epirus, he kept running high fevers. Nothing worth losing sleep over now, though. The maids say he is in perfect shape and simply faking it today. So the king spends his evening at a sickbed with nothing wrong in it? Enough of that, Fai. Let us eat. My usual seat is right beside my brother, and he arranged that himself. I barely say a word to the rest of my siblings, so he moved me over. Tonight, the kitchen sends up sautéed white fish. One look at the plate and the elder brother's face goes flat. Ratifa, bring me something to drink. Yes, right away. She swallows what she was chewing and hurries to the table. Tea, coffee, or orange juice, Your Highness? Water will do, nothing else. Sorry you get dragged into this every single evening. Fish is the one thing he hates, so his portion tends to end up on my plate. No chance chance of that when father or fairy are at the table. The king polices table manners, and the chief maid is stricter still. Distberg has no coastline, so the catch arrives dried or salted. No idea why, but fish has never suited my taste. They say the stuff tastes better straight out of the water. Towns by the sea eat it fresh off the boats.
A friend of mine claims some places serve it raw.
Raw fish, now that is hard to picture. We should go and try it sometime. I just got back from a Epirus, give me a break. After dinner comes the bath, and he sinks in up to his eyes. Once that is done, the garden gets his company. Above the palace, the night sky is crowded and bright. Flat on his back in the grass, staring straight up. The stars sit a little differently than they did over Epirus. By 11 at night, the lamps are out and the door swings shut. Good night, your highness, I will take my leave. He drops face first into the pillows. What a wonderful life this turned out to be. If I can manage it, I want the rest of my life to look exactly like this. Never mind holding a sword again, this will do. Keep this up and I will die with a smile on my face. Please, just let me have one more day like this. No, make it another week, another month, another whole year.
10 more years.
While we are asking, just let me go on living like this. The king waits in his chair and lets out one long, tired breath. Fai, when I send for you, you come at once. You and Shuten could both stand to learn from your brother, and forgive me for dragging you out again so soon after your return, fairy. Think nothing of it, your majesty. We are going out, Fai. Going out where, exactly? He is sprawled flat on the floor of his own room. The lazy stretch ends there and the road points at the water country. Linshell, of all the places in the world. A memory out of the old life. A tavern table and cheap sake. Say, Lattice, there is something I keep meaning to ask. How did you end up losing that right arm? This is what people call a wound of honor. I gave the arm up for a girl I wanted to keep safe. Put my life on the line for her, and that is fairly cool of me.
A lucky man, that is what I am. Do you not think so?
Across the table, the boy stares back without blinking. Nope, not in the slightest. Wait, what was that? Lose the arm and you never swing a sword again. Anyone who cannot fight dies quickly. Trading an arm or a life for somebody else makes no sense to me. He has a point, that one is weak enough to die tomorrow. Shut it, Tiara. You are a boring kid, you know that. Now you listen to me for a moment. One day you will find someone you want to protect. Someone worth your life, and I would bet money on it. Someone important, someone you could never point your sword at. Someone I cannot point a sword at is someone I want to protect. So, do you have anyone like that? Yeah, I do, and it is Sensei. A grin spreads slowly across the one-armed man's face. So that is your first love, is it? Teacher and student, bittersweet and doomed, not bad at all. First love, him, seriously. She chokes on a laugh and hides it behind one hand. Lattice, you have got something badly wrong here. Yeah, and what is that? Let me clear it up for you. Sensei is a man. A mouthful of sake sprays out and lands square on the boy. They seem to be having a good time over there. A world where you die if you do not hold a sword, kill to keep living, and despair fills in the rest. Even in a world like that, there were good days. A hand settles on the boy's head and stays there. There was someone important to me, with a wish I meant to see through. Alone in the snow with a blade, the wish still unfinished. All I ever wanted was to get stronger, because there was a girl I wanted to protect. A laughing face out of the good years, flushed with sake. A single drop of blood falls and spreads across the floor. Lattice, there is something I need to ask you. What was I supposed to have done? What would have been enough to keep her alive? Back at the palace, the towers catch the last of the light. So then, your highness, she rounds the corner of the wall and stops in the shade. His Majesty and Prince Galeria want a word with you, Faye. They asked for you at once, and there is a souvenir in it as well. Every trace of the good mood drains out of his face. A shape launches off the bed and straight past the maid. Like I am going anywhere. This day off cost me real effort and nobody is ruining it. The door and the window are both rigged, so spare yourself the trouble. Do not casually booby trap a person's room. You are underestimating me, and I never make the same mistake twice. I rebuilt the small back window during my holiday. One good shove and the whole frame comes away. You are not catching me this time around. Hold on, that is not right. Crouched on the sill, he shoves at the frame and nothing gives. It will not come off. Why will it not come off? On the far side of the glass, a pair of hands holds the frame shut. What exactly do you think you are doing out there? Just stretching a little while I wipe the window. Caught you, your highness, and it is time to leave. I will remember this, Retifa. Retifa, get that window repaired and fetch his highness his traveling pack. Understood, right away. Since when do I own a traveling pack? A week later, gulls wheel over a harbor sky. The country next door to Distberg, and on good terms with it. Its wealth comes off the open ocean, hauled in by the shipload. The water country, Linshell, spread along the coast. Remind me why I had to come all the way here. Oh, have you forgotten that already? You know my fiancée is the first princess of Linshall. The third prince there is throwing a birthday party, and I was invited, so I thought I would take you along with me. You want me helping out with father's political business. I am asking you to come with me, nothing more than that. The smile does not move, and neither does the invitation. If I go, will I not need a bodyguard? Fairy will handle that part. I have my own plans as it happens. You leave in 3 days, so wrap them up by then. Give it up, Faye. The trip will do you good. Your brother asked my permission, and I granted it already. Go and enjoy yourselves over there. So it is not fatherly love running this house. It is brotherly love. You said all that back then and got over it, did you not? Besides, Prince Galeria arranged things so you could see the city freely. Fine, whatever you say. I planned to sit in my room until it was time to greet the royals. You dragged me outside for a walk instead. You would rather be out here, since you have never once seen the sea. Something down the pier catches them both mid-argument. That uniform on his back belongs to Distberg. Another one gets away from me. Fishing out here is nothing like a lake or a river. So how many of you landed so far? Not a single one yet. Hold on, your highness, is that really you? The cigarette nearly drops out of the man's mouth. A princess gallops off on his horse while he yells after her. Give that animal back! You are the one whose horse Methia rode off with in Ephesus. I am terribly sorry about that whole incident. You lost a horse and never once tried to redeem yourself escorting his highness. And here you sit, fishing away at your leisure. Look at you, feeling all great and mighty. My job is protecting the city, I mean the sea. I do hope that rod of yours can land dangerous men as well. That is enough out of you, head maid. The wind out here is not bad at all. Yeah, it is nice, is it not? Your highness, are you carrying a sword? Forgive me, that came out wrong. A flat stare from the maid lands on him before he finishes. You have known about this shadow sword since Ephesus. You showed me a great deal back in that kingdom. That is exactly the part that confuses me. You never once carried a sword after you returned to Distberg Castle. You keep it hidden from His Majesty and from Prince Galeria as well. You had King Rylek forbid anyone in Ephesus from speaking of your ability, and you asked us Distberg soldiers to keep our mouths shut too. And yet here you are with one on your hip. The head maid put it to me plainly. If other countries decide we are weak, that brings more trouble, not less. So while I am traveling with my brother, the blade is decoration. I see, that is the head maid for you. For what it is worth, there is something shady about this city. Shady in what way? Yes, and I mean that seriously. There is no life in the people here. A port town is meant to be a trading hub, and this one is quiet. No foreigners walking about either, apart from us. It feels like the calm before a storm, or perhaps something worse. Either way, please keep your eyes open. Do not forget that we are not in Distberg anymore. Thanks for the warning. I will be careful not to end up like you. As a knight, it is an honor to be of use to your highness. Coming out here was worth it after all. Well then, if you will excuse me, stop right there. Give me your name and your posting. I will see you around. So he really was just skipping work. Leave the man alone. He catches her sleeve before she can go after the runner. We should get moving as well. I am hungry. Understood, your highness. They say there is a place here that serves raw fish. You are a braver man than most, your highness. The street outside runs empty in the middle of the day. Something about all this has been off from the start. My brother never once forced me into anything. He even talked father into having me brought along. Our bodyguards on this trip number more than 100. Half of them are men who are in Ephesus. He must believe this city is dangerous, and there is no chance he drags me here thinking that. So somebody pushed him into bringing me. Somebody who told him to bring his highness along as well. Someone my brother trusts. Someone who can gather soldiers that keep their mouths shut, and someone who knows me far too well. I only know one person who fits all of that. The fork stops halfway to his mouth. The chief maid's eyes drop to the tablecloth. That is right, it was me. I went against your highness and his wishes in this matter. I brought you here by deceit, and I will accept any punishment for it. It is fine, honestly. I did not raise it in order to punish you. We may not have one, but most countries keep a hero or two. If this turns into a war, we will need someone who can kill heroes. Bring me here, and if anything happens, I can protect my brother. That was the thinking behind all of it, was it not? I will protect Prince Galeria and you with my own life. However, that fight with the hero in Ephesus showed me the gap between us. If something happens to me, the only one left who can protect him is you. Your loyalty is genuinely impressive. His eyes stay down on the plate while he says it. However, you have wrecked a very important day off. You even made me drag this thing out of storage, so you are going to take responsibility for that. You do not get to die on me. He looks straight at her with none of the usual slouch. I took up this sword for the sake of other people, and while I am still holding it, I will protect you and my brother. Which brings me to the point. You are not allowed to die. The words land and she has no answer ready. You have changed, you know. Changed, have I? The old you would have picked running away over a fight every time. Being mocked as a trash prince never touched you. You used it. I suppose I did do that. I came back from my leave to hear you had not left your room in a week. Retifa told me, and I wondered what on earth to do with you. Hey, I can hear you, but I like it the way you are now. People who fight for the sake of others. In my opinion, they are very cool indeed. There is nothing here for you to worry about. I will be waiting for you. How stupid, honestly. I am the trash prince of Distberg. Cool is not a word that fits me. Besides, there is this. When I hold my sword and kill the man in front of me, that is the moment people find out how much trash I really am. I will go on ahead and wait downstairs. Take your time and enjoy the food. Out in the street, he walks fast with both hands in his hair. A fist closes on the front of his coat and stays there. The town around him stays bright and empty and quiet. That thing she said just now. He is folded down onto his heels in the middle of the road. After all, I really do like you. She used the same words Tiara did. Age, temper, what she can do, none of it should even be close. Tiara was my fellow disciple back in that life. Stronger than me, and unlike me, she knew exactly where her limits were. Sensei rated her for that. She was open and a menace, in the best way. And she gave her affection to Sensei and to me both. A hand reaches up and closes on nothing. I am glad I managed to protect you. I love you. She died shielding me. A very strong girl, right to the end. You would better protect the people you hold dear, even if it costs you your life. I know that, Lattice. The sheathed blade rides back up onto his shoulder. That scene could play itself out all over again. Whatever I do, I was trash then and I will be trash later. What I see will always be a hell built out of corpses. Even so, never again will someone I care about die in front of me. Somewhere else in the same city, behind tall, bright windows. Say that one more time, Varys. I would rather believe you simply misspoke. Sheesh, keep your voice down. The two of them stand a full room's width apart. I am telling you ahead of time because we are friends. You really had not heard about it. Linshell is going to wage war. The smile that follows has nothing friendly in it. 1 week earlier, in the castle town back home in Distberg. Are you still open in there? The shop door creaks inward under a gloved hand. Oh, it is you. Come on in. Buying the usual today? Yeah, same as always. 7 clusters of amaryllis and one more thing. There is something I want to ask you. A wide house front opens up and someone is already waiting on the step. Welcome to Linshell! Their host is the second prince, Varys May Linshell. Thank you for coming all this way, and please make yourselves at home. Galeria, this one is your little brother. My name is Fai Henze Distberg. He gives the name flat, with no bow to go with it. Fai, the third brother. Galeria has told me no end of stories about you. Varys, that is enough. Oops, that was supposed to stay a secret. Please, take a seat. I have a very good tea here for you to try. A great many of my family have fallen ill, so I am the only one left to receive you, and I am sorry for that. What about Mavia? She is with my brother at the moment, looking after him. His condition took a sharp turn for the worse yesterday. She has not left his side since, so I told her not to push herself coming here. I would be grateful if you looked in on her later. She has been looking forward to seeing you. Right, I will do that. Also, it seems my father is on his deathbed. He has started talking about abdicating, which means you will be making this trip again when he steps down. Are you the one taking the throne? As of right now, yes. He answers with his hands folded and his eyes level. My older brother is in no state to handle politics. Some would rather see the third prince crowned, but there are few of those. They will fall in line soon enough, and I will be the next king. And once that is settled, the moment I take the throne, I am raising an army. Both hands close hard on the edge of the table. Be careful with your words, Varys. His chair scrapes back as he comes half out of it. I can let that slide, because you and I are friends. But do not throw words like that around in front of the royal family. Saying it in front of you was the entire point. I need to know whether Distberg will stand behind me or not. There is a proper reason for all of this. And what reason is worth dragging a country into a war? Your own people bleed for it. That is not how a king behaves. A king's duty is to show the world how much power we hold. Do not tell me you are still carrying that grudge from back then. I am, and none of that is going to change now. This is already decided. Nothing you say is going to move me off it. A fist closes until the knuckles go white. Then you will not be moving me either. Cool your head. I am pretending none of this was said. We are leaving, Faye. I want to look in on Mavia. Fine. I am right behind you.
Easy now, there is no need to haul your little brother off like that. Let him finish his tea, and besides, I want a word with him myself. Eyes stay shut over the cup while the door waits. A hand settles on the door handle. One last look back. Fine, take your time with the tea. The door bangs shut and the room drops into silence. He is so naive, or rather too kind for his own good. Steam, one slow sip, and no answer offered. Prince Varys, there is something I want to ask you. Go on, I am listening. This army you want to raise, is it pointed at Sardin's kingdom? The cup stops halfway up. Nobody drinks. I was planning to check that while your brother was out of the room. A trash prince who wallows in vice, or the hero who carried Epirus to victory? From here, the second one looks a great deal closer to the truth. You are giving me far too much credit. I simply keep company with a man who has Linshall down to the bone. A florist's hands gather red blooms while an old question gets answered. You want to hear about Linshall? I lived there 5 years back. 3 princes and 2 princesses, that is the whole royal house. The first prince is far too sick to touch politics at all. The second has the knights behind him. The third has the magic division. The eldest princess is promised to His Highness Galeria, and the younger never appears in public. Those 2 factions are not on speaking terms at all. If the eldest never takes the crown, rumor says the rest will fight over it. There is one more thing though, from around that same time. The Queen of Linshall was poisoned at a tea party and died. The culprits were a radical faction out of Sardin's kingdom. War nearly broke out, and in the end, the crown settled for a slice of their land. Naturally, that left people who could never swallow the arrangement. There, all wrapped and ready. Appreciate it, same as always. 7 clusters of amaryllis every single time you come in. In the language of flowers, amaryllis means looking forward to meeting you again. So are there 7 people your highness is hoping to see again? Warwick, I am sorry, that one stays with me. Your highness, an acquaintance of mine says Linshall is dangerous right now. Please take care of yourself out there. The second prince, Varys, gets called cruel because of the seat he sits in. But by all accounts, he is a wise man who looks after his family. Otherwise, he would never have stayed close to His Highness Galeria this long. Those flowers must carry a meaning for you as well. Whatever Prince Varys is reaching for is most likely the one wish he holds above everything else. As a prince, every single thing I did came wrapped in limits. Anything I tried would land on everyone around me, not only on myself. But now, at long last, I can have my revenge. Something behind that half-lidded stare quietly sharpens. Is that really the thing you would call your greatest wish? Sorry, what was that? People who are eaten alive by revenge. Every one of them carries ugly, muddy eyes. But looking into yours, the past has already let go of you. It is almost as if you can laugh the whole thing off now, as if you were proud of what it cost you. If that is the road you want, I will not stand in the way, not as long as none of it lands on us. And if what you actually want is for my brother to stop you, there are far better ways to go about it than this. If you are going to end up regretting it either way, then pick the road that leaves you the least of it. Goodbye then, Prince Varys. The latch catches and a body flops back onto the sofa. He is every bit as naive as that brother of his. That damn trash prince of all people. Out in the corridor, the elder brother is already waiting. He turns without a word and starts down the hall. I thought you were off to see Princess Mevia. Leave you wandering alone and go to her, and Fairy would have my head. So what did Varys say to you? He told me you are kind, and that what he threw around in there is not what he truly feels. I see, so that is how it went. You could still reach him, brother. The two of you are friends. Yeah, I suppose we are, but there is nothing left for me to do for him. What is that supposed to mean? If he asks for my help, he gets it. If he never asks, I stay out of it entirely. That is how a prince behaves and how Fai Henze Distberg behaves. Even with a friend standing on a battlefield, you would not step in uninvited. I am fairly sure you understand that better than anyone. And there is one more thing while we are at it. I am treating you exactly the same way, Fai. I am waiting for you to tell me yourself. Sorry about that. You keep things back from me, and so does he. It feels like neither of you trust me, and that stings more than I let on. A hand lands flat on pale hair and stays there. Still, take all the time you need until you are ready to talk. I am not going anywhere. Something moves behind those eyes and gets swallowed back down. Now then, I am heading out tomorrow. Come along if you like. We can go and find something good to eat. Sure, that sounds fine. A small grin answers, half hidden behind a raised collar. Night settles over the roofs of the guest house.
A shutter swings loose and something slips out into the dark. A skill that runs on blood. Shadow tears loose from the boards and lifts him clean off the ground. The shadow sword comes down and blows the floor apart.
A black claw taps the wood and holds still.
Came down here because sleep was not happening. Forgot this place does not have a garden. The shadow whips back in and the night goes quiet again. Might as well go and stare at the sea a while. A pale head stops dead at the corner of a wall. That is the knight from yesterday, and who is the other one? Like I keep telling you, the man is a genuine trash prince. Last time he even got a dressing down in the garden from the head maid. What exactly are you saying about me behind my back? Your Highness, since when have you been standing there? My hand slipped, that is all, my hand slipped. Why are you out here at this hour, and where is the chief maid? This is the exact pattern that gets me scolded every time. There, no use crying over spilt milk. Let us just enjoy the fishing for now. A broad palm drops onto the pale head and ruffles it.
There we go, he is right, the whole thing is over with.
Say, do you know anything about Sardin's Kingdom? Small country on the far side of this sea, is it not? There was an incident in Linshul 5 years back. I hear they demanded land as compensation for it. What I want to know is which piece they asked for. You mean the land itself? The isolated island where the monsters live. Do you know the legend of the rainbow flower? The story says that flower cures any illness there is. It grows deep on a demon-infested island, and the hero who brought one home saved a princess. Documents survive saying it truly happened out there 200 years ago. Sardin's keeps its borders shut and the place is thick with monsters, so nobody ever confirmed it. So Linshul laid claim to the rights over that island. No, it never got that far. The royal family buried the truth and called the queen a suicide. All of it aimed at taking that island for themselves. When Sardins went begging the Empire for protection, they made those statements public. That forced Linshul to give up the compensation entirely. Did the queen really take her own life? Who can say, honestly? We live in a world where one order from a royal house bends the truth however it likes. So the queen was killed and the land owed for her slipped away. The crown of Linshul must be carrying a great deal of hate over that. Now then, that is about enough for one afternoon. I will take my leave here. He gathers his rod up off the pier and steps back. Ah, that reminds me, there was one thing. He called you your highness a moment ago. Would you happen to be the third prince of Distberg, Prince Fai? And what if I am? He does not turn, only glances back over one shoulder. So that is how it is. Yes, that is not bad at all. What are you going on about? The one they call illusion play. The face of the enemy hero surfaces out of that war. Word is, you pulled off something remarkable out there. That sword really does suit you. Ever since that rumor reached me, I have wanted to meet you. I am glad it finally happened. Who are you? Give me a name. Oh, that was rude of me. Forgive the late introduction. My name is Zberg. I run an apothecary in Linshul. The knight comes off the boards in one soaked panic jump. An apothecary in Linshul, run by a man named Rule. If that is the name, there is only one person it can be. That is Rule the Immortal standing right in front of you. People do tend to call me a hero, though the title is hollow enough on its own. Have a good night, Prince Fai. I look forward to seeing you again. A second hero strolls off into the dark, and nobody can say whose side he is on. The National Library of Linshul swallows them both in rows of shelves. Pages turn one after another under a pair of gloved hands. Now this is a rare sight. Your Highness actually looking something up on his own. Have you taken an interest in the history of Sardin's Kingdom? Only in passing, nothing serious. The Rainbow Flower and the Truth Behind It, written by a man called Svalg Volga. This is the most decent book on the shelf. 200 years ago, a mass of knights and heroes was gathered to save the princess of Romanu Kingdom. Svalg was one of them, and their task was to find a flower said to cure every disease. What he writes is that the island was a terrifying place. He nearly lost his life there, and that is where it ends. The writing feels unnatural, as though somebody trimmed it down. I have read about that account once before. By every telling, the thing genuinely happened. A flat stare lifts over the top of the page. It is only hearsay, mind you. What else would you expect from someone older than a turtle? Something heavy connects with the back of his skull. Still, a flower that cures every disease does not hold up. If it truly existed, there would be far more stories left about it. Your Highness, hear me on this. Please put any thought of hunting down that flower out of your head. If you set foot on that island, the weight of it lands on me. Fairy, listen to yourself. The book comes down and a level stare goes with it. Do you honestly believe a man who lazes in his room and whines about leaving it would sail off to a monster island chasing a flower out of a fairy tale? No, you would not. There you have it. Same as always, I do not move unless something serious is on the table. Neither of them says a word for a moment. Although, there is one exception to that. If something were to happen to my family,
then it would be a different story entirely. I know that perfectly well.
her eyes softened behind a loose strand of hair. If His Highness Galeria fell ill, you would set out for that island without blinking. Yeah, I probably would, even though you would never lift a finger for your own sake. Wide eyes come up from behind the stacked books. What does that look for? Are you making a pass at me? How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Fai, there you are. He stands in the doorway with the princess just behind him. Sorry for leaving you alone as long as I did. I got too caught up in the conversation. It did drag on. The sun is already overhead. A blank look answers from under the pale fringe. Standing among the roses is Mavia May Linshell, the first princess. I had no idea Princess Mavia would be here as well. She is the one who introduced me to the librarian in this place. Well then, I will leave the two of you to it. I'm going to go and find some lunch. Do you seriously think I'm letting you slip away? You bolt every time, and she becomes your sister soon enough. Out in the city streets, the afternoon rolls on. Deep into the night, a lamp still burns over a desk buried in paperwork. 3 knocks land flat against the door. Who is out there? Is that Mavia? Or is that you, Clive? Wrong on both counts. Afraid it is only me. He leans in past the door frame, grinning wide. Our guest wandering the castle at this hour. I am not impressed. Now, hear me out first. Mavia pointed me at a very good shop today. I picked this up as a gift, so how about it? I am not in the mood. If it is a glass you want, take one from over there and go back to your room. I hear you are going to start a war for the sake of your family. The pen stops moving and one eye comes up. What exactly are you talking about? The legend of the rainbow flower over in Sardin's kingdom. You know it, and you are certain the thing is real. So tell me why. Because the royal line of Linshell are the descendants of the very princess that flower once saved. 200 years ago, the cured princess fell for a prince of Linshell. She married him, and she told him where the flower came from. What she passed on, though, was not only the flower. She told him about her illness as well. The bloom never cured it completely, and the sickness came down the bloodline. Your eldest brother went down with it first, and a month ago your younger brother fell to the same inherited disease. I take it Clive told you all of this, and that Mavia is the one who put him in front of you. Yeah, her letter said there was someone she wanted me to meet. The man she brought over runs the Royal Secret Library. Your childhood friend, Clive. Neither of them wants you marching anyone into a war. That is the only reason any of this reached me. Varys, look at me a moment. If the rainbow flower is all you are after, you do not need an army. Sardin's keeps its borders tight, but setting foot on that island is not forbidden. Bring a few dozen soldiers and they will most likely wave you straight through. On top of that, there is still that man here in Linshell, the hero who walked off that island alive. They call him Rule the Immortal. Under certain conditions, he cannot be killed, and that let him put heroes in the ground. Decades ago, he went in there and came away whole. After 2 centuries, he is the only living witness the place has. I have known about Rule for a very long time, but he knows exactly what waits out there. He spelled out for me in detail how unrealistic reaching that island is. To take the flower, I would need 3 heroes at the very least, 30 skilled soldiers, and Lishan along with them. Even with all of that, success and survival only climb to half. The second princess, Lishan. Her ability is vision, is it not? Yeah, that is the one. A one-of-a-kind eye that takes in absolutely everything. Memories, feelings, the world, its whole history, all of it at once. That gift is why she stopped trusting people and never appears in public. Underneath it, she is a reasonable person. For the sake of our siblings, she would agree to help. The real problem is manpower. Recruiting Rule took everything we had, and 10 decent soldiers guard Lishan and me. That is nowhere near enough. The only road left that grows our numbers comes down to one single option. You really did rush your thinking this time. Even if you wipe out Sardins, the Empire stands on good terms with them. Their armies will march in to crush you and call it bringing peace. That Empire keeps a fistful of heroes on hand and has already erased several countries. The moment they move, Linshell has no chance of winning. There have to be other roads open. Varys, I am certain you can find. Shut your mouth already! A chair goes over and cracks against the wall. A hand knots into his collar and hauls him in. I told you to shut your mouth! I have been thinking about this since the day Rule came back from that island. I have gone through every possible way there is. I kept turning it over, and I kept on turning it over. Loose papers scattered down an empty corridor behind him. Even when my mother died, I felt I was the worst thing breathing, and I thought one road had finally opened up because of this. So I held that idea down with reason for as long as I could. Now my younger brother has fallen ill as well. There is no other way left. I have decided I am not leaving either of my brothers to die. Galeria, go back home where you belong. Keep yourself out of this entirely. A sharp crack goes off in the dark of the study. Cool your head down, you fool. You keep saying there is no other way. From where I stand, there is still one more. If you actually know one, I would love to hear it. The aim is to grow the expedition force while keeping well clear of a war, correct? Then let us settle it over a drink. Lean on your friend for once. Take me along with you when you go. Every word of that is serious, Varys. What do you mean by that? She stops mid-step, eyes narrowing at his back. I said I have no use for a bodyguard. You are weaker than me, so what is the point of guarding someone stronger? There is nothing I cannot cut down with the shadow sword. And if something took me off guard, that would only prove I was worth that much. You cannot say a thing like that. You are a member of the royal house. Refusing an escort is not a right you have. The maid keeps her mouth shut and the words stay behind her teeth. He turns his face away and lets the silence sit there. I do not need you. They stand back to back, neither one of them turning around. This way is fine. My brother would never let me join even if I asked to be brought along. He will not take Fairy either. Her ability is far beyond ordinary. So the least I can do is shove her away from me. That way she ends up at my brother's side instead. A fist cracks across his jaw and takes him clean off his feet. My answer to that is no. You said you have no need of me. You said that I am weak. Do not get carried away with yourself. You are getting far too full of yourself. Are you listening to me, Your Highness? A long breath leaves him, and the argument dies there. This is the exact opposite of how it went at Ephyris. You are not wrong about that. If you will allow me, I will show you exactly how strong I am one more time. I have made up my mind, and I am going to protect you with this sword and with nothing less than that. If I join your expedition, I can fill every open slot with Distberg soldiers. A hero's place is beyond me, but I would still be plenty of use. I came within reach of that rank myself once, you know. Do not be an idiot about this. You are the crown prince, and anything happening to you turns into an international mess. That is none of your concern. Besides, nobody blames a foreign court for a hole I walked into myself. And Distberg still has 2 more princes after me. It matters to me though. Once you and Mavia are wed, you become my brother. Truth be told, I doubt either of those two could ever hold a throne. And they are exactly what worries me. Both of them are sharper than I have ever been, and both of them keep everyone at arm's length. Fai most of all. A raised cup stops short of his lips and hangs there. I keep hoping he finds a reason to live, and finds it soon. He has gone so brittle, like he could thin out and vanish on us. Watching him sit in that state is not something I can stomach. When we were small, he used to disappear for days at a time. Every time I found him, he wore the face of someone watching the world end. Growing up, he turned himself into the joke and pinned on a smile he did not mean. Now and then, that old sadness still slips out from under it. It leaves me certain that if he goes missing once more, he stays gone. So I want to hold on to him. I want to be the reason he keeps living. Relax then, I have no intention of dying out there. I cannot promise you that much.
Then stop burying me before we have even packed.
You absolute fool. A flat, unamused stare holds steady across the table. The sour mood cracks and a thin smile gets through it. Whichever road you take, you are going to regret something. It comes either way, so that was never the question. Choose the one that leaves you the smallest amount of it. Both hands shoot across the table and seize the crown prince by the wrists. A glass tilts dangerously while the other arm is dragged forward. Galeria, I am begging you here. I need your help with this. A palm settles over the shaking hands and pats them twice. Fine, count me in. The rest of the wine goes down in one long swallow. I am no match for you, which is exactly why I kept quiet. Are you certain about this? It means leaving your brother behind here. That was the plan from the very start.
He has Fairy with him, so he will manage.
Fairy, the bodyguard you kept at school? The elf?
Yes, she serves as Fai's guard now. He is not someone you can safely leave on his own.
I can see him changing, a little at a time, and each of those turns happened with her beside him, never me. If you were counting on her strength, I am sorry, she stays out of this. No, that is not what I was after. I would never ask you for more than what I already have. Is something the matter? Nothing. Most likely my imagination playing up. Head back to your room once you finish that drink. I mean to get some rest myself. I will send for Raoul at 11 tomorrow morning. Decide which soldiers you are bringing before then. Understood. Until tomorrow. Out on the window ledge, arms folded, someone has heard every word. Retifa's useless little tricks do pay off once in a while. Where was I hiding, you ask? Exactly where nobody inside the room can look. So that is what he wants for me, a reason to live. What was my reason to live back in the old days? I picked up a sword for nothing grander than staying alive. Then someone told me there was something waiting further down the road. road. I had a man I meant to become and people I wanted kept alive, so I lived that way. Then I lost every last one of them. Even after that, I kept going, clinging to whatever was still in reach. In the end, the only thing I ever found was a reason to die. Nothing about that has changed since. Even now, there are people I would step in front of, but that is not a reason to live. I am afraid of surviving and burying the ones I love. At the very least, I want a better death than the last one. I would like to tell them they were not wrong to protect me, and then go out smiling. I want to see all of them again. However many times I turn it over, all I reach is how I am going to die. A reason to live never showed up anywhere in that. But I did promise that I would protect them. That was a vow I made to myself and nobody else. Not one of them is going to die on my watch. An open hand hangs in the dark, waiting for something to fill it. That is the only reason I have ever needed. A grin, and the hand comes down to ruffle the head in front of him. Pale strands slide under the palm, and the head maid goes stiff. Your Highness, what exactly do you think you are doing? You were not in your room, and I have been worried sick. It is already past 3 in the morning, so where have you been? The face under the corridor lamps gives nothing back. Fairy, there is something I need to tell you. I want you to stop being my bodyguard. Stop right there, head maid. It is still dangerous out past the wall. All of these corpses, every last one of them was His Highness's doing. He had always been the sort to walk away from anything hard. But that moment, with the sword sitting in his hand, he stood on that field by his own will, facing the enemy. A vast shadow lies across the snow while one small figure breaks into a run. The doubt drains out of her face and her jaw sets hard. And still, something about it refused to sit right. Blood down his back and he walks off without once turning around. Her breath stops halfway and her eyes forget how to blink. What I saw standing out there was the shape of a man who wanted to die. He killed off every feeling he had and settled on calling himself garbage. He wrote off the plain fact that he had shielded all of us and turned the whole thing into a verdict against himself. So he goes on deciding that happiness is not allowed to him. Every hand that reaches for him gets pushed away. Someone who wants to die, and nothing underneath that. It is exactly the way you put it. Now quit whining like an infant, you rotten little brat! Goals turn over a harbor town that smells of salt and wet rope. Spray comes over the rail and neither of them steps back from it. This spot will do well enough. Boots cross the empty stone toward the edge of the water. A blood-based skill of mine, and it answers to Shadow Sword. Darkness pours up out of his shadow and rears over the whole pier. Tendrils uncoil and feel their way across the stone. The ground groans and splits under the weight settling on it. Here, take this one. The blade lands in her palms before she can argue about it. I dulled the edge so nobody goes home short of a hand. There is no reason to hold anything back with me. Use your magic, every scrap of it. You said you would show me your strength, so come at me properly. The duel ends when one of us gives it up, or when any part of you touches the sea. If I lose, I take back everything I said tonight, and after that, I do whatever you want. If you lose, you go and serve as my brother Glaria's bodyguard. What is that supposed to mean? Your Highness, what is it that you know? I cannot say any more than I already have. You will know soon enough. The answer stops there and nothing else comes after it. One swing is all it takes to kill. My head and my body have never once left the battlefield. Black tendrils tower up and swallow the space between them. It is just as you said. I had been getting far too full of myself. I knew from the start that I was never strong enough. Even so, I have to push my way through this. For your sake and for my brother's. I am not letting either of you die. If you want to force that belief of yours through, then prove to me that I am the weak one here. Fairy von Augustine. Her grip screws down on the hilt until the leather creaks. Very well, I hear you. Your Highness, Fai Henze Distberg. One wide eye stares out from under a sweep of pale hair. I will prove it with my own power, that I carry a belief of my own worth pushing through. Boots bite into wet stone and shove off it. The other pair answers a heartbeat later. They cross the pier at one another in a single breath. I am taking the first move. A ring of light spins open across her chest. Steel finds steel and sparks scatter over the stone. His eyes lock on and nothing about him slows. She is far quicker than I remember her being. Blades hammer together 3 times before either of them lands anything. This is nothing like the fight we had at Epirus. Hold on, is that what I think it is? 2 rings of light open in the air beside her and begin to turn. The strike detonates and throws water and stone across the whole pier. I hear her voice, but the words will not come through. Is that the spirit tongue father spoke about? The one called Vindes? The language only elves can use to wake the spirit arts. The very reason her people are called the spirits folk. Her sword work was already excellent, level with an advanced class knight. On top of that, those arts push her magic and her body higher still. She closes to a distance where neither of them can miss. Her hair whips across the swing as she turns into it. Teeth grind and the black blade screams against hers. Reverse water flow! A dark rune plate spins open at her side, ringed in light. A column of water tears out of the pier and carries her up with it. Now we are getting somewhere, and they say her ability falls short of a hero's. What an enormous load of nonsense. She guarded my brother back when they called her a step from that rank. This is what she has really been sitting on. She comes down hard and the stone splits under her heel. I am the one who needs to stop holding back here. The grin arrives well ahead of the laugh. Shadow boils off him and the smile only spreads wider. Spada! Zangeki! A black crescent wider than the walkway comes arcing down. Water! Heed my call! The pier erupts and a white wall of water goes up with it. That strike came down heavier than anything before it. Spray blasts outward and swallows the both of them. The black blade opens a clean line straight through the mist. She turns her whole body into the swing and drives him backward, coming in high and from the front. The edges lock and neither of them gives an inch. One eye follows the tilt of her shoulders. A roundhouse arrives out of nowhere and catches her square. She is torn off her feet and thrown down the length of the pier. That came through my guard before I saw it. A heel gouges stone as she fights to kill the momentum. The blow leaves a white streak scored across the whole walkway. An open hand grabs at nothing while the ground rushes past. Not finished. Not by a long way. The blade tip settles against her chest before the spell can close. Her sword arm stops halfway, the point resting over her heart. Her eyes go wide and stay there, and nothing else moves. And there it is. This duel is over. The thing you ought to be protecting. It was never going to be me, so lower the blade and give this up. The words land and the light behind her eyes goes flat. Give it up already. Do not ever get it into your head that you can save them. Worry about saving yourself and leave it at that. Look at you, it is pathetic. Do not blame the world for what you cannot do.
Go and be a maid somewhere, you worthless brat.
One tear cuts a line down through the grime on her cheek. No, I will not give up. Your Highness, there is something you ought to hear. I happen to owe Distberg a very large debt. To pay it back, I have served the royal family since the last generation. I know that your Highness has reasons of your own for all of this, and that every bit of it was for the sake of His Highness Glaria. As head maid, I ought to simply do as I am ordered, but if I do that, you will go off somewhere far away from all of us. You said it yourself, that dying does not trouble you. You mean to throw yourself at something, do you not? Stop treating your own life as a joke. It is pathetic and it is naive, and that is exactly why I am doing this. I am not leaving you alone. A step forward drives the point deeper into the front of her dress. What I am about to do, it could hurt you badly. But if this is the only way left to stop you, then I will hurt you gladly. Water races along the stone and gathers up behind her. Your Highness, I do not know what is tearing away at you. The truth is, I know nothing about you at all. Even so, none of that changes this one thing. I want you to be saved, and it does not matter to me if somebody else is the one to do it. All I want is for you to believe in this much, that one day, it will come to you. Some kind of salvation with your name on it. It will arrive, and there is no doubt in me about that. The water piles into a mass that towers over the whole pier. Spray comes down in sheets and hammers the stone flat. This may not be fair of me, but this is also a part of my power. Her hand lifts and the water answers before the words are out. Lend me your strength, I am asking you. Water dragon! Scales of water slide past, filling the pier end to end. A serpent of water rears over the stone and cuts his path in half. Well, now this looks interesting. So that one over there is your master. Yes, that is him. And you are certain you want this. His Highness is genuinely strong. Do not lower your guard for a single moment. Is that how it is? Then I will borrow your body for a while. Water erupts around her and swallows the small figure whole. The thing just vanished on me. Did she pull it back already? Water, heed my call. Her eyes stay shut and 2 fingers come up. The blast tears down the pier and lifts him clean off his feet. A second detonation goes off almost on top of the first. You stubborn little brat. One boot skids over wet stone as he fights to stay upright. You really should not push this girl of mine around so hard. A reptile pupil narrows inside a face that was human a moment ago. Scales along her cheek and that deep lapis blue in her eyes. So that is what she called into herself. Spiritualism. Letting another existence ride inside your own body and spend every drop of your power for you. Never expected someone this close to me could still pull that off. Only a handful of elves can work that skill at all. She might genuinely be the last one alive who can. You are surprisingly well informed. Then you already know I am not holding anything back. If I remember the terms correctly, one of us loses today. Whoever touches the sea is the one who goes down. That was the arrangement, was it not? A very convenient way to read the rules. Water, heed my call. She stands out on the open water with one arm raised. Blasts chew the ground open and he runs flat out between them. She is already inside his guard before he can turn. The strike lands and the stone under them splits apart. A fist comes in from behind and he twists clear by a hair. Her movement is too quick, I cannot keep up with it. All I can do right now is stay out of the way, and her aim never once shifts. Every one of those blows is going for my neck. He throws his head back and the knuckles skim past his jaw. Slipped that one at the very last second, did you? I am nowhere near finished with you. She closes the distance and drives him backwards across the rock. Her fist buries into his ribs and the bone gives way. A body is flung high off the ground, trailing smoke behind it. Below him, the impact blows a crater across the whole shore. The idea was to knock him straight into the sea. He went the wrong way, and from that angle, he still jumped clear. Thin black blades fall in a volley and punch through the smoke. She drops low, breathing hard, and looks at what just landed. Wait, those things standing in the ground around me. Is that a skill worked out of his own blood? Dark steel bristles out of the broken stone all around. Spada, shadow swords. He is upright in the middle of it, and he is smiling. After a blow like that, he should not be on his feet. That hit was meant to leave him bleeding on the inside. Ribs broken, and the pain alone should have pinned him down. I was told to overrule that law of nature if I wanted to live. Wounded, unable to move, none of that counted as an excuse. Your own body is the first opponent you have to beat. What an arrogant thing to teach a child. Are you even human anymore? A close shot holds on the scaled skin beneath her eye. Unfortunately, I have no plans to stop being one. Boots dig into the wet stone and both of them move at once. Water, turn your flow back on him. Then take this one. Spada, Zangeki. The blade comes over in one long overhead cut. The two forces meet and the shore vanishes into white spray. An attack that weak is not going to reach me. Her eyes cut sideways and the smugness slides off her face. So the real one was coming down from above. Wrong guess, and it costs you. It is coming up from below. Bind her where she stands. Spada, shadow binding. Threads of darkness rip out of the ground and lock around her legs. A sword that ties people down? Except I can tear my way out of something this thin at once. One moment is more than enough for me. The black cords snap apart one after another. Her stare locks on him as she works out what that moment bought. Far below her, he plants his feet and lifts the blade. Every last one of you come! Shadow swords, all of them at once. Long, dark swords hang motionless in the air above him. The blades pour in around him and the sea peels back off the rock. A trick on that level is not going to be enough. Black steel shears through the wall of water and does not slow. Every drop out there still answers to me. Now drown in it. Reverse torrent. A ridge of white water turns over and rolls back across the shore. The two attacks meet and blow the whole shelf of stone apart. He rides the shock through it with his teeth clenched. She is thrown clear, hair whipping, eyes never leaving him. She drops out of the dust and he brings the sword up to meet her. Fist and blade lock together and neither of them gives ground. The next exchange drives her into the cliff and the rock bursts. A shadow blade wheels around and comes back for her spine. Broken stone rains down into the shallows. He skids away on his side across the surface of the water. She tumbles out the other way through the scattered blades. One of them lands hard and the water blows straight open. Boots bite into the rock and the long slide finally stops. A scream tears out of her as the two of them collide again. The blow throws her the length of the shore through the rubble. That one goes down as your loss. His eyes stay on her through the falling debris. The shock reaches her face a fraction of a second too late. He comes down through the blast with the blade already falling. Her mouth opens and nothing at all comes out of it. He holds the swing together through the pressure and pushes. The whole shelf detonates and swallows the pair of them. He lands on the broken rock and the sound of it goes flat. Blood down one cheek, one eye shut, and he is still upright. To think you had this much left in you, well done. A wet finger lifts out of the water, so the argument is not finished. The rule was yours to begin with, and you have not forgotten what happened a minute ago, have you? A foot skids off the rock and drives straight into the shallows. A slit pupil narrows at him from across the water. He looks back at her and something in his face shifts. He pulls the boots off his feet and lobs them out into the waves. Hold on, what do you think you are doing? What I said was, if a part of either of our bodies touches the sea. Shoes and clothes were never part of the deal. The maid sinks back down until the water is at her chin. Now who is the one reading things conveniently? Besides, the deal I made was with Fairy, not with whatever it is I am talking to. There is one thing about you I still cannot work out. No matter how far I pushed you or how badly I hurt you, you never once let a real wound land on her. You fought like that because this girl matters to you. So why send her away from your side at all? Fairy is better off standing at my brother's side. I want the two of them alive and in one piece. Death follows anyone who keeps a sword in his hand. The view waiting for people who take lives is never a pretty one. I do not want anyone I care about standing close to me. I never want to watch someone I care about die in front of me again. Is that why you have been aching to die? However strong I got, however long I stayed alive, all that ever waited at the end was emptiness and being alone. The honest truth is that I am afraid of carrying that sword and going on living. That is why I meant to live a life without ever holding one, and in the end I picked it up again, for other people. The deaths of everyone I loved kept coming back at me. I do not want any of that again, and yet, at the same time, there are people I care about, people I want to keep safe. I want to stand beside them. I want to protect them. Everything about me is one contradiction stacked on another. However long I turn it over, the answer never comes. Maybe all I really want is to run from every last one of them. Even if my death brings grief and trouble down on someone, I would still rather go out in a way that does not leave me alone. And that is honestly the whole of it. I am the trashiest prince in the world, a hopeless piece of garbage from start to finish. That is exactly who I am. Water runs off her and the borrowed body finally goes still. So that is how he ended up the way he is. Something on your mind? Nothing worth repeating. Now I see why the Vaughn girl worries about you the way she does. Anyone would if they knew what you were carrying around. Well, yeah, I suppose that is fair. None of that is news to me. I know exactly how much she worries about me. Fairy and my brother have been watching me far closer than I knew, and the warmth behind that does make me happy. I am not changing my mind about any of it, but I would like to sit in this moment a while longer before I go. I am not ungrateful enough to throw their feelings away. So not yet. I am not dying just yet. She has fallen asleep against his shoulder, with the fight gone out of her. Her eyelids move, and the slit pupils are gone from behind them. There you are. Come on, we are leaving. She pulls herself upright and covers her mouth with one hand. All right, we can go. An empty stretch of pale sky fills the whole frame. An inn front on a quiet street with the sun already high. Footsteps come back into the room where the couch is. Sorry to have kept you waiting. He is slouched in the seat with a cloth pressed to his face. She is back in a plain jacket and boots instead of the uniform. He looks up, and whatever he was about to say stops there. It has been a long time since I saw you dressed like that. When was the last time you even wore it? Back when His Highness Galeria was sent off. A very long time ago. Pardon me for a moment.
Hold still for me. Heel. Light gathers under her palm and sinks into his side. I would honestly rather you did not. Patching up my face would have been plenty. My brother reads me the second he sees a mark on it. That will not do it all. In Epheris, you said the same and left with only that much healed. This time you are being mended properly. Every last cut. Besides, most of those wounds are my own doing. For that, I am truly sorry. Her expression stays level and her eyes never move. He turns his face away and lets the apology sit where it landed. Right, there was one more thing, Fairy. Here. I should be giving this back to you. Yes, that is the one. He takes the weapon back and holds it up between them. He weighs the blade in both hands and looks it over. Spada, shadow sword. The steel darkens and comes apart into drifting black. The shadow gathers in his palm and settles into a shape. His fingers close around a new hilt as it finishes forming.
Catch! This one is yours now. It lands in her hands before she can get a question out. A short blade in a dark sheath resting across both her palms. You are handing me a dagger? Something that size will not get in your way. Just treat it as a good luck charm from me. That shadow blade is made out of my own power, so while it is still there, you know I am still breathing. He turns away from her and rubs the back of his head. No promises, but I will try not to do anything too reckless. And yes, I told you I had no need for you. That does not mean I am blind to how strong you are. Please, at the very least, do that much. Look after my brother for me. The pair stand facing each other in the bright room. She takes that in without a word, her eyes steady on him. He turns from the window and waits for an answer. Her lashes come down and stay down for a long moment. Thank you for the gift. I, Fairy von Augustine, will protect His Highness Galeria without fail. I will not let you down, Your Highness Fai. Your brother is about to wake up, so I will be going to his side, but what will you be doing meanwhile, Your Highness? If I go with you, I will run straight into my brother, so I am sleeping in your room for a while. I am borrowing this sofa, by the way. I would not mind at all if you use the bed. Nonsense. It is a short nap and nothing more. Also, I will be sending a new bodyguard to look after you. And what is that face supposed to mean? All I promised was to stop being your bodyguard myself. I never promised not to assign you a different one. Please be back in your room by noon. Out in the corridor, she lets a long breath go. Well, that did help a little, I suppose. He throws the door open and 3 grown men freeze on the floor. Camped out right in front of the head maid's room, were you? The darkest spot is under the lamppost, as the saying goes. Since when did you notice us, Your Highness? Since the very beginning. You put it out quickly, but I saw the smoke off your cigarette. I could walk over to the head maid and report all of this in detail. Or I keep my mouth shut and you 3 become my bodyguard candidates. Bodyguards for Your Highness? That would be an honor, but what exactly are you planning here? An acquaintance of mine put me in touch with an acquaintance of his. I want the 3 of you to play along with me for a bit. 11 in the morning at the main conference room of Linshall Castle. Boots come down the corridor in step and stop at the doors. So in the end, Distberg only gets to bring 30 soldiers. The entry limit was supposed to be 50, was it not? They pushed back on that. Arriving without our own country's permission cuts the number, they said. 2 delegations take their places at opposite ends of a very long table. The host of the meeting opens the room, his sister seated beside him. Now then, everyone. Further along sits the pale-haired hero who called all of them here. In the corner, a hooded man tugs the cloth lower and says nothing. Let us start the strategy meeting. Across from them, the first prince of Distberg has the head maid at his shoulder. And what exactly is the meaning of this, immortal? I came because word was that you had gathered the heroes. I did not come here to babysit a prince. The man answering is the immortal, rules Berg. Relax. The new faces at this table are every bit as strong. The one in the chair is the second prince, Varys May Linshell. You will still be looking after His Highness, mind you. Anyone else with something to say before we begin, or do we proceed? If I may, there is something I would like to add as well. The raised hand belongs to the second princess, Lishan May Linshell. All I was told was that Raoul would bring Prince Galeria as today's guest. So who is the other one at your side? The circumstances changed, and Fairy will be coming with us. You heard it yourself, that hero has vouched for her strength. Is there a problem with that? No, I have no problem with that at all. There is, however, one favor I would like to ask. A favor, you say? A finger comes up and picks someone out at the far end of the table. That dagger at your waist. Could you leave it in another room for now? Weapons are allowed in this hall, I know that much, but I would rather that one stayed outside. And what exactly do you mean by that? You may not know this, but my eyes take in far more than most people ever will. Things ordinary folk barely notice, and things they cannot see at all. In a room this crowded, I keep it turned down, or I would drown in what I see. But when a thing is loud enough, it shoves itself into my sight anyway. And there is exactly one thing in this hall screaming at me right now. That dagger, the one hanging on your maid's hip. The blade is packed to the brim with darkness, killing intent, and every rotten feeling that comes with it. I have no idea why you carry it, but if you truly mean no harm in here, then would you set that dagger aside for me? This one, I am afraid, cannot leave my side. Keep it on you as a lucky charm, and while the blade holds, you know I am still breathing. Fingers close around the sheath and refuse to let go. That dagger belongs to Prince Fai, does it not? The name lands on the table, and the chief maid goes rigid. A slow smile spreads on the far side of the table. You have actually met him? Ran into him while I was out fishing of all places. He had a blade just like that one riding on his hip. Say, Leishan, about that request of yours. Telling her to put down the one thing her master gave her, is that not a little cruel? The woman is about to put her life on the line for us. Should we not welcome any weapon that helps the job get done? A breath goes out of the princess, and the argument dies there. I take that back. It was disrespectful of me to ask. Please, there is nothing here to forgive. If anything, I am grateful, Princess Leishan, and to you as well, Your Highness. You really are a puzzle to me. There is no hostility in you, no murderous intent, and that gratitude just now was real. And still, you keep a blade like that close to your skin. Lift your head, please. Might I have your name? My name is Fairy von Augustine. I serve as head maid at the royal castle of Distberg. Then Fairy is what I will call you from now on. Von. That is the name you just gave. So you are the priestess of the sacred mountain. If you are the genuine article, you stand level with a hero. The elves fell out of history 50 years ago. I knew one survivor was living in Distberg, but not that she came from the Von clan. It surprises me that you know of us at all. His actual trade is archaeology, if you were wondering. What I called him here for today is the other title he carries. The hero known as the Void User, Zerum Barbados. I am showing my face only this once, so be sure you remember it. Alright, that is everyone accounted for. Introductions are done, so let us get to the real business. Our goal is a rainbow flower that grows on an isolated island inside Sarden's territory. The people gathered in this room are the strongest force any of us can field. But where we are going, even a hero can die. Do not walk in overconfident. A ship is arranged and we sail in 2 days. We cross into the Sarden's kingdom first. 2 heroes walking into their country. Will they even allow that? There is nothing for you to worry about. Zerum is a hero out of Regalia, the neutral nation. Sarden's turns nobody away who comes under that flag. I have crossed into Sarden's plenty of times myself to look into the Demon Island. Never once got close enough to see it. Once we are inside, we finish the groundwork in each place and make our final adjustments. After that, we take the safest route out to the Demon Island. The moment we land, we split into 3 groups. Each one carries its own task. First group is Lishan and Hero Zerum. The 2 of you push deep inland. Find the rainbow flower and bring it back. Second group, 10 soldiers of Linshell and 30 out of Distberg. They hold the ship and put down anything that comes at the coast. The monsters arrive in numbers, so we answer them with numbers, which leaves the 4 of us. Our part is to bait the strong ones out and kill them. We keep their attention off Lishan and the hero. Varys, you are honestly putting yourself in the 3rd group? Do not underestimate me. Besides, I am the one who wrote my own name onto that list. You never do pick the safe end of a plan. I have no intention of being dead weight out there. If nobody has an objection, that closes the meeting. Have everything you need ready before the ship leaves. When she put that glare on you, I thought the whole room was about to go up. I am sorry for that. A princess with eyes like those and a hero who knows exactly what you are. Then Varys with that strange circle burned into his palm. Today had nothing but surprises in it. Back at that table, the blade Fai wears at his hip came up. That is only because I was the one who told him to carry it. I said he must not become a burden to you in a foreign country. Laughter breaks out of the first prince and rolls down the corridor. Would you like to look in on him yourself, Your Highness? No need for that. This is him we are talking about. He is almost certainly still buried in bed. His Highness left orders to sleep until evening and not be disturbed. There you have it. Let the man sleep. Keep watch on His Highness Fai until we are back. Understood, head maid. Shoulders drop at the door the moment the corridor empties. Your Highness, wherever it is you have run off to, please be back before anybody else comes asking for you. Gulls turn over the water, a long way from any Distberg wall. Everything below us is the commercial district of Linshell. It sits right up against the slums, and the back alleys are crawling with thugs, so I hear. Thanks for the directions. You can head back from here. What are you saying, Your Highness? I took this work to be your bodyguard. At least let me do the job properly. Hold on, he was standing right there a second ago. Sorry, but I move faster on my own. Your Highness, get back here this instant! Second crossing on the South Street, through the back alley, 2 steps before the road runs out. This has to be the door. A narrow wooden panel stands shut in the shadow ahead. Knuckles rap twice on a door at the dead end of the alley. The handle turns from the inside before the knocking fades. State your business here. A wide frame holds on the young face in the doorway. Today happens to be my shift on the door, and the boss said nothing about anyone coming. An acquaintance of mine put my name forward.
I came to see this boss of yours. Did you make an appointment first? Never bothered with one.
Then you are not getting in, go home. Though whether you leave at all is another question. Blades come up and grinning men fill the alley behind him. No idea which rich family you crawled out of. Walking in here alone was still a mistake. Are we grabbing this one and asking for ransom? Easier to cut him apart and sell the clothes than the sword. A sigh comes out of him, the kind you give a chore. Let me be clear with you, in a place like this, the advantage is mine. And with a sword pointed at me, I take it you are ready to die. What in the world are you even talking about? If that was you begging, you should have begged better. Spada, the shadow swords. All of them lunge at once into that narrow space. The bald one's grin comes apart as his chest opens up. A black line crosses the alley and splits the wall behind it. A second man folds over the blade he was holding. Fingers let go and steel rings off the stones. The ones still standing bolt down the street screaming for help. None of them were swordsmen, so that much will do. There is one exception though. The frame pulls tight on one narrowed eye. Nothing I just said applies to you. The moment you reach for whatever is hidden under those clothes, I will kill you where you crouch. Who in the world are you supposed to be? He stands square in the doorway, the black blade loose in his fist. I am the third prince of Distberg. The name is Fai Henze Distberg. Third prince, you said? You are that one? The trash prince himself? What is a prince of Distberg doing in a hole like this? Fingers peel the wrapping back off the thing at his hip. That mark! No, it cannot be! One eye blows wide open under the spiked hair. The cloth drops away from a long, curved blade. I came here on the word of a florist named Warwick. Now take me to that wealthy merchant of yours, the one they call Dvorg Zerich. I am sorry, but this is as far as you get. The boss does not always come by here. With no business to handle, days can go past without a visit. Figured as much. There are 3 addresses written in here. Still, seeing as I am already standing on the step, I will wait right here. Take all the time you need. You are waiting here? Just go home, I am begging you! And what exactly is going on out here? I told you to keep everyone away from this place. Why does the whole yard smell of blood? Boss, there is a reason behind all of this. So you are the wealthy merchant. The shot sits close on his face across the room. Have you come to make a deal with me? I was not expecting a woman. The name reads like a man's, and the kid kept calling you boss. A woman in this trade learns to keep her precautions. Please, take a seat. A hand waves toward the sofa across the low table. I turn away every guest without an appointment, royalty and nobles included. Since it was him who sent you, I will make one exception. Tea climbs the cup and nobody reaches for it. There is one condition you should hear though. My days are full, and his name only buys you the door. If I judge you unworthy of a deal, you leave the same minute. These back streets are packed with cutthroats, and you walked into somebody else's ground without a single guard. Frankly, that is arrogance and nothing more. The reaching hand stops dead halfway across the table. My body will not answer me at all. I did have a bodyguard on the way here. I shook him off. Warwick was the one who vouched for you after all. I figured you would not waste your breath. Not on some weakling who needs a bodyguard standing behind him. Nobody in the room moves except the one still on his feet. A slow smile spreads behind the glasses. The girl was acting on my order, nothing more. I apologize for the rudeness. Would you let her go now? So it was the two of us being measured all along. The grip lets go and she staggers into the table. Please accept my deepest apologies. She bows low across the table, still catching her breath. So then, what is it you came here to ask of me? The cup goes down on the wood and the answer takes its time. I want you to lend me a ship, a hull built strong enough for the crossing. I am going to the Demon Island inside Sarden's waters. You mean a ship that can reach the Sarden's kingdom? No, one that sails straight out to the island itself. That is wishful thinking and nothing else. Reaching the island from Sarden's means the safe lane the heroes cut with magic 2 centuries back. Any other course and the sea monsters around it get you first. Without a hero aboard, a ship out there goes to the bottom the same day. And sailing in like that is trespassing. The island belongs to Sarden's. I am fully aware of the risk. Then why insist on reaching it the crooked way? He works at the food on his plate before answering. The people I mean to protect are sailing for that island. They are taking the safe lane you just described. The pair of them fussed too much, so of course I was left behind. I still intend to keep them breathing, which leaves me one road, and it is not the safe one. The sword I carry swings for their sake, so I am going out there to swing it. What you are describing is plain suicide, even if it ends with me dead. Dying with them still standing suits me fine. A death like that would put some meaning into an empty life. The cup tips and nothing at all shows on her face. I forgot to ask you for a name. Third Prince of Distberg, Fai Henze Distberg. I see, so you are the trash prince they talk about. That is the one, you guessed right. Nobody minds when trash like me does something stupid, right? Yes, you really are. A magnificently foolish person. The panel narrows to a mouth curved into a smile. Do you honestly believe I would trade with a fool who has no common sense? The smirk across the table does not shift an inch. Picking a proper way to die, swinging a sword so other people live. You are doing it for your own sake, and that much is fine by me. But understand this, a merchant does not move where there is nothing to gain. What do I earn by risking my neck for a fool who is about to die? Do you have anything at all worth one of my ships? Someone as hollow as you? What could you possibly be holding? You are right about that much. A wide view of the room, everyone still in place. There is nothing, not one thing I could put on this table. A man has to be stubborn now and again, would you not agree? The smile behind the cup finally reaches her eyes. Oh dear, and you lost again. Support was allowed in that match, so I thought you might finally win. Lattice had no business charging in at that moment. Remember that a man has to be stubborn at times. Without that stubbornness, you cannot call yourself a man. You want to lose the one arm you have left in a practice match? A man never shows his weak side. Do not overthink it, least of all in front of a woman. The two of them stare each other down across the yard. It is just that being stubborn has a limit somewhere. Back then, the person standing beside me was worth more to me. More than any treasure in this world. That is why this missing arm is honest proof of something. Proof that I managed to keep what mattered to me. Come on now, stop dragging your heels and move. Protect what matters to you, even if it costs your life. Yeah, I will do exactly that. And the only person I want to protect is you. The boy turns crimson and finds nothing at all to say. You really mean that though? What, you think I am lying to you? No, I only wondered if this was punishment for losing to Lattice. This has nothing to do with Lattice. If you have something to say, then come out and say it. You really are weak when it comes down to it. If anything, I should be the one protecting you. Come to think of it, I saved you again only yesterday. The lad is half dead already. Ease off him, Tiara. That is exactly why I did not know whether to say it. Listen well, one day I will be the strongest there is. Weak now or not, I have to rise above anyone alive. Next time, I am the one who saves you, Tiara. You had better just wait for it. The two older ones trade a look and let him have his moment. All right then, I will be looking forward to it. I will be waiting for that day to come. All that came after was regret, piling higher and higher. What has been lost never comes back, however badly you want it over again. A short laugh breaks out of him at the question. Something that holds real value, you say. Unfortunately, I did not come here to make a proper deal. I am the trash prince of Distberg after all, a great big idiot who knows nothing except how to swing a sword. Even so, hear the rest of it. The wrapped blade slides across the table toward her. I know exactly how selfish everything I said sounds, and that throwing my life away atones for nothing at all. I know that every last thing I do for my own sake. Even so, I gave my word. I am not letting them die. Not the same way, not again. There are still people I want to see go on living, so name your conditions. I will take every one of them. There are still people I want to keep alive. I am asking you properly, head down and everything. Lend me a ship. Nobody in the room moves. The air turns stiff. Drop it already. A bow is not going to move him. Very well, I have heard enough. I will lend you a ship. Boss, you cannot possibly mean that. Hold on a moment, boss. Still, you are a prince of a country. You should not be lowering your head to people, and you should not throw out promises to accept any condition either. Are you going to keep your word on that? Yeah, I will keep it. He leans in over the low table, both hands planted on it. Then it is fine with me. By the way, do you have any experience steering a ship? No, never touched a helm in my life. Then I will assign the sailors needed to sail her and send them along with you. If you do not return within a day of reaching the Demon Island, they bring my ship home without you. Come to the abandoned port southeast of the capital 5 days from now. The ship and the crew will be waiting there. As for my conditions for lending her, we settle those the next time we meet. If you have nothing else to ask, work is waiting, so I will take my leave. All right, sure, go ahead. Have a good day, Prince Fai, and do enjoy the cake and the tea at your own pace. After all that talk, she folded fast, so this is fine, right? Either way, the transport is secured now, and my brother still has Fairy standing at his side. If this whole thing turns out to be needless worry, all the better. Your Highness, I have finally tracked you down. Do not shout that out loud in a street like this. Right, apologies. Now come along, we are heading back. So he really is a prince after all. Was it wise to accept? A ship like that costs a fortune, and all he left us was his word. The laughter breaks out of her, muffled behind one sleeve. I never had a choice in this, not from the very start. You had no choice at all? This morning, a villainous pharmacist walked in and offered me a bet. If a boy with blonde hair and red eyes turns up carrying a black sword, grant whatever he asks. And if he never comes, then anything you want from me is yours. You actually took that bet? Of course I did. A chance to work that pharmacist like a carriage horse does not come twice. And even so, nothing went the way it should have. What in the world is that boy made of? He walked into the back street on his own. Every thug I lined up for him got scattered. Then you were pinned in place by some strange magic, and not one of my jabs landed on him. At the end of it, he even bowed his head to prove he meant every word. A trash prince? Are you kidding me? He is a sincere and straightforward prince, nothing less than that. Boss, that stopped being an insult a while ago. On top of that, his connections do not end at the pharmacist. He is tied to Warwick as well. That man never uses that name. Not with anyone he does not trust down to the bone. Well, no use crying over spilt milk. Prepare a ship for him. If he does not come back alive, I will call it a bad trade and move on. And what if he does come back alive? The question hangs in the air, and the smile behind those glasses widens. If so, this deal is worth far more than that pharmacist's bet. I would hold an invaluable connection to the greatest hero of the age. 2 days pass, and a ship stands out on open water. In the end, he did not even come down to see you off. He never showed when I left for my first war either. We only need to be quick about this before he starts worrying. Let us get it done, Fairy. Understood, Prince Glaria. 2 figures walk away down the ramp, small against the light. The chartered ship waits at the quay, paddle wheel dead still. Boots on the road, the port town rising ahead of him. So the Demon Island it is, and nothing turns me back now. 3 days have passed since Glaria and the others sailed. She is a fast ship driven by magic tools. She can reach the Demon Island in a day and a half. If you were buying her, I would have asked for one of your castles as collateral. Since you are only borrowing, just bring her back in one piece. I will do what I can. We should get moving if you are ready. Lately, there has been a rumor going around about a dragon. Most likely a hoax, stitched together from some scuffle between smugglers. 3 days now since that ship pulled out of Linshell. The stare hardens, and nothing playful is left in it. By now they have probably reached Sarden's kingdom. The street below runs thick with carts and shoppers. There are so many people packed in down there. It is the largest marketplace in the capital after all. Would you care to walk through it for a while? Crowded places are not really my thing. I feel much the same about them. They told us we have free time before the next departure. There is nothing here for me to do with it. I should have followed my brother up to the castle. Forgive me for pressing, Princess Lishan, but this is exactly what I explained to you before. This counts as necessary preparation. Prince Glaria, Prince Varys, and the rest of us go back years, through a whole war. You and Zerum are the key to this operation, and the two of you only just met. Moving together until you know each other is part of the work. That is how we get our hands on the rainbow flower, and how we come back alive while we are at it. That dagger really matters to you, does it not? Your fingers go to it every time your hands are free. Forgive me for that. His Highness gave it to me, so it stays close. What sort of person is he, this Prince Fai? I have heard about him here and there from my brother, my sister, and Prince Glaria. My sister barely laid eyes on him the whole time she stayed in Distberg. Headmaid, His Highness is not in his room again. Find him, whatever it takes. That man interests me as well. Whether he really is the trash the rumors make him out to be, or the one who turned the tide of the war in Ephyros. Well now, how should I put this? Honestly, I do not really understand him. You serve him and still cannot read him? Deep down, I am certain he is a genuinely kind person, but he will never admit to that, not once. He calls himself trash and he means it, and he tries to carry every last thing on his own shoulders. He is clumsy and far easier to read than he believes. His kindness never comes out straight. That is the sort of man he is, and I still cannot make sense of him. He is an important person to you, is he not? Of course he is. Then why walk into a mission that could get you killed? Because Prince Glaria matters just as much to me, and Prince Fai asked me to protect his brother. However dangerous that island turns out to be, dying is the one thing I am not permitted to do. I pity you having to serve such a troublesome master. He is powerful, and precisely because he is powerful, that strength is also exactly what he is missing. He walks into battle hoping it kills him. All because he wants to refuse the world as it is. What sits under all of it is far simpler than that. He is frightened of being left alone. I am sure you know that much already, girl of the Fawn House. If you die, that drags him closer to death for certain. If you truly mean to save that man, then live, whatever it costs you. I cannot afford to die. I will not leave him standing there on his own. So we prepare as hard as we can and lift our odds of coming back. Princess Lishan, are you listening to me? I do not want my brothers to die either. I want to finish this mission. Bring the rainbow flower back and come home alive. Would the two of you come along with me? We will do whatever you want. The market swallows them, awnings and shouting on every side. Bowls of hot food come across the counter one by one. Racks of blades and spearheads get a long, unimpressed look. At the bookstall, the pages are harder to put down.
With this in hand, collecting the rainbow flower should give us no trouble. Should we buy a few weapons while we are out here? There is no need for that. Let us have a look at the other stalls. His Highness and Prince Varys are over there. Have they already finished their business? Should we go and join them? Please wait, we have not even finished here. She stops dead in the middle of the street, bags still swinging. The other two pull up short behind her. Her eyes, they have changed. At the far end of this marketplace, a black-haired girl who keeps an olive oil stall. Someone is about to kill her, and the one who does it has blonde hair. Zerum, please look after Princess Lishan. A blade in hand, she cuts a line straight through the crowd. The far end, she said, all the way at the far end. An olive oil stall stands open under a canopy of leaves. So she really is standing right there. Black hair and all. Blonde hair, that is what she said. And there he stands. She cuts in between the pair with the blade already low. Is that girl an acquaintance of yours? What? No, nothing like that. Well then, I will be expecting that delivery. Is he the one she meant? Or not? Or is it somebody else entirely? A sigil flares open in the air with a dry snap. The street bursts apart and drops two of them at the stall. Fairy, it is not him! The shout carries over the wreckage of the roadway. Her head snaps around toward the real threat. A blonde woman comes at the counter with a heavy blade. The girl behind the counter has not even turned yet. Just die already, will you? These pillars are in the way. There is no clean line through them. Forgive me for this, Your Highness. I am borrowing your dagger. The blade leaves her grip and crosses the whole stall. A gloved hand closes on the swinging arm and stops it dead. The man who caught it barely changes his expression. Her weapon arm buckles and the swing dies there. Fingers close on the flying blade and never once slip. The attacker goes down hard and stays pinned to the ground. Get off me! I am going to kill you! The princess read the whole thing from a distance with her power, and Zira moved first with his shift magic. The two of you make quite a good pair. Giving you free time together was worth it after all. Rule, you turned up here as well. My apologies for cutting in on you. I am sure you could have stopped her on your own. You simply looked like you were about to kill her. No, I am grateful you stepped in. Still, that dagger of yours is remarkably sharp. What do you mean by that? The dagger stands buried in the flagstones, still humming. I only laid a hand on it, and it took 3 of my fingers off. Your hand! Just look at what it did! It is fine. There is no need to put healing magic on me. On me, healing works the other way around. A slim glass vial comes out from under the coat instead. He puts the needle in and does not so much as flinch. Something crackles across the ruined hand. Flesh climbs back along the bone, joint by joint. The snapping and tearing carries to everyone standing there. The hand is whole again where the stumps were. See for yourself, every finger back in place. Oh, I did not realize you were here as well, Your Highness. It looked as gruesome as it always does. Sardin's soldiers will be here shortly. We hand her over to them and then head back. I have to buy up everything my blood touched and dispose of it. Anyone splashed with it will be fine if they rinse it off at once. Also, Fairy, you had better wash that dagger. Wash it? And why would that be? My blood is extremely poisonous, you see. The port city sits quiet across the water. According to Varys, the power Rulzberg used is his core power. It regenerates the user at an explosive rate and drives cell growth. Fingers, arms, whatever he loses comes straight back. However many times you kill him, he stands up again, which is why they call him the Immortal. If he carries a drug that strong, why did nobody pick the rainbow flower years ago? Apparently, it is not as convenient as all that. The drug gives him the regeneration, but it also brings savage pain and it hooks him. Used on anyone but him, it strips the mind and kills. According to my father, he ran experiment after experiment on his own body. He said it would save lives and he never hesitated over it. That is how he ended up with a body that survives a lethal drug. Being a hero and keeping that face after 50 years was only a side effect. On top of that, he swapped all his blood for deadly poison before this mission. Since the drugs regenerate him anyway, the monsters may as well get poison bait. He said there is no such thing as too much preparation, not when losing once means dying. All of that lands and her eyes stay shut a while. So what do you make of Rule, Fairy? I took Rule Distberg for someone much like Fai, a free spirit with nothing he holds onto. A free spirit, you say? What would it take for me to die smiling? I do think he resembles His Highness. Both of them live in a hurry, carrying something heavy. Living in a hurry, is it? The moment we chose the Demon Island, we became the same as them. Everyone walking onto that island has a reason of their own, myself very much included. A narrow view down the room, two figures small at the window. I am sure Fai understood that as well. That is why he never stopped me. He sent you to my side instead. That brother of mine is far too capable for his own good. Being the elder is hard work when the younger one is like that. Even so, you are his older brother beyond any doubt. Yeah, I know that well enough. There is something I need to show him. The dignity that comes with being the older brother. Let us go and wreak some havoc, Fairy. As you wish, Your Highness. A rope comes loose on the quay and the deck fills up. Now then, everyone, a word before we go. I will assume you have all finished preparing yourselves. Weapons strapped down, packs closed, nobody says a word. So let us be on our way. Two of them lean on the rail and watch the water slide past. The faces on that deck have stopped joking around. Straight on to the Demon Island. Something shifts through the black tree line. Huge shapes stir in the dark and eyes open one after another. A tentacle drags across the stone, slow and heavy. Broken crates and old bones lie scattered where they feed. A cracked wall stands where something human used to be. Teeth push up out of the ground in a ragged row. There is a ship out on the horizon. Is somebody coming to us? Clawed shapes crouch along the slope, watching the water. A mouth spreads open in the dark, far too wide for comfort. A moon over the trees, and breathing that will not slow down. This is hopeless. I cannot win. He is no match I can take. One flower, that is all I need. There might be one at the center of the island. Ruins climb the cliff above the grass, silent and old. Is this place a ruin? He stands still where he is, head tilted back at the stone above. Nothing about it is written in any of the books. Does that mean this is the center of the island? I have found it, without a doubt. With that in my hands, everything changes. The flower stands untouched while blood sprays across the grass. Rule, we are waiting on you. There is an island up ahead. Is that the one we want? Yes, that is the one. That is the Demon Island. We keep the ship outside the cove. There are plenty of sea monsters ringing this island. Do not let her stray off the safe route. Several things here feel like human work, most likely built by the heroes 200 years ago. The air here feels wrong somehow. Not the kind you ever breathe on a battlefield. It smells like blood dried into animal hide. Keep your guard up. It turns very dangerous from here on. Something out in the dark opens up with a long howl. The column keeps moving, shields up and eyes on the trees. Was that the cry of an animal? The sound is getting closer to us. They say this island is wrapped in an invisible layer. Step inside it and something gets sent to wipe the intruder out. They say, and that is all we have to go on? Her Highness and Zerum, the two of you move out now. Do you have the flare gun on you? That thing holds 2 shots. Fire it once when you have the rainbow flower in hand. That is the signal to pull back. Fire it twice if Zerum is dead and someone will come to back you up. And do not forget to fire it well away from the body. Rule, you are saying that right in front of him. A gloved hand hauls her in before she can finish. Listen here, immortal. You had better keep that promise if I die. Of course I will. His eyes fall shut over a small, easy smile. Then we are going. Brother, Fairy, please be careful out here. The rest of them watch the trees swallow the pair. It is coming, brace yourselves. Spears up! Prepare to attack! Something enormous unfolds above the treetops. Is that thing a bird up there? No, that is a dragon coming down on us. The dragon banks hard and comes back in with its jaws wide open. Your Highness, it is swinging round for another pass! We have to put that thing on the ground right now. It drops out of the sky straight onto the men holding the line. Frozen ground bursts apart and bodies are thrown clear of the crater. Reverse water flow. Send every drop of it back into its face. A wall of water rips upward and blows the beast off its course. Bring it down, Fairy. One clean opening is all I need. Water, heed my call and hold that thing still. The monster rears back, throat working, and screams at the sky. Glaria lands on its snout and drives the blade in above the eye. Taking your head off is not going to be simple, I can see that. but you have already touched my sword, and that was all I needed. Gravity clamps down and slams the beast flat into the stone. It sprawls in the crater, wings twitching, breath rattling out of it. The blade goes in through the top of the skull and stays there. Steel comes back out wet and the thing stops moving for good. Endless gravity, magic that crushes whatever has touched a part of you. Without that one restriction, you would have been called a hero years ago. Whoever picked that name for it had no taste whatsoever. You have been staring at that carcass for a while, so what is wrong? It is just that the thing was far weaker than I expected. Hard to believe the heroes ever struggled against something like this. That was a scout sent to confirm intruders landed here and to measure them. Measure them for whom? And what master are we talking about? Rule, a moment ago you used the word familiar. Could that thing belong to the demon who is said to live on this island? When I told Zerum about them, the color went out of his face. He told me never to pick a fight with them. Not once, not ever. The oldest and cruelest race there is. Gone from the continent for centuries. They love blood and battle above anything, and nobody dares say their name. They drag monsters out of another world and bind them as familiars. Kill one and the master feels it die, then calls up a replacement. Every new batch arrives stronger and in far greater numbers. So the short version is that killing it only called the rest of them here. Monsters of every shape crowd the slope and stare down at the party. Everything up to now was only the opening of the real thing. A gloved hand closes around a hilt and refuses to let go. Their leader keeps his eyes on the front row and says nothing. A soldier behind them sweats through his glasses and holds his ground. One more face in the party goes pale at the count of them. Deep in the forest, well away from the fighting, nothing moves at all. I think that is it. The rainbow flower we came out here for. This one never bloomed. The magic on the outer edge is too thin. Closer to the middle of the island, it runs thick, so one will be growing there. Nothing is prowling nearby, so we take this one and keep moving. The girl beside him stops dead, and her eyes stop tracking anything. The only thing that matters now is reaching that flower fast. I know, I can already see it from where we are. Toward the center of the island, there are 6 of them growing. 6 will be more than enough for what we need. The vision turns and something enormous tears straight through it. Her face empties out and the sight will not let her go. What is wrong with you? Tell me right now. What did you just see? Say it out loud. No, please, not that. It cannot be all of them. Every last one of them out there is going to die. In her sight, the horned beasts walk straight through the shield line. Not like this! Hold the flank and give no ground! A blade comes down on the thing and barely slows it. The wolf drags a soldier under and the snow turns dark. The plan is barely holding and my hands are full as it is. Can you get the elf back up to the front line? Not a chance. She keeps healing or the whole line bleeds out. One swordsman stands alone on a heap of dead monsters while wyverns circle. This is going far too fast for my liking. What is going too fast? Say it plainly. Their levels are climbing quicker than I expected. This used to take half a day. I meant to send those 2 straight out after the rainbow flowers and have every one of us off this island before he ever showed up. That is clearly not happening anymore. Past them, the lit forest clearing stands empty and still. A leg thicker than a tree comes down through the brush. A wolf and a scaled bulk push forward shoulder to shoulder. 3 faces turn toward the same spot and none of them move. There is a person walking in among the monsters. Behind the shields, nobody moves and nobody says a word. He is already here, so we are out of time. They were a glorious race across the whole continent once. Their endless blood-sucking turned every other folk against them into one coalition. The strongest race that ever walked this continent. A vampire steps into the open and smiles at every one of them. The distance between the trees and the line closes in one breath. Glaria, stay away from him! Her shout carries across the open ground and changes nothing. He cannot be allowed to speak, and he cannot be allowed to swing first. If he is not dead within the next breath, then I am the one who dies here, no question about it. Steel slams into a bare glove and stops dead in the air. He drew his sword. He actually drew a sword on me. I never meant to give him the chance to draw at all. Were you honestly trying to kill me just now? Nice, that was very nice indeed. The bloodied grin fills the frame from edge to edge. Teeth clamp shut and the sword hand tightens on the grip. Everyone get back, all of you, right now! A fist closes and the whole clearing turns heavier. The ground caves in a wide ring and takes the pack down with it. Under the weight, the beasts flatten out and stop moving. My body is sinking, so this is your magic. Not bad at all. I will grant you that much, however. He shoved my magic aside. This has to be a joke. Your gravity is far too weak to hold me. The cape whips round and steel opens him from shoulder to hip.
Blood sprays over his face, and the blade is already gone.
Somebody reach him before that thing finishes the job! Glaria, hold on, I am coming to you! Her mouth opens and nothing useful comes out of it. A hand closes on him and lifts him clean off the rock. She throws herself forward with both hands out and gets nowhere. Prince Glaria, hold on, we are coming for you! The prince is flung aside like something already finished with. Steel comes loose from his fingers and skates away over the rock. Chained boulders hang in the air around the vampire while he takes aim. One of them comes down and the clearing vanishes in white dust. He is driven through the rubble with blood trailing behind him. Is that really everything your gravity had in it? One more pass of the sword and the prince folds over it. His fingers open and the blade drops away into the dust. Get him out of there and treat him! Move! She sees the blood on him and her hands start shaking. Soldiers haul him back by the arms while the line comes apart. Your Highness, stay with us. Keep your eyes open. Damn it all, do not die on us out here. The cut has reached his lungs, and a wound that deep is past me. The whole group goes quiet around him out on the bare rock. Prince Glaria is still awake and still holding on. The magic on this island runs dense, and that is all keeping him alive. Someone once asked her to look after that boy, and she promised. Heal, come on, I am saving him, whatever it costs! Light spreads over the open wound and the bleeding slows. Behind them, the rock goes up in a column of dust. Men scatter off the ridge as the blast rolls through. Out in the rubble, one figure stands facing the rising gray wall. I thought I told you not to use that before I gave the word. It was an emergency, so stop complaining about it.
Your Highness, take the soldiers and regroup with Prince Glaria. Our only job out here is to bait the enemy and buy time. Your turn will come after I am finished with him. The monsters will not cut in on their master to swarm you. Even so, keep your guard up the whole way back. I will buy us as much time out here as I possibly can. If that flare goes up while I am still fighting, leave me and run for the ship. I have seen that face somewhere before. 10 years gone and you have not changed a hair. Humans age faster than us, or so I thought, though your expression has soured. It really was worth leaving you alive back then. I took you apart and broke your spirit completely. And here you are, standing in front of me again. He is thrown up off the rock, trailing blood, and comes down hard. The ground bursts open and a body goes out through the middle of it. Nice, that is exactly the look I remember. That is the face of a man who thinks of nothing but revenge. He comes back through the dust with the sword already moving. That is right, I have carried this grudge for years. I swallowed it because I knew I could never pay it back. But His Highness has handed me a chance at last. I am ready to turn into a fiend myself if that is what killing you takes. The clash lands and he is driven down into the broken stone. Blood comes up out of him and the cape drags in the dirt. He is knocked off his feet again before he can set them. You are far too slow. This is barely a warm-up. He charges in anyway with his face torn open. Two fists lock together and neither one gives ground. From the rocks, the prince watches and cannot look away. A hand closes over his skull and drives him into the ground. A blade comes round at the last moment and cuts nothing but air. The sword spins loose and lands somewhere out of reach. I broke your neck and crushed your throat a moment ago. A normal human would be dead from that, you understand. He straightens up again with his neck grinding back into place. Fingers close on the rubble and push him upright once more. The two of them collide in the middle and the air splits. No regard for your own body, none at all for your own pain. I do not hate men like you, and that ability still fascinates me. The strike lands square and drives him back across the stone. A gloved hand pins him down against the broken rock. The cape drops out of the sky with the sword leading. He plants both feet in the rubble and squares up again. The dark shape crosses the stone low and fast. There, now it is exactly like the last time. Without arms, you cannot get that drug into yourself. So what will you do? Crawl away again like you did before? The fist lands and the ground under him disappears. A broken syringe is still clamped between his teeth. So you had one hidden inside your mouth the whole time, and you cracked it open with nothing but your teeth. Are you truly that afraid of losing to me twice? None of that is going to stop me now. He throws himself at the cape with everything left in him. Rage and grudges of that kind are worth nothing here. What a fight needs is the will to kill, even at the cost of your life. That is right, and this time I am not running. Something flashes and the vampire pulls his head back sharply. A poison needle! Of all the things, where did that even come from? One gloved hand hovers by the needle sunk in his cheek. Even with a single eye left, I will hunt you until I stop existing. If you believe the immortal hero can be killed, then go ahead and try it. A split grin opens through the blood and will not close. Exactly as I thought. You understand what I am telling you. That right there is the true essence of a fight. Break my neck again, come and try to kill me. Show me you are actually capable of finishing me. The pair of them tear across the broken ground and collide. Chains whip out and haul him in across the rubble. Hold on, what is that boy doing out here? The chain catches him in the air and slams him down. Standing in the open, the prince does not move an inch. Your Highness, why are you here? You have to run. You have your own road to walk, so go and walk it. The two of them bicker in the dust as though nothing is burning. A preparation you cannot use is a preparation worth nothing. If the drug is out of reach, then by your own rule, you retreat. And who exactly do you think you are, ordering the next king to run? You are getting far too haughty, Rulesberg. You are not alone in this fight. A small figure stands upright in all that broken rock. I am not letting you carry all of it by yourself. You are not the only one here with resolve and preparation. And I have had my fill of this as well. I am sick to death of running away, again and again. It is the same one who slipped away earlier, is it not? Tell me, how does that thing actually work? You are using it, but that magic is not really yours. The Linshell royal line comes out badly uneven in body and ability. Some are born with enormous magic and a body that cannot carry it. Others get the body and no talent at all, and those are called the talentless. So something was built to cover that gap and handed down the throne line for generations. An unbranded magic called Pharazia. Linshell, did you say? He tilts his head, one eye still leaking blood. Second Prince of Linshell, Varys May Linshell. We came to this island for the rainbow flower and nothing else. End this now, lead us to it, and everything you have done is forgiven. Plenty of people from plenty of countries, but never a prince before. A warm welcome, is it? How very benevolent of you. Perhaps I will take a warm-up fight to the death instead. That negotiation turned out to be completely pointless. I am assisting you, Rule, whether you want it or not. Of course, I am hardly going to refuse now. Life just never goes the way anyone plans it. If you want to blame someone, blame the soft-hearted man who lit this fire in me, and blame yourself for carving it into a talentless prince. Do not turn into a burden out there. You should be saying that to yourself. Kill him and do not stop for anything. Pharazia, everything you have, right now. The gathered will of ordinary men bears its fangs at the extraordinary one. Pharazia, bind him where he stands. The chains ring off the stone as Rule goes in low. Binding this weak was never going to hold me. Blood runs down into his eye and the grin does not change. The chains blow apart and scatter across the rubble. Behind them, Varys pulls his own blade free. Fresh links haul the vampire back and a sword drops in from above. The hilt swings round and cracks straight across his jaw. Through the blood, he is still smiling at both of them. He holds the blade up and does not give away a single step. So, he read that one and stepped out of it in time. The blade comes past his ear and finds nothing but air. You are far better than I had you down for. Every move I make, you are reading it to the inch. Naturally, His Highness is gifted at everything except magic. The prince resets his footing and keeps the point up. The fist comes down and hammers him off his feet. Stone bursts apart and the crater swallows both of them. Blood sheets down his face and the fist closes again. A laugh works its way up out of the dust, low and pleased. This poison of yours is doing rather well for itself. The bleeding will not stop, and that is starting to irritate me. That dose is meant to drop dragons and heroes on the spot. What a nuisance, I will simply swap it out of my body. Wolves and a horned thing come pouring over the broken rock. Get back, Prince Varys, do not let them reach you! Monsters, and a whole pack of them at once. The pack tears in and the ground vanishes under fur and teeth. And what does any of this have to do with blood? His familiars work as his eyes across the whole island. They also carry his blood supply around for him. Do not drop your guard for a single breath out here. Heroes have banded together against him before, and none of them won. What you are looking at down there is a vampire. Much better. The ache is already going out of me, though the blood I pulled has an ugly color to it. If I have this right, you said it kills dragons on the spot. A black spray tears out of him and blots out the slope. Pharazia, chain him down before he gets any closer! No, Your Highness, get out of the way! He throws himself in front of the prince and takes it full on. Rule, answer me, get up off the ground! A fist closes hard and the shaking in it stops. I can survive it, but anyone else dies before the antidote lands. So whatever happens out here, do not let that thing touch you. How unsightly. You were far more vicious before he showed up. This is why I despise the weak little creatures called humans. They dread their own deaths, then they dread everyone else's. Small minds, forever bleeding about love and friendship. I thought I already told you what a fight needs. Only the resolve to kill the thing standing in front of you. A black arc sweeps the whole slope and throws bodies clear. From that far out, you are never going to land it. Further down the ridge, the elf watches it come. It is not even aiming at me anymore. Head maid, get Prince Galeria down right now. Fall back, every one of you, off this ridge. At this rate, I am never getting him clear of it. You are not allowed to die on me, your highness. Forgive me, there is nothing else left to try. The little blade blackens from the tip and starts coming apart. Not this, it is falling to pieces in my hand. Her fingers close on nothing as the hilt slips free. The last of it lands point down in the gray dust. A black wall rises off the rocks and leans over the group. She turns with the shout already leaving her mouth. Two of them look up and see what is standing over them. Head maid, tell us what that thing actually is! The dark curls around the three of them and closes over. Spada, that was the name he gave the little blade. A hooked black claw peels itself open out of nothing. A wave of darkness rolls across the flat toward the tiny figures. He walks after it with his cloak dragging, in no hurry. The whole slope goes under, rock and men and everything standing. What is left of the hilt sits half buried in the ash. Keep it on you and treat it as a good luck charm. A hand reaches down for the dust and finds nothing solid. Your Highness, you really should not be handing me this. One soldier steps between her and the man walking over. Was that little trick you're doing, elf? And why are you not fighting? I can smell it on you. You are the priestess, are you not? A single pale eye holds steady on her from under the hair. The chain rattles out and both of them come at him together. Your opponent is not down there with them. He is standing right over here. Both faces come round on him at once, teeth bared. A wide shadow crosses the ground where the wounded are lying. Get out of my way, both of you. A black spike goes clean through him and he grabs the arm anyway. Rule, let go of it, you cannot hold that thing! The cloak keeps walking and does not even look down. The ridge blows outward and takes half the cover with it. Somewhere in the rubble, a man is coughing up his own blood. Damn it, he is not slowing down for any of this. A war cry breaks out of the smoke with steel behind it. The black sweeps low and takes her legs out from under her. A gauntlet closes on the blade and stops it in the air. Both of them are thrown back down the slope together. The rock face bursts and buries whatever was standing there. Prince Varus, answer me, where are you? Black fingers come through the dust straight at her face. Are you not going to do again what you did before? Go on, priestess. Use that spirit technique, I do not mind. This is bad. There is nothing left in me for that. Spend more magic here and Prince Galeria never leaves this island. Silent, is it? Then we do this the other way. He comes off the ground at her without another word. The blast throws the whole huddle across the broken rock. Head maid, are you still breathing over there? The screaming starts in the dust and none of it stops. He steps in among the bodies, looking for something worth killing. I think I will start with this one. Prince Galeria is down. Get him out from under that. A heel grinds a bloodied face into the broken stone. Your Highness, look at me. Do not close your eyes. Do you like the stars at all? The night sky opens up wide over the dark garden trees. A small boy looks up from the bench and says nothing. The older one leans over from behind, grinning down at him. The head maid told me you slip out here most nights. So I came looking, and there you were, staring straight up. Neither of them manages a word for a long while. This is going absolutely nowhere, is it? Not one sentence out of him the entire evening. For as long as I can remember, he unsettled me. He turns everyone away, his own family included. He shuts himself somewhere none of us can reach. That is my younger brother for you. He will never open up to anyone, that is what I decided. And I was wrong about every part of it. I had simply given up on him, and that was mine to answer for. I keep wondering what Varus finds to say to his brother. I am the older one here, after all. Looking at them takes the ache out of everything for a while. They never change wherever I am, however long it has been. The answer sits there and the older brother turns it over. Then would you look at them together with me? The boy's whole face opens up at the offer. Yes, I shall look at them together with you. Your wording is a little strange, you know. Looking again properly, they really are worth the trouble. You should not have kept this to yourself. Call me next time. Keep your voice down. The guards will hear us in a minute. There they are, Prince Galeria and Prince Fai, both of them. Somebody fetch the head maid right now. Up you get. We are running for it. Hold on, I have not finished counting them yet. Never mind the counting. The head maid is coming. Brother, wait, you were pulling too hard. He took the hand I held out to him. That was was when I understood he is a kind person. He may still be somewhere far inside his own world, but I will keep putting my hand out to him so that he does not disappear on us, which is exactly why this cannot be where it ends. Move, leg! I am telling you to get under me!
I cannot die out here, not in a place like this. I still have not finished counting those stars.
The heel comes down and drives him back into the stone. You are a good deal tougher than you look. I really should have taken my time with you. The grin spreads and the sentence just hangs there. What thoroughly boring last words those were. Blood runs into his eye and he still tries to stand. Another one drags himself forward on his elbows and gets nowhere. Behind him, the soldiers are still trying to find their feet. Steel comes down at his back and he turns just in time. Two of them close the gap and pin him against the rock. The main act steps onto the field at last. A shape drops off the ridge with the sword already falling. He lands on the flat with the point up and his eyes level. Recognition hits her and the color goes straight out of her face. The bloodied prince lifts his head to see who came. Down in the rubble, another blade comes back up off the ground. The two edges meet and the shockwave clears the dust. Take him and get off this rock. She stares back at him with her eyes gone wide. Black runs down the blade and starts eating into the guard. Zengeki, straight down the middle of him. A dark crescent tears off the edge and widens as it goes. He lands out of the swing and comes round for another. The far wall blows in and the dust rolls back over them. He plants himself between the wounded prince and everything else. Why, of all the places in the world, are you standing here? Why are you here? Tell me why you are here. Answer me, look at me and answer me. Fai, you were never supposed to set foot on this island. There is no understanding you, there never was. If you want to protect him, then walk beside him. Why does it always have to go the long way round with you? I already told you, the reason is that Linshal is the one with business on that island, not me. Fairy went in my place and I put a shadow sword in her hands. And my brother would have argued the whole way if I came. None of it was true, not a single word of it. In the end, I did not want to see him the way I see them. They are not my important family. Before my head caught up, something in me had drawn the line, all while saying out loud that they matter and nobody dies. A laughing voice calls his name from somewhere behind him. What it came down to was being afraid of losing them too. Should that not have been obvious from the start? I am standing here to protect you. There is no difference between them and him. Every one of them is my family and that is the end of it. The bloodied prince stares up at a back he never expected. The pale blade meets the black and the ridge shakes with it. Hurry up, fairy, get him off this ground! The eyes over that collar have gone completely flat. I am sorry, your highness. There is no time left. Wait, fairy, let go of me right now! Every swing I make is a killing swing. My body and my mind never leave the battlefield. Both of them cut into the black from opposite sides at once. Now this one has a completely different flavor to him. The newcomer does not so much as blink at the noise. Sword and black claw lock and neither of them gives ground. The clash drags the pair of them sideways across the flat. A head twists clear of the swing with nothing to spare. A boot digs in and the rock splits under the weight. Across the gap, the other set of eyes narrows down. Fingers reset on the hilt and the grip goes tight. Zengeki. And there is plenty more where that came from. That one again. How utterly boring you are. The pale eyes come up out of the dust, still perfectly calm. One of them gets a hand back onto a fallen weapon. Pharezia, bind him where he stands. Kill him now. Do not give him a second to breathe. A gloved hand catches the black arm and holds it there. The laughter comes up out of him and will not stop. A black edge whips across the gap between them. The cloak spins through and the strike comes down from above. They pass each other and both blades come round again. The fist lands square and folds him over it. The rock face explodes and swallows the whole exchange. Damn it, he is holding back on purpose. The black wave takes the ridge apart around them. He comes through the smoke grinning with the blade held low. This body of mine is nowhere near strong enough, and the magic item I carried in Epheris is long gone. So what exactly am I supposed to do from here? There you go saying it again. That is precisely why everyone calls you weak. The memory of that voice settles in and refuses to leave. A boot slides back and finds purchase on the loose stone. Of course that is what she would say. You are right. Saying I cannot do it is a bad habit. The laugh climbs the whole cliff and every man there hears it. One of them lifts his head at the sound of it. The maid stops dead with the prince still in her arms. Fingers dig into a torn sleeve and go white. Down in the rubble, the bloodied one turns to look. Come out, shadow swords, every last one of you. Black threads climb out of the ground and wind up his legs. What is he actually doing over there? Across the flat, the cloaked one watches without moving. A shadow and its owner are two sides of one coin. Change the shape of one and the other has to follow. So what happens when that is turned around? Change the shadow, and this body follows the shadow instead. Those days of living through a hellish world on one sword. My shadow still remembers every part of it. All that is left is turning back into what I was then. Shadow peels off his back and hardens around him like a second skin. The grin underneath it belongs to someone far older and far worse. Both of them settle, one crouched in the dark, one with his blade up. Steel slams into steel and the shock throws light between their faces. A boot bites the stone and he is gone off the mark. The vampire hauls his guard round in time to catch the strike. They cross in a blur and the rock splits where they were standing. He is far too quick, and that sword is nothing like before. The wretch has made himself a weapon out of his own shadow. The heavy blade comes down and drives him back into the rock. Shadow bursts out sideways and drags the swing off its line. One eye opens inside all that dark and finds the gap. The katana goes in under the ribs and blood sheets off it. Both of them skid apart over the stone and come up breathing hard. That was too shallow, nowhere near deep enough to matter. The laughter that answers him has genuine delight in it. This is shaping up to be the luckiest day of my life. The blade snaps out again and opens the air between them. Now that our swords have met, I know exactly what you are. You and I were put together out of the very same thing. Skill like yours was never earned by decent means, was it? However many men you cut down, that appetite of yours never closes. There is no reason left for me to hold anything back. We can carve at each other until one of us stops moving. Those circles burning under his feet are running on blood. What exactly do you plan to protect with a sword that thirsty? That line about coming here to save someone was a joke, surely. You came here to kill, and the pretense is honestly funny. Keep thinking like that, and you end up exactly like that failure. Shadow spreads wide behind him across a field of grave markers. Do not put me in the same bracket as you. My sword reeks of death, and I have known that a long time. What was I supposed to do to keep any of them alive? This blade has already failed at that once. A sword is the only thing I have ever really had. Even so, there is only one thing left worth leaning on. Even if the road ends in hell and I hate every step of it, protect what matters to you, even if it costs you your life. A braided girl laughs somewhere in the memory, still waiting on him. The teacher walks off with her sword, certain he will manage it. Sensei, I still remember every word of that. I am not going to say that I cannot do it. Not anymore. The same mistake is not happening to me twice. Whatever matters to me now, I keep hold of, and that is settled. I have no intention of sharing that ideal of yours. If you find it funny, then go ahead and laugh. Just hurry up and die already! Blood streaks his face and the shadow climbs up his jaw. You really are out of your mind, aren't you? So I am the lunatic in this conversation. From where I am standing, you fit that word far better. Trading words like freak and lunatic before a death is poor manners. Give me your name, human. The name is Fai Henze Distberg. Fai, is it? A little long, but not a bad name at all. My own happens to be Verna, and you may use it. Hold on to that one right up until you die. They come apart in mid-air, and blood goes up between the shadow blades. However many of those I cut down, more keep coming out. Do those swords have any end to them at all? Every shadow out here answers to me. While there is dark left on this island, I can make millions. Your blood does not look all that endless to me though. Neither do the circles, and neither do the beasts they spit out. That is nowhere close to enough to stop me. Do not make the mistake of underestimating me. If their numbers fall short, then I simply gather more. Not while I am still standing on this slope. Cut every one of them down for me. Spada, run them straight through. Black spikes punch through the great skull from every side. The shadows settle around him and the beasts stop twitching. That look on your face is starting to annoy me. Those eyes of yours, carrying something precious on your back. It genuinely puts me in a bad mood. You are beyond a fool at this point. Watching it is almost pitiful. Fighting for the sake of others, what a beautiful story that makes. You think your blade is clean, but yours and mine carry the same filth. What exactly are you trying to say to me? You still have not woken up to it, have you? That sword of yours is a Reaper sword. For centuries, since they drove me off the continent, I have stayed here. Thousands of swordsmen died on this island, and some had your eyes. That is exactly how I know what you are. You are not fighting to protect the people standing behind you. You are fighting for ghosts who are already gone. You failed to save them though, did you not? What a tragedy that must have been for you. Still chained to your past and to every death you could not stop. You swing out of guilt, so the real freak standing standing here is you. The shadow blurs down the slope and eats the distance in one breath. Drop those feelings and drop them this instant. Nobody drags sentiment like that onto a battlefield. If you miss them all that badly, open your own throat and go. You are spitting on every man who ever held a line out here, so shut your mouth.
What is wrong with thinking about the past? What is wrong with being bound to it? What exactly do you know about me? The shout tears out of him with his teeth bared. His opponent comes straight through the shadow spikes with his blade low. What are you even living for at this point? For the dead or for some kind of atonement? You have been hiding behind that word protect the whole time. Why swing a sword at all when you want to die? If I were one of them, I would not sit through this. I would tell you to spare me the excuses and kill you myself. The words go in deeper than the blade did and nothing answers. A strike lands somewhere in the rubble and a dark shape comes loose. Black rips across the gap and the ground under him caves in. Something unseen opens him up and the scream goes into the dust. What you are standing in is a blood blade barrier. Edges you cannot see will keep cutting until they wring you dry. Inside that dome, he is alone. And the wounds keep arriving anyway. Another line splits open across his shoulder before he can turn. Damn it, the thing is coming from every angle at once. Spada, open me a way out of here. Shadow blades hammer the inside of the dome and skid away. The whole barrier is a space made out of his blood. My strike came apart before it even reached the wall. He swings again anyway, and the dark scatters around his arms. You dropped your guard the moment you took my hand off. No, you were simply thrown by how precise I turned out to be. That is what happens when a man swings his sword half-heartedly. The circle burning under them flares and the dome pulls tighter. This is nowhere near your limit though, is it? Even now you shift your body so the unseen edges miss anything vital. So you do understand me after all. What I want out of you is the finest fight to the death I can get. A white mountain of fur and teeth uncurls behind him and stands up. Out of every familiar I keep, this one is the largest. It is also, by a long way, the greediest. It will not stop until every living thing on this island is eaten. The eye swivels round and picks the small figures out of the rocks. Everything in his face changes the moment the beast turns that way. You want to protect them, and you want the past left behind. So I will kill them in front of you and trample all of it. If that does not sit well with you, then get angry about it. A fight is two sets of feelings smashing straight into each other. The jaws open wide enough to swallow the slope and it roars. Move, body! Cut them down! Kill every last one of them! I gave my word that I would protect them and never repeat it. Not one of them is dying while I am still breathing. Spada, tear that jaw wide open. If someone has to die out here, then let it be me. Iron chains whip out of the rocks and wrap the beast 4 times over. Both heads snap round toward the sound of the links. Varus comes up the slope with Glaria beside him, chains held taut. These links will not hold the thing much longer, so do it, Glaria. Both your arms and legs are broken, so are you really sure? I could ask you the very same, seeing as you nearly died out here. A big brother has to show the boy what he is still worth. This is as much of it as I can pin down. Gravity, take hold of that thing and press! The chains groan and the rock under the beast starts to sink. The whole weight of it slams flat and the links bite deep into fur. The jaws come open again and the roar rolls down the whole slope. You are making far too much noise about it. A single claw fills the frame and the fur presses flat. The pressure lands square on its spine and the ground splits. A palm turns over above the pit and the weight doubles again. It tears loose anyway and drops straight toward the boy holding the chains. Fairy comes down out of the air with a borrowed sword in both hands. The claw rips through the rock and she throws herself clear of it. The blade snapped after taking off one thin layer of hide. There is no beating this thing, not with what we have left. And with the girl drained dry, there is no magic coming either. What in the world do you think you are doing, boy? A caped figure stands calmly in front of the black sphere holding him. Get up and come out of that thing right now. There is one thing I am fairly sure about. If I die on this rock, nobody alive is going to blame me. I could go out smiling exactly the way they all did. The years with Sensei and the rest of them are the part I keep. Failing them is my sin, and the past is never letting go of me. But that is the whole reason I cannot stop here. How long do you plan to stand there and dither about it? Hold your ground and protect the ones you love, even at the cost of your life. That is exactly why I am still on my feet. If you cannot manage even that, I will come and kill you myself. I am not putting a mark of shame on any of them. His grip closes on the hilt until the leather starts to split. There is nothing left in this world I cannot reach. The shadow sword goes through absolutely anything. Whatever stands in front of it does not stay standing. Kill them all, every last one of them. Spada, tear this whole thing wide open.
open. A black scythe of shadow swings out and rips the slope apart. The paw comes down beside them and the chains rattle loose. He rides the dark out of the crater straight at the caped figure. Teeth locked together, he drags the katana back for one clean swing. Verna pivots on his heel and brings his own blade up to meet it. Verna, hear the name I am about to leave on you. Fai Henze Distberg. That is the name I wanted. Both of them shove off the rock in the same heartbeat. Come on then, Fai Henze Distberg. He drives forward with his blade cocked back at the shoulder. The Ankh guard and the katana lock and the shock throws sparks. They cross in the middle of the slope and neither one turns round. One of them stands with his eyes shut and blood running off the jaw. The other holds his follow through and does not move at all. So you finally got past it in the end. The words come out quiet with his back still turned. Blood bursts out of his chest in a black spray and he stays upright. Just as I thought, it was never a thing I could reach. Still, I will say this much. It was genuinely fun. The body folds onto the stone and the sword drops beside it. This island, thick with magic, is the last ground we have left. So all we do is sit here and wait. Wait for someone worth fighting all the way, someone who satisfies us. And what I felt through every year of that waiting was loneliness. His cheek lies flat in the grit with a boot planted in front of it. He looks down at what is left of the man and says nothing. There is no need to worry about me. I am going anyway. That one went too deep to fix by swapping out my blood. The body rolls over onto its back in the dirt and settles. Being killed by someone strong does not feel as bad as I expected. Blood runs off the blade while he stares down at the wreck of a man. You already know what kind of end waits for a lunatic like me. So why is your face the one that looks surprised? Rotting away one slow year at a time, waiting for someone strong to arrive. That was never going to be my ending. Finding an opponent worth acknowledging and fighting him with everything left. Then being overwhelmed by that strength and killed by it. That was my one wish, the only death that would ever satisfy me. The field goes quiet, one man upright and one man broken open. Your expression annoys me even now, right at the very end. That is exactly why every thinking creature ends up circling you. Never make other people the reason you keep on living. A reason handed over by somebody else was never yours to begin with. And if you cannot find your own, keep searching until you do. You are the one who defeated me, so carry that properly. Die some pathetic death and I will come back and kill you. Fai Henze Distberg. The sword comes down and drives him into the dirt. Do not talk to me as if the two of us know each other. You do not know the first thing about who I am, and yet every word out of you sounds like you have me figured out. The one who is annoyed here is me, Verna. The fangs part on a last breath and nothing follows it. He stays on his feet while the bleeding refuses to stop. Every bit of the backlash is landing on me at once. Same trick as before. Picture the shadows knitting themselves back together. Stay calm, imagine the wounds closing, and they close. Far too much blood gone already, and the ground is tilting. His eyes narrow at whoever just took hold of him. Getting caught like this is pathetic of me. Just so it is said out loud, dying was never part of the plan. Still breathing and still alive, both of those count for something. That is exactly why you should stop making a face like that. It only leaves me feeling guilty about all of it. Feel guilty then, please. Feel every last bit of it. Reckless stunts like this leave people behind who actually worry. Yes, the message is received. All of that is something I already know. Knowing it and acting on it are not the same thing. It has been a long while, Prince Fai. Rulesberg, still on his feet after all of that. Skip the pleasantries and tell me the plan from here. A group already went out after the rainbow flowers. Gathering the number we need is going to take them time, and until they come back, you intend to keep fighting here. His eyes close and the answer takes a moment to arrive. Verna was not the only vampire living on this island. You have surely worked that out already. That much is obvious, and that one simply loved fighting more than the rest. Deeper inland, there are others with no taste for trouble at all. One of them keeps to the trees with its face half covered. Another smiles at nothing, perfectly content to be left alone. Once word gets round that their friend was killed, that quiet ends. Things with far too many teeth stir under the branches. Carrying on like this is not possible. Everyone here is finished. That goes for me as well. Most of mine is on the ground. Here, put this one into your arm. A blood builder that takes effect the moment it goes in. Prince Glaria burned through my stock, so this is the last dose. Right, you did tell me you were a pharmacist. Even without a scratch on me, my answer would not change. If you want anyone to live, you get off this island now. So Distberg means to stop right here. Read it however you like, it makes no difference to me. Whatever Glaria says, he is going home with me. Even if it means walking away from every one of you. The ones worth protecting are the ones I will protect. There is also Fai Henze Distberg to account for. The name lands and the color goes out of his face. Are you telling me you will abandon him too? The real reason you came all the way out to this island. You noticed it long before I said a word. The legend is vague and nothing about it is certain. But while even a chance exists, Distberg cannot back down. My brother is kind, but nobody has ever called him stupid. He spent his own authority raising those troops because he expects a return. The rainbow flower is said to cure any illness there is, and if that holds, it is because I love you. A sheathed sword lies in the dark, and nothing else moves. He said that because he already knew he was about to die. That was when he began putting distance between himself and the family. And Glaria did all of this hoping he could still save him. Every bit of the blame is mine. None of it is yours. Pushing this onto a wounded man is what scum does. Even so, there is someone I want to protect as well. Slim as that possibility is, it still exists. Throwing away the chance you opened is not something I can do. Regrets are the one thing I refuse to carry out of here. An old voice tears through him, telling him to leave them all behind. His jaw sets and the argument is already finished. The needle goes in and the plunger goes down hard. 30 minutes. That is the most time anyone is getting from me. Not one breath longer than that. And you will talk my brother and this maid onto the ship. They leave with the wounded. Those are my terms. Are you certain that is really all right? Why does any of that surprise you? You were looking at the famous trash prince of Distberg. Call it conceited, but every last one of them is getting saved. The people I want to protect and the people who need help. The past and the future both. Nothing here gets abandoned. In the end, I am only a coward who cannot stand losing anyone, which is why neither the past nor the future gets left behind. An idiot like me collects regrets no matter which road he takes. So let all of it sit on my shoulders and let me regret it. When the time finally comes, they will hear that I did everything I could.
And then I get to go out laughing. So does all of that sound too conceited to you? If that is what you think, then say it after you have killed me. There is no time left to stand here arguing about it. There is no chance of that happening. No thanks, my answer stays where it is. Even with the two of you saying that. Board the ship, Your Highness Galeria. Those wounds are far too deep. Why would I, when the one staying behind is Fai? As already said, it applies to both of you. A flare cracks open above the tree line. That is the signal. The order is to fall back. Tentacles rip out of the hillside straight into the retreating line. Tell me that thing is only a monster. Or has a second vampire come out to play? Fairy, what do the flowers we came for actually look like? Leave it to me, I will go. There is not much time left for either of us. A scythe cuts a path through a ring of gaping mouths. They close the gap in short hops, which makes running useless. Can we not jump straight to where my brother is standing? Not without preparation, and that distance is far beyond one leap. The blade comes round and opens a worm from jaw to spine. Spada, carve a way through them! He plants his feet and brings the long shaft up into guard. The scythe whips a full circle and the pack comes apart. Sweat runs down while the swarm closes in from every side. A stranger drops out of the trees and lands in front of them. A man drenched head to foot in blood. So another vampire? Human. And all of this came off the monsters on the way here. The rest of it is mine from the fight before this one. There is a message from Rule to pass along. A ship will be waiting at that place, so jump straight to it. They simply keep coming, one wave after another.
Whoa, something just took hold of me.
That bought exactly the time this needed. All three of us are jumping, so hold on. The worms rear up and come down on the spot they left. The ground bursts apart under the weight of it. Blind eyes sweep across an empty patch of forest floor. Light swallows the three of them and the clearing goes still. They come out high over open water beside a wall of white cliff. The sea, of all the places to land us, there is nothing under our feet at all. Somebody take hold of me! That landing hurt more than it had any right to. Now listen to me for 1 second. One moment you vanish on us, the next you drop straight back in. Hold on, is this an actual ship? This was the escape route used the first time, closed to ordinary hulls. Nothing less from a hull belonging to the richest merchant on the coast. They do not seem willing to chase us this far out.
Wait a moment. Who is that person there? That one never came aboard with the rest of us.
A small figure in a white hood turns back towards the deck. A black tide unfolds across the boards, crowded with faces. Every one of them turns towards the hooded child standing in front. The two of us are sure to meet again somewhere. The memory breaks over him and the deck comes back at once. These are things that were never meant to come up again. Voices crawl out of the dark and gather around her. A single eye opens wide in the middle of the black. Blood bursts out of her mouth and over the hand holding her. Your Highness Lishan, look at me! You bastard, what exactly did you just do to her? Stop, leave him where he is. Her hand closes on his sleeve and drags it back down. He is not an enemy of ours, and I am fine. He is the one that Fairy told us about. The Trash Prince of Distberg, that one? Her touch dragged the memories straight up out of me. It felt like the inside of my head was being pulled loose. The deck goes quiet again, and the blade finally comes down. A white cloak out of an old memory reaches a hand towards him. So that is how the thing works. Hey, come here for a moment. Ouch, that really hurt. Do not go poking around inside a head without asking first. All of it was lying right there in the open. Rooting around in a mind like mine turns your stomach, does it not? You would do well to stop reaching for that power. Use it too often, and the thing that breaks is your heart. Have you actually watched that happen to somebody? One man, with eyes and ears far too sharp for his own good. The world was a living hell for him. So do you want the story? I would rather pass on that. A wise choice on your part. A close look at his face gives nothing away.
It ended the way those stories always end. Nothing good was waiting for him at the finish.
So, did the rainbow flowers actually get picked? The flower, Rule, it was in my hand a moment ago. The last one came up in such a hurry that it never left my fingers.
No need to panic, the thing is sitting right here.
Thank goodness, what a relief that is.
With this, my brothers can finally be saved. Somewhere far back, a voice asked him to live and to keep laughing. If you can still smile like that, then you are doing fine. Treasure that heart of yours and everything it happens to feel. Keep a firm hold on that much. Her head lifts and one ear turns towards the open water. There is a ship coming in on us from the east. That one was sent out to collect the rest of them. A tall sailing hull cuts across the swell towards the deck. Your Highness, stay with us. Fai, keep your eyes open.
So that lot managed to pull back in one piece as well. The color drains out of him and his eyes stop tracking. Memory throws up a braided girl who waits and a man demanding their lives guarded. So in the end, did it get done?
Prince Fai, do not close your eyes on us. What all of it comes down to is this.
Every last one of them was protected, and that will do. Harbor rooftops spread out under a clear morning sky. A week goes by and Linshell settles back into ordinary noise. The bait is gone off the hook again. Is fishing really how your Highness means to spend today? It is the third prince's birthday party, the one that got postponed. Even His Highness Galeria is dragging himself there with those wounds. The head maid will not be gentle when she hears about this. Nothing is bitten all morning, so no harm has been done. First of all, think about how that room would go. The hero everyone is talking about walks in and the party stops being his. Rule, the two of us need to talk about this. And how exactly did any of that come about? Sorry about that one. After everything out there, Sardin's going that far was not expected. The expedition went home along their own safe route. Nobody over there had counted on us returning alive. They stacked up reasons and demanded everything taken off the demon island. In the heat of it, a Linshell soldier let slip who killed Verna. Distberg's own men stayed silent through the whole argument. With that in hand, they pushed the story out through a magic relay. The third Prince of Distberg is a hero. That was the wording. 1 week and the rumor had covered the entire kingdom. Dvorg waved off payment for the ship and told me to remember the favor. The future is already shaping up as nothing but trouble. Give me back the quiet life where sleeping until evening was allowed.
If it weighs on you that badly, then you should have taken His Highness Varys up on the offer.
What offer is being talked about here? Once the rumor settles, the people who ignored the Trash Prince come crawling. Every one of them wants a use for you, and there are thousands. The leak came from our side, so the responsibility sits with us. Showing you some sincerity is the least that can be done. So Varys put forward an engagement between you and Princess Lishan. Accept it and the whole of Linshell stands behind you. An engagement? That was the suggestion? A prince turned down by every match ever offered, engaged at last! And how do you know every detail of this? Varys feels genuinely guilty about the whole business, though from where I stand, it looks like a fine deal. You are lining up to make use of me as well, are you not? Call it mutual, and if Linshell needs a hand, we may ask for you. Only for a short while, since these bones are already old. Having something solid behind you beats standing out there alone. Think about how Princess Lishan feels in all of this. Married off to a trash prince she has never once spoken to. The engagement was never proposed only for your sake. You understand it well enough, what she actually needs. Not someone innocent and not someone special either. Someone who knows her circumstances and stays anyway. With you standing there, she could not ask for a better partner. He looks out over the water and lets the question sit. A face out of another life rises up behind his eyes. A small hand closes around his and refuses to let go. The whole idea sits wrong with me. Having somebody stand on my side is not a thing I can picture, which is exactly why the answer was no. You are every bit as difficult as Her Highness Lycian, but could you at least spare a thought for her? That much is probably something only you are able to do. Well, if it comes to only that much, thank you very much for that. He dips his head with his eyes shut and smiles. Her Highness and I will keep quiet on the subject, but Varys is not going to drop the marriage idea anytime soon, so the best of luck to you. Something has taken the hook down there. The line is reeled all the way in, and the thing still will not rise. Your Highness, somebody fetch the landing net! Hold on, that usually means the hook caught coral or weed. Pull on it hard and you will regret it. The reel screams and the shaft bends past where it should. The rod snaps clean in half out over the water. That one was brand new, bought after the last went into the sea. No use howling about it, and no replacement is coming from me. Your Highness, stay exactly where you are. Going out without permission was the one thing forbidden today. Rule, is the refining of the rainbow flowers finished yet? And the slacker sitting over there had better be ready for me. Do not move a step because I am coming down there now. Let go of me, that woman is going to cut my salary over this. You are still recuperating, and sprinting like that will damage your health, says the man who made me run flat out across the demon island. Your Highness, put in a word for me and the rod is forgotten. It is biting, Your Highness, get it reeled in. My rod is going over the edge instead. The line goes tight and the broken shaft is torn out of his hands. Far off at the Distberg Palace, the morning runs along as normal. What seems to be the trouble over here? A strange bouquet turned up among the flowers for the dining room. The head maid is away, so nobody knows what to do with it. Oh, those ones again. A dense bundle of narrow, curling petals fills the frame. Those belong to His Highness Fai, who buys them regularly. Is that so? Then would you carry it up to his room? Understood, leave the whole thing to me. His Highness Fai buying flowers is not what anyone expected. He has been going down to the garden fairly often as well. A maid hurries along the corridor with the bouquet held high. The bed sits made and empty in a room nobody has used. She steps inside and the door swings shut behind her. Good grief, look at the state of these. Every single month he goes out and buys them without fail. And in the end, the one changing the water is me. Red spider lilies, the same as always. 7 of them. Exactly 7 every single time. Everyone would laugh their heads off if they could see you now. They would tell you that you have not grown up even a little. 2 fingers lift the round glasses away and fold them shut. The scissors open above the water and pick out one bloom. This first flower goes to Lattice. Her face stays down, half hidden behind loose hair. A blonde swordsman grins somewhere far back in the memory. The stem parts and the cutting drifts down onto the water. Lesinea comes next, and Trom after her. Rudolph as well, and then Anna. One more for Sensei, who taught every one of us. That leaves a single flower still uncut in the bowl. The 7th one belongs to me, to Tiara. She lifts the last spider lily and smiles at the empty room. Unlike me, you were probably the only one left alive at the end. Nobody living would ever put the blame on you for that, which is precisely why you keep laying it on yourself instead. Life has a stubborn habit of refusing to go as anyone wishes. So here is where the two of us stand for the moment. Old faces surface one after another out of a distant memory. You said it yourself, that protecting me would be your job. So for now, I will neither help you nor tell you anything. The smile she gives the flowers has a bit of teeth in it. Show me that cool side of yours again, exactly like back then. Let me look at you properly, and let me love you for it. Whatever comes after this, I am not going anywhere. The single red bloom turns slowly between her gloved fingers. I will keep on waiting for you, however long that takes. Come back to me, Shizuki. A boy's wide open smile takes up the whole frame. So tell me, have you found your reason to live yet? An ocean away, the prince throws his head back and laughs. Be stupid, be clumsy, be as arrogant as you please. Every last part of that is something I will take. What waits at the end of all your struggling might not be regret. It might turn out to be happiness instead. I hope you have not forgotten what Sensei told us, and I will never let you claim that you did. Living means walking forward on your own 2 feet and choosing every single morning to keep on going. Like this flower, our first meeting in a small town came out stained red. One day, a warped black sun took over the whole sky. Then it poured fire down onto the land underneath it. Whoever tried to run got cut down by the ones who started it. None of that was rare, it happened everywhere in that world. What made that particular day different came down to a small thing. We were the ones who happened to be near the place. Blood throws itself up the wall in one long black streak. Sensei simply happened to be walking through the town that morning.
Should we go around and put out whatever is still burning? There is no reason to bother with any of that now. Everyone in this town is already dead. Did something just move over there, Lezenea?
Burnt rubble shifts and slides down off the pile. A boy sits in the ash, clutching a scorched body against his chest. There is somebody down there who is still breathing. His one open eye finds the strangers, and his teeth come apart. The scream that tears out of him carries no words at all. One look at us and he decided we were the ones responsible. Then he came straight at 4 armed adults with nothing but his hands. The teacher watches the boy close the distance without moving. A fist shuts tight and comes down out of nowhere. 2 seconds later, he was flat on the ground, punched square in the face. Of course, that sort of thing was nothing unusual in that world either. His hand stays curled shut in the ash where he dropped. Something the matter over there, Sensei? What made that day different was what came after. This kid here, I am going to look after him.
And that was how our family quietly picked up one more member. A great many things happened in the years after that. In the beginning, you cried more or less every single day. You yelled at me for being a violent little girl about it. Bit by bit though, something in you started to change. Tell me straight, what is it that you actually want? I want to get stronger than I am now. Never again am I losing somebody right in front of me. I want to go on living, and I mean properly, for the sake of the people who bothered to save something like me. One eye stays open in the dark, steady and unblinking. Every day you were out there swinging that sword like an idiot. Somebody still had to cover for you most of the time. Before I noticed, you had turned into someone who could promise to protect. After a while, I could not take my eyes off you at all. I am fairly sure it was your way of living that pulled me in. First I admired you, and then I could not stop thinking about you. After all of that came the part where I loved you. 24 years old, a good deal younger than me, and a prince besides. All of that was a joke, obviously. What I actually want to hold on to is nothing like that. The round glasses come back down and settle over her eyes. This time round, I want you out there tasting plenty of things, pile up memories, and laugh a great deal more than you do. Right then, time to get all of this cleared away. He always hands the bunch over with no wrapping on it. So why on earth was there a ribbon tied round this one? A ribbon like that has never once turned up in the bin. Unrolled flat, the black ribbon carries a line of small handwriting. There is movement inside the Empire, so keep your guard up. The color drains out of her face behind the round lenses. Something just went cold straight down my back.
So it was not only my imagination after all. Soldiers are running and the whole castle has gone tight.
Excuse me, would somebody tell me what is going on here? Retifa, get yourself to His Highness Shuten's room right now. Tell him not to set 1 foot outside that door. The medicine is finally finished, every last drop of it. Sorry about the wait, this batch took me a good while. Zerum only agreed to help if I brewed a medicine for him too, and he set off for regalia the moment it touched his hand. There has to be somebody precious to him who needs that dose. Right then, the two of us should be heading back to our own country. Judging by those injuries, both of you would do better resting a few more days. I have had my fill of being nagged about marriage every single day. We are going home, and we are going home now. Prince Fai has hardly slept or fished enough to call himself satisfied. So, has anything at all taken the bait out there? Not one single bite, and the bucket is still empty. The door bangs open and the chief maid comes through it fast. Your Highness Glaria, Your Highness Fai, listen to me. We have to leave for Distberg this very instant. Fairy, what on earth are you doing all the way out here? The medicine is done, so the two of us were discussing going home. What has happened to put you in a state like that? An emergency call came through from the mainland. The message concerns your father. Both princes turn their heads at once, faces gone stiff. It is about King Philip himself. Somebody got to him and he was attacked. You would be far better off losing your conscience altogether. There will always be people that the two of us cannot save. Every time we fail one of them, the heart gets torn straight out. What fills that space afterwards is despair, and nothing better. The trouble with you is that you happen to be kind, so before any of that reaches you, let the conscience go. His blood skill let Lezenea see and hear absolutely everything around him. It broke something in him, and after that, he could not show what he felt. Even so, he worried about me more than anyone else did. There is no need to worry about me, Lezenea. I am nowhere near as strong as the rest of you, and I sense nothing. One day I will be stronger though, and that is exactly why.
Fai. Just let go of every last thing you are carrying. The same words that vampire threw at me on the island. Even if you forget your past and live on as Fai Henze Distberg, not one of us is ever going to say a word about it. Hold on a moment, Lezenea. Where is this coming from? Whatever ends up happening to you, you are still you. What exactly are you trying to tell me here? Behind him stands the blood-soaked man he used to be. It is still the dead middle of the night out there. A long time has passed since Lazine last turned up in a dream. Even he has no way of knowing about that vampire, or about Fai, so none of that was a memory of the past at all. Which leaves only one answer. My own head invented the whole thing. He rolls onto his back and lies there staring at nothing. Might as well try and get back to sleep. For hours on end, I used to dream the same things over. And every single time, all of it came back to me. Their voices and their faces never once faded on me. But ever since the road back from Linshell, it keeps getting worse. The figure standing in the memory has gone soft at the edges. I cannot even bring my own face back anymore. What was my name again? The one from back then? A month has passed since they came home from Linshell. Nobody leaves the castle grounds alone. Go in twos or more. Pass that along to the others, and that will be all for now. And where will you be going yourself, head maid? I am on my way to see His Highness Fai. He is refusing to be assigned a bodyguard, the same as always. If this drags on any longer, we will have real trouble running things. So his consent is coming out of him one way or another. Her heels count off the long corridor one step at a time. She stops in front of the door and gathers herself. Her hands settle over the sheathed blade she has carried up. Your own sword broke out there, if I remember correctly. Use this one in the meantime, and do be careful with it. Her eyes narrow at a door she has still not knocked on. Wheels squeak over the stone somewhere behind her. It has been a long time, Fairy von Augustine. A while indeed, Your Highness. How have you been feeling these days? 1 more month for a full recovery, and no side effects from the medicine. My beloved brothers went to enormous trouble to fetch that for me. Apart from my feet, as you can see, I am perfectly fine. By the way, is this my foolish little brother's room? Foolish is certainly one way of putting it. Would you hand that sword over to me? I beg your pardon, hand it over to whom? To me, Fairy, that is exactly what I said. The chief maid's face goes carefully blank. Another figure slips in at the back with a wooden stick. My word, look at the state of this room. Leaving your sickly brother behind and lazing about every single day. You have turned into a thoroughly rotten piece of work. The sheathed blade comes round in a wide flat arc. 2 maids in the doorway go rigid where they stand. The swing lands hard enough to shake the whole bed frame. There is nothing under that blanket at all. So where exactly did the boy disappear to? Directly above your head, Your Highness. He is crouched up on the canopy rail, well out of reach. That is the rumored hero for you, and I am proud to call you my brother. I am not especially proud to call him mine. What in the hell was that supposed to be, Shutin? You never once came to visit, so here I am instead. The only person you ever worry about is Glaria. Your brother and your sister are both lonely, you know. Kindly stop putting words into my mouth. Fai, hurry up and get yourself changed. We are going to be late for the reservation. What reservation are the two of you talking about? You are free today, so come and eat with us. Please wait, neither of you can go outside. It is far too dangerous beyond these walls right now. Martial law is in force, even the maids are carrying swords. Preparing proper bodyguards for you will take a while yet. You, my sister, and Fai are guard enough for me. There is plenty I want to say that cannot be said inside the castle. For instance, there is something I would like to ask my little brother. The sheathed sword slides across and stops right in front of him. Like hell I am going anywhere with you. And where do you think you are off to? I would sooner help Brother Glaria with his paperwork. Anything at all rather than go out with the two of you. Behind the door, the maid in glasses tilts her head at the noise. Retifa, what exactly do you call this? Your Highness, allow me to explain myself. His Highness Shuten used to help me move things around. So I owe him a favor, or he has some dirt on me. And there happens to be one more thing on top of that. The place Her Highness Nadia booked is the finest sweets house in the kingdom. They even let you take an order away with you. So you sold me out over a plate of dessert. Well then, how did the two of you find it? A restaurant built around a view over the whole grounds. Every table here is walled off by a concealing protection device. The security matches the castle reception room exactly. Open air all around and still a completely private space. And as for what comes out of the kitchen, our own head chef does it better if you ask me. That rather depends on which dish you mean. Enough with the farce, Shuten. You dragged me the whole way out here for a reason. This is about the attack on Father, is it not? You said nothing at all about it for a whole month. I assumed the interest had gone out of you entirely. Of course the interest went out of me. We came racing home from Linshall the moment we heard. Post horses the entire way, ridden half into the ground. Father, we got back as fast as anyone could. That was quick of the pair of you.
The two of them stopped dead, just inside the doorway.
You left our wounded soldiers and ferry behind to do it? Have you forgotten that you are royalty? In a situation like this, you move with care, as I keep telling you. Now hurry up and get that medicine to Shuten. He turned out to be in perfect health the entire time. Father was only attacked after all. Nobody said a single word about him being injured. The Distberg line has always been a family of fighters. Grandfather Glaria was the famous one, naturally, but father was known across the world in his own day. An assassin or two was never going to trouble him. Unfortunately though, the one who came for him managed to slip away clean, or am I wrong about that? Care to confirm it for us, dear sister? He turns his head towards the far side of the table. On the subject of the assailant, my reading is that they are tied to the Empire.
Pardon me for speaking out, Your Highness Shuten.
I do not believe that is the case at all. The previous king signed a peace treaty with the Empire. That treaty is still in force to this very day. And with the old king gone, the Emperor's own daughter sits as queen here. Quite right, and there is your proof of the treaty. The imperial princess of that time became father's concubine. She gave birth to 2 princes and then she died. Which brings me to the actual point. We may be Distberg royalty, but imperial blood runs in us as well. That treaty on paper is nothing but an official stance. The Empire has a habit of growing by swallowing other countries whole, reason enough to doubt every word they ever signed. The plan was likely to strip Glaria of the crown prince title, then seat one of us instead and take this country from the inside. Their luck was poor though. One of the 2 princes born came out sickly, and the other turned out to be a useless trash prince, so the whole scheme came apart in their hands. In your case, the people assume you play the fool deliberately. Also, you never look like a threat to the crown prince, when the plain truth is that you really are a trash prince. Glaria overestimates you by a wide margin. As things stand now though, the fool has become a hero, and the sickly second prince has made a miraculous recovery. It would be strange indeed if the Empire did nothing at all. Assume they already have their eyes fixed on this country. A hand tightens where nobody at the table can see it. And you are telling me the attack on father is part of that? Shake the top and everything underneath starts to shake with it. The country might hold together well enough for the moment, but sooner or later they will start working on the nobles here, pushing for you or for me to be named crown prince instead. And that leads me to what I actually want. Why do the 2 of us not catch the attacker ourselves? Then we hold the Empire in check with whatever he gives up. And why exactly does any of that have to involve me? He failed, so going back to the Empire is unlikely for him. Odds are he is lying low inside the country waiting for another opening. I will find him, and you will be the one who takes him. With their backing exposed, they have no choice but to stand down. Our sister has already said she is willing to help us with it. That much is true, I did agree to it, but let me be perfectly clear about why I am helping. The princess looks away, color rising in her cheeks. My reason for helping is to keep watch over the pair of you, in case you are scheming with the Empire and mean to harm Glaria. This is a good chance, so let me put the question to you directly. Are the 2 of you thinking about taking the throne for yourselves?
The question settles over the table, and nobody hurries to answer it.
Being suspected like that stings just a little bit. Is there anyone else alive who loves his own family more than I do? I may be breathing today and gone tomorrow, so I regret nothing. I intend to keep loving them right up until the day I die. Everything I have done was done out of that love, above all else. If the throne ever stood in the way of it, I would want no part of it. A small boy under a blanket turns the pages of an old album. Your body has recovered, but your head is as crooked as ever. Now your turn, Fai, and I would like a straight answer. A long sigh, and the lazy grin slides back into place. Certainly, we cannot chew this over inside the castle. Glaria has a habit of walking in when nobody expects him. Lose your conscience and there will be nothing left to hold you back. Whatever happens after that, you are still going to be you. A boot drives down and the tiles crack under the weight. Push Glaria off the throne and take it myself. Are you joking? I need my brother crowned as fast as possible, and for one reason only, so that I can go on being lazy in a country that stays peaceful. I am the trashiest prince this kingdom has, and I like it that way. Fine, Shuten, I will take you up on that offer of yours. Anyone who threatens the Distberg royal line has to be removed. The Empire or somebody else, it makes no difference to me. I am not suited to be king, and I have no wish to be one.
on. I do not even want to be called a hero. What I have right now is already enough for me. As long as I can protect the people I care about, that is plenty. When Epirus begged for reinforcements, Father moaned about how little ambition you have. Well, he read me exactly right. He lifts a hand, flat-faced and entirely unbothered. That reminds me, back then you told him to send me instead, saying a thing like that while I was nowhere near the room. She talks like that, but she was pressing Father to go to Epirus herself, exactly the way Glaria did, because deep down, she is the same sort of, never mind, and keep the rest of that sentence to yourself. Back to the matter at hand. I will identify the assailant and hunt him down. Fai, there are only 2 things you have to do, but let me confirm something first. Confirm what exactly and get to the point. Tell me honestly, can you kill people? Your Highness Shuten, what exactly do you mean by that? Do not interrupt me, Fairy von Augustine. Mother's imperial blood runs in us, and the Empire stays unchecked unless we act ourselves. As you can see, I am the one sitting in a wheelchair. The only option left is for Fai to shoulder the heavy work. So then, what is your answer going to be? Are you confident you can kill the enemy, whoever it turns out to be? That is not something you should be asking him. Fairy, leave it alone, this is fine. If it takes even a little weight off Glaria, I will gladly do it. It is not as though my hands have stayed clean until now. How many do you think I put down over in Epirus? Good, then it sounds like the 2 of us understand each other. So what is the other thing you need out of me? Ah, that one you have managed before, so there is nothing to worry about. One of the Empire's standing policies is heterogeneous exclusion. A blank stare answers him from the other side of the table. Heterogeneous exclusion, and that is supposed to mean what exactly? It rather looks like the words went straight past you. Heterogeneous covers elves like Fairy, along with beast folk and Kijin. Anything whose blood is not human gets shoved under that word. The Empire has spent decades trying to wipe every one of them out. Most of the other races live hidden away because of it. Seeing one at all is rare for our generation, beast folk aside. The heart of that hatred sits inside the Empire itself. You may not know this, but Fairy had a hard time when Shuten was newborn. Your mother merely ignored her, and that was the gentle part. Her attendants came from the Empire, and they blamed the elf every time the baby fell ill. Poison, curses, and a ban from the dining hall all followed. Even your parents stepping in could not settle any of it. In the end, she asked to guard Glaria instead, to spare everyone the trouble. I see, so that is why I never met her until I turned 6. Keep her at your side until this whole business is finished. What we are about to do provokes the Empire, and an elf makes an easy target. You are a hero, so guarding your own woman should be no trouble. I do not care much for the way you put that. I would have kept her safe without being told. Thin cracks race across the glass roof above them. The whole ceiling comes down in a sheet of falling shards. The roof over our heads just came apart. A blade clears the scabbard while flames climb through the hedges. That is no ordinary fire out there. It is a spell. Guests scatter along the terrace as the garden burns behind them. Were there really this many people out here today? Whoever did this burned the magic tool away first. Fairy, smother that blaze and get the guests clear before anything else. Understood, the guests will be moved at once. Your Highness Nadia, get yourself away from there. Something dark whips past and the air tears open behind it. A black edge sweeps through the drifting spheres and splits them. Come out and earn your keep, Spada. The spheres burst and leave dark spatter across the stone. Every last one of them vanished on us. Are those things magic as well? They are, and whoever is casting them is nowhere near this garden. Far down the road outside the city, robed casters keep the spell running. My guess is that the ones out there are aiming at me. Nadia was born to Father's lawful wife, exactly like Glaria. The nobles trust her far more than the sons of a concubine, and she is engaged besides. So that is the shape of it. You dragged me out here knowing perfectly well this would happen. I agreed to help you, not to dangle on a hook as bait. More spheres gather past the broken wall and drift steadily closer. Here they come, and there are far more of them now. Well now, there is no call for anybody to panic. Not now that my body has finally come back to me. A card turns between 2 fingers and the grin widens. Let me show the pair of you what I can do. The card taps down onto the stone, and one word follows it. Distort. A ring of light closes around the greenhouse and the burning lawn. This is a barrier packed to the brim with magic power. What pours out of it warps the space and refuses anything trying to come in. That does nothing at all for the guests still outside. As I already told you, there is nothing here worth worrying over, and I am nowhere near finished yet. Cards whirl around a wide grin as a hand reaches his shoulder. Across
across the scorched lawn, the others hold their ground and watch him work. The illness-eating Prince Shuten is a magic energy disease, known for being incurable. A human body holds an organ that turns magic energy into magic power. Every vessel has its own ceiling, and once it fills, the body stops making more. His own organ never stops, and it keeps pouring out well past that limit.
Children born with the illness usually die by 7, however much power they shed.
Cards spin loose through the air, each one stamped with a seal. 16 years of surviving it must have stretched his vessel enormously. With the rainbow flower behind him, his health is finally his own again. 2 palms come together and the seals answer all at once. The cards hang in the air around him and settle into a pattern. A mage on that scale is bound to carry a hero title before long. Now hold the line for me, Arcana. Glowing seals bloom across the whole greenhouse and shut it in. Spheres slam into the shell and come apart against it. Well now, that is quite a thing to watch. Everything out there is being turned back by the barrier. Keep your eyes open, this is not finished. Blade raised, he shields the maid pressed close at his back. Another wave pours in and hammers at the shining wall. The barrier lights up as the whole volley bursts across it.
They are gone. Every last one of them. Guests and a wheelchair stand in the open, staring at empty sky. The fire has died down along with them.
So they turned tail and ran off, did they? No, they have to be somewhere close by still. I am going out to look, so the rest of you stay here. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. She hits the barrier at a full run and bounces straight off it. Your Highness, are you still in one piece? The shell turns things back from the inside too, only far more gently. Shuten, drop this barrier for 1 second. That little noise you just made was not encouraging. Give me a moment to work out how to phrase this. Truthfully, this is the first time I have cast anything on such a scale, which also means I have no idea how to take it down again. You cannot possibly be serious about that. What do you mean you do not know how?
My blade will not bite into it, and magic slides straight off.
Somebody get me out of this thing! Then we sit here until his magic power finally runs dry. Something on that scale cannot possibly hold for long. I am still sitting on 90%, so 3 or 4 days is easy. The sealed garden goes very quiet around everyone stuck inside it. Then take that sword of yours and cut the thing open! Breaking magic like this kicks straight back onto the caster, so say the word. Ah, sister, is that a yes or a no? Fairy, go and bring me some tea. Pour one for me as well while you are over there. We do still have a rather large problem here. Picture yourself chipping the power out of the circle and weighing it down. The barrier fails long before your own reserves ever run dry. That is it exactly, though the circle is holding a great deal of power.
Which means the whole thing could still take a few hours. A flat stare settles on the prince and refuses to move.
They went after Nadia and after innocent people alike. Worse than that, they twisted my own magic into cover for their escape. I will run those assailants down and make them pay for all of it. Nice of you to hand the blame off to somebody else. Hold on, why exactly are we pulling back now? There was no killing our targets in a situation like that one. The barrier was a nuisance, but above all, the hero will never allow it. A man fresh off a sickbed and a rookie hero. What can either of them do? We were handed power by the great sage, so we simply use it. Cut down Princess Nadia and the elf right there, and the blame lands elsewhere. Both princes end up suspected, and the targets are gone in the same stroke. That was a rare opening, and you need to take this far more seriously.
Show the Empire where your loyalty actually lies.
Loyalty, he says, as though the word settles anything. A blade slides in under the ribs and the shouting stops. They simply baited the two of us into showing ourselves. His Highness Shuten thinks things through, and His Highness Fai is careful by nature. A man who shoves to the front out of pride gets taken alive and talks. If you truly want to prove your loyalty to the Empire, then die right here. Boots move across the stone while something small clatters down beside them. The body drops from the aqueduct and the water swallows it whole. What a fool, letting impatience get the better of him. Watching quietly was the entire extent of the plan. The noise is this loud now, and they will start hunting for me. Good grief, nobody has any idea how hard the last part was. Working my way into this country took me an age. This face of mine is not going to hold much longer.
The Distberg Palace sits quiet above the rooftops.
And why exactly did you come home at this hour? We made it back in time for dinner, so where's the problem? That is not what I meant, and you know it. Word reached me that you were attacked in the Noble District. Why in the world are you dragging Fai and our sister into this? Before anything else, remember that you are still recovering. Good grief, not one of you ever learns. So then, how did it actually go out there? They were not the ones who went after father. Shuten read it correctly, and they never once showed their faces devices. Long-range work only, fire and decoys, nothing more than that. I see. And did you put the same question to Fai? I did, and he told me the very same thing. It bothers me that all of it played out exactly as Shuten expected. If that reading of his keeps holding true, there is only one conclusion.
The next name on that list is going to be Fai himself.
A woman crosses the empty flats toward the two of them and calls out, "Did you go and pick another fight with Tiara? The two of you are supposed to be getting along. Tiara told me that I am weak and that Anna spoils me, so you went at her and came off badly, which explains those wounds. There is no spoiling going on here at all. All I want is to save you and the world along with you. There is no possible way you could manage that. Yes, everyone else has said exactly the same thing. I do not want you to die, Anna. If you were to die for the sake of someone like me," a hand settles on his shoulder before he can finish the thought. "Stop calling yourself someone like that because it is not true. Being parted from you would leave me every bit as sad. You already understand that much, do you not?" "Yeah, I know that well enough."
Eyes open on a quiet room a whole lifetime later. Anna, of all people, turning up in a dream tonight. It has been a long while since any of them came back to me. Keeping my guard up is probably what dragged all that up again. Black thorns have crawled out across the walls and over the floor. Somebody needs telling again to stay clear of this room. Well, there goes any chance of sleeping now. I may as well go outside and take some air. A small figure crosses the wide lawn under a black sky. Now that is a strange thing at this hour. The light is still burning in Galeria's room. "From this day on, neither of you sets foot outside the grounds." Awake after that lecture, and pushing himself again by the look of it, a single eye stays fixed on the one lit window. A girl in a dark sash walks away across the pale ground. Every time she opened her mouth, it was the same wish: to save someone. She was ready to spend everything she had on rescuing the world. Back when Sensei pulled him out, he could not swing a sword properly. Her skill carried him, and she stayed close when nobody else would. A kind person by any measure anyone cared to use. And still, that was nowhere near where it ended. One day, with no warning to anyone, she took her own life. Nobody killed her, so perhaps her own power finally burned her out. That world was a hard place for someone like her to keep living in. Even so, the rest of them kept struggling, living for the friends already buried. Her death felt like a betrayal, and it still does. Can you kill people when it comes to it? I already know the answer to that one. My father, my sister, and my brother will never have to kill anyone. Whoever stands in our way, I am the one who cuts them down. Early light finds a figure waiting at an open window. Welcome back, and what a pleasant hour to choose. Going outside on the very day you were ordered not to. I said all of this to you back in Linshell already. Take a guard or leave a note and there would be no uproar. Sorry, I did not think it through. Do you always start work this early in the morning? You stop noticing it once you are used to it. Older people do tend to wake with the birds. The answer arrives as a bucket of water across the face. So then, there is one more thing to settle. Did you turn anything up on that walk of yours? No, the night gave me nothing. He drags the soaked fur collar down away from his face, empty from end to end, so perhaps the timing was simply wrong. A stomach answers for him, loudly enough to close the subject. It is early, but would you like something to eat? Yeah, that sounds about right. In the end, I went and pulled a full all-nighter. Now that is a surprise at this hour. It is rare indeed to catch him awake this early. Good morning to the pair of you. A bandaged hand clamps over the prince's face by way of greeting. I never knew there was a building like this inside the castle. This one is the cafeteria, kept for the staff. New hands keep arriving, so everyone shares the larger hall with the knights. This kitchen stays open for anything that has to be made in a hurry. And what is that pale lump supposed to be? Bread dough, left to rise through the night. A pot goes over the fire, and the room starts to smell of morning. Thank you for waiting, and please eat while it is hot. That is genuinely good, far better than expected. Are you not going to eat anything yourself? I will take mine a little later on. This is not a portion meant for one person. There is extra in case you want seconds, since you are still growing. Then sit down and join me instead. Eating with somebody standing over me is uncomfortable. If you insist on it, then I will accept. Very well, let us eat together then. Yeah, before all of it goes cold. He works steadily through the plate without looking up once. Across the table, she eats in small, careful mouthfuls. There is no need for you to be concerned about me. You know how this goes, and I am ready for it. Your Highness, that is not the point at all. A hand comes down on the table, hard enough to rattle the plates. Heavy shutters drop across the tall windows, one after another. The last one slams, and most of the light leaves the hall. The doors have shut on us, every single one of them. Do not move a step, fairy. Black spheres bud along the ceiling of the emptied hall. These are the same ones as yesterday. She backs up a step, eyes wide on the swelling shapes.
A rod settles on the floor and boots start across the stone. One step, then another, unhurried and getting closer. The prince sets his jaw while the footsteps keep coming. A single boot fills the doorway with the two of them small behind it. Glaria hits the paving stones hard and does not get straight back up. Somebody had better explain to me what all of this is supposed to be. Our sister is out here and Shuten with her, so the whole thing was arranged. We are not letting you anywhere near this one, Glaria. What exactly is that supposed to mean? When father was attacked, the assailant walked straight to where he was. Nobody pulls that off without knowing the layout of the castle. And why are the two of you raising this with me right now? For a while now, we have suspected the Empire keeps spies inside these walls. There is no doubt left about it either.
The trouble is, they know about Fai's ability and my recovery for certain. The assailant was going after the king of an entire country. Nobody moves that recklessly on nothing but vague rumors. We dismissed the talk out of Sardins at first, and it reached us days late. Father being attacked is what convinced us it was true, since you never report back. The assailant moved on what their spy leaked, not on any rumor. The leak most likely reached him the moment you sailed for the Demon Island. Up to that point, only a handful of people knew the whole of it. That leaves the soldiers who serve either Afris or Linshell. Only the men who sailed with us knew anything about the rainbow flower, and every one of us would have died out there without Fai. No spy is going to gamble his life following us onto that island. By the way, I told Fai all of this after we were attacked yesterday, and when I laid it out for him, this is what he came back with.
There is exactly one man alive who fits every part of that. Someone who saw my power up close back in Epheris. Someone who knew the old legend about the rainbow flower. Someone who knew I had dealings with the wealthy merchant, and who knew I intended to go to the Demon Island myself. Only one man in this country ticks every single box. Black orbs drift past the trader while he waits. Nobody in the yard moves while that name settles in. Looks like you had already worked out that it was me. They keep me under watch as well, so I knew this was coming. Sooner or later, Shuten or His Majesty was going to put my name to it, so you gave up on hiding and let your identity out. Well, that about sums the whole thing up. Say, Your Highness, there is something I want to put to you. Would you come over to the Empire side as a hero? You would be rewarded, of course, and you could name anything you wanted. Money, land, women, whatever it is you feel like having. Do you honestly think I would change sides that easily? No, I do not believe that for a moment. But it is still the best move I could come up with. The Empire is not planning to take this place through its inner workings. They intend to crush the whole country outright. However strong you are, they will bury you under sheer numbers. Distberg is going to be trampled flat, every last stone of it. Side with the Empire now, and you will come out of this alive. You might even be able to save one or two of your relatives. You already know what happens to royalty on the losing side of a war. That is why you can still set things right while you are breathing. There are things that never get set right. Even if you survive it, even if you are still alive at the end, nothing waits ahead of you but regret and being left alone. The maid behind them freezes with her eyes wide open. I am not going to lose my family and my place a second time. I am already sick to death of being alone. I will swing my sword to protect them, and I will keep on swinging it. And then I will be the first one to die. That is the ending I would rather have. You really are out of your mind. I will take that as a compliment. Then the deal is off the table. If you still want me talking, you know what you have to do. A blade comes up crossed in front of his face just in time. The trader drives in low behind a wall of black orbs. You know, I do not actually hate you for any of this. And the feeling happens to be mutual. Steel meets steel, and the shock throws sparks off both edges. The trader forces the lock and shoves the blade sideways. Boots skid across the stone as the whole weight comes down. Shadow swords tear out of the dark and fill the terrace. One of the drifting orbs turns pale and begins to hum. He runs the gap through the orbs with the blades racing ahead of him. The color on that one just changed. Every single one of those things is a bomb. The blast rips the terrace open and swallows him whole. I packed explosives into a few of these things. The moment one of them stabs into something, it goes off. I used a magic tool built by one of the Empire's heroes. It threw a barrier around this entire building. It shuts out sound, presence, and the spirit arts of elves. I can blow this place apart and nobody outside will hear a thing. You came prepared for all of it. Naturally, since your highness is not someone I could beat unprepared, your swordsmanship is superb. It hardly looks like the work of a 14-year-old. There is only one way left for me to beat you, and that is to come at you with sheer numbers. Numbers are worth nothing at all against me. What exactly did you learn watching me back in Epirus?
Yeah, I know that much already. The orbs stop drifting and begin to spin in place. One eye snaps sideways, tracking where they are heading. However, how about I try it this way instead? Damn it all, not her. Teeth bared, one arm already reaching out ahead of him. He shoves off the ground and throws himself across the gap. An arm hooks around her waist and drags her clear. Cover your ears right now. She is pressed to his shoulder with her eyes squeezed shut. Stone bursts apart where the two of them were standing. Spada! Heaps of corpses! The sweep tears through the whole cloud of orbs at once. The courtyard goes white, and the blast rolls over everything. He shields her head with one arm while the wave carries them. Your Highness, please be careful! Her face turns up to his while the smoke pours past. Far off through the settling dust, a single figure is still standing. Her eyes go to the smoke where that shape is moving. Rubble shifts and somebody is lying face down in it. The traitor swings through with his teeth bared. The blow throws her across the yard like a doll. A wall takes the impact and the stone caves inward. He keeps going after you and not after me. Making you drop your guard by aiming at her is an effective strategy. That is what I wanted to say, but the prince frowns back at him with no idea what he means. Did nobody ever tell you this, Your Highness? You have the blood of the Empire running in your veins. People are probably too nervous to say it to your face. You see, she is not simply an elf. She lived in a sanctuary they called the Sacred Mountain and could use spirit arts. She was worshipped for hundreds of years in a great country of mixed races. She is a descendant of the shrine maiden of that mountain. The country and the sanctuary are both gone now. Even so, many races still treat the shrine maiden as something sacred. It is even possible to gather hundreds of hero-ranked people in this country. Wait, that is not how it is. I do not hold that kind of authority anymore. She has no intention of gathering heroes to the Distberg she protects. The Empire has been marking her down as a threat regardless. That is why they sent a spy to keep watch on her. The king was not attacked only because of your lineage, Your Highness. If the Shrine Maiden were to die here, the Empire might spare Distberg. The color drains out of her face while she listens. He holds her against his shoulder without a single word. Everyone else can call killing her the correct answer. I am stupid, so I will not be choosing the correct answer. If they think somebody has to be sacrificed so they can live, then they are trash and they deserve to die. And it does not even have to be me saying that. Father and brother would give you exactly the same answer. There is no point in living at all. Not if you have to sacrifice somebody precious to you to manage it. Do not ever underestimate the royalty of Distberg. Shadow swords, every last one of them. Blades punch into the drifting orbs one after another. One of them lights up white a moment before it goes. The blast swallows the whole courtyard for a second time. She is thrown clear through the smoke and starts to fall. A hand closes on nothing but empty air. More orbs come tumbling down through the dust. Fairy, I am letting go of you now. Get yourself down there first. Right, I am going. The traitor comes down at them out of the smoke. He turns in the air and cuts a curve through the debris. The man reaches out and his whole face changes. She twists around and drives the blade up at him. Steel bites and the sound cracks across the yard. The point misses by a hair as he throws himself sideways. She did not drop, and I missed her completely. She hangs in the air with a thread still holding her. Thin lines run out across the whole broken courtyard. That is the binding technique of His Highness. The strings pull tight and lock his arm in place. A blade goes through him and the impact throws him back. Run for it! Get well clear of him! His head snaps back against the beam and his eyes roll. Dust rolls over the broken stone in a slow wave. Zangeki! And this one is going straight through! The slash opens him up and the blood goes everywhere. Down below, the strike lands and the ground splits open. Gah! That one tore right through me! The last of the orbs come apart into scattered dust. He goes down on all fours, coughing into the rubble. One eye lifts, still tracking the boy standing over him. One deadly swing is all this needs. If you decide to swing your sword, kill your enemy, whoever it is. Even if that enemy happens to be me, kill them and carry the weight of it responsibly. Once you raise your sword to strike, follow it through no matter what. Hesitation and pity are what will get you killed. Are those your own words, Your Highness? Those are the words of the only person I ever admired. That person of yours sounds extremely dangerous. I am sure they lived somewhere hellish with enemies. Enemies in every direction, everywhere they turned. The traitor pushes off the rubble and comes in low again. Shadow swords, and there is nowhere left for you to go. The blades come down and pin him where he stands. A boot catches him in the chest and folds him over. Teeth clenched, he drags his arm back around. The hilt comes up and cracks against his skull. The whole yard shakes when the body hits the stone. He rolls once through the rubble and stops.
Breath comes ragged while he tries to push himself up. Sweat runs down his face and his arms give out. Blades hang in the air above the two of them. How very frightening you turned out to be. Going out like an honorable knight right to the end. That is what I wanted to say, but I cannot manage it. My legs will not move at all anymore. Before you kill me, may I smoke one last time? Do whatever you feel like doing. He looks down at the man with his face gone flat. Smoke drifts up off the end of the cigarette. The tool holding that barrier up is wired straight into my heart. It disappears the moment I stop breathing. The boy takes that in without moving a muscle. The Empire is a genuinely rotten country. Every influential man and hero there is either a crazed killer
Or somebody worked like a puppet because they hold a hostage over him. Every single one of them has bloodshot eyes. Plenty of them lean on smoke and drugs the same way I do. Their commitment to killing sits on another level entirely. There is no need to pity me over any of it. I am the Empire spy, and your highness is going to kill that traitor. That is all there is to the matter. The ones who pull a sad face and go fishing for pity usually have an enormous bomb strapped to them. It is a very common story. As you said yourself, hesitation will get you killed. I know that already. So can you kill me responsibly? The answer does not come, and his face gives nothing away. Fingers tighten one by one around the grip. You are so terribly easy to read. Your Highness, you are far too naive and too kind with it, however alert you are to other people. Once they get close, you accept them and start looking after them. Letting yourself get sidetracked is a bad habit as well. The boy listens and gives him nothing back. Smoke curls past a face with almost nothing left in it. Your Highness can probably kill me, but if I ask you to kill me in cold blood, you probably cannot. However strong people are, their hearts keep room in them for hesitation. The heart of an ordinary human being. If only I could have worked directly under you. If only I could have become your true vassal. You are the one who made me dream about that. You are not a piece of trash. There is something in you that makes me think that way. Stop putting yourself down like that. The people around you will only be hurt if you keep at it. Something changes in the man's eye at the last second. Fairy, get back away from him now! One arm goes out to hold her back behind him. A kick lands square and snaps his head sideways. A cigarette end tumbles away across the pale floor. You owe me one for this. And with this, the two of us are square. I do not know whether this is the correct answer either, but I will never forgive you if you die a foolish death. Your Highness, you never change. A faint smile shows at the corner of his mouth. Glass blows out of the windows as the barrier tears apart. A shout goes up the second the pressure lets go. Servants crowd the broken doorway and stop dead. More of them press in behind, staring at the wreckage. Her head comes up as the noise finally reaches the yard. A hand closes hard on the front of his coat. Empty stones, scattered shards, and nobody moving on it. Fingers scrabble at the ground between the coughing. She turns the instant he starts to go down. Your Highness, stay with me. Do not close your eyes. Blood runs off his hand and taps onto the stone. More of it slides down the blade and gathers below. The pool spreads across the ground, drop after drop. Hey, people call you stupid fairly often, do they not? That is so unkind, Your Highness. And I risked my life keeping a hero off you. I never sensed a shred of killing intent coming off him. And Your Highness knows perfectly well what I can do. He was quietly sizing me up the whole time, though. You dropped your own rod trying to shield me, so that is on you. Could you buy me a new one, Your Highness? It was expensive. Not a chance in this world. If you are a piece of trash, then your vassal is an idiot. Trash and an idiot would get along rather well, do you not think? No chance of that. I need my vassal to be a smart one. The laugh comes easily, and it goes on a while. You are so strict, Your Highness. Filthy and shaking, she cannot keep the smile off her face. What an idiot you are. You really are, all the way through. A doorway full of familiar faces surfaces out of nowhere. A complete fool from the very start. Northern Distberg, right up against the border of the Regalia Kingdom. So, you have come out here again. That is quite rare for you, Zerum. Are you concerned about Distberg after everything? Not really. Not anymore. And how is your sister keeping these days? That is none of your business. You are so cold about it. His head turns at the sound coming up the road. That is an Afiris carriage down there. Did they not use airships to reach Distberg? Coming in through here by carriage is the usual way into that country. They should still be busy in the aftermath of the war. There is probably a reason they are traveling by carriage. A secret visit then? Well, it has nothing to do with us either way. You are right about that, but… The grin spread slowly across his mouth. That country of theirs, Distberg. It still has a very rough road waiting ahead of it. Why did you not tell me any of this? Because you would have killed him, would you not? Telling Fairy von Augustine might have been fine, but not you. You would have stopped Fai from killing him. Plenty of people in this castle still do not trust Fai. It had to be him who put the traitor down. But still, exactly what you would expect from an Empire soldier. He left us nothing at all to work with. We cannot move on anything without evidence behind us. He probably could not afford to leave anything behind. We found this in the inner pocket of his armband. It is the emblem of a country the Empire destroyed 20 years ago. If he told the truth, he has a relative inside the Empire. This cannot be used as evidence, and there is still more underneath it. A fishing line, of all the things to hold on to.
Fai, so that is what the man left you. She sits at the window with the whole room quiet behind her. Out in the garden, the prince lies flat in the grass, doing nothing at all. Plasters on his cheek, eyes open, and no sign of sleep coming. The fight breaks back in on him without any warning. A blurred face surfaces for a moment and goes again. Rain, a raised blade, and older things he cannot put down. Damn it, not this again. Cannot sleep at all tonight then. It's rare to see you like this. You're supposed to be the sleeping prince. Not even a blink from the prince. Just that dead stare. I just happened to wake up at this hour.
Surely you jest, your highness. You sleep until noon every single day. You don't even twitch when I stick a finger up your nose. What did you just say you do to me? Oh, and one more thing. This came for you this morning. From Mephia to Via Firis.
She really is diligent, a letter every single week.
I asked her to keep me posted on how things stand in Ephyris. Are you not going to read it? I'll get to it later. Did something happen over there? Not really. He lies back in the grass with his eyes shut. Everyone always regrets something. Not just you, your highness, the head maid, his highness Galeria. Even I have things I regret. Even when I mean to live with as little regret as possible, I still end up fretting that I should have done this, should have done that. So I regret something every single day, and that is never going to stop. The regrets keep coming for as long as you keep living. So what would you do, your highness? Once there is something you cannot take back, would you want to go back to the past and set it right? If you could go back to the past, would you go back? What kind of question is that? Just answer me.
Do you want to go back or not?
Of course I would. That goes without saying. I want to go back. A long pause from his teacher, and no answer offered. What about you, sensei? Do you want to go back to the past? Me, you mean? I don't want to go back. Or maybe it's that I can't anymore. Going back to the past means erasing everything that has happened. It means bending things into whatever shape suits you, throwing out the pain you lived through and the present that cost so many sacrifices. And every time something hurts, won't you want to go back again? You can't simply look away from it. Do that and nothing good will ever come to you. Your wish to protect someone, the wish other people put in your hands, the way of living you staked your own life on. Do you think it's fine to reject all of it and act as though nothing ever happened? Everyone regrets something, and I am no exception. So keep regretting, cry as much as you need.
But whatever you do, don't stop walking. All the more because so many people handed you their wish. The baton you were passed is not yours to drop. Two figures beside a covered body and a grave half dug. They stand over the hole a while longer, saying nothing. A small, tired smile from the woman who taught him everything. Stand up even when it hurts, and fight. Live, and keep walking forward. The garden bleeds back in, a voice calling from somewhere close. Hey, your highness, what's wrong? You went quiet on me all of a sudden. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. Why would you space out while I was talking? Retifa. The maid looks up at him, frowning behind her glasses. I've already gotten over it, but thanks for that. The prince is up and sprinting down the path already. Wait, where are you going? Hang on a second. I never gave him this. Someone is already inside the room, hand up, grinning wide.
Yo! Of course it's you. Why are you in my room? And where's Big Sister?
She threw me out, said things are getting hectic.
Hectic how?
1, we still can't find proof the Empire did it. 2, an emergency visit from royalty of another country. 3, Fairy has dropped off the map.
Hold on, what was that last one? What do you mean Fairy has gone missing? And nobody told me about a royal visit either. The reports floored me too. She turned up with no appointment at all, and she asked to see you. The head maid was to greet her first, so we went
went to Fairy's room, but the room was empty. Curtains hanging still, and not a soul left inside. She asked for me? Who is this visitor? The princess of Epirus Kingdom, Mephia Tuvai Epirus. The route she used to get into the country is strange too. Don't tell me. Did something happen in Epirus? It's only the Epirus recovery report.
Plus her worrying about how you're living your life.
That is none of her business. What is she, my mother?
Fai, did you ever write back to her?
No, I didn't.
Then this visit of hers is simply to check on you and complain about never getting a reply.
I have never met her, so I am only guessing. I'm going to see her, and you find Fairy for me. Tell father and brother that I will handle her myself, and keep everyone away from the guest room. Hey, Fai! The corridor blurs past with boots hammering the stone. If she wanted a reply, she should have written that in the letter. She came to see me without following a single formality and walked out of Epirus in the middle of its reconstruction. Twin doors at the end of the hall and nobody on guard. A knuckle raps twice against the wood. Not a sound from inside. There ought to be someone in there to open this.
You're finally here. In the doorway, the prince stops and his face goes blank. A body face down on the carpet. Dark spatter across the cloth.
Long time no see, dear prince. Strangers in white have taken the room, blades already drawn. One of them pins a maid to the floor with a sword. You bastards, who the hell are you? I am Mephia Tuvai Epirus. Who exactly? We met in Epirus, don't you remember? Stop messing around. She doesn't call me dear prince. She doesn't wear the kingdom's emblem either. And above all, she never laughs like that. Oh, is that so? You know her better than I expected. The chair goes flying and the air fills with pale petals. A blade comes out of the petals with her already grinning behind it. Steel slams into steel and the shockwave tears the room open. I thought I had killed you, and yet here you are, still breathing. Hero Idis Falazard. The trick she pulled has a name, illusion play. Back then, you were certain that you would cut my head clean off. Believing is such a terrifying thing, don't you think? So you made me believe I killed you with an illusion. But you did consider the possibility, didn't you? That is why you made doubly sure. Distberg soldiers examined my corpse instead of the Epirus ones. I see, and that is exactly what worked against you. Most of the allied nations fighting Epirus were under the Empire's protection, which means you were a hero out of the Empire. You are half right. The Empire is simply my contractor, but they are a very good customer. They pay well and they bend on a lot of things. There is someone I want dead, and they will help me get to him. A hand comes up open and steel rises to meet it. The stare that answers it does not waver an inch. A plate of food sits out with nobody coming back for it.
What am I supposed to do with all of this? Night over the grounds, long after the house should be asleep. Summoning me with a note like this?
Do you have any idea what hour it is? I have no interest in becoming your lover if that is the idea.
There's something I want to ask you. Your real identity.
My real identity? Do I look like anything other than a maid? Though I am not exactly in uniform right now.
At the moment, I am watched very closely. And still, you slipped past those eyes and came to me. I don't think you are a simple maid at all. Though what interests me more is what you actually are to Prince Fai. The trust you place in him is not the trust of a retainer. It is almost irregular. I am the Empire's spy.
Even if I said that right here, you would not try to kill me. And you would not tell Prince Fai either, would you? Well, I do believe I know him better than anyone, so there is no need for me to step in. Against someone of your caliber, he would not even call you an obstacle. Laughter cracks out of him and his hands go up. You really are the best. Something small comes flying at her out of the dark. Hand that over once things are finished. Inside is an Empire medicine that makes a person stronger. You dropped your cigarette butt in here, didn't you? That is revolting. Hahaha, someone of my caliber would do exactly that. Besides, if it comes with a cigarette butt in it, he would never dream of swallowing it, would he? I am counting on you, Prince Fai's maid. If I hand him this, he will only brood over it alone. Still, it would serve as proof. The country is in a serious state after all. I suppose I will decide once I see what is inside. Wait, that cannot be right. Why on earth is this here? How is that even possible?
Bodies in the dirt, and a child kneeling among them. Tierra, come here. Etch this into your memory. These are the pills the dark peddlers spread, the enemy. The irregularity. The irregularities born from these pills will become a black sun, and they will kill a great many people. Never allow these pills to exist. 2 of them sit in her palm, and the fingers close. The eye behind the glasses goes flat and cold.
Where did you get that thing? Why do you have it? Answer me!
An arm locks around the crying maid and holds her there. A gloved hand closes in her hair and hauls her upright. Something comes flying and the wreckage bursts across the room.
I said answer me!
Above the pinned maid maid, the grin only widens. Fingers force his jaw open where he kneels. The pill goes in past his teeth, and there is no taking it back. Stop that right now! His throat works once and it is gone. He folds over, choking on whatever is started inside him. The shape of his skull swells and begins to split. The body tears itself open and something else screams out of it. Long hair whips back as the sound hits the room. Both of her eyes go dead still behind the lenses. In an old memory, black shapes stand over a field of corpses. The new thing flexes, hide peeling back over the muscle. It fills the whole room, horned and hunched under the ceiling. One thin blade is all he has raised against it. Far from the palace, a hand digs something out of the grass, pointed ears, and the chief maid staring down at her own hands. Hold on, what? I don't need that. You are only handing it over because you cannot use it yourself. This matters to the elves, doesn't it? I don't want to see it again, so hide it somewhere in the castle. There may come a day when you want to use it with your whole heart. Her jaw sets, and whatever she decided just now. A plain box tied with a ribbon comes up out of the dirt. He puts himself between the maid and the thing, if an irregular is left to exist. A lot of people disappear into a sea of fire, so kill them, all of them. Shadow swords. Black blades punch through everything standing in the way. His own comrades threw themselves in to cover him. Another mouth is already forced open around a pill. The bald one bites down and grins through the blood. You bastards! He comes at them with his teeth bared and the blade out. Two blades meet and the shockwave rips the floor apart. Don't get in my way, Prince. Her blade shoves him back a full step. Tentacles come up out of it, thick as tree trunks. They snatch up its own kind and hold them there screaming. The hole punched through its chest is already knitting shut. Sweat runs down her face and the grin stops looking easy. Three of them now, filling the room, with her standing between. Right then, first things first, the blade goes in to the hilt and stays there. The steel tears out through its chest in a black spray. Her head snaps around at what the thing is doing. Hey, what do you think you are doing? That one is already dead. The thing came out a failure. Not a word from the prince, only that blank stare. My blood is boiling. It is the same feeling as that time. The memories and the feelings I kept shut away are coming back out. A boot steps past what is left of a hand. Kill them. Behind his profile, another face shows through, older and darker. Pieces of it come apart in the air, cut clean through. The second one folds sideways before it can even turn. He comes out of the smoke low and fast, blade first. The last one throws its arms wide and roars. The cut opens across its shoulder and it staggers. He drives the point up under its jaw. Shadow swords. Black blades erupt out of the floor and swallow it whole. The laughing does not stop, and none of his face matches it. Blood on his teeth and a grin to go with it. A few of those irregulars could topple a whole country. Even hero class struggles with one, and he took them apart. You bastard. Just hurry up and die. The dust parts and he is through it without slowing. And if I take your hearing and your sight away, it's pointless. Out in an open field it might have gone differently, but in a room this small, even without hearing or sight, blades of shadow hang in the air all around her. I can tell the moment your shadows move, the strike lands and puts her flat on the floor. There is something I want to ask you, before I take your head off properly this time. Those pills, where did you get them? I can tell you, but in exchange, would you spare my life? Haha, you monster. Like I would ever tell you. I would just get killed. Too bad for you. Ephyris that you saved, Linshell with its one and only hero, and Distberg as well. Every one of them is going to be destroyed. They will be swallowed in flames and monsters. Even if you live, only despair and fear are waiting. There will be corpses everywhere. Go ahead and cry on top of the pile you built, you trash prince. I will laugh at you from the very bottom of hell. Her laughter fills the room and there is no end to it. His fist comes down and the floor takes the rest. I changed my mind. I will find out about the pills myself. The smile that comes over him has nothing behind it. Die. Stop, Fai! The shout cuts through the noise from somewhere behind him. Two of them come through the wreckage at a dead run. Gravity! The air slams down and pins everything to the floor. Light bursts up around her and locks her in place. Do it, Shuten! The blades still hold the monster where it stands. Down in the rubble, the prince has not let go of his blade. Arcana! Threads of white knit themselves into a wall across the room. A sigil flares and a hand presses her head into the stone. Black steel is dripping
driven clean through the thing, holding it fast. Whoa, hold on. He slides backward across the boards with the blade still up. Hey, how is it holding up? There is no doubt about it. It is the very same thing that went after father. So this is Shuten's barrier? Yeah, that settles it. Don't kill them. Leave them to me. With the monster that attacked father and a famous hero's testimony, Distberg can tear up the peace treaty. This country alone is not strong enough to fight the empire. We need proof before we can ask other countries for help.
Lift the barrier, Shuten. If you won't, I will break it myself.
What are you saying? Didn't you say it yourself? If the barrier breaks, the backlash hits the caster. Are you trying to kill Shuten? Shuten, I am talking to you. Lift it, now. He holds the stair and the blade does not move. Not a flicker crosses the caster's face. Both knees hit the stone, breath tearing in and out. Shuten, stay with me. This is very bad. Shuten has never once stood on a battlefield. His body was always too weak for it. Fai's killing intent alone was enough to put him on the floor. Face down on the boards now, dragging air in like it costs him something. This is my final warning. Lift the barrier, or I kill everyone in this room. Years back, that same boy is flat on his back in a sickbed. It hurts, everything is burning, and my voice won't come out.
Am I going to die in here? In a room with nobody in it? Someone dragged a chair to the bedside and stayed the whole night. Years later, the same face is shaking, eyes squeezed shut. Not a chance. Damn you! One screaming face fills everything, streaked wet to the chin. Break it if you want. Kill me if you want, you foolish brother. Shuten, don't be rash. And you calm down as well, Fai. He isn't even looking at Shuten. The thought lands hard. Those eyes have been sliding away the whole time. That whole argument was about something else entirely. A grin works its way out from under all that killing intent. Enough, Fai. Do you have any idea what you're about to do? A hand comes out to take him by the shoulder. Stop, sis, don't touch him. He is still caught in the illusion hero's spell. Her fingers close the last of the distance and reach him. He turns on the spot and the blade comes around with him.
Stop! Don't do it! Fai, don't you dare!
Every face in the room turns up toward the swing at once. The ribbon gives and a loose strand drifts down past her shoulder. The swing carries all the way through and rips the hall open behind her. He holds there, arms still out, the blade already motionless. The killing look drains out of that face all at once. Her hair sits a hand shorter now, and there's blood on her cheek. Have you come back to your senses? You stopped before the edge touched me, and the wind off it still cut my hair. A palm cracks across his face hard enough to turn his head with it. As first princess of Distberg, I don't accept your argument. Let the empire keep setting the pace and the whole of Distberg stands exposed. Down in the wrecked hall, the thing they are arguing over lies where it fell. A country isn't moved by feelings, and you're royal enough to know it. The monster and a hero's word are the proofs that move nations. Leave it to Shuten. No, I'm not leaving it to anyone. I'm going to kill the irregular and the hero, and this time for good. Fai, don't do this. What makes you think she will tell the truth? She only needs to stall long enough to escape, then she comes back to finish us. They can never be turned back into people, and the irregular is no different. Left alive, they keep killing whatever moves until something finally puts them down. The maid's hands knot together while the princess just listens. Sparing them changes nothing at all. There's no way out of this except killing them. There's a way. Pale ribbons pour in from nowhere and fill the hall wall to wall. Hold on, what is all this? The bands keep spreading until the whole group is closed in on every side. Floor, walls, air, all of it goes over to White Ribbon. Fairy, of all people. The view closes right in on one wide, unblinking eye. Are you planning to carry the whole thing by yourself? The brother he keeps not looking at is still sitting where his legs gave out. I told you to lean on His Highness Shuten more than that. Trust my siblings more? I can't do that. I'm going to kill the irregulars, and that part is absolute. I have to kill them. Why are you going to such lengths over it? Never mind, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. A flat wooden case comes off her arm and down onto the floor. I have beliefs of my own to push through, and I'm done collecting regrets, so I'm going to do this my own way. The bands run straight through the shadow and pin it flat. It went right through my barrier? No way. Is that really what I think it is? That's a Gia scroll, an elf treasure supposedly lost with the sacred mountain 50 years ago. The shrine maidens have kept it for generations, and what it writes is a contract sealed by spirits. The scroll rolls open, and the old markings catch the light. No human, no spirit, not even a god can break a contract like that. This is your last chance, Hero Itis. Swear loyalty to Distberg on this scroll and give up everything you know, or I kill you here. The offer lands, and the prince has nothing at all to say to it. If staying alive and getting a job is on the table, I will take that over dying. Then it's decided. She holds the open scroll in both hands and half smiles. Your Highness Shuten, give me your hand. Right, here it is. The ribbons wind tight, and dark spheres open in the air around her. Off to the side, the prisoner keeps her eyes shut and waits for it. Cool fingers close on his wrist and hold the hand out flat. Gios, the oath, shuts over the two joined hands. The contract is finished. She belongs to Distberg now, and the moment she disobeys is the moment she dies. You have no problem with that, do you? A smile spreads out under all that hair, slow and pleased. Do whatever you want. Nobody standing around him moves to say anything back. He walks straight past every one of them and out through the door. Keep an eye on him so he doesn't set foot outside the castle. Honestly, what a handful. She pushes her round glasses up and lets out a breath. Fussing over a mad monster like that one, Distberg really is a kind country. Ow, that actually hurt. A knuckle has just come down on the top of her head. Do not misunderstand me. Saving you was never the point. The only thing I love is my family. Fai is a softie, but don't go thinking I'm anything like him. You're going to wish he had killed you instead. It has gotten this late already.
The contract keeps her from lying or clamming up, but dragging it all out still took hours. The monster burned itself out in the end and went to dust. Once one of them dies, the body goes with it, so there's no evidence left. There was nothing to do but write the whole thing off as a natural disaster, which makes getting any record of it at all a real achievement. The rest of the decisions we leave to Father. Yeah, that's fine. How is Fai doing? A maid stands beside her with both arms folded. Nothing to worry about. He is shut up in his room. He keeps sending the meals back and saying he doesn't want to eat. Should I go drag Fai here to apologize to you? No need. The wound has mostly closed thanks to Fairy's magic. Besides, unlike you, I gave up on him. I had this much coming. Sis, hold on a second. It's only for a while longer anyway, so just tell Fai not to worry about what he did to me. But that isn't good enough for him. Glaria, take me to Fai's room, right now. All right. And let me borrow that thing of yours. That thing of mine? One eyebrow goes up and a bead of sweat runs down. The voices come at him from every corner of the room, all screaming the same word. Kill every last irregular! But Fairy told me not to. My brothers said the same, and I don't want to cause my family trouble. A rougher voice cuts under the rest, asking what he thinks he is saying. Sensei and the others were the only family you ever had. Every one of them is dead, and there's nobody left at all. You promised to kill the irregulars, every last one of them. So why are you letting them walk away? Keep killing until there isn't one of them standing. The room empties out around him and he doesn't move. That's right, I will kill all the irregulars, including the ones nobody has found yet. All of them. I need to go to the Empire and kill everyone there. Two knocks land on the door and stop. The blanket goes up and drops over him in one motion. Who is that? Fairy? Or my brother? Ratifa had orders to keep every single person out of this room. Go on, in you get. Right, you're exactly that kind of person. If I lie here and fake sleep, maybe they leave. You idiot, stop it, don't! Brother, is that you? A pair of hands locks around a hilt and hauls it back. The swing lands and the wall of the room bursts inward. Glass sprays out across the garden and nobody says a word. The blanket comes down and the face under it has gone white. So you were awake after all. You. What exactly did you think you were doing with a sword? Is that our brother's magic sword? Swing that properly and the castle comes down. Never mind the small stuff, we are going out, so give me a hand. Going out? Out where? That part is a secret. Two more are already waiting by the door, dressed to leave.
Sorry to drag you into all of this. Not at all, Your Majesty. I didn't expect you to actually use that thing. Honestly, you're a lifesaver. Under the crown, the king's face isn't a happy one. With this much proof, we can finally call the Federation together. There's also Fai, who I'm worried about, and I need to talk over with Glaria what we do next. The long table is laid out for a family dinner with nobody sitting at it. Hey, where is everybody? The elf maid beside him smiles and gives nothing away. They all went out, Your Majesty. Out? Out where exactly? Apparently, they wanted a meal with just the siblings. They do get along so well. The yell that follows carries out over the rooftops of the whole town. A small shop tucked away in the old part of the city. Thank you for waiting. This is our specialty, the soup pasta. It's a bit cramped, but this is a really nice restaurant. Surprised you even know a place like this, sis. Grandfather used to love coming here. I owe your grandfather a great deal. Soup, a spoon, and pasta. Lady Fairy still drops in here now and then as well.
The first spoonful goes down and his eyebrows go straight up. Hey, have you got nothing to say to our sister before you start eating? Good grief, the two of you. You have always kept your distance where she is concerned, and I know for a fact you don't hate her. Was there a reason for that? There's no reason. Really now, is that so? Fine, play it like that and I'm not telling you what I got out of itis. Shuten, that's enough. The spoon stops halfway and the sulk drains off his face. All right, I know. The job the Empire handed Itis was to pull Fai onto their side, or kill him. Every spy they have slipped into this country is most likely carrying the same order. What about the pills? 3 of them sit close together over the plates. Someone simply handed them to her, and she knows almost nothing beyond that. The one who made them is the Great Sage of the Empire. The Great Sage of the Empire, some mysterious high official right at the top, always in a black robe, and supposedly nobody alive has seen the face under it. A black robe again. The peddlers who were pushing the pills around wore black robes as well, so it's all connected then. That's as much as I can tell you right now. There's more than that? There is more, but your face gives everything away, so you aren't getting all of it. That's exactly why nobody told you father had been attacked by a monster. I agree with him on that. You're hopeless at pretending. Trash prince or hero, it changes nothing. You're easy to read, kind and naive. You're terrified of losing anyone around you, and that's your real self. The two of them sit there looking at each other across the table. Keep going the way you are, and you're the one who ends up regretting it. Our sister is getting married soon. She will be gone before the year is out. There's barely any time left with her. Once she leaves, you never see her again. It happens all the time with royalty. Keep hiding, and she goes without you ever saying a word to her. Is that fine with you? Come on, you're blowing this out of proportion. We will see each other again. It isn't that far anyway, and if anything happens, I can come straight over. You're my family after all. Even after you move away and change your name? Of course I will. Even if my home changes and my name changes, I'm still me. I will treasure the old family and the new one both. Both of them, huh? It's true that I don't have much time left here, and if it comes to war with the Empire, I won't be able to fight at your side. Even so, with the strength you have, I'm sure you will be perfectly fine without me.
The same words come out again, quieter this time. The smile behind them doesn't hold, and a tear gets away from her. A chair scrapes back hard enough to rattle the whole table. Whatever he is about to say takes a long moment to arrive. I'm sorry, sis. The whole shop has gone quiet around the 4 of them, and I'm sorry for striking you. There's something else as well. Thank you for saving me, Fai. He stands there with nothing ready to say back. I thought it was only her face that looked the same. In that hopeless world, Anna got as far as clawing her own eyes out, saying she didn't want to see it anymore. I always knew she wouldn't last long there. I should have said something to her. I should have been selfish for once and asked her not to die. I should have thanked her for staying beside me that long. So let me say it now. Thank you, sis. And you as well, brother. And you too, Shuten.
He turns his head toward the smallest one there. Don't mention it, I hardly did anything this time. Just say the same to Fairy when we get home. Yeah, I will do that. Now come on, let's eat. See? That wasn't so difficult. It doesn't matter how hard you try to push people away. The more they matter to you, the less they let themselves be pushed. And there's no guarantee any of us is still alive tomorrow. So you say all of it out loud, every bit, and you hold nothing back. Did you say something? Not a word. I'm eating this before it goes cold. Pasta sitting inside a soup? And a spoon and a fork. Which one am I meant to use? Settle down. Either one works fine. The spoon goes in, and whatever was on his mind lets go of him. A field of dead trees and broken ground. Out of another life entirely. Lose your mind while you still can. You're far too kind for a world like this one. Go mad before it breaks you the way it broke me.
Even if I lose my mind, even if I break, I keep fighting. I will go on killing the ones who turn into irregulars the way you and Anna did to save people. I will get stronger, and I will keep killing. I see. Then don't forget this. Even if the world changes, even if your face and your name change, you're still you. You're my precious family. Follow your heart, Shizuki. Dead ground and gray air stretch out with nobody else in sight. Her hand slips loose and there's nothing holding it up. The boy stays kneeling in that dead field for a long time. I won't forget. The eyes that open on it now belong to a completely different face. Morning, flat on his back in his own bed, sword still propped beside him. Right, I went straight to sleep the moment I got home last night. A voice out of the old life calls that name across the years. Shizuki. That's right, it was Shizuki. That's what they used to call me.
That was my name. His head stays down in the morning light. Then last night comes back. 3 of them around that table calling him Fai. The eye that lifts now has nothing wild left in it. He comes back in with a fistful of dark flowers. They go into a plain vase and stay there. I know. And I'm not breaking that promise. I will kill every irregular and everyone with a hand in making them. Right now, I want to treasure the family I have, but that is going to have to wait a while, sorry. A knock on the door cuts through the quiet room. Oh, good morning, Your Highness. How rare of you to be awake at this hour. I can go back to sleep if you would rather. Please do not. His Majesty means to scold you and the others for slipping out yesterday. The order was to drag you there even in your sleep. Though if you have the spirit to admire flowers, no dragging is needed. Come to think of it, I never asked, do you like flowers? You wander off to the garden often enough. Yeah, maybe I do. This one is special though. Ratifa is the one actually keeping it alive. Is that so? What is it called? Both of them stand still in the middle of the room. Its name, huh? I have never seen that flower anywhere except your room. It goes by all sorts of names. Spider lily, licorice. I call it cluster amaryllis. Amaryllis, you said? It is a message sent to the other side, to after you die, and the meaning it carries. Looking forward to meeting you again. Fancy words for someone like me, don't you think? Even with his blood skills, that will be the last time I can appear. In the end, it comes down to Shizuki and Tiara to handle the irregulars. Dumping all of it on those two makes you a rotten man. Shizuki still cannot control his full power, can he? Killing that man is going to be too much for the boy. No need to worry about that. I will leave my masterpiece behind and wake him up myself. Calling that thing art, are you? You got a problem with it? Either way, what happens from here on is yours to decide. Vincenz, a pale-haired man, looks back, giving nothing away. Dawn light on the spires of the capital above the rooftops. Hooded figures thread through the crowded street without a word. The time is very close now. Just a little more and the Sword Emperor returns, Vincenz. Send word to the leaders of every country. In the name of the Distberg Kingdom, the order travels down the corridor past knights and maids. Face after face takes in what a summit will mean. We will host the Federation Summit here. Tea on a shop table, morning light, the town awake outside. Even if he tells me to decide, it is not that simple. The last summit was held before Your Highness was even born. The Federation leaders gather now and then to talk over the world, mostly to keep the Empire from ending up the strongest. This time we are hosting, so it counts as national business. Then is it fine for you to be outside the castle? Should you not be helping with the preparations? What use would a trash prince be there? I was not talking about you, Your Highness. She tails me every single time I try to sneak out. Like hell I care about that. I will not forbid you from going out, but take a bodyguard along. That is the 3rd time I have said it. And there is work to prepare, so come back to the castle soon. I did not expect Your Highness to know a shop like this. Might not be a bad idea to buy flowers for the meeting room. Please do, by all means. Back in the day, I ran my business in the Beast Country, so I stock the kinds that different races know well. Beast Country, you say? Across the table, the prince catches that pause of hers. Florist, mind if I go get a meal? Back in an hour or so? Go ahead, your usual order will be ready by then. Rooftops and church spires spread out across the town. Is there something waiting for you in the Beast Country? An old acquaintance of mine lives there. An old acquaintance, huh? A Gios scroll, a priestess of the sacred mountain, a spiritualist? Turns out there is still plenty about you I do not know. I know I ought to tell you about myself at some point, not as the head maid, but as me. A small cloaked figure stands alone in the drifting sand. Even so, I still cannot bring myself to say it. I am sorry about that. That goes for the both of us. Wait, what do you mean by that? I know you have been wanting to know about me. Yes, I have. I want to know. I really do want to know. Like how you can use a sword when nobody ever taught you, or why you sometimes talk as if remembering something far away. One day, I want to die while smiling. Why would you ever say a thing like that? For a moment, neither of them says anything on the stairs, but that goes for the both of us. I do not want to force it out of you and hurt you doing it, so I decided to wait until you tell me yourself. The smile she gives him settles the matter for now. A grin from the shopkeeper floats back up out of memory. Surprised you would bring someone along here. I told you, she followed me on her own. If that was the case, you could have left her outside. You said it yourself, your family is not to know about this, that you would rather be alone when you grieve. So she is special to you, is she not? Now then, time is short, let us get the meal over with. Which restaurant would you like to go to? Your Highness?
She turns back and finds him stopped a step behind. A hand closes on her wrist and stops her mid-step. I cannot bring myself to talk about me either, but how I came to pick up a sword. If I ever tell that to anyone, you are the only one who comes to mind. My life in that other world, and the name Shizuki they called me by. Tell her all of that and there is no way she takes it. But part of me still hopes that if it is her, maybe she could. Please, just wait a little while longer. A smile answers him before any words do. Yes, Your Highness. Steep roofs and shuttered windows in the quiet street below. Sorry, I am late. The meal ran long. A strangled yelp comes from somewhere inside the shop. What kind of greeting is that? Ah, welcome back. 5 of them crowd the doorway, one clutching a black bouquet. The wealthy merchant, Dvorg Zerich. It has been a while, Prince Fai.
Why are you here in Distberg? I was about to ask him to set up a meeting with you. I am thinking of claiming those favors. This saves me time. Favors? What favors? Well, that was the price for the ship I took to the Demon Island, and for the one we used getting out of there again. Ah, that ship. Thanks to you, we got the rainbow flowers and came back safe. If it is something I can do, ask me anything. Oh, how reliable of you. Do not ever tell anyone about the Gios scroll. Too many people want it and they would do anything to get it. Please do not ask for an item. Did you not just say you would do anything in this negotiation? Rest assured, an item is not what I want. What I want is for you to investigate something. Investigate, you say? There is a large forest lying between Distberg and the Empire. It has held back invasions for many years. The Midnight Forest, known by another name as well, the Lost Forest. Deep inside it stand huge ancient ruins. They say important archaeological evidence is buried in them. Rumor has it the Empire soldiers have been going in and out, and that the digging has come along considerably. I want you to stop them carrying any of that evidence out, and to steal it if you can. Ancient ruins the Empire is after, huh? What exactly is inside those ruins? A record of a certain swordsman, one who fought the calamity in the Chaos era thousands of years back. Hard to believe, maybe, that any later generation exists at all in this hellish world. Even if we do put an end to this rotten world, the future will write it off as a made-up story, and the same thing will happen all over again one day. After everything we sacrificed trying to finish it, the thought alone is unbearable. So I will leave behind proof that we existed. Marble walls and cold air, the sacred mountain closes over them. A roar, and the whole slope tears loose and comes down. A body lies in the churn, dragging in one ragged breath after another. A small hooded figure staggers through the falling dust. Wide eyes hold on something that is not there anymore. Fairy, are you listening? She keeps her eyes down and gives him nothing back. We are almost there. Ah, yes, I will go get things ready. This is the meeting place, is it not? It should be, yes. Sorry to keep you waiting. I appreciate your cooperation. From here, a carriage takes us to Vizdan. Vizdan, is it? There is a post town near the Midnight Forest. You will be staying there while you investigate. Business keeps me from seeing you off any further than this. He goes with you. Ask him if anything comes up. Same pattern as always. Here we go. Here, take these. They are magic bells. Not much use inside the forest itself, but you can find each other's positions with them. Oh, you have another person with you. Sorry, I thought only the 2 of you were coming. I brought 2. That was the plan on my end as well. So why exactly are you here? Is that not obvious? I'm here as a bodyguard to escort you. Things have been dangerous lately. The head maid alone might not be enough, so they assigned me. Why her out of everyone in the castle? That is right, I will protect you. You want to go and investigate the Midnight Forest? Right before the Federation Summit, out of the question. That is what I wanted to say, but Shuten and I did dodge death thanks to that ship of hers. I think letting him go is fine. It is dangerous everywhere anyway, and this is him we are talking about. He will slack off, guaranteed. We let him do as he pleases right up to the day of the meeting. Then we walk him straight into the meeting room so he cannot bolt. That is cruel. There is no one better than Ratifa at looking after His Highness. That is right, I am the super maid of Distberg. A maid, huh? He stops in the doorway while the fuss goes on behind him. Something wrong? Nothing at all. Well then, I will be waiting on your report. I am counting on you, Prince Fai, and on you as well, honored shrine maiden. A carriage and bells. She is being generous this time. I was the one who asked her to prepare the bells though. Come again? And why would you do that? Because out there you vanished the moment I looked away. Speaking of the Demon Island, that sword of yours broke out there. Good thing it came back from the smith in time. Yes, now there is no need to trouble His Highness for his own blade. Better to swing a blade your hands already know. And about the way you keep calling him your highness, do not do that in the town. Empire soldiers could be lurking there. You should all use false names as well. It is already in sight.
the midnight forest, and the border post town, Vizdan. Narrow lanes, flower boxes, visitors drifting up the hill. Pretty big place for a border town. The town is famous for its hot springs, odd baths, and odder food. Apparently it pulls in plenty of tourists too. Hundreds of years of peace under the midnight forest built its own culture. Is that so? Wait, what? Do not fall asleep the second we get to the inn. We are in a tourist town, you know. Let us go and eat something unique. Did you forget we were told to stay put while those two are out? Then let us just go down to the inn cafeteria. Stop shaking me. Do you realize I am your master? I have permission to do anything to you short of killing you. Whenever you refuse to listen, and it came from your brother. So there you have it. I am not stopping until you treat me to a meal.
Do not roll me up like a rug.
Fine, I get it. I just have to come along.
Yay, food it is!
Then let us settle on the fake names. I cannot call you the usual way once we are out there. A fake name, huh? Please do not pick something cringy. Dark Soldier or the Extreme Strongest. I would be embarrassed. Who in the world would use names like that? We could borrow other people's names, but if we are slow to answer to them, someone gets suspicious. Shizuki then. The frame closes in tight. Only a mouth and a shoulder left. I will use Shizuki. That one I can answer to fast. Call me that the whole time we are here. May I ask something? Why did you pick that name? I thought you would just twist your own name. I or Fani or something. You hate anything troublesome after all. Why, huh? His face turns away. Eyes half-lidded and unreadable. Two faces out of another life. Easy and unguarded. One of them laughs with his whole face, head thrown back. The prince holds still and lets the memory pass. I just feel like it. That is all I can tell you.
Is that so? Well, that is how it is. Sorry for prying.
Yeah, head down and grab an empty seat. I will come once I am ready.
Okay, got it. Please do not take too long, Shizuki.
Yeah, I know. He stands alone in the middle of the plain inn room. The door clicks shut behind her. He drops back onto the bed and stares at the ceiling. I still want someone to call me by that name. Say that out loud and I would sound uncool. I did this the moment the memories came back. I am pathetic. No idea what that great sage changed about this world. But if it is as dangerous as the Black Sun, without the power I had back then, I will not win. But I do not want to fight that way ever again. The strength I had back then was not what Sensei taught me. It was a power that came out of being left alone.
I went at it like a madman with no regard for myself. Same as my sword, same as the name Shizuki. If I do not need them, I should not use them, but I need them.
So the same thing never happens a second time. Even if I got impatient, even wearing a dead man's name, right now I cannot afford to die. I will kill the irregulars and the Black Sun both. There is nothing the Shadow Sword cannot cut. Down the corridor, the maid is already waiting on him. A quiet stretch of wall behind the inn, out of everyone's way. So, you brought me all the way out here to talk about what? To tell you the real goal behind this investigation. Boss's orders. And do not stare at me like that. I am only the messenger. I thought she was in it because it was profitable. That is just the front. The real reason the boss is obsessed with those ancient ruins. There is an ancient heritage buried down there. It ties back to whoever killed her mother and burned her mother's hometown. Her mother, you say? You worked it out back at the flower shop, did you not? The boss was born between an elf and a human. She is a half-elf. We had given up on another elf still being alive, so I took her for a half. Entry to the sacred mountain was forbidden after all. That is right. Years back, she survived along with her father. Her mother and her grandparents were burned to ashes. There was nothing left and no one alive but me. Are you telling me the cause of that disaster is written in those ruins? Looks like Distberg never told you a thing. After the sacred mountain burned, one strong country after another fell apart. The Romanu Kingdom, Kijin Village, the Karsus Kingdom. The few survivors said monsters attacked them, but nothing was ever found at those sites. The Beast Country sent the hero who excels at gathering information. He found the sacred mountain was most likely hit by the same creatures. What they actually were was never identified. One country was suspected of being involved, and the charge was denied. For a long time, the whole thing stayed filed as a natural cause, until Distberg turned up proof. I was running, and when I looked back, this is what stood in front of me. A black bloom opens over the burning slope of the mountain. Your hometown was destroyed by the Empire, with monsters they raised from the records inside those ruins. Afternoon over the tiled roofs in the clock tower. So we ended up out on the street after all. The cafeteria was packed, nothing to be done about it. Vizdan is known for its street food anyway, you know. Something out in the lane makes him stop and turn. What is wrong, Shizuki? It is nothing. On second thought, let us head back to the inn cafeteria. We can just wait for a table. But why? Those ruins really are something special. I need to hear more about the truth of history. This is so thrilling. I kept running while everything else went up in flames.
Ignoring all the screams, ignoring the hands reaching for me. I was the only one who got out, because I am the Shrine Maiden, because my mother put the water dragon inside me. My body moved on its own. Only I survived. A small figure lies curled alone in the black. A note pinned up outside says they are out for lunch. The door swings open and catches her on his bed with the pillow. "Oh, you are back, Your Highness." Her eyes go wide and she freezes where she stands. "You done with whatever you came in here for?" "Yes, more or less." "Did something happen to Ratifa?" "Nothing happened, she just ate too much. It is so rare for Shizuki to treat me to a meal, and the food was good on top of that."
Even so, there is a limit to it. Shizuki, the name stops her cold, eyes round and unblinking. That brat brought it up herself, remember? Old names are easier for us.
"Do not lie to me."
I see. I would have expected something closer to Fall or Famu, but for some reason that name does suit you. Perhaps Shizuki was what you were called in your previous life. Your Highness? I mean, that is a pretty unbelievable thing to say out loud. "I am sorry, that was out of line." "Huh? There is nothing for you to apologize for." He turns his face away and lets the silence sit. "Did that brat come back with you?" "The boy? Yes, he is in his room. There is something I want to check with him. I am going over." "That is fine, but you cannot change rooms. The three of us sleep in one room to protect you." Yeah. Also, I am not going outside, so there is no need to follow me.
This is gonna be a talk between men anyway. Take this. Wait, is this not your— It does not trouble me. Carry that and I can tell roughly where you are. Besides, we came up one bell short. The dagger stays in her gloved hands and she does not move. And keep that smile of yours. You are throwing me off. Do not smile like that. Smile without thinking about anything, like Ratifa over there. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Well, I know a trash prince like me is nothing to lean on, but I will do what I can to save you. So when you are in trouble, rely on me. The words land and her whole face stops working for a moment. To think I would ever hear something like that from Your Highness. It seems I still have a long way to go. Thank you for the thought. I will gladly take the dagger. No problem then. He pauses in the doorway with a hand on the frame. All right, I am heading out now. Lamps down a bare corridor and footsteps stop at the far door. Rattled by a line like that coming from me of all people. Right, let us get this over with. What is it? A grinning face fills the near half of the frame. I figured you would be shut up in your room. Finished my work, so I am free. I was thinking of hitting the bath. Want to come along? Now that hits the spot. This does feel good. This bath is insane. No ceiling at all, and it runs cloudy. You think so? It is a hot spring. The water is good for your skin. So? There is something you want to ask me, right? When are we going to the ruins, if we are going on a tour of them? Not now. The Midnight Forest turns anyone who walks in around and loses them. There are windows when that effect wears thin. I do not know when. But we go when that time comes. I see. Then next question. Question? Do you know anything about humanoid monsters with no intelligence? Not long ago, they hit Distberg alongside the Empire soldiers. Put that next to Imperial troops digging around the ruins. It is hard to believe the two are not connected. How much do you know about the natural disaster? The natural disaster? If you do not already know, then I am sorry, but I cannot tell you. I am not so uncouth as to push. I see. No need to apologize over it. If it turns out to be tied to those ruins, I will erase it. Nothing left behind. So do not expect much from the investigation. You are as hot-blooded as ever. I will keep that in mind. So, another question? No more questions. That is disappointing. I thought you would ask about her. Got myself nervous over nothing. She looked so glum when we came back. Steam drifts off the water and neither of them says anything. I am not stepping in until she asks me to. Her safety is another matter though. Is that so? I was going to ask which maid was your favorite, but turns out it really is that one. Huh? You turned down Princess Lyson's proposal, right? It got me wondering. There were rumors about you sampling the maids as well. Once we met, I could tell all of that was false. How stupid. I do not have that kind of hobby, and I have no interest in it either. Ah, I see. So you are still a kid after all. Shut up! Night settles over the treetops past the bathhouse wall. Pipe smoke, a drug in it, and the faint smell of blood. It was you after all. See? Ouch! Do not get cocky. I told you to stay alert in every direction, and do not rely on your nose. He comes up off the pillow in one motion, wide awake. Good morning, Your Highness. What time is it? Around 4 in the morning. Should you not be sleeping a while longer?
hard to sleep properly with other people in the room.
She is so carefree, it makes me jealous. How anyone sleeps rolled up like that is beyond me. Which end is the face? Apparently Ratifa is always like this, and she never oversleeps either. What about you? Are you sure you got enough rest? I am an early bird after all. A stomach growls into the quiet of the room. I am going down to the cafeteria, then come straight back up if it is closed. The stairwell stands empty at 4 in the morning. The light is on. Noodles hang from her mouth as she looks up mid-slurp. If you are after the cafeteria lady, she went out to buy ingredients. She said she would be right back. You could sit down. The noodle soup here is delicious, is it not? I do not stay at this inn, but I always come by around this hour. Hard to eat anything with this strange tableware. Hey, let us talk about something.
Let us trade a few stories. You have nothing to do while you wait on her, right? So, travelers? Huh? You are not travelers? I thought you were here for the rumored ruins as well.
Rumored? The ruins buried deep inside Distberg's midnight forest. Unlike anywhere else, there is a treasure lying in them. A clue to time magic. You have never heard of it? No idea. Born and raised in this country, and I have never heard of such a thing. That is too bad. Are you also the sort who has no need for magic like that? Huh? It is time magic after all. You can bend time and erase every sad thing, every painful thing. You can redo all of it. Magic straight out of a dream, if it really does exist. Would that not be wonderful? Upstairs, the room is still, the maid awake beside a rolled blanket. You are going to those ruins chasing after that? That is right. I want to change the past. I want to correct it.
His eyes narrow over the bowl, and the easy mood drops out of the room. Do you really want to go back to the past and redo everything? Shizuki, do not turn your eyes away from reality. How stupid. Correcting the past would be amazing, sure. That is exactly why it is stupid. I want it too. To go back to the day everyone was still alive. That feeling stays with me for the rest of my life. But if I have to stop moving forward to get it, then it would be a desecration of everyone who died giving their all. Their pain, their sadness, their resolve. The wishes they left in your hands. You cannot erase that and pretend. The laughter goes out of her face on the other side of the counter. Stop talking like a saint. You throw away the possibility of a miracle without a reason? Wanting to go back should stay a longing and nothing more. It is not something to chase after. Do not turn your eyes away. Do not stop.
Keep walking. That is how I was taught. How you were taught, huh? Whoever taught you that was a cruel person, no question.
What? His head snaps round, the easy look gone from his face. Do you not see what those words really mean? The truth hides behind the pretty ones. Do not dream. Give up. Look away. Those are the implications. A way of living like that is exhausting, do you not think? Exhausting, eh? He looks off past her, eyes half closed above the counter. A hand closes on a broken hilt, somewhere far back in memory. Then that would mean, well, there is no need to push your beliefs onto anyone else. You are you, I am me. To each their own. I believe this is my way of living. Sensei's way of thinking and way of fighting are everything to me. Everything you say. You really are quite pretty. Her face fills the frame, close enough to share breath. He holds still and gives nothing away while she crowds him. So this is where you were. Two cloaked travelers stand in the doorway with their hoods thrown back. The dark-haired one stiffens at the stranger sitting beside her. Who is that? He looks up from the counter, unbothered by the attention. Do not worry, he is just a traveler. Nobody dangerous. Sorry about that. You are such a worrywart. Oh, that reminds me, I never introduced myself. I am Elena, a traveler, and a runaway girl on top of that. You really did not bother hiding any of it, did you? Shut up, Rem, it is fine. And your name, traveler? Shizuki. Shizuki, huh? Shizuki. There, I have got it. See you around then, Shizuki. Let us talk again if we ever run into each other. Next time, hopefully for longer. The three of them melt into the morning street outside.
The chief maid waits at the foot of the stairs watching him.
The lost forest, a swordsman's record, time magic, something the Empire is after.
This is getting complicated. Were you talking with that person just now? She leans over his shoulder from behind without a sound. I was only killing time. How rare for you to talk with someone you have just met. She felt a bit like Ratifa, maybe from spending so long around that brat. Fairy, if you could turn back time, would you turn it back? The chopsticks stop halfway to her mouth. That is a difficult question. If I have to answer, I am sure I would say yes. However, if I truly could turn back time and change the past, every hour I have spent in Distberg would count as never having happened. She sets the bowl down and lets the thought run its course. All the happy moments would go with it. Moments of every kind, the whole lot of them.
If that were to happen, I am certain I would regret it. That is why I would choose the present. Sad things and happy things, huh?
Besides, turn back time and your highness starts his growing over again.
I would never sleep at night.
True. My height only just caught up with yours. Still nowhere near my father or my brother though. It is not only your height. You carry things now that you did not have before. You made friends in another country and went out together with your siblings. The old you would have stayed in your room without speaking to anyone. That change counts as happiness for me as well. So let us drop this subject. Yeah. He slumps forward with his chin on the table edge. By the way, do you have any plans for today? Plans, huh? We were told we still cannot enter the forest. I am just going to laze around in my room. You had better be. Well, I suppose I will go and take a preliminary look. We can still see it from outside even if we cannot walk in. According to Retifa, there are plenty of historical buildings around its edge. Understood. We leave the moment Retifa wakes up. Yeah. Oh, and one more thing. And be careful how you say my name out there. Oops, my apologies. Shizuki. The pause before the honorific curdles his whole face. Do not tack Sama onto it. Seriously, it gives me chills. Even if you say that. Most blood-based skills like this cover a wide area at all times. Cores at the four corners are what hold the power up. Break those and getting close becomes easy. Now then, let us go. To meet the king of Utopia, Tia, Retifa. Long pale hair spills across the pillow in the dim room. The blanket bundle on the bed does not move an inch. Good morning. She peers over the covers, glasses already on, mouth wobbling. This is rare. I did not expect you to sleep in this late.
I had a strange dream. Sorry about that.
Wait, what? Shizuki is already up? Is some calamity heading our way? Fairy told me you never oversleep, and yet here we are. You have lost thousands of times. Do not get cocky over winning once. It is so annoying, you bastard. Hurry up and get changed already. I will go on ahead if you are getting dressed. Okay, however, please do not wander too far on your own. I know. Morning light on the shuttered houses along the lane. He walks the wall with the sword slung at his back. Maybe the reason I saw that dream is also because... Nah, I am overthinking this. Rooftops and the clock tower, and the tree line waiting past them. The lost forest that turns people around. Edis Falazard turned down a job connected to that place. Most likely it is the illusion type. Wind moves through the leaves at the forest edge. The smell of smoke, medicine, and blood. Sorry, Shizuki. About Retifa's breakfast. Shizuki? She stands alone in the open doorway, the street empty. Boots hammer the path and the breath saws in and out. He plunges in under the canopy without slowing down. The smell is stronger here. It is coming from inside the forest. A hand sweeps through the drifting smoke and comes away empty. He breaks into a run along the tree line. The forest's power is getting stronger? What am I even doing? This place is just playing with me. I should have been more careful. Besides, one shared scent does not make it the same thing. The sword drags a line through the grass as he keeps walking. A mound of pale stone rises out of the undergrowth, studded with markers. A stone tablet. Is there something buried here? The shape is still clear, but it is old. The letters are worn down, barely readable. No, wait. The first sentence I can make out. For this forest. Rudolph. You called? Shizuki? There are things I want to leave behind. All of this, the rotten reality of this hell and the fact that I was born into it. If a day ever comes when nobody needs to carry a sword, then it will be needed. I want it left behind. I want to leave it behind for the future. Ha ha ha. It cannot be. No, impossible. There is no way it is the same person. Rudolph is a common enough name. It is nothing but a coincidence. He tears into the mound with both hands, stone splitting under his fingers. Roots and dirt come away in fistfuls. The digging stops dead. Under the broken stone, the earth opens on something long buried. Ornate cloth, a collar, and a face that has not aged a day. I always thought I would meet Sensei and the others once I died, but no matter how often I searched or asked, I never found any of them. So I decided this had to be a different world. Sent here as punishment for ending my own life out of loneliness. I believed that. There was no magic, no elves, no vampires, no other races at all. Not one country I knew. Nobody using blood-based skills. No sensei anywhere. But the irregulars exist. That flower exists. Is this world the same one? The same world I came from? Only thousands of years further into the future? His throat works once and the sound of it is loud in the clearing. If this stone tablet really is the one Rudolph made, then there could be other remains out here. There would probably be a drawing of the irregulars on it. It would make sense that the Empire wants it, and the swordsman they keep mentioning is most likely me, with Rudolph's blood-based skill. Making a work that lasts thousands of years would be easy for him, but he was hopeless at dealing with illusion-type techniques. So why would he leave his work in a forest like this? An illusion laid over an entire forest.
still holding hundreds and thousands of years after the caster died. If it is him, then this is nothing at all. The strongest illusion user who ever lived, the one who could pull hundreds of people into a happy dream and rule over it, the king of utopia. Trom! A grinning man rises out of the mist, arms flung wide. Ancient ruins in the lost forest, and those two are the ones who left them behind? Why would they go to that kind of length? The future. Why? Why me? Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Below the tree line, a buried city opens up, arches and stairs still standing. Hey Shizuki, there is a dead city not far from here. Want to go scout it with me? What is with that face? Anna told me a thing or two about you. Rudolph puts his own wants ahead of everything, so keep your guard up around him. That bitch. A dead city means dark peddlers and irregulars have walked through it. Which is exactly why there is no reason to go. There could be clues sitting in there. That might be true, but relax. It will not be just the two of us. Who else is coming then? Yo, Trom. A pipe smoker with braided hair grins down at them. I can pick you out in a heartbeat by the smell of that pipe smo. The counter lands mid-word and folds him into the dirt. I told you to keep your guard up in every direction. Do not trust your eyes, your ears, or your nose. Trust your instinct and the senses experience carved into you. Idiot Shizuki. I only let my guard down for that one moment, and people die in that one moment. Stop making excuses if you want to live long. Besides, nobody stands a chance in front of my greatest illusion. There it is again, that confidence of his. You could not do a thing to Sensei anyway. Hey, I heard that. That one is an exception. Even buried in my illusion, he can still aim at me off the feel in his fingertips. And having confidence beats having none at all. You think so? I think so. Set next to Shizuki, you have none at all. See? I am right. He lies constantly and his attitude is rotten. Almost all the time, really. Quit while you can, Rudolph. Unless you want to be put under an illusion too. Go ahead and try, you shitty caterpillar. But my blood-based skill is nowhere near finished. Against Sensei and the rest of them, I never stood a chance. That does not matter. It is not about what you can and cannot do. The one who is confident is the one who wins. Say it out loud and you have already won. Even this one keeps telling everybody he is confident about leaving a legacy behind. Your blood-based skill is a sword, so make yours confidence in cutting. Something along the lines of, there is nothing I cannot cut. Saying a line like that out loud is embarrassing, and you get blocked every time anyway. Being this afraid of things will do you no good, Shizuki. Go on then, let us hear it. Keep chanting it until the day you beat the two of us. There is nothing the shadow swords cannot cut. That one is good. Huh? Why? Or leave it if it is not for you. Then hurry up and get stronger. The memory lets go and the eyes that open on the present are colder. A hand runs along a row of standing grave markers. Remembering all of that put me back together. The ancient ruins in the lost forest. I want to look inside, but walking into Trom's illusion unprepared is suicide. Better to wait until the power in it wears thin. And I walked out without telling Fairy on top of everything. That was a voice. Somebody down there? Is that Elena? The girl below turns her head, hood slipping off pale hair. What business do you have here? Turn around and leave. We came because you called us, and this is the welcome we get? There is a limit to how rude a man can be. Watch your words. I have told you already, I do not work with the Empire, and even if I did, you are the last people I would ever call. The one they are standing around is Princess Elena of the Karsus Kingdom. Karsus Kingdom, and the woman is a princess. Her attendants were trained knights, so of course she was never an ordinary traveler. I am warning you here out of sincerity. Go home to your own country. If bowing to the Empire to stay alive turns your stomach, run far away from here. What an unpleasant sound that is. What is this? A few short years and what you are chasing has turned this crude. Did you miss your sister that badly? Hey, you are stepping well over the line. Every bit of it was your fault to begin with. Calm down, Rem. But princess, I know. You do not need to tell me. Just hold yourself back for now. You should not go to the ruins. Take that as a warning from an archaeologist. And even if you stay away, the Karsus tragedy that got written off as a natural disaster will be dug up again. Who would ever believe that rubbish? You never listened to us and you invented things that never existed. It was your empire that invaded us. That tragedy, when you turned even powerless citizens into monsters with nothing left inside them, just because we have no proof. Something drops out of the trees and lands between them. Boots hit the stone hard enough to throw dust off the ground. The man in the dark glasses goes completely still. Shizuki? One wide eye stares out from behind loose, pale hair. Sorry for cutting in, Elena. Would you mind handing that one over to me? He is from the Empire, and he seems to know every single thing I want to know. The two of us are going to have a talk.
A crooked grin cuts across the lower half of his face. You think you can pull information out of me? Learn your place. Shizuki, do not go any closer to him. That man is the hero they call the Mind Reader, Koen Sakachio, and he came out of the Empire. He can listen to anything at all. Anything? Voices from far away, voices inside people's hearts, voices out of objects, voices out of the past and the future. So he is the same breed as Lezenea and Lishan, a user of perception type abilities. There is no chance a man like that does not know how the Empire and the irregulars are tied together. All the more reason I am not backing off. Somebody other than that man calling those monsters irregulars. Well now, you are going to answer every question I have. About that man and about the irregulars. All of it. A hand closes on his sleeve and drags him back a step. You know about them? Not one person knew those things existed. Nobody ever believed a word I said. They were treated like they had never existed at all. So how is it that you know about those monsters? Answer me. The grin behind the dark lenses stretches a little wider. You want to know why I know? That part is obvious. Because they have to be killed. Because they are not allowed to exist. I remember. Every last one of them needs to die. I exist to wipe them out of the world. A shudder runs through her at the sound of that voice. What a deep sound that is. The longer I listen, the further down into the abyss I go. Like a pit with no bottom. A bottomless pit, is it? Want to dig deeper and find out whether there is a bottom?
I will let you take a look if you hand over what you know about the irregulars. You might turn up something the ruins could never give you.
A fist bunches up the front of his coat and lifts him onto his toes. Do not underestimate what a hero can do. With you hostile like this, I only catch it faintly, and it does nothing to you either. But if I use my power with your consent, there is no telling what comes out. I will take it even if it means seeing hell. Cheap price for information on the irregulars.
You are overestimating yourself. Ha, is that right? It is called confidence. Whoever has the most of it wins.
Two hands close into fists until the knuckles go white. You had better be careful yourself. You might turn out to be the one who sees hell. Be crazy. Protect what you treasure even if it costs you your life.
Haha, I am glad I could protect you. I want to leave it behind. You will be fine without me.
Keep your guard up in all directions. Come on, show me you are capable of killing me. A mountain of corpses, a blood-stained sword, a pale gray world with nothing left standing. Kill and kill and kill and smile the whole way through it. The flood does not stop. Empty lies, slipping out, killing oneself, crying. He rips his hand loose and reels back a full step. You, what in the world are you? How are you still alive? Why are you here? What are you? Answer me, Fai Henze Distberg. The black-haired attendant stares with his mouth half open. Distberg, no, do not tell me. The trash prince? What are you planning to do to the princess, hiding who you are? No, that is not it. Shizuki is beyond any doubt his name as well. I can hear two life forces coming off him. One of them is the third prince of this country, Fai Henze Distberg. The other is a sword emperor who fights monsters. A swordsman called Shizuki. He is living two lives at once? No, that is not it. Like I said, this one is living his second time around. If I have to put it into words, reincarnation. His life as Shizuki belonged to ancient times. He was born again as Distberg royalty. This is his second life. Frankly, my own understanding cannot keep up with it. Reincarnation. Reincarnation, is it? Sorry. If you are asking how I did it, I cannot answer you. I want to know the answer myself, so which one of them are you? Ha! Which one? The world can change and my name can change. I am still me. If you do not know what to call me, then call me Shizuki for now. I came out here with nothing to do with royal business anyway. So there are not two separate personalities inside you. Then what are you? There is a limit to how insane a man is allowed to be. You are carrying that much darkness out of a past life. You have stood in a literal hell. So why did you ever pick a sword up again? How are you able to stand? How are you able to fight? Why are you still here? Answer me, Sword Emperor. I wanted the life Sensei wished for. A life without holding a sword. I never want to use the power of the Sword Emperor again. I want to die smiling. I want to protect the people I care about. I do not want to break my promise. That is my happiness too. It is not about what I can and cannot do. I already told you, Koen. First time or second time, it changes nothing. I exist to kill the irregulars. irregulars. The laughter tears out of him and bounces off the cliff wall. What a simple answer for such a complicated existence. The ancient sword emperor I kept hearing about out of ruin after ruin. All of it was nothing but mystery. I never imagined it would open up to me like this. Very well, I will hand over what I know about the monsters. However, I want to add one more condition. Do not worry. This is something you will want as well. Come to the ruins with me. You are going to uncover the historical truth buried in there, Sword Emperor. The bell was ringing its head off a while ago and now it has gone completely silent. Did he throw the bell away for some reason? No. Even if Shizuki let go of it, the bell itself should still work. A long sigh drops out of one of them and the other only laughs. He is probably gone and the four of them cross into the lost forest under the mist. Is it really all right for them to follow us? They insist on doing it. Off the path I have marked, this forest is a deep vortex of illusion. It would be a problem if they wandered in carelessly. If anything happens, I will have to cover them. I owe the Karsus family a debt. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth if they died out here. Are you not serving the Empire? We simply happen to share an interest. I use them because it is convenient for learning about history. You know what it means to settle down in a country like that? As an archaeologist, the Empire trusted me with deciphering ruins. Honestly, the results are not in their favor. The Empire would burn this whole forest down before handing it to anyone else. They were drawn out here by a special material and by hearing my name. They intend to turn Elena into an irregular? Most likely. You probably know more about the irregulars than I do, but it depends on the quality of the human it is made from. Out of an ordinary human, you get a low one. Out of a human with high magic power, you get a far higher rank of monster. And the deeper that human's despair towards the world runs, the more terrible the thing becomes. The Karsus line has carried high magic power unique to their royal blood for generations. On top of that, her country was invaded and her family is gone. She is the only survivor. There is a strong chance a hero will run the plan outside this forest where I cannot listen. At the ruins, there are skilled Imperial soldiers as well, and Ice Burial. Even a shut-in trash prince ought to know that name. The Empire's strongest, or rather the strongest hero in the world. Something nobody has ever beaten. The rumor is that he brought a country down on his own. Only somebody on the level of Ice Burial can shield them or get them out. Which is exactly why this is your job. You do not have to tell me that. I am not letting them make one more irregular. Hey, what have the two of you been talking about? Nothing, just small talk. Keep your voice down. The soldiers will hear you. We are already here. The ruin wall climbs out of the rock face, arch after arch. The same as the buildings in that dead city back then. Ice Burial and the other skilled Imperial soldiers are up in the upper layer. 3 guards on the entrance. Should we just charge straight in? We have no business in the upper layer. This way, there is another entrance I never reported to the Empire. The upper layer is a sham. The real value of this ruin sits somewhere else, deep underground. The stairway drops away into black below their feet. A torch catches and pushes the dark back down the stairwell. This is the great underground mural. Carved figures kneel in rows under a burning sun. His face sets hard as he reads what is cut into that wall. A pillared hall opens out under tons of rock. Light travels along the wall and the carving surface out of shadow. It makes me sick. What is drawn here is the scenery I have wanted to forget, and it is disgustingly nostalgic all the same. Sorry to interrupt. How is it, Sword Emperor? There is no doubt about it. A friend of mine left this behind, so that history would never repeat itself.
A joke, just as I thought. The irregulars are born as salvation.
They believed that without them, history would come back around again. Monsters as salvation? Stop joking around. A joke. It is natural to think so. But even those of us who hate the irregulars saw them as one form of salvation. By the time they showed up, the world was already wrecked. It was a world where the strong poured despair onto the weak. To protect anyone, you had to give something up. The ones doing the robbing walked off laughing. They spouted whatever nonsense they liked and threw other people's lives away. Happiness, peace, a warm family. Those only ever existed in dreams and illusions. Good people came to learn exactly how helpless they were, and despair drove them out of their minds. Rage, madness, and voices thick with resentment. The world was full of those. Behind them, the escorts stand still, taking in every word of it. In a world like that, One bastard built a salvation, a way to let you turn into an irregular, and that thing got called salvation. Her fist closes tight enough to shake, free of everything, able to take revenge on whoever hurt you without a trace of fear. People who wanted saving turned themselves into irregulars by choice. The irregulars and the dark peddlers multiplied fast as the years went by, so the world split into three kinds of human: the ones who accepted the irregulars and lied to themselves, the ones who could not accept them and fought, and the ones who lived however they pleased and spread despair, irregulars or not. Yeah, a chaotic world where you did not survive unless you were strong. This place was built to leave that history behind and to stop it repeating, and to honor the man who put an end to it. Correct? No. Huh? The one drawn here is probably… Hold on.
The passage goes quiet down its whole length.
I could not care less what happened thousands of years ago. Where is the time magic? There should be a hint to it in here.
I do not think anything like that is here. I never saw an ability like that even back in that world. Whoever made this had no such power and was not looking for it either. I agree with him. This ruin was built for one purpose only, to preserve history. Wait, I need time magic. I have to go back to that day and save my father and my mother and my sister. I have to save all of them. Elena. Two pairs of boots face each other on the stone. Chase a fantasy that does not exist. Nobody gets saved that way. Something like time magic. It does not exist. I believe that it does. Back out on the road, the maids are still turning the same thing over. I do not think any spell exists that turns time back. But the person he met this morning believed it did. Never having seen or heard of a thing does not mean it is not out there. Well, I suppose not. Maybe the ruins out in that forest really do hold that secret. If it really existed, would you think about turning time back? Well, I am an ordinary person after all. I would be tempted very easily. I feel like I have had this exact conversation with Shizuki, but I still do not think time works like that. Even if you used it, you would never reach the ending you wanted. Worse than that, you would live through the exact same grief again, and come out of it carrying nothing but more despair. Headmaid, I know an old story about a man who held time magic. The second most pitiful man in the world, the way I see it. Once upon a time, a man was handed the power to control time. The power was too vast for him and he could never make it work. Everyone wrote him off as useless and still he carried no bitterness. He had a friend who stood beside him through every day of it. Then the Great War took his family and his hometown. It tore him away from that friend as well. So he gathered comrades and ran himself into the ground looking for him. The comrades fell one after another. In the end, he saved nobody and let every last one of them die. Losing everyone dear to him broke him open, and the power finally answered. He dropped backwards through the years and stood in the past again. This time, he would save his family, his hometown, his friend, his comrades. That wish never came true. Nothing changed. They all died exactly as they had before, as if the ending had been decided long before he got there. He used the power and went back tens of thousands of times. Every single run, he failed to save even one of them. At last, he could carry it no longer. He stopped returning to the past at all. A pitiful, miserable story from beginning to end. What became of the man after that? Nothing gentle, I am fairly certain of that. I wanted the ending myself, but too much happened and it never reached me. You called in the second most pitiful man in the world, so the first one met a crueler fate than his? Perhaps he did. The first most pitiful man was that man's own student. He had taken in two of them over the years. The first was a girl called Tiara, and she died early. The second was a boy, and the teacher went on living a very long time. The boy revered him, leaned on him to the point of sickness, so he set out to inherit everything the man was, except the power itself. His strength, his beliefs, his enemies, the friends he wanted to save. He would have killed the man himself if the man ever wished for death. Past death, past the bottom of hell, the boy kept walking that same road. He shut every feeling away and went on cutting down enemies. Hearing all that, he really does sound like the most pitiful person alive. The man and the boy both. Was there truly no better way for them to live? They were strong enough by then to choose any life they wanted. Should they not have lived something fuller for their own sake? As long as he keeps chasing those footsteps and repeating the past, then Tiara stays buried. He will never hear that name from me. He was hateful and pitiful and a complete fool. And still you hold them dear, do you not? The man who could walk back into the past and the boy who took up his
his will. Pitiful, both of them, and impossible to look away from. That is the whole reason behind it. You told me that story on purpose, did you not? However pitiful and foolish a person looks, you never leave them alone. You believe in something and you wear yourself out for other people. That is exactly the sort of person you are.
Which is why I can hand Prince Fai to you and stop worrying.
Retifa? The younger maid has bent forward, shoulders shaking. I really cannot win against you, head maid. Naturally, I am your superior after all. Right then, that settles it. Retifa? She is halted beside a roadside board and gone very still. How about you come out and show yourself now? Sorry? I am speaking to whoever is crouched behind that tree. The creep who eavesdrops on a private talk between two maidens. A low laugh slides out from behind the trees. Stop calling me a pervert. I thought my stealth was the best even among the heroes of the Empire. For you to feel me standing there, you are sharp. Sorry if I spoiled the mood, but it looked like you wanted to be found. Your aura was leaking all over the place. The Empire has that policy about purging everything not human, yes? A first-class maid cannot ignore men who come after her superior. Maids out of Distberg, all the way out here. Does that mean the trash prince is in the city as well? Would that be a problem? A big one. Now I either fight you or kill you, and I would rather not be slowed down. I need to find my target as fast as I possibly can. They tell me the material is the finest grade this time. Not even a hero could handle it, never mind that trash prince. Personally, I would not mind testing it on you. An elf's shrine maiden. You would make a splendid monster, I am sure of. Steel flashes and his wrist opens in a spray of red. The pill drops into the dirt along with the blood. So that is what you came all this way to do. Then I will have to kill you with everything I have. Forgive me, head maid. I borrowed your sword without asking. When did she even move? Haha, picking a fight with a hero. What a beautifully raised little maid you are. Thank you for the compliment. Let me give you one thing back as an apology. Hero or whatever else you call yourself, I would not know. But a man who still has to announce his own name is worth nothing. Titles and posts are handed to you and propped up by other people. Third rate, all of it. Showing off carries a man only so far. All of this is wind? The gale flattens the grass and shoves both maids backwards. Running your mouth at me like that, you filthy little maid. I am Levi. Levi the Storm. I will have you praising that name soon enough, right after I put you on the ground and make you crawl. Well, well, how tiresome. One finger nudges the round lenses back up her nose. Head maid, let me hold on to your sword a while longer, and please look after my glasses. Stop, Tiara, let me be the one who goes. It is fine. Stay where you are and keep yourself safe. Like Shizuki, I was never any good at fighting and guarding at once. Deadly one swing. My mind and my body never once leave the battlefield. The grin falls off his face the moment she closes the distance. Black threads pour off the blade and eat the wind around him. Please do not make that face at me. The same as him, I would rather never show this to anyone, but once my mind is made up, I do not hesitate. A blood-based skill. Full gore. Lightning knits itself over the maid from shoulder to hem like plate. Anyone who stands against His Highness dies right here. Kill the enemy wherever killing the enemy is possible. That teaching is set into my bones, an iron rule. Deep in the ruins, a crack runs up the stone wall. Down in the ravine, the whole group turns toward the noise. The rumble rolls along the passage and shakes dust off the ceiling. Hey, Sword Emperor. A black doorway gapes in the ravine wall above them. Take them and get out of here right now. Bit late for that. The wall bursts inward and stone sprays down the tunnel. Cold air rolling in ahead of whoever that is. So this is where you were hiding, mind reader. Have you found the daughter of the Karsus Kingdom and the... Well now, would you look at that? Seems we have a thieving little rat down here. He plants the spear on the ledge and looks down on the whole party. Frost crawls off the haft as the big man steps into the open. Pay us no mind, Sword Emperor. Draw your sword. Sorry, but I am not doing that just yet. You what? You would hate it every bit as much as I would, if this whole ruin came down on top of us. Of course I will pull it out if things get truly bad. There are other ways to handle a man like him. And as for getting everyone out of here, hey, hand her over. That little girl belongs to the Empire. Otherwise, I take the legs off every one of you. All I need is the girl breathing, after all. Not a chance. Shadow bind. A binding made of shadow. Never seen magic shaped like this. He is working every shadow the faintest light can throw. Laid the whole tunnel out the moment he felt me coming. Well, well. So the ground itself is on his side. You say that awfully casually. He rips an arm loose and lunges through the black cords after the boy. You are going to let me through! Oh, is that how it is? The butt of the spear slams slams down and the frost under it shatters. Hailstorm. A wall of ice shards blasts the length of the passage. Thousands of splinters of ice, every one of them a mirror. He is throwing light off them to wash the shadows out. That is how he means to break the bind. The glare floods the tunnel and the darkness thins to nothing. A heavy boot digs into the frost and shoves off it. They slam together and the boy is thrown back down the slope. Shizuki! Shizuki! Over here! Never mind me, just go! I will buy you all the time you need. An exit right there, and it was never in the report. What do you have to say for yourself, mind reader? Sorry, you will never squeeze through it with a body that size. Haha, if it is too small, I force it open. His boot comes down and the stone floor splits under the weight. Along with that brat standing over there, the boy watches him come without moving a muscle. How long do you plan on leaving that sword sheathed? The thing on your hip is not a decoration, is it? You have real magic in you, and a head to use it. I do not feel like drawing it, and I have no interest in being buried in here beside you. Oh? Still talking that big in front of the ice burial? Optimistic of you. That foot of yours is already finished. Shadow sword. He stands perfectly still, a shadow pooling at his heels. Black cords whip up and pull tight around his boot. The grin locks halfway as the shadow bites into his leg. Say that again about my foot. Oh, so the thing patches you up as well. If it mends your wounds, you can afford to take them. That attitude of yours is refreshing, I will give you that. Interesting. A gloved fist closes and ice bursts away from the knuckles. That only makes me want to drag the sword out of you sooner. We are going to fight, you and I. It would be a shame to hold anything back, would it not? Boy, the whole tunnel goes white as the two of them collide. Damn it, she is far too strong. You monster! A monster? That is no way to talk to a delicate maiden. Huh? Which part of you is delicate exactly? You took my hand off right at the start. Then burned the stump black. Talk about a sadist. No, I really am terribly frail. What else would you call me if not a frail maiden? I am below average, even leaving my teacher out of the count. Out of the 7 of us, I came in around second weakest. The scream tears out of him and dies in his throat. So when exactly do you make me crawl along the ground? You are simply too weak for this. Damn it all. She crosses the open ground in a single stride and closes on him. He drags himself upright on the broken slope. Still, you thought you would go for the head maid instead, since you could not beat me. A black mark spreads across the palm that lifts toward him. The blast rips outward and strips the snow off the whole clearing. You should not go underestimating the head of the maids of Distberg. She holds that a maid must be stronger than the royals she guards. And our royals are all monsters, so that took some doing.
Now then, do not imagine I will stop at your arms. Unlike a certain soft-hearted girl, I leave no loose ends. Your head goes next.
Run him straight through! Fulgor! Flugel! A vast wing of light sweeps the clearing and throws him off his feet.
Ha! Do not underestimate a hero.
You may want to correct that to weakling, you third-rate. Dust rolls out through the trees and swallows the clearing whole. The ground erupts, and black spears punch up through the smoke. Damn it. A small figure spins away through the black smoke, blown clean up into the ceiling. That old man, he has far too much life left in him. Ice snake. Spikes of ice tear up out of the floor in a rolling wave. Heaps of corpses. The ice is throwing light everywhere, and the shadows will not hold. He comes in low, and the spearhead opens a line across the stone. The swing turns the air white and drives the boy back again. One eye tracks the shaft the whole way through. The boy comes down over him and drives a heel into the spear arm. The blow lands and something in the guard gives with a crack. An ice pillar splits and comes apart in falling pieces. Boy, not bad at all! You got me. You really got me. Damn it. He shoves himself up out of the frost, breathing hard. Come on, draw your sword already. Pull it out and I leave the girl alone until you are dead. And who gave you the right to say that? What matters to me is a fight worth the name. My body is past its prime and the tiredness never lifts. To throw everything at a strong opponent and hone my own art. I have reached this age without meeting one worthwhile opponent. Nobody understands that. You talk exactly like a certain vampire. Kill me, turn Elena into an irregular, do all of it. None of that will ever quiet the thing you are craving. A monster that has lost its mind is no fight worth having. The monster is nothing but bait. Bait, is it? The word hangs there and nothing moves on his face. You have not heard? One hero has caught the Empire's eye lately. The hero of Distberg, Fai Henze Distberg. The monster is bait to draw that man out for me. They say the people call him a trash prince and he hardly appears. But when his country is in danger, he turns up without fail. The boy keeps his face turned away and gives nothing back. So the Empire is digging through these ruins and working to turn Elena into an irregular. And every bit of it is only to drag one man out. Shizuki. Her voice reaches him through the dust and he looks back. The black-haired one stops dead with a hand still reaching. Why are you still standing there? Get Elena out of here now! A blade comes up between them and the girl is dragged backwards. Blood runs down past an eye that will not blink. The hooded one turns the knife over in his grip. A hand clamps on her arm and tears her off her feet. What are you doing? No! Whose side are you on? That question is a difficult one to answer. He walks off down the broken steps without hurrying. Never mind. Your face already handed me the answer. Now that I think about it, it makes far too much sense. To turn Elena into an irregular, somebody had to bring her here. And if she learned the people she trusted were Empire spies, her heart would break and drop her straight into despair. You do not look the least bit surprised though. There was a spy living inside Distberg for a very long time. I assume the other places were no different. Cruel way to go about it. You knew about this, did you not, Cohen? And surprised is not the word. I am angry. Nobody asked me, and I am not fond of telling stories nobody will believe. Every last one of you. It is almost like a curse. For 14 years, nothing happened at all. The moment I picked the sword up again, disaster after disaster, as if taking it up meant walking back through hell. No. That is not quite it. Had I faced this life head on from the very start, the irregulars and the Lost Forest might have been closed long ago. This is the bill for denying reality and being protected 14 years. A coward who is terrified of losing anyone who matters. Pathetic and spoiled. Trash, whatever I end up doing. If I am going to wear that face, then let nobody underestimate me. The laugh rips out of him and bounces off every wall of the ravine. Laughing at a time like this. Have you finally cracked? Not quite. Unlike you, I do not wear a mask. I have to laugh like this, so that every one of them resenting me at this very moment will never underestimate me. So that face of yours is gilded, I see. A shield that hides its own shape to guard what sits beneath, much like the shadows draped over these ruins. The ice column bursts apart in a shower of splinters. Enough, boy! What good is faking yourself in a fight to the death? If you will not draw that sword, then I crush the ruins and the little girl right in front of you. I will strip the gilt off and measure what is under it. So it comes to this after all. Sorry, Rudolph. After all the trouble you went to leaving this behind. Though I am sure you would laugh and call it our pride. Do not be afraid. Once you decide to protect something, kill your enemies no matter what. Deadly one swing. My mind and my body never once leave the battlefield. The dark peels off the walls and pours down the ravine at once. Every shadow that was covering these ruins, all of it is gathering into one place. Black cords crawl over his boots and climb his legs. The shadows braid around the blade and the whole ravine goes dark. The laugh rolls up out of the big man and rings off the rock. I never expected to find talent like this out in a hole like this. This is it. This is what I have been waiting for. A genuine enemy. My name is Grimknots, the Ice Burial Grimknots Isaac. Name yourself, boy. We are about to have a serious fight. Give me your name. My name is Fai Henze Distberg. What did you say? The big man freezes with the spear only half raised. No need to look so shocked. I will go along with your etiquette of war. And one more thing. Nothing in view but broken snow and drifting white dust. He drops under the spear and closes the last of the distance. You leave yourself wide open, boy. The staff tears through his guard and throws him sideways. Come and meet death, just once. He gets the blade up in time and the impact shears the ground apart. He slides back over the frost, boots carving 2 long lines. That skinny little thing pushed me back? He kicks off and closes the gap before the words land. Blade and staff meet and the shock blows the snow flat. Then get crushed. Hailstorm. A whole cliff of ice tears loose and comes down at once. Shadow swords. He drops into a crouch and the dark opens up behind him. Ice boulders and black blades fill the air between them. One shard after another comes apart on the black steel. The staff drops point blank and he twists out from under it. He turns inside the swing with the blade already moving. Isaac hauls the weapon around with everything he has. The grin widens under the frost caked in his beard. A fight worth having is a trade of lives that shakes you to the soul. This is how it should be. And yet, they break apart, staff tip hovering, sword held low and steady. The big man plants the shaft in the ice and stops pressing. I do not like this. What? His head comes round and his jaw sets hard. That is not what your kind of fighting should look like, is it? You only had to block the ice coming at you and throw the rest of your swords at me. Sweat runs down his jaw and he gives nothing back. You did it without even thinking about it. You really are a hopeless kid. Where did all that aggression of yours go? Is it the little girl, or are those ruins really worth this much to you? Boring. Keep this up and you will lose me completely. Boy, what if I told you I would put our fight on hold? The offer lands and the answer does not come straight away. Ice Burial, what are you?
I will wait for you in front of the ruins until tomorrow. There is an open stretch out front. You know the place. We settle it there. Until then, go finish whatever business you have left. I need you fighting with everything you have, or none of this is worth anything. And if I never come back? You already know the answer to that one. The ruins, the fields, the people, the king, every last one of them. I will topple Distberg and freeze this whole country solid. Off in the rocks, the man in dark glasses keeps very still. He means it. He really will stand there until tomorrow. Handy having you around at a time like this, mind reader. What are you waiting for? Go before I change my mind. He turns without another word and moves for the slope. Footsteps hammer up the stone stairs and out of the hollow. A gloved hand opens and closes in no hurry at all. The moment of bliss has finally come around. Nobody gets to interfere with it. Shizuki! You are in one piece. Good. Hey, where is He doubled back to save you. He never reached you? Beats me. Nothing moves in his face, and the pause runs long. What? You did not run into him at all? There is no other path down to the ruins. His eyes slide sideways and stay there a beat too long. Either way, we leave the forest right now. Koen is not with us, but I have the route memorized. The enemy wants you, princess. Go on ahead with Shizuki. But what about Finding him is my problem, not yours. No need. He answers with his back to them, eyes on the trees. That guy sold you out. He belongs to the Empire. Both of them stop dead where they stand. Do not talk nonsense, Shizuki. There are jokes you can make and jokes you cannot. Calm down, princess. Do you honestly think he has a reason to lie right now? But Reem, you knew, did you not? I already had my doubts about him. The way Koen spoke to the princess never lined up, and a spy was always on the table. The look he gives the man on the ground does not soften. Shizuki, no. Fai Henze Distberg, would you take Princess Elena under the protection of Distberg, officially? What are you talking about? Bringing the princess to live in this country was always the plan. Her eye goes wide and stays that way. Understood. In the name of Distberg, I will get Elena somewhere safe. I am grateful to you for that. Hold on a moment. I never said we could not take both of you. There is no need for that. Kill every traitor, whatever it costs. That was our king's final order. I am the last retainer Karsus has, and I intend to see it done. What are you saying? What final order? Are you planning to kill No, I will not allow that. He hangs back a few steps and lets the two of them have it out. A last order worth carrying out even if you drop the duty to protect her? I honestly do not know. The years we spent together were not short. Even without the king's will, I want this finished. I think that is simply what people are like. Something behind those eyes goes flat and very cold. Besides, whatever happened out here, we were always going to disappear. The moment the princess was somewhere safe, we were gone. I cannot stand watching it any longer. Ever since Karsus fell, she has been hunting a time magic that may not even exist, and every other sentence out of her is that it should have been her who died. If she stays with us, she stays chained to the duty of royalty forever. That is why this is where we say goodbye. 5 whole years have gone by since we lost Karsus. Put that weight down. Me, your sister, and I would bet even every one of us wants to see you living free. Neither of them moves, and the forest goes very quiet. He works something dark loose from under a bundle of rags. The cloth tears away and the thing goes spinning across the clearing. Take it. A hand goes up and closes around the thing in the air. Ice Burial will not lay a finger on you while you carry that. And if you ever decide to come back, it will point you straight to me. You have my thanks. Wait, Rem, please do not go! Let go of me, Shizuki! Do not go, and do not you dare kill That is an order! I cannot take your orders anymore. I told you already, Karsus is gone. Forgive me for being selfish, princess. No, do not go! Come back, please, Rem! The cloak goes out of sight, and the shouting dies in her throat. Come on. We are leaving. My people are waiting outside the forest. Once we join up with them, we clear out of Visden. Elena? Shizuki, I cannot do this anymore. I want to die. All of it hurts. It has gone past a joke. I am going to die one day anyway. What is the point of staying alive on my own? Hey, Shizuki. Please, kill me. He keeps hold of her shoulder and gives no answer. The beast slams down and a maid is flung clear across the snow. So you got that one blocked. The next will land for certain.
A grunt comes through clenched teeth as the guard holds. Steel comes up out of the drift and swings at the shape in the white. What is this? Mist out of nowhere? This is the forest throwing its own illusion at us. Get out of that mist, head maid! Retifa! An arm reaches into the white and finds nothing at all. Head maid, behind you! Now go and die. The fist lands flush and the scream comes out ragged. A maid folds into the churned snow and stays down. A shape walks out of the white with a blade already up. Blood freckles her face and her eyes refuse to focus. Head maid, answer me! The white closes over the last of the tree line. This is exactly like Utopia. Fighting this close to the stone monument tripped the defense, and the forest keeps getting stronger. So you are not going to kill me. I have lost my family, my country, even my friends. I cannot live on my own. You are strong, Shizuki, so use that sword and finish me without any pain. I refuse. I know exactly what it is to be alone and want to die. I am still not granting that wish. Even if you are only alive because you are made to be. Somebody wanted you living, and plenty of people spent their lives keeping you that way. A small figure stands alone in all that white. Helping you throw that life away is the one thing I will not do. Her hand closes over his and refuses to let go. She shoves him back and something bursts out of her. Wait, Elena! He reaches after her as the light climbs between them. The blast tears the clearing open and the glare swallows her whole. The mist just doubled on me. Damn it. Answer me, Elena! She stumbles on alone with nothing but her own breathing for company. Her face comes apart and the sobbing takes over. Sniffling drifts out of the white from somewhere very close. Crying again, Elena? Her head comes up and the sobbing stops halfway. Big sister? A tall shape waits a few steps off through the mist. The woman in the cloak smiles down at her the way she always used to. Big sister! Big sister! I did my best, I really did, but Shizuki says time magic does not exist and and Rem are both gone, so this is what the Lost Forest actually is. I walk in a straight line and it still will not let me out. I need to find Retifa and fast. A voice behind her speaks her name, low and very near. A hooded man with a drawn sword stands right in front of her. Why are you still exactly the same, are you not? Rotten little brat. Damn it, where is she? Elena! Do not panic. Eyes and ears and nose are useless in this. Work it by touch, through the fingertips. Elena? No. Those footsteps land far too heavy. So the forest is throwing an illusion at me. One eye narrows as the shape hardens out of the white. A figure comes up the slope through the mist, taking its time. Oh, come on now. That is just cruel. Trom, you could have picked somebody like Idis to show me. Why him, of all of them? The hood turns and the sword under the cloak comes into the light. Why are you showing me this? The one person I never wanted to meet again. The forest mist is not thinning out at all. Trom's illusion work is vicious. I have to reach the head maid fast. If the forest runs on his ability, then this stone monument has to be one of the cores set at the four corners. Smashing them is easy enough, but lose the forest and we lose a whole line of defense against the Empire. And if I damage the stones, that wimp would cry his eyes out. No choice then. The way Sensei did it back then, read the flow of power and cancel it out with my blood skill. It is nothing so simple as threading a needle. Only monsters pull off a feat like that. The blast takes her off her feet and folds her over backwards. A rough, violent little girl like you has no chance at it. Haha, always calling me a little girl and treating me like a child. And he could not break out of the fantasy until Sensei and the rest of us turned up. Do not underestimate me, you notorious swindler. Light rips along the veins of the monument and the ground goes with it. That was a thunderclap. That is Retifa's work. Her head turns toward the noise and her ears come up. The mist is thinning. The illusion is gone. The forest has lost its grip. A boot comes down hard and the running starts again. Big sister. The smile above her does not move at all. The face in front of her loosens and comes apart into mist. Her stare holds on empty air. Of course she was. An illusion, nothing more. That day my sister died along with the Karsus Kingdom. You are an empress and you lean on empire medicine. Give it back. Without that I cannot go on. In every memory I have of her, mother is crying. The whole castle blamed her for never giving them a prince, an empress, and my sister and I were the only children she ever had. I could not watch her suffer any longer.
That night, I slipped out of my room to find the bottle my father had thrown away.
Thank you for finding it, Elena. You really are a good girl. Look after your sister as well, all right?
A dark smear dries on her cheek, and nothing in her face moves. When I came round, my father and the nobles and the servants were lying in blood. The monster that came out wearing my mother was turned to dust by my sister and the knights who died for me. My sister took the throne and set about holding the country together. Then the monsters went for the citizens. She and the knights fought them off, and the moment they were spent, the Empire arrived. As if somebody had told them those monsters leave no remains. They said she had butchered her own parents and her own people for the crown. She begged them to spare me and the knights, and then she walked up onto the scaffold. My sister died. That day they killed her and burned her down to bone and ash.
It should have been me. I was the one who was supposed to die. Weak little me who could not even save herself. Her fingers knot together and will not come apart. One wet eye stares at nothing at all. And what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?
I am looking for my mother's medicine, but oh dear, that really is a shame. How about I give you a new one?
Really? Of course. Your mother does seem to be needing it after all. I will make it two. Hold the second one back. Take it on the day you need it. Just remember this much. What you are holding is a salvation. Tears sit on her lashes and refuse to fall. The mist has burned off completely. She cannot be far from here. Found her. Through the reeds, a small figure kneels at the water's edge. She sinks down into the grass with her fist closed around it. The pill comes up toward her mouth without a single beat of hesitation.
Stop, Elena! His whole face fills the frame, mouth wide, eyes locked on her.
It slips past her teeth before the shout can reach her. Do not swallow that! Her mouth closes and the call dies out among the trees. Her own hand clamps over her lips and she forces it down. Water erupts out of his palm and drowns the grass in one beat. The flood catches her full in the face and knocks her flat. She coughs it back up and the black beads scatter across the ground. A boot lands hard in the mud beside her. Your Highness! Fairy? What are you doing out here? Why? Why did you have to interfere? Stop doing stupid things! Swallow that and there is no road back for you! I know that! But if I swallow it, I can drag half the Empire's soldiers into the grave with me. It must be nice being you. You have comrades who come running. You have family and you have friends. You have the strength to stand against those monsters and against the Empire. You are strong and you are blessed. You will never understand how I feel. Everyone is dying. Every single one of them. My country, my friends, my family, all of it is gone. Even the comrades I had left stopped believing in me. So go on and tell me, what is the point of living on by myself? The answer does not come, and the silence sits there between them. I cannot do this anymore! I am better off dead! I have to die and make it right with my sister and everyone else! That was my last salvation. Just kill me already! Hey, Shizuki! He looks down at her without a word, jaw set. A hand comes into the frame with the fingers spread wide. The slap cracks across the clearing and her head snaps round. The chief maid stands with her palm still out and nobody says a word. Stop being a crybaby. Do you honestly think dying counts as atonement? Fairy, that is enough. Are you going to tell the people who died so you could live that you killed yourself over it? If none of that gets through to you, then let me spell it out. What you are doing is exactly what a spoiled brat does. A backhand cracks across the little elf and drops her flat. Stop being a crybaby, you shitty brat. Your Majesty, how could you do that to a little girl? Like I care. Suicidal idiots never listen to words, so you hit them hard instead. It is not. You are setting a filthy example for Philip. Back then, I refused to look reality in the face at all. I was left alone, I was weak, and I did nothing about any of it. All I wanted was to atone to the ones who died before me. How pathetic. Do not use the dead as your excuse to die. Plenty of others wanted to live and never got the chance. You survived. Never let me hear you talk about killing yourself again. People are meant to live. Nobody lives in order to die. Anyone who will not treasure the life they were given, I, Lost Henze Distberg, will never forgive them. Princess of the Elves, praised from every side your whole life. That ends today. You are going to be a maid, you shitty brat, and I will not let you quit until that rotten personality of yours changes. If you hate being weak, then show me you can grow strong. Live. Outlive every last one of them, right down to my grandchildren. The child clutches her collar and the tears finally break loose. Even if you can do nothing, even if you stand alone, you are still alive. I will not forgive anyone who throws away their own life. It is inexcusable. That salvation you believe in trades your life for a pile of other people's. I refuse to call that anything but theft. If you want a reason to go on living, then come and work for us. I will make you a maid and teach you from the very beginning.
Even with your homeland and your family gone, even with the guilt eating you, as long as you keep living, you may run into something irreplaceable. So please hold on to that much. The hard edge leaves the chief maid's face and softens into a smile. Believe that one day salvation will come for you too. The kneeling girl says nothing, and the wind moves through the grass. Elena, I am suffering because I am alive. I know. I am drowning in grief because I am alive. Yeah. And because I am alive, I get to cry this many tears out of me. Yeah. He keeps his eyes lowered and says nothing more than that. Elena, here's the thing about that strength you envy so much. I do not have it either. The Sword Emperor Shizuki that Sakashio told you about lost every friend he had. In the end, he put his own blade through his neck and died. The story lands and the girl's face goes stiff and pale. He was exactly what Farid just called a spoiled brat. Even before he lost anyone precious, before he was alone, he already wanted to die. Put him back in that silence and he would do the very same thing again. This power of mine does not protect the people I care about. It gets me shielded by others and leaves me alone with nobody saved. It is a weak power. Even so, if you still want it, it is yours. The path of the sword, the same road the Sword Emperor walked. You become a beast. You become a Shura. It is a road through hell, and it ends in death. If revenge is what you want, if that is how you mean to pay for your sins, then I can lay the rails down for you. But you are not me. You still get to choose a different road. He told you to live freely, did he not? Please. In the memory, an open hand lies on cracked white stone. Do not throw away the last words of someone who mattered to you. Tears run down her face, and her shoulders finally come loose. You really are terrible, Shizuki. You shove every one of your own failings aside and tell me to live. Terrible. Beyond terrible. Obviously, did you not know? I am the famous trash prince. I figured it would all sort itself out once I dumped you on Fairy, so I talked big. I am nothing but a weak, spoiled piece of trash. But you are unbearably kind. You are terrible, Shizuki. What are you even talking about? I do not remember being kind. She wipes her cheek and something close to a smile comes back. That is exactly my point. A toppled stone arch leans out of the ground ahead of them. So you are letting the little girl walk away after all that? And on top of that, now there is one more of you standing there. These two keep trailing after me and they will not quit. I thought Fairy turning up was luck. It was not. This is the best compromise I can give you. I am not asking you to call the fight off. Still, I would rather you not spend it worrying about a stray blow reaching them. Relax, a stray blow is not going to kill Fairy. Besides, you came here to see my power, did you not? And I have no intention of giving you the room to swing wide at all. You talk as big as ever. Oh right, there is something I want to hand you before we begin. A frozen token drops into his palm and he closes his fist on it. So what happened to him? I let him pass. He walked out of the ruins and the two of them vanished into the trees. What became of them after that, I could not tell you. I see. Thanks. His fist stays closed around it while he looks away. There is no need to thank me. You know that already, do you not? Gratitude is not what I came here to collect. Now then, let us pick our fight back up, boy.
No.
Fai Henze Distberg. Splinters of ice drift down between the two of them. Wait here, Elena, and do not let go of that. Fairy. Retifa really is safe, right? I cannot swear to it, but most likely yes. Besides, fuss over her too much and you will never hear the end of it. Huh? His Highness was worried about little old me? Are you that curious about what I get up to in private? You are that age after all. She would absolutely say that, and I would absolutely lose my temper. Fine. If that is your read, I will take your word for it.
sword. Look after Elena. Understood. Deadly one swing. My mind and my body are standing on a battlefield every hour of the day. Black aura tears out of him and swallows the broken ruins whole. Thanks for waiting. This time, I am not holding a thing back. Grimknots Isaac! Across the rubble, the old hero lifts his face toward the shout.
Far past the tree line, something cuts through the canopy and is gone. That was fast. Deep in the fog, two figures stand under the black trees. For a start, this forest barely works on anyone with a blood-based skill. Against that kind, the illusion never triggers at all. And how is Storm doing? Dead. Head and left arm taken clean off. Whoever he ran into must be genuinely strong. So? Great Sage. A hooded figure waits in the mist with a sword at the hip. Well, why are you not running? If it hurts, run. If grief has you by the throat, turn your back on it. What is there worth living for at the bottom of all that pain? That is what you threw at me when I asked you about it before. Because there is no other choice. This is my sin. I know of no other way to repay what I owe. And then a thought crossed my mind. You and I are very much alike. If it is you, you will understand.
You already know it yourself, do you not? Exactly how many people out there are waiting on salvation? I told you the very same thing back then. I would sooner die face down in a gutter than go along with a word you say. Under the hood, the smile does not shift by a hair. You really have not changed at all. Just a bit further, just a little more, Vincenz. With Ice Burial standing in front of him, I am certain of it. Please come back to us, Sword Emperor. Live freely. That was what he was told. If everyone had said that same thing to me, I do wonder what I would have done. Shadow swords! Black blades come down in one long diagonal sheet across the ruins. Hailstorm! Blades and ice slam together and blow the ruins open in every direction. You and I run on very similar techniques, so this comes down to whose numbers hold out. He kicks off the rubble and closes the gap in one beat. The spear sweeps around flat and splits the air ahead of it. He twists under the shaft and the black blade answers straight back. The old hero bares his teeth, delighted with every second of it. Steel meets frozen steel, and the shockwave flattens the snow around them. He floods the whole place with cold and shapes ice the size of his highness's sword. On raw magical power alone, he is no lesser than Prince Shuten. So that is the strongest hero the Empire has to offer. Ice Burial, both of you. Run! Shadow Slash! Ice Snake! He goes in low along the ground with the spear thrust out ahead. The spear rips straight through the black tide without slowing. He lands hard and drags a trench through the frozen ground. The snowflake head whips back around for the return blow. The shaft catches him full across the face in mid-swing. The hit drives the air out of him and folds him over the blade. He roars back and the shadow around him doubles in size. The whole terrace goes up and stone rains down over the ruins. Numbers can paper over a shortage of strength. They cannot paper over the gap between our weapons. Dust drifts down across a wall of shattered stone. That damned... He pushes himself up out of the loose rock, small and alone. You are looking terribly uncool right now. Shizuki, that voice. Retifa, is that you? Why are you... My face and my clothes are filthy at the moment, owing to circumstances. Pardon me. A maiden has standards, so kindly look the other way. Ow, ow, ow! I get it, hands off! You are older than my sister. What maiden? Why are you even out here? Why? Because you went and disappeared on your own. Then suspicious people came after me, and I lost the head maid entirely. That is how I ended up in this state. And the moment I sat down to clean up, you turned up out of nowhere. That is not what I am asking. There is an Empire hero standing right there. Get yourself to Fairy. Do not waver. Her hand stays on his head while the blade holds level. This is not an opponent you take without giving up everything you have. You know that better than anyone, do you not? Think about nothing but killing the enemy in front of you. If you want to survive, pour your whole soul into putting him down. Wring out every last drop of blood you have. Think too hard and your feet get swept out from under you. You are not strong, Master. If only you had kept on living. I wanted you to show me properly how it is done, and if you find any of this disgraceful, I will smile for you instead. Both her palms close on his face and hold it perfectly still. She turns and picks her way back across the broken stone. Are you finished? Get over to Fairy. Do not die. I know, you be careful as well, Prince Fai. He drops off the wall and comes down into the open ground. The hero plants his spear and waits for him in the rubble. The old face splits into a grin at what is walking toward him. Let me show you my trump card. Every shadow in this place answers to me. The spear lances out and the darkness rears up to meet it. Black spills over the stone and swallows the light around him. The shadow drags itself into a spiral and starts to turn. She throws an arm out in front of the girl beside her. The shadows are spreading out over everything. Every face turned toward the ruins goes still at once. Shadow corpse. A long-haired swordsman rises out of the black and stands there. Enchant return. Come. Blades push up out of the dark until the whole field bristles with them. The shape of those swords has changed. Every sword in the ground has gone jagged and black along its edge. She backs off a step without taking her eyes off the field. Black threads crawl out across the ground toward their feet. A graveyard of blades stretches out behind the shadow swordsman. The maid stands rooted there with her gaze locked on the field. You really are a disgrace. From top to bottom. Remarkable. I have crossed blades with a great many swordsmen in my life. Never once with a man this welded to his sword. You are not wrong. Shadow Corp's triumphant return carries the swords and the shadows both. What you are standing in front of is a gravestone. The ones who fought at my side. The ones who came at me with everything. Every swing I make is packed with their techniques and the things they wanted. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Black cracks run across his face like glass giving way. Elena. I never once managed to move on from my own past. My old friends never told me to live freely. I think that was because they knew perfectly well I could not do it. It is impossible. It was never going to be anything else. The memories, the sins, the wishes handed over to me. I ended up carrying all of it. The person I cherished told me there is an answer waiting at the end of survival. I never found that answer. I threw everything away and turned my back on all of it. But when I picked my sword up again, I made a decision. Live a life worth being proud of and go out smiling. If I can save someone, if I can protect someone, if I can change something, then I will keep carrying it all and keep swinging this sword. Rather than come apart in tears and die like that, I would sooner live bawling my eyes out until the day I can die smiling. One of the watchers stares out with her mouth half open. A small figure stands alone out in the field of swords. This is exactly why I can never stop chasing history. Every swing of his carries the life of an ancient swordsman. He drags tens of thousands of them out through that blade. Rejoice, Ice Burial! The man standing across from you is the King of Swords, the Sword Emperor. Ice dust drifts past his face and the smile widens. You do not need to tell me that. I am already shaking with joy. Every last sword standing on this field moves when I tell it to. I am cutting all of it to pieces. Shadow swords! He comes in low with the whole shadow dragging along behind him. Hailstorm! Blades of ice hang in the air a beat and then come down. The hero drives straight through his own storm with the spear held low. These swords are nothing like the ones back in the ruins. Do not let the glare pull your eyes off him. Black steel and frozen steel lock together and throw sparks off the edge. The spear sweeps through empty air and finds nothing at all. Only planted blades and settling snow are left where he stood. Has he wiped out his presence? No, the drift of the ice shards tells me exactly where he is. Why switch to this style of fighting all of a sudden? Let me borrow this. Trom. The old hero's face goes hard the instant the name lands. A wall of white winds up out of the ground and swallows the field. He braces behind the spear as the storm closes over him. He brings the sword up as the ice bursts apart around him. He made his own sword vanish? Ice Snake! A serpent of ice tears across the ground straight at him. Rudolph. Steel juts out of the drift beside him, half buried. One swing splits the serpent open and the shards scatter wide. A blade drops out of the white sky, point first. The ground goes up in a wall of snow and splinters. Anna. The glare washes over one half of his face. He comes out of the blast already swinging. A grunt escapes the hero as the strike drives him backwards. Lattice. The field goes black for a moment around the spoken name. The spearhead comes in flat and shears past his head. Two more slashes hammer the shaft in the same spot. A crack runs down the weapon with a dry snap. A boot drives up out of the snow into his guard. He forces the point aside and steps inside the reach. The click
click of a tongue carries across the open field. The two break apart and the snow settles between them. I see. That sword of yours. You could have taken it in both hands and snapped my spear in half, yet you only ever used your left. Your sword work is remarkable as well, only there is nothing strange coming off you, and no arrogance either. So if I have this right, the previous owner of that sword lost their right hand, did they not? Looks like I am correct. You did not simply copy their swords, you copied the techniques that came with them, which means the first one belonged to a man built for stealth, or an illusionist, the kind of swordsman who hides where he stands and hits hard out of it. The second had abilities close to my own. A great sword swung while working every foothold on the field. The third was a woman's sword, graceful, economical, nothing in it that a man ever moves like. To think I would get to feel the sword arts of people I can never fight again. I am no mind reader, but this is genuinely interesting. Corpse Triumphant Return is everything I have seen, heard, lived through, and been trusted with. What I just showed you belonged to people who looked down on me right to the end. I watched them, I stole it, and I copied it. My copy is nowhere near the original. It is a shallow imitation.
You make it sound like those swords and those powers are not truly yours. Words, magic, every form of combat art there is. They all begin as somebody's shallow imitation. What to imitate, how to use it, how far to carry it, that is how every single person raises their own strength. All these thousands of swords standing out here, they are yours, without the slightest doubt. A grin cuts across his face under the torn cloth. The laughter climbs until it fills the whole graveyard of blades. You do not know anything, so stop acting like you do, Grimknots. The spear comes off his shoulder and he drives forward. Tiara! He charges in, head down with the sword swung overhead. Steel meets steel again and sparks burst all down the line. A storm of strikes stacked one on the next, arcs both wide and tight. The counter lands clean and knocks him off his footing. Lizenia. He is crouched low on the ice with the blade drawn back. Blood runs down his face and the ice on his armor breaks apart. The strongest hero in the Empire. You really are strong, but you do not frighten me. There is nothing about you that is terrifying. Run. His eyes are half shut and his mouth barely moves. Shadow Slash! A black wave the size of a hill folds over the whole field. Nothing moves on his face while the dart comes down. The wave takes him full on and blood sprays across the snow. He lands light and lets the blade hang at his side. The body slides to a stop face down in the drift. A wall of cold catches him and drags him back over the ice. Expand. An armored leg braces hard against the cracked ground. A boot slams down and the frost races out from under it. Cracks spread out through every one of the buried swords. Ice domain. Ice runs out to the horizon in one unbroken sheet. He gets behind a broken slab and watches the white swallow everything. Ice Wolf, Oboro. A pack of wolves rises straight out of the frozen ground. Wolves now? The blade sweeps through the first of them and meets nothing at all. The hit went clean through. They are not made of ice, they are illusions? The pack closes into a ring with nowhere left to step. One of them slams home and drives him off his feet. They are not illusions at all. They are packed cold, dense enough to freeze a man where he stands. I honestly wanted to settle this with my spear against your sword, but my spear is finished. Even so, I am not a good enough man to simply hand you the win here. I have finally found an opponent worth the trouble. Fighting a man who never lays his cards down would leave me unsatisfied. My own hand is already face up on the table. The wolves hold their places among the buried blades. A single-edged blade with a curve to it. Out of all these countless swords, it is the only one that matches the one at your waist. So why did you never pick it up? Is it so precious that you were afraid to hold it? Or was the owner so strong that you could not imitate them at all? I already told you, even if they are shallow imitations, those techniques are your own skill and your own strength. As long as you keep refusing to draw that sword, I will never be able to die in peace. A moment ago, you told me that I do not frighten you. On a battlefield, the first man taken by fear is the man who dies. Even when the fear is only skin deep, putting it into your opponent is what wins the fight. That only holds true for a man who actually wants to win. Winning or losing does not particularly matter to me. The fear I put into others and the fear others put into me, all of it is nothing but a nuisance. What I want is a fight. Victory and defeat are only the results that trail along behind. To pour in every last effort, to the limit and past the limit. I simply want to throw myself into one clean fight. Even if I lose my weapon and both arms, I still have magic. I still have my legs. I still have my body. Even if it means freezing my own flesh solid. So long as you do not die, it is a cheap price, is that it? Frost climbs over his jaw and the grin only widens. The cold. How intoxicating
devastating it is. How far are you going to entertain me? The ice rears up into a beast that blots out half the sky. Is this not the finest thing in the world? Tell me you agree. Fai Henze Distberg! Do not go thinking that your filthy life is worth what other lives are worth. You are a killer. Claim you hate swords, chase after peace, treasure every life you like. None of it changes a single thing. At the end of it all, you are trash. Trash that killed tens of thousands of people to keep itself breathing. And for something like you, if even for one moment I thought about saving somebody, then there is only one thing left that I can do. Brionac. An ice dragon rears over the field with 2 specks below it. This is the guardian and the overseer of the ice domain. He stands at the foot of it with his coat hanging in rags. Until you bring it down, everything in here is your enemy. Shadow swords. Dark blades hang in the air around him, points forward. The dragon's head comes apart and the ice sprays out in a fan. Chunks the size of carts spin away over the broken floor. He is already running, small against the wall of white. Kill every last one of them. Shadow slash! The dark detonates and tears a hole through the middle of the field. A lone eye tracks him through the falling ice. The two of them cross again inside the wreckage. That same glare finds him again through the drifting snow. Far out on the ice, a small figure lifts a blade. A rain of swords drops out of the white sky. They punch down around him and hammer the ground flat. The frozen arm swings through and the ice erupts along its path. The limb splits open at the shoulder and steam pours out. He comes in low with the blade held straight ahead. The blow catches him in the air and throws him back through the debris. Mist rolls off the ice arm while he settles his footing. Haha, this really is something. I have never had a fight like this in my whole life. And what about you? You are like me. You do not seem hung up on winning or losing, but you are not enjoying this at all, are you? Not really. I have no particular thoughts about this fight. I was only ever taught to kill the ones who come to kill you. Even so, I want this to end up being somebody's salvation. I want to show a path forward. To someone who has been through the same suffering I have. I know there is only so much I can do. I know there are people out there who could help her far better than me. Even knowing all that, the only thing I have is this sword. So I will swing it and show her that salvation is real. Even with a past that hurts and a life spent suffering, there can still be a future where she gets to be happy. I want her to believe that. And to get her there, I am going to beat you! Sorry that my reason for fighting you is such a poor one. Do not worry about it. I actually prefer that answer. What matters to me is the fighting. Whatever reason you happen to be carrying behind it, as long as I come away satisfied, that is enough. So fight me with everything you have and show me that path! I see. In that case, take this as my thanks. Bloodied eyes track him from across the ice. The katana stands alone in the cracked ground. He stops in front of it with his hand half raised. Normally, you pick a sword that suits your own height. Even if the blade you have is a fine one, if you cannot use it to the fullest, it counts for nothing. The bandaged fingers stop a hair short of the hilt. Do not touch it. This is not the same as borrowing Lattice's sword or any of the others. Two figures stand apart in the white, one of them holding a blade. First of all, the blade itself is only the shadow of Sensei's sword, worn down to fit me. You are weak. Sensei told you to use a sword that suits you. I know that. The one time I ever managed to use this was that brief moment when I killed that man. I have no idea what it does to my body if I draw on it now, but I was able to pick my sword back up and keep fighting because everyone saved me. I wanted to die somewhere past all saving, and I survived anyway. Thanks to the many people who pulled me out. This time it is my turn to pay them back. So let me stay the stubborn one, the naive trash prince who refuses to give up. The hand closes on the hilt, and the black runs up the steel. Please, Sensei. Snow drifts past while the ruined field falls away behind him. The hero lifts his head and watches without moving. Lend me your strength. Darkness crawls out over the snow at his feet. Vincenz! The blade comes free, and the ground splits open all around him. Come at me until you drop dead! Fight me until your very last breath! Ice burial! A small dark shape hangs in the air, trailing black. Peror! They meet head-on, and the shockwave flattens the ice between them. In that case then, do not let your mind wander anywhere else. Otherwise, your feet get swept out from under you. Just think about killing the enemy standing in front of you. After all, I am not strong. If you do not want to die, pour everything you have into beating them. You already know what has to be done. The hero is thrown back back through a wall of shattering ice. You want to show it, do you not? What lies on the other side of surviving? So squeeze out every last drop of blood you have. Awaken. Brionac! Ice erupts upward behind him in a jagged column. The roar tears out of the white and shakes the whole field flat. That is compressed cold air, far heavier than those wolves ever were. I have to put more into this. I have to give it every single thing I have. You want to show them, do you not? Fight. Cut them down. Kill every last one of them. I have not told them anything yet. I am not dying here like this. Hurry up and get stronger. And then, faces blur past out of a life that already ended. The fingers lock around the hilt one more time. You want to copy me, do you not? At that level of strength, you will only be a letdown. That is right. Chant it. That one word. The blast throws him end over end across the ice. Recall it. He slides through the wreckage and drags himself back up. And wish for it. Reach! He bursts out of the black arc with the blade thrown forward. The word carries out of the ruins and finds the chief maid. It reaches a girl crouched low among the trees. The old hero hears it too, and his grin splits wide open. It lands on the man in the dark glasses out among the pines. It runs down the valley to two figures standing in the dark, and it reaches the girl who wanted to die. There is nothing in this world that the shadow swords cannot cut. The blade opens a seam straight down through the frozen wall. The whole mass comes apart and falls away on both sides. The eyes widen and lock onto the strike coming in. He drives forward with the ice weapon cocked back. They meet in a chain of sparks and neither one gives ground. The shout tears out of him and drowns the crash of the ice. The hero answers with a roar of his own and shoves back. The yell keeps coming while the blade grinds forward. He leans into it and refuses to be pushed off the line. The two of them start laughing in the middle of the wreckage. His mouth splits open and the sound comes out unguarded. A bellow comes back at him and rolls out over the ice. Laughter tears across the wrecked ground while both of them are still standing. Ice Burial sways in the rubble with his arms wide, howling like he won. The sound thins out into something ragged as the air runs out of them. One low chuckle drifts over the stones and the field finally goes quiet. So that is how it ends. I lost. The grin stays put even as the strength drains out of his shoulders. A small shape walks out of the smoke with a long blade held low. On the black ridge, one body lies still and one keeps standing. The broken hilt slips loose and clatters away down the slope. Out into the white glare he comes, soaked red, the sword barely held. A mouth opens, breath catching, and no sound follows. Both knees give out, and the cracked ground takes him down. That should have been my line. You are the one who pushed me this far. And still, right to the end, you go out with that stupid grin. The old hero dies smiling, and that was the one death Fai ever wanted. A sword stands planted upright in the fresh earth of a grave. Please do not push yourself any harder than this. My healing magic is far from perfect, so do not lean on it. Yeah, I know that already. On the Demon Island, my magic ran dry and I could not heal you at all. Fine, I get it. A fist closes around a strand of hair grown far past his shoulders. Fairy, do you have a pair of scissors on you? No, they are packed in my luggage back at the inn. Then cut it for me once we are back there. Understood. Also, there is something else. Something else, Your Highness? She stops short, eyes wide, hands still at her sides. There is something I need to say to you. Back over the rooftops of the border town, the morning is quiet. That is far too much information at once. Take my eyes off you for 1 minute and you are neck deep in trouble again. You went into the ruins alone, then hauled the Empire's mind reader and the Princess of Karsus along with you. And on top of that, you put down Ice Burial, the strongest hero the Empire had. How am I supposed to write this up for my boss? You are practically cursed. What is the problem? The Empire got nothing out of those ruins. Exactly. With him along, we can dig through those ruins as much as we like. Stop treating me like some kind of magic tool. Though, sure, the only thing I actually care about is history. The Empire or some rich merchant out of Linshell, the sponsor makes no difference to me. A small figure keeps slurping noodles while the argument goes overhead, and you are genuinely fine with that? I told you, I joined the Empire only to learn about history. Besides, the hostage I was holding is sitting right beside you eating noodles. The one in question keeps chewing, cheeks full, entirely at ease. Seriously, after all this, we need to get home before it gets worse. Do not leave the inn. Better yet, do not leave your room. Tomorrow we look the ruins over and head straight back. No delays. Sure, whatever you say. So, did you find those scissors? I did, but they were never meant for cutting hair. We can do it after the meal, Your Highness. Anything with an edge will do. Just get it over with.
There is no need to wait that long. I want to talk before my resolve gives out. Ah, wait, I am coming along as well. Do not leave those two alone. They have a serious conversation ahead of them. A pair of chopsticks stops halfway to a mouth, eyes fixed on the stairs. He drops back into his chair with nothing left to argue about. Steady snips work through the overgrown hair while he sits on the step. Hey, Fairy, can I ask you something? About the thing I said I wanted to talk about? Yes, Your Highness. Her eyes close for a moment as she answers him. Do you believe in reincarnation? The scissors stop dead against a pale lock of hair. She stares at the back of his head without answering. The blades hang open in the air, going nowhere. Her gaze drops to the floorboards while she weighs the question. A black-haired boy holds a small figure close on a snowy slope. A whole band travels together, blades on their backs, nobody hurrying. The same pair again, the smaller one bundled up against the cold. The boy breaks down crying while a woman leans in over him. A long-haired swordsman walks away from all of them into the white. Her eyes hold on him, and the question sits there unanswered. Cut hair slides off his shoulder and settles on the floorboards. He sits with his hands on his knees, back straight, waiting. His mouth sets, and he decides to tell her the whole thing. Reincarnation. I have wondered what it really is more times than I can count. My face, my eyes, my hair, even my height, none of it is the same. The memories stayed though. My temper is probably unchanged too. But I am not Shizuki anymore. At first I thought this was the afterlife, that everyone had to be somewhere. So I searched with a body too small to even walk properly. Not one of them was anywhere in this world. So I clung to the faintest traces I could find, reaching out for anything at all, past caring how it looked. A maid startles as a toddler grabs a fistful of her skirt. The little hands keep pulling at the apron, refusing to let go. None of them were ever there to be found. All I found was the feel of a body that did not match my memories. The people who mattered in those memories are not in this world at all. I died, and I was still alive. Past life, reincarnation. What are those things supposed to be? A life is meant to be lived once, and that is why everyone claws at it, grinding their teeth, holding on, wading through blood to keep going. And even so, I keep asking why. His hands come up over his face while the scissors wait. Why me? Why did it have to be me? I just hated being on my own. A second life changes nothing about that. Since the day I picked up a sword, all I wanted was to die satisfied. The life of Fai Henze Distberg is nothing but an extra to me. She listens without moving, the scissors forgotten in her hand. Only lately that has stopped holding. Recently, I have started thinking about it differently. I know I should not let myself think this way, but I do. It does not have to stay an extra. Here, in this world, as Fai, I want to live the way I used to live. I want to take your hand and live like a normal person, but I cannot take that hand. It is not that I want to die tomorrow, I just cannot promise more than this. The last snip lands and he looks up at her with the hair gone short. Your Highness, you really are far too kind. You carry all that because of how you think, do you not? If the ones you cared about got no reward, then you must not get one either. She sets the scissors down and does not look away from him. That feeling, I understand a piece of it myself. My homeland was the sacred mountain, and 50 years ago the irregulars burned it down. I was the only one who escaped alive, and I tried to choose death as atonement. The old lord tore into me for that. He called me a crybaby. After that, I put everything into repaying his kindness to Distberg. I used that as my excuse and kept my eyes off my homeland for decades. When I finally set foot on the sacred mountain again, it was full of tombstones and flowers. It should have been me. All of that should have been my work. One look at the inscriptions and I knew who had carved them. I know where that person is and what has become of them. I still have not managed to face him. I could not accept being the one left behind, and I ignored it far too long. You picked up your sword instead. You never looked away, and you met all of it head on. So is that not already enough? Your Highness, do you think I ought to suffer more and feel guiltier? That is not what I meant. Her hand settles on his shoulder before he can finish. I will not tell you to forget the past. Those memories are part of who you are. I will not forget mine either. There is no need to suffer any more than you already have. Please, accept the world you are living in now. You are not alone anymore. If you are willing to take this hand of mine, her arms stay around him and neither of them moves. He pushes her hands away and sits back down on the stool. Sorry, I will sweep it up myself. If you are done, leave me alone for a while. Understood. Cut hair lies scattered over the floorboards behind her skirt. The door shuts and the room goes quiet. He sinks down where he stands and lets out a long breath. I knew it would turn out like this if I told Fairy. What am I even doing? She is always too kind and I almost drown in it. Words like sweet nectar, eyes full of pity, the warmth of her hands. They make me want to take the happiness of this world and give into it. But what comes after that? The end of my road is obvious. Seriously, what am I supposed to do here? Out in the corridor, she stands listening, unable to walk away. A sword lies on the boards right beside his boot. He looks down at it, hair still uneven from the scissors. Not a word out of you then. That is not very kind of you, Spada. Fairy comes down the inn stairs with her hands folded in front of her. Have you finished talking with His Highness? Yes, we have finished. I caught a little of it from down here. You can drop the act now, Tiara. So you worked it out after all. You have known His Highness a long time, but you have known me just as long. That talk in front of the stone monument, the way you always are with His Highness. The Empire's princess who came to Distberg as a maid for His Highness's mother. The one who cried her eyes out the day he was born. After Her Highness passed, you never went back to the Empire. You hid your name and worked for us. You started calling yourself Ratifa. With all of that, guessing was not hard. Right now, only you and Shuten know about this. I never expected my memories to follow me into a second life. Ratifa. No, Tiara. You should tell His Highness the truth. Standing here to chat is no good. Shall we move somewhere else? There is something else as well. I am in the mood to share a few old stories with you. The two of them start down the steps together. Do not only grant His Highness his requests, grant your subordinate hers too. All right with you, head maid? A hand lifts out of the bathwater with steam curling off the skin. This is my first time being healed by the head maid's magic. It closes up fast and clean. Amazing. I did not even notice you were hurt. I wish you had said something. It came out of my own mistake, so it was hard to bring up. It was not a serious wound, and besides, Shizuki was right there. Knowing you, is that why you keep your real name from the prince? So that you never end up protecting him too much? Well, she tips her head back against the rock and takes her time. You studied abroad with Prince Glaria, so you never saw his childhood. It was enough to feel like watching a different kind of death than my own. If I had told him who I was, he would have been happy, I am sure of that. And he would have leaned on me for absolutely everything, exactly the way he did back then. I did not want Shizuki to end up like that. I will not have him turn into the saddest man in the world a second time. That is the whole reason. I will not reveal who I really am. Even with none of us beside him, I believe he can keep moving forward, step by step, without being lonely. I truly believe that. All I want is to watch over Shizuki from the closest place there is. That is all I have ever wanted and all I ever will. I feel no need to go back to what the two of us were. Back then we were close in age, and yes, I had feelings for him once. Now the gap is huge. My boss frets about marrying me off. The one thing that has not changed is that I treasure him above anything. We shared the same teacher and traveled the same roads. He is family to me. Before Shizuki, I thought strength was the only thing that counted. A whole city torn apart, my people killed and tortured. The weak did not even get to choose how they died. When I first met him, I would hit him or kick him out of pure frustration. He was weak and always crying. Even then, he kept trying to move forward and get stronger. Before I noticed it, I could not take my eyes off him. Something inside me started to change. Our teacher called running into Shizuki a miracle. For me, it was the same. And that is exactly why. I thought it was another miracle that I got to meet Shizuki after being reborn. Steam drifts between them while the words settle in. Low cloud hangs over the ridges the next morning. The old stone ruin stands open to the sky, half swallowed by rock. There is less damage in here than I expected. I figured the place would be in worse shape after that fight. I brought a picture-taking device, but it is far too dark in here to be any use. A memory rises of a man at this wall with a brush and a palette. There is no mistake. Rudolph painted this himself. Over here, this is the one. On the rock, a long-haired swordsman stands with a blade over one shoulder. What is drawn here is a swordsman who once fought the irregulars. You mean the Sword Emperor? A different person entirely. How can you be that certain? Because whoever built this ruin died before anyone was ever called the Sword Emperor. Does anything come to mind? He drags a hand down over the dark glasses and waits. If someone stood above the Sword Emperor, that is who would be on this wall. Was this not the ruin holding clues about the time magic? Could this figure be tied up in that? No, nothing about that magic or that person is drawn anywhere in here. Hold on a second. She freezes mid-word, eyes locked on the cave wall. What is painted here are the irregulars, a warning, and the Sword Emperor who fought them. I keep telling you that is not the Sword Emperor. The colors have faded badly with erosion, but even so, what is drawn here is a swordsman with long black hair. The words land on her and the glasses slip down her nose. Our teacher had white hair, and he was touchy about it himself. You seem to be mixing him up with somebody else.
I am the hero they call the Mind Reader, and Sakachio can state this with certainty. The one drawn here, the one who wiped out the irregulars, is you. The claim hangs in the air and nobody moves for a moment. That is impossible. He was the last one left beside me after our teacher died, and he died long before anyone called me the Sword Emperor, the one who built this ruin. Did he paint a future beyond his own death? If he died before the Sword Emperor became known, then yes, that is what it means. Did he have some way of seeing the future? Painting all this with a warning suggests they knew the irregulars would come back. The prince turns that over with his jaw set. What do you make of it? Rudolph never had an ability like that. But if it was Lezenea, with that power of his, all that information pouring through him, he could have seen the far future, or the fates of his own companions. Even seeing it, he would never have told a soul, speaking out loud about a future he had seen. For him, that is unthinkable. Hold on, Rudolph and Traum built this place in secret. Is that actually possible? If I managed to protect you this far, then my life was not worthless, right? I ended up leaving you a cross you never needed to carry, but I can die proud, knowing it counted for something. I could never have pulled it off, so I want you to finish it in my place. Sorry for being selfish. There is a reason for leaving something behind. I cannot stop turning his last words over now, and the promise I made the day we first met, I will keep it here. Everything I know right now about the irregulars, all of it, and the truth about who the Empire's great sage really is. The road runs down out of the hills toward open country. A small town sits below with its roofs packed tight together. From here, we continue by carriage and meet my boss in the next town. I am relieved this did not drag on as long as I feared. If anything happens from here on, you are on your own. Oh my, listen to him. Your boss is the one who asked for this, so what is with that attitude? Be grateful I am the one stuck minding this guy. Was it really all right, leaving it the way you did? Cohen said there is nobody else in that forest but us. They are probably not dead. He would have helped if you had asked, you know. You are really not going to look for them? No, I already talked it through with Cohen, and I am not going to look for them. Shizuki, you told me you would live carrying your past. I would never have managed that unless I accepted the whole thing myself. I see, and I have decided not to go to Distberg after all. Huh? I am going to follow Cohen. Rem, and you as well. Every one of you is so unfair. So I am going to be a little unfair myself. If I keep walking the road Reem laid out, nothing about me ever changes. Learning a few things from that maid would not be so bad, but even when it is agonizing and unbearable, even when despair keeps circling back with regret and self-blame until dying starts to sound like mercy, people will go on dreaming all the same. The recitation stops and she looks straight at him. Those are the words of the man who built that lousy illusion forest. Keep on dreaming, a bright future is definitely coming. As long as you keep it up, your desires will never run out. No matter what happens, as long as you are still breathing, you can always paint your own picture of happiness. Slipping out of death never handed me the happiness I was after. But after all these years living as Fai, the dreaming came back a little. Even if your dream never comes true, keep dreaming, keep living, and moments of happiness will find you. Yeah. Thank you, Fai. The thanks lands flat on him and nothing comes back for a moment. Elena, about that just now, I am going to believe in the future you showed me and live a little longer. If there really is any salvation waiting in my future, then the two of us are going to meet again. Bye-bye. Her hand is up over her head, petals drifting past. Shizuki! The shot cuts in tight on one wide eye. Down at the roadside, the carriage is loaded and already waiting. Come to think of it, Sensei said something a lot like that at the end. I came all the way to the Lost Forest for clues about the irregulars, but there are too many clues now, and the mystery only got deeper. And on top of that, the old me would have dumped them here and gone straight on to the Empire. A gloved hand goes up on the platform, and a knowing smile with it. The wave comes back, and that decides where he is going. If the answer will not come to me, then I will do this my own way. I will take my time working out what all of it was left behind for. Sorry, everyone. He is already turning away, cloak swinging behind him. It is not the time yet. I am not alone. I want to keep dreaming. We will meet again, huh? Head maid, I would like to pick up where we left off yesterday. How much coincidence are you willing to swallow? The irregulars claw their way back after thousands of years, all thanks to the Empire. And by pure chance, the Sword Emperor who wiped them out is reborn in the same era. The ruin that carries the warning about them stands in the very country where he came back.
The girl who fought at his side gets reincarnated by coincidence as well. Then the two of them happen to meet and spend their days together. Sweat gathers at her temple and the polite smile is gone. If every last piece of it gets brushed off as miracles and coincidence, that is far too convenient, and it makes me sick. But what if none of it was like that? Not only Trom and Rudolph, but Lezenea as well. What if the whole thing was arranged by every one of them, with nobody left out of it but Shizuki and me? The pupil shrinks to a pinpoint, and the breathing stops. Tiara. You can hate me. You can curse me straight down into hell. Even so, What if Shizuki and I were sent here for one purpose? To put the resurrected irregulars back in the ground. Soul and mind cut loose from the body, sent across with memories and skills intact. A trick like that ignores every rule the world runs on. A bloodline skill on that scale is not something you simply stumble onto. The talk ends there, and the street takes him back. And only one person alive carries something like that. There is only one person I know of who could have pulled that off. One person who could have sent both Shizuki and me back into the world. Blades stand in the dirt like grave markers under a bleached sky. Damn it. Damn it all. He lies flat among the planted blades, one eye barely open. You really are an unpleasant man, Sword Emperor. Wake up. We are almost there. There it is. Distberg. I messed that up badly. Did you sleep so long that your head stopped working? If anything, I did not sleep nearly enough. Says the man who went to bed at 11 and got up at 1 in the afternoon. A great deal did happen out in the Lost Forest. True, and thanks to that, we are back earlier than anyone planned. Most of it still needs turning over in my head. And because of all that, crests hung, papers stacked, the Great Hall dressed up for guests. I completely forgot about the Federation Summit and walked straight back home! There is less than a week left before it starts. Representatives from several countries are inside the capital already. Security is clamped down so hard that slipping out in disguise is hopeless. I should have just left with Elena and Cohen. The castle is crawling with guards and combat maids. I cannot even nap in the garden. Give me a break. You have duties of your own to keep as royalty in the first place. In the Lost Forest, I ran into Ice Burial, a hero of the Empire, and killed him. Other nations started asking whether you are truly a hero, so His Majesty excused you from the summit and let you out of the palace to recover. A little gratitude would not hurt you, you know? I never wanted any part of that summit to begin with, and on top of that, I thought I could at least rest in my own room. Faye, your beloved big brother has come to visit. Everybody in this castle takes turns wrecking my sleep. Unlike you, I can juggle all sorts of work without breaking a sweat. That is because I am brilliant. You are free anyway, right? Tell me everything that happened in the Lost Forest. Too bad for you, I have plans today. I would never have crawled out of bed this early otherwise. The grin drops off his face in an instant. Oh, that monthly business. Then let me come along too. Pardon me. Prince Shooten, it is time for your rehabilitation. Can I not skip just one day? The princess is already waiting for you. Fine, I am coming. Also, Prince Fai, if you are going out, take Retifa along as your escort. Why her? Normally you would be the one coming with me. My apologies, but very important guests arrived today, so I cannot leave the castle. You are to bring Retifa with you, no arguing. Hey, did something happen between you two?
Nothing comes back at all, only a flat stare over the glasses.
Steep town roofs and a clock tower fill the whole frame. So that was her being considerate? It certainly looks that way. Come to think of it, who are these important guests? His Majesty went over all of it at dinner last night. You were not listening, were you? Right. Something about the chairman? At a Federation summit, the chairman never comes from the host nation. He comes from Regalia, the one country that stays completely neutral. Before the summit opens, the host and Regalia hold the appointment ceremony, and 4 priests are invited over from Regalia to attend it. The summit is only officially open once the appointed chairman declares it so. Regalia sits right next door to us, so they are most likely in the capital already. The chairman and his priests, huh? Oh, so this is the shop where your highness buys the flowers. For him to let anyone inside, she must be someone very special. Sorry, but I am going in alone. Fine, I will wait out here. And do not get any ideas about slipping out the back door. I was not planning on it. This will not take more than 30 minutes. Understood, take as long as you need. The door rattles aside and the shop swallows him up. Still, watching him pick out flowers to remember me by stings a little. Warwick? Glass doors, potted greenery, and nobody behind the counter. Not here, is he? The shop is wide open though. As I have already told
told you, those flowers are reserved for one particular customer. Did you not say he probably would not come in today? I did say that, but still. Oh, he is back after all. Then what is the harm if I take just one? There are 7 of them sitting right there. That is not really how any of this works. A child? That is not an outfit anybody wears around here. That is some serious makeup for a kid. She is wearing perfume on top of it. Her whole face fills the panel, mouth slightly open. A fate that strange and at your age? No. Then the 2 of them are connected? You did not even pass through my country. The painted little face goes stiff, eyes locked on him. How on earth? This is the customer who buys those flowers. You are the one who buys these spider lilies? All 7 of them? Got a problem with that? She tilts her head and studies him for a long moment. Fine, I will let you have the spider lilies. However, I am on my way to meet someone. I had a flower in my hair, but it blew off on the airship. So you are going to pick out a replacement that suits me. Why should I? I walked into this shop first and I am handing the flowers to you. Do not tell me you cannot manage that much. A long grumble later, he starts working through the buckets. This one. A finger points down at a cluster of ruffled red blooms. The stare drops to the flower and the sulking stops. This one for me? What? You were the one who told me to pick. That flower is usually given to mothers. Huh? A red carnation stands for a mother's love. You have never handed this flower to your own mother? She died right after I was born. Then I am the first one you have given this flower to. Yeah, this too is a kind of fate. I shall become your mother, Fai. Hold on, what? The shout warps the storefront and rattles down the street. Come now, lean on me as much as you like. Would you like a hug? Or shall I change you? Some milk, perhaps? I am not a baby, and how the hell do you know my name? I could hear you shouting from out on the street. What on earth is going on in here? There you are, Nayuta. Did Mateus not tell you to stay put once we reach Distberg? My master said nothing of the sort. Good grief. Besides, I already told Retta I was going to the flower shop. That does not count. Anyway, we are going back to the castle now. Everything in his face stops while he sizes the newcomer up. The grin that comes back is wide and far too friendly. That sword of yours is so unpleasant. Every swing of it drags somebody's whole life along. It is like watching a march of the dead. You do not care for the name I gave you? Too bad. You are stuck with it. Whoever commands a sword like that is the real emperor. You are, without a shred of doubt, the sword emperor. The old voice cuts through, and sweat runs cold down his neck. The dark eyes go still, fixed on the boy in front of him. A hand settles quietly against the sword at his hip. The laugh tears out of him and fills the whole shop. Now this is interesting. Interesting indeed. Truly so. Do you see this, Nayuta? This is exactly what I meant by my fate. We keep ending up on paths that cross like this. Hey, what the hell are you? Now, do not ask such a dull question. Look at me however you like. I am plainly a humble priest. Oh? The half-lidded eyes slide sideways towards something out of frame. The laughter trails away down the street behind him. Come to think of it, the 2 of us never traded names. Sorry about that. Bats drop onto her hand while the cats gather at her feet. Somewhere behind all of it, the grin spreads wider. The name is Yelk Schauser. Now then, why do you not tell me yours as well? It is a pleasure to meet you, King of Distberg. I have been appointed chairman of the Curia. My name is Mateus Marakaran, head of House Marakaran and nephew to the King of Regalia. He is deep in national politics and tied to both the church and the money, so they sent a heavyweight given what is at stake. These 4 are the members of our nation who will conduct the appointment ceremony. Hey, what in the world do you think you are doing? Ooh, so this is what an elf looks like. You are standing in front of the king of another nation. Is it true that she is older than us? My apologies, priestess. The elf dips her head, pointed ears catching the light. Their first time laying eyes on any race besides mine. The ogre seer Julius Beresfide watches the lot of them from under his horns. Sister Volveretta rolls a candy around her cheek and does not follow the logic. But why a maid? Is it not usually a magician or something? Who cares about that? The stranger it gets, the better. I cannot see it. These 4 will conduct the appointment ceremony for the chairman of the Curia. A sword-swinging father, a child, and a non-human. That is quite an amusing lineup. Yelk is more than capable. He will be serving as our bodyguard as well. Nayuta received a special recommendation from the saintess herself, so an exception was made for her this time. Hey, I told you to stop doing that, Nayuta! A recommendation from the saintess herself? Do not tell me she is the princess of the other shore. Oh, so you have heard of her. She is a monster who can see the fate of death. Yelk! She can see the fate of death? Princess Lishan of the Linshal Kingdom. No. Unlike
Unlike her, I do not see the world in broad, shallow glimpses. What I see is narrow and cannot be changed at all. Fate. If you had to compare it to something, it would be a chain. Every single person carries one, without exception. A chain that ties them to the dead. At birth, the chain of fate is as thin as thread, but as a person grows, it slowly turns thicker and longer. As the chain grows, the events that lead to their death are etched into it, and in the end, the soul is led along it into the land of the dead. Born in the country of the other shore, I can see every one of them, the fates that nobody escapes. And yet, only a wide row of teeth is left in frame. This woman, I cannot see her fate at all. I know it is there, and I still cannot see it. It has to be hiding under her skirt. Enough, Nayuta! Somebody drag her back here! Priestess, she is still a young girl who has not reached 100 years yet. If human infants who will not live a century have fates thin as thread, then the fate of a non-human may be too thin for you to make out. Julius is the only non-human I have ever known. Then tell me, Nayuta, out of everyone standing here, who is closest to death? Volveretta! Why must you always say things that cause trouble? There are better ways to put that to begin with. The king of Distberg is still a young man after all. No, it is not you. The ones whose fates I see most clearly are those two standing over there. The chain on Shooten carries several marks of rising and falling. He must have been sitting on death's edge until very recently, and Glaria was at the verge of death around that same time, somewhere a long way from here. She can tell that much? This is the first I have heard of any of it, Glaria. Ah, I knew you came home hurt, but what is the meaning of this? Well, you see, sister, were you truly in that much danger? It would be quicker to ask Fai than to squeeze it out of you. Fai is easy to read after all. Hey, asking Fai is cheating! Fai, her head turns and the round eyes go still. Oh, that reminds me, Mateus. Can I go and see Fai? I would like to. Fai, you mean the third prince? The one who is still recovering? And how exactly is it that you know about Fai? Relax. We are not here to pry into anything. I ran into him at a flower shop on the way here. I have told you once already to watch your tone in there. He picked this flower out for me at that shop, and right then I decided I would become Fai's mother. Not one of the visitors behind her looks the least bit surprised. Hands fly up around the boy in the wheelchair as the hall erupts. Glaria only stares, waiting for someone to take that back. I am sorry, could you repeat that part again? That same flower sits in a glass of water beside the pillow. The third prince lies sprawled across the sheets, going nowhere today. The same face, the same way of smiling. 1,000 years on, someone could just be born with a similar look. Damn it, I never even got that guy's name. We skipped introductions, and Lezenea would not tell me either. He did give a name though, Yelk Schauser. Are you interested in Yelk? Never mind that. Why are you climbing in through my window? I greeted the king first, so I have permission to visit you. If you plan to nap, use your mother's lap. Shall I sing you something? Fai, where did you slip off to? No chance I am putting up with that. Who told her where my room is? Fine, I will just sleep out here instead. And what are you doing all the way out here, Fai? Fai, there you are. He has barely sat down before she is up on the wall beside him. He bolts across the grounds and she is still right behind him. A card game 2 halls away and she turns up in the doorway. Why do you keep running? This is your chance to be spoiled by your mother. How the hell do you always know where I am? How? Your fate runs longer than most, so I read it easily from the other side. And it sways, on the verge of sinking at any moment. For all that life force, you long for the far shore so badly. You are practically dying already, and it saddens your mother. Ha, you do not mean a word of that. So, you saw straight through it. That was me copying my master. I do not think crossing over is sad at all. I have no mother in this world. I was only mimicking the Saintess, who mothers everyone. So then, what shall I do for you next? Are we still playing tag? Not interested. In that case, I know what comes next. There, hold still a moment. The smile behind that patting hand is entirely genuine. I love it most when my master does this for me. Being praised while your head is stroked is a comforting thing. A hand on a small head, a voice praising someone long ago. Back on the bench, that hand has not stopped moving.
You are a good boy, you know that? However deeply you long for the far shore, however brutal the battles forced on you, you never break a promise. You fight to live, desperately. You are doing very well. I am not good. Nothing in his face moves while he says it. That is not true at all. You are trying your best. So when you are sad or hurting or lonely, long for your mother more. For as long as I am here, I will stand in your mother's place. Fai, it is fine to want to be held in your mother's arms, because Shizuki already knows exactly how comforting that feels. A shove drops her flat on the bench, the wood rattling under them. Every trace of the lazy look is gone from his face. Her open hand stays up in the air, going nowhere. He walks off without another word, hands jammed in his pockets.
So you got turned down, huh?
Yelk stands right behind the bench now, twirling a thin pipe.
One wide eye slides sideways and finds him there. He grins with every tooth, enjoying this far too much. Elsewhere, the news is already running through the servants' corridors. Ugh, so that little girl and the thug she calls father are regalia priests? So they really did run into His Highness at that flower shop. Yes. Nobody heard what the girl told him. The father is another matter. Do you happen to know what name that priest gave? Yelkschauser, I believe. That is a rare one even in regalia. Is there something I should know about him? Well, only our teacher in Lesanea ever actually met him. I have never done more than hear of the man. He existed back in our time too. Someone called that a notorious villain. Another individual who transcended the past era. Rejected then. That is how it went. What? Are you jealous? I could pat your head instead, Yelk. Take that request to master. Kakaka, you really do have a death wish. If you were wondering, Fai headed off to the servants' wing. He is at the window of that non-human girl's room from earlier. Fai seems bothered by it too. Why not go and have a word with him? He leans back into the grass with the pipe still in his fist. Ha, not a chance in hell. Oh, it is you again, Your Highness. Of course you were in there. Why are you back in your own room? The meeting papers are being kept in here for now, so… I see. Work keeps me out all day, so my doorstep makes the perfect hiding spot. And who exactly planted that idea in your head? Relax, I doubt they are still doing it anyway. Come to think of it, you went to greet those priests from Regalia. Yes, I believe they are resting in the guest suite now. Was there a dark-skinned man among them? Yelk? The name hits her, and the color goes out of her face. In our era, there was a notorious criminal by that name. Fairy? Still with me? She has not moved at all since he asked. Yes, there is indeed a priest called that. He is skilled in a fight, so he doubles as their bodyguard. The prince turns that over and keeps his face empty. If you are curious, would you care to join the banquet tonight? I will pass. Understood. One more thing. Was there a girl of about 6, braided hair, earrings? Recognition arrives, and the book in her hand stops moving. Ah. You mean your new mother? How do you even know about that? Nayuta announced it in front of everyone, a carnation from Your Highness. Then Prince Shuten talked His Majesty into granting her permission to see you. So he is the one who told her where my room was. Everyone is only worried about you. You never remembered your mother and you never once longed for her. We always assumed you could not miss what you never knew. But perhaps Shizuki really does carry memories of his own mother.
The look in that one eye goes somewhere very far away. A woman with long dark hair leans down over a small boy. I had no father. In that hellish world, she raised me on her own. Our life was as low as it gets. But even now, I still think that must have been what they call peaceful happiness. However, none of it was allowed to last. She died the day I met my teacher. She shielded me from the irregulars in the streets and the fire falling on the city. What she looked like though, that I can only recall in the vaguest way. Every time I try, all that comes back is a face burned black by the flames. But there is one other thing. Never mind me. You should eat more, Shizuki. Eat well and grow strong in this world. The bowl goes to the boy and she keeps none of it for herself. The first time I ever felt I had to stay alive, that came from her. Being reborn with no mother is what let me accept this new family.
Back when I was Shizuki, the only blood relative I had was my mother. A father, siblings, all of it new. Maybe that is why I never pushed them away. Besides, my brother's mother has always kept her distance from me and Shuten, Your Highness. It is not that she never existed, you simply do not remember her. The words land flat, with nothing added to soften them. A voice carries in from the corridor and her head comes up. There is something else actually. Excuse me, are you in here? Sorry, this needs adding to the pile as well. I passed His Highness only a moment ago. Her composure slips for a second and she looks away. Head maid, is something wrong? It is just that I said something to His Highness I should not have. I should have left that part to you. No, I am not the meddling sort. Comfort suits you far better than me. Did Shizuki say something to you? No, it was my own mistake. Would you look in on His Highness later? Understood. Also, one more thing. She keeps her eye on the younger maid a moment longer. This Yelk may be tied to your past lives somehow, and it troubled His Highness. Hold on, what? So it was Shizuki doing the asking. Neither Sensei nor Lesanea should have said a word to him about it. You called the man a notorious criminal. What sort of crimes did he commit? Behind the round glasses, her eyes go completely still. I do not know the details either. Back then, slaughter and looting were simply daily life, but I heard he earned that name because of how strange his blood-based skill was. Still, to think it turned out to be him instead. If anyone was still walking around, I figured it would be that smug, white-haired bastard. Unfortunately, it was
was not him. That is simply how fate works. It is not as if I am disappointed or anything. Now I see why Master did not come. She will not leave Regalia until the Empire matter is settled.
Why not help Fai out? Ha! Not a chance. Me and that brat, we were never on friendly terms, if that is what you imagined. We tried to kill each other. You mean you got yourself killed? If we fought now, who knows which way it would go. Back then, he was strong because he was alone, with nothing left to lose. That is what made him what he was. And so damn creepy with it. He was the very picture of tragedy. It was sickening. You talk as if you are certain he is different now. Do you know something? The pipe wraps her forehead and the question dies there. Let us head back before Mateus starts making a fuss. I know. Fate or curse, whichever it is, he still has a hard road ahead, Master. Something is standing over her that was not there a moment ago. A hand closes around hers and walks her off the path. I knew it. I was right about her. That woman really is special. Even if the chains are thin, I can still see them.
Fine links trail around the wrist of the hand holding hers. The bench sits empty, and somewhere close a cat calls out. Across the grounds, the prince stops dead in his tracks. The grin drops off Yelk's face at the same instant. The maid halts where she stands, glasses catching the light. He is already moving down the corridor at a hard pace. What is wrong? Something just now. Something sudden. That was not killing intent. More the feeling of being watched by someone.
Nayuta! Hey, Nayuta! You are somewhere close, are you not? Answer me! You!
The man from the flower shop. The priest barely registers him, teeth clenched hard. Something small tears past their feet at full speed. A cat? Out here? The animal on the path stands taller than either of them. There is something in its mouth. A cut braid lies on the ground with the carnation still tied into it. The prince's eye stops on the flower he handed over days ago. Beside him, all the amusement drains out of that face. We have taken custody of the princess of the other shore. We have no intention of harming her. If you want her returned safely, we require your cooperation. A woman in a beret stands on the path with the girl limp in her arms. Cooperation, you say? That is right. Agree and she is released immediately. We want you to use your ability to pull information out of a dead body. Grave robber. Yelkshauser. You work hundreds, even thousands of corpses like extra limbs, however long they lay dead. And you read every detail of a life straight out of the remains. The unofficial hero of Regalia. Ha! Using the expedition while Master is not watching and dragging Nayuta into it. What a roundabout way to do business. So, whose grave do you want me to dig up? Nothing moves under the shadow of that hat brim. The Queen of Distberg. Fai Henze Distberg. The prince's eye snaps across at the sound of that name. The current king's concubine and the former imperial princess, dead these 14 years. She lets the number sit there without adding anything to it. Her body lies entombed here in this country. From that corpse, pull out the empire's most deeply buried secrets. Over in the guest suite, the news has already gone round. A cup stops halfway to a horned old man's mouth. The veiled one beside him does not react at all. Nayuta has been kidnapped? The severed braid sits on the table in front of them. They said if we want her back, we dig up the imperial princess's grave and hand over whatever information we find in there. And Prince Fai of Distberg already knows about this. Do not do it, Yelk. That is an order. The imperial princess may have married into Distberg as a concubine, but after her death, she was buried officially as one of the royal family. You can tell by the way her two sons have been treated. Claiming she was originally from the empire will not fly here. Desecrate a Distberg royal tomb and the neutrality this nation is built on is finished. That is not worth trading away for one life. We will ask Distberg to cooperate in finding Nayuta. You, however, do nothing. Still, for Nayuta to be taken that easily. Yelk, were you not right nearby? There was nobody within my sight, and the message came from a talking cat. A cat? Wait, could it be? Do you know something, Julius? No, I have just remembered an old rumor. Julius, this is not a small matter. If you know anything, tell us at once, in full and honestly. Otherwise, I will simply have to do my job. You are in interrogation mode again, Retta. Do forgive me, Julius. The horned old man shuts his eyes and stays well out of it. Are you familiar with the hero known as the Observer? Exceptionally skilled at gathering information, were they not? Appearance and abilities both unknown and top-level secrets leaking without a trace. They have been known for a long time, and some say they are not even human. Back when the non-human races still held their own nations, one clan served the priestess. Their charge was the keeping of knowledge. They used magic to control animals and send them across the world for information. Whoever inherited that bloodline and that role came to be called the Hero Observer. So what you are telling us is
is, that hero and the priestess have a deep connection. If someone whose fate Nayuta cannot read was involved, taking her would be simple. But is this observer a key figure inside Distberg and carries a grudge against the Empire the same as you do? Plenty of reason to suspect her, I would say.
And I am feeling quite ready to do my job.
Volveretta?
Mateus, she is not Distberg royalty, so there should be no problem. Clarifying her involvement would be in Distberg's own interest.
Mateus, may I?
Yes. Talk to her, and do not turn it into an incident. Wait! Volveretta, come back here! He is half out of his seat, one arm stretched after her. Why does every major assignment land me with a circus like this? The door swings shut behind her and the room goes very quiet. Damn it all. That little brat. I will wring her neck. Yelk, you are the same as ever. You cannot escape fate. The figure in the light does not look entirely present. His teeth close on the pipe hard enough to split it. Down a bright corridor, a wheelchair rolls past the family portraits. So this is where you were hiding. You were not in your room. Faye, so there you are. Look who finally came out of his room. What, you've got something to ask me? I'm here to complain. You told her where my room is without asking me first.
So she really did barge in on you. Row after row of frames slides by as the chair moves on. They tell me that one was taken around the time I was born. Photographs are frowned on in the Empire, you see. The attendants who came with her never let anyone take a single one. How she really felt about that, I never did find out. At night, she'd carry me through the dark with one candle. She'd stop at this photo and stare for a long, long time. That moment stuck in my head and never left. I've been wondering why ever since I was a kid. Count the ones not on the wall and I've got quite a pile. So that's why your room is stuffed with photos, you family photo maniac. Is there one you want to look at? Not really, no. Just a bored profile, eyes half shut, not turning to look.
I've got business to take care of. Tell the others I'm eating in my room. Fairy already knows.
Faye, don't kill him. Every country is on edge with Curia coming up. They all hate the Empire, sure, but none of them want to line up with us. While he's breathing, I can still talk our way out of it. A dead man can't be fixed, so think it through. He walks out without answering, the sword swinging at his hip. He still hasn't come back to his room. He vanishes like this all the time. I'm sure it's nothing. I'll have a look around on my end too. Thank you, I appreciate that. Found you at last. And who might you be? Oh, those are priests out of Regalia. Sorry to intrude, but our Nayuta has been taken by some criminal, right here inside the castle no less, so we'd like Distberg's help. Kidnapped, and inside the castle? We suspect the culprit is the hero they call the Observer. We'd like to ask the priestess for more details. The veiled smile turns on the chief maid and waits there. I've only heard that name in rumors, and that's all I know. And could you please not call me that? Julia says the Observer may come from a clan of overseers. They stood beside the priestess back when every race still had its own nation. That's ancient history, it means nothing. The Beastfolk nation leaned on a hero skilled at gathering intel. That's how they learned the same monsters had struck the sacred mountain. Hold on, could it be? That face of yours says you know something. Knuckles crack one by one right beside the chief maid's ear. We're going to have a little talk, even if I have to force it. A hand snaps up and knocks that grip clean away. I see, I understand your circumstances. However, dear guest, the priestess blinks, her fist stopped short in midair.
If you want a word with the head maid, you go through me first.
Iron railings, carved crosses, and a royal tomb waiting in the dark.
One pale coffin sits at the end of the gravel path. Boots stop on the step in front of it. Yelk braces both hands on the heavy lid and shoves. You're not going to stop me? Do you want me to? The boy grins around his candy stick and turns to face him. Somebody kidnapped Nayuta. Only his mouth is in frame, teeth bared and pale. No idea who took her, but getting her back means opening this grave. Whatever the Empire buried in here, they want it handed over. If she dies, my master will be crushed. And an envoy killed right before Curia drops Distberg in deep trouble. Still not the worst deal for you, is it? Whatever I find in that grave goes straight to you. You're going after the irregulars or the great sage anyway. I mean, none of this is even your burden to carry. A living mother who spoils you beats one you never met, right? Drop the act. A boot settles on the stone step and stops there. You know exactly where Nayuta is, don't you? At the flower shop, all those blossoms covered it up, but standing this close to you now, there's a faint smell of death on you. I've no idea how your ability works, but you've bitten her, haven't you? Bite someone once, even once, and you can find them after that. Wherever in the world they're buried. That's what you are, a grave robber. No, they used to call you the corpse eater. Now Now I finally get why Sensei buried Lezenea so quietly. You never worshipped the irregulars, and you never rebelled against them either. Just a famous thug who abuses the dead to feed his own itch for a fight. In the end, you only wanted another swing at me, didn't you? The boy laughs low around the stick in his teeth. Blood wells up and a skill stirs under his skin.
Nephthys, the corpse soldiers, come clawing up out of the ground.
Honestly, I still want to dig up Lezenea's grave and ruin it completely, and he handed you the name he gave me of all people. Give it up! You're the Sword Emperor through and through! That should be my line. It's all so annoying. That Sword Emperor name you handed me, and you along with it. Interesting. How very interesting. Skeletal arms crowd in behind him as he lifts the sword. I'll kill you, then swallow your mother's corpse whole. If you don't like that, kill me first. It's been thousands of years, so let's enjoy this, Sword Emperor! The blade comes up through the black spray. The boy grins wider and drives a bone arm at his throat. Steel turns the shaft aside and ink-dark blood flies. Skeletal hands claw in from every side at once. The two collide over the graves and the blast flattens the grass.
Far off, a cracked stone ruin waits among the trees. This is troubling. Broken masonry and bare branches show beyond a hole in the wall. I know Yelk well. He'll take a fight with Fai over saving me. Counting on the master of this country is out. So what do I do now? Across the room, a woman stands in the doorway with her back turned. She's deep in some exchange with someone and hasn't noticed me. In that case, Old Man Julius should still be carrying that thing. I guess I'll dive in. Her heartbeat swells in the dark and something answers it. A pair of eyes flies wide open in the black. Retifa, stop it right now. This isn't like handling the Empire's heroes. Regalia's clerics were only invited into Distberg for Curia. One casualty before it and we lose our voice in the council. If talking is all they want, then I could… No, you mustn't. Those two never meant to settle anything peacefully. Isn't that right?
One wide eye fixes on the veil, fingers half raised.
My dear self-proclaimed cleric. The veil sweeps back and something with teeth opens under it. Volveretta, wait a moment. A while back I heard something interesting about Regalia. Maids hear things, you know. Regalia is neutral, so only gentle, even-tempered heroes may serve it. Plenty of them turn out to be very well versed in violence. One of them bends iron at will and earns her living by torture, which happens to be forbidden there. They call her the Iron Maiden. I never thought that hero would turn up wearing a cleric's veil. Torture? I only help them speak the truth before God. My personality is an outlier, sure, but I'm one of the better heroes. A single eye rolls sideways and the air goes tight. Julius, I'm sorry. I'll take my punishment later. This one is no good. Whatever I do, even killing her, she'd never talk. That's the type I hate most. After I finish her, I'll pull everything about the observer out of the priestess. Head maid, take the cost of any damage I cause out of my pay. I have no weapon on me, so it will have to be my blood-based skill. Please don't expect too much. The only one I ever held back against was Shizuki. Now let yourself be impaled! Spikes rake past her ear and she twists out of the line. She slips through the white iron and the floor tears open behind her. Her fist lands and the metal shatters in a bright burst. The grin under that veil only spreads wider through the spray. Broken iron crumbles into sand between her fingers. This iron was made with my magic. I can turn it back to sand whenever I like. She rips a spike loose and swings it around in one motion. Wires close in from all sides and she bares her teeth at them. A black wire catches in her fist and she holds on. The iron skirt blooms wide open and slams her down through it. Something lands hard in the priestess's gut and she gags. Deep inside that huge skirt, the maid stares straight up at her. Drool on her chin, the priestess starts grinning all over again. Now let yourself be embraced by these arms of iron, maiden. The iron folds shut and bursts apart in one white shock. Dust hangs over the hall and the chief maid does not blink. Dark drops tap onto the pale ground, one after another. Fine. In that case, a single spike lies where it fell, half buried in dust. I only have to use it before it turns back to sand. The spike drives home and the priestess's breath cuts off. They hit the ground together and the stone cracks under them. I don't share your tastes. Use magic again and I'll snap your neck where you lie. Even I have things I can't stand, and your kind sits right at the top of that list.
They burn towns, they steal homes and food and lives. They kill parents in front of their children, laughing the whole time, playing with them. Then they say the weak never deserve to live at all. And after all of that, they keep them breathing. The grip screws down harder on that pale throat. That's far enough, both of you. One kick sends the smaller maid tumbling clear across the hall. She hits the wall hard enough to break the stone behind her. The rubble settles around her and nothing moves for a beat. Good grief, look at the pair of you. The head maid actually kicked me. You two wrecked this place over a petty quarrel. A dragon's shadow rises behind the chief maid, called out to stop two fools. Hey there, little ogre. The ogre stiffens while she leans in over him. You can't even keep your own people in line. At the very least, control a girl who has barely lived a few decades. My deepest apologies, Lady Dragon. So that's a water dragon. So you're that boy's comrade, priestess. I kicked you hard enough to kill and you're still standing. Though I must say that brat was more likable, soft as he was. Julius, is it true Nayuta was taken and the culprit is not human? There's no proof, but he said an animal was being controlled. And they demanded the Empire's classified information. For that, they sent Yelk to desecrate the tomb of the former Imperial Princess? Somewhere past the walls, a low booming rolls through the castle. What was that sound just now? It came from the tomb. That boy is fighting. Whoever he has run into must be truly vile. Next to that one, even the last vampire looks like a saint. Once Yelk starts a fight, he's harder to stop than Volveretta. The only one who can rein him in is the saintess from our homeland. He might have listened to Nayuta if she were not the one taken. The compass needle is moving on its own. What is that, a compass? It's a divination tool the ogres use. At a funeral, it finds good ground in the right direction for burial. It also turns up corpses that somebody hid. Nayuta is reaching out with her power from the other shore. She's trying to tell us where she is. Come back out to me one more time. If the culprit is not human, you'll track them better than I can. Retifa, go to His Highness. If things take a turn for the worse, I'm counting on you. Before he finishes that fight of his, I'll get Nayuta out of there myself. Hurry, our long-cherished wish is about to be granted at last. With the power of the ancient hero of death, we can bring her back to life. No matter how many millennia pass, foolish humans never stop. Raising the dead is an act even gods would not dare attempt. Dragging a soul back out once it has entered my country. Such a feat is beyond any pitiful human. Give us the power to revive her, power that reaches past death. Pour the hero's soul and the old magic into a vessel of flesh. Bones lie scattered over the stone with a shattered skull among them. This must be the side effect of that blood-based skill of yours. Your soul clings to your body and will not let go. While any part of it remains, you will never enter my country. A boy sits alone in the dark with both hands on a slab. You will eat corpses, kill humans, and take their bodies. A new vessel each time, and each time you rise again. Do you hate it? Do you wish to resist? That is your destiny all the same. On and on, burning with hatred. The whole graveyard erupts in a wall of dust and dirt. The prince comes in low with the point of his blade leading. Nephthys, hold that blade! A skeletal hand shoots up and clamps onto the steel. Now, Spada! Blacklight climbs the sword the instant he calls its name. The ground bursts and a dark cloud rolls over the graves. He lands in the smoke with bones raining down around him. Haha, a physical enhancement, is it? He shoots off between the crosses faster than before. Yelk dives after him with a bone arm cocked back. The grin above him widens as it comes down. The strike misses and tears a long line through the gravel. Your attack power and reaction speed are climbing already. That ability of yours is as convenient as ever, and you still swing that hideous sword. I had an archaeologist friend of mine help me build it. Same materials, same sharpening, as close to the original as I could get, and set into the edge is one of my own teeth. Kill a man with this, and what I get is a corpse soldier of the Sword Emperor. If you'd rather not be a slave after death, best avoid it. There's a way to be stabbed and not turn into a corpse soldier. You know that better than anyone. Then prove it! Prove that method of yours! The prince sets his feet and brings the blade up to guard. The two crash together and sparks spray off the headstones. Another exchange and the ground splits under their heels. Breath tears out of him as he pulls back a step. Come on, if you're going to dodge, then do it quickly. The next charge blows a crater open where he had been standing. I see, so that's your move. That was a sad little way to dodge. Heal it all you want, a finger cut clean off never grows back. You make me sick. You haven't changed at all since back then, still hanging on to people who are gone, pining for the dead, worshipping them, dreaming alone among graves. It turns my stomach. You think some blood skill out there can haul the dead back, that a miracle is waiting? Corpses obey, so resurrection must follow. Don't be ridiculous. Never. The dead do not return. A bloodied hand curls into a fist as the shouting dies. Obviously, the dead don't come back.
The past can't be clawed back either. All I can do is carry the will left to me and keep walking. And I have decided to shoulder every last piece of it. Every wish and every vow, from the ones who died and the ones still breathing. Past, present, future. I take the whole lot, greedy as a trash prince should be. What lies under this ground is the imperial princess who drove the irregulars back. No praise, no arms around me, nobody shielding me, and I never once saw her face. She was real all the same. That woman was my mother. A small child reaches out inside a blurred, half-remembered room. I am not letting your filthy hands anywhere near her.
You talk a lot bigger than you used to. Shouldering everything, are you? Then you know exactly what has to happen here. So let us get back to it, our little fight to the death. The answer is a flat stare, entirely unimpressed. A step forward and the sword point drops into the dirt. Steel grinds along stone until the edge is gone. He ground his own edge off on purpose? Kill every enemy that comes at you. That was the creed my master beat into me. A swordsman's duty, and I still don't think it is wrong. But my family these days keeps nagging me not to kill and to use my head for once. So I racked my empty skull and thought it through. You ignore your post, throw away your comrades, and fight purely for your own appetite. So I will prove how weak you are without killing you. Your arms, your legs, your front teeth, your molars. I break the lot. Every last one of them, you rotten priest. The grin thins and one eye narrows at that. One swing is all this needs. A gloved hand tightens on the hilt, knuckles going pale. The blade goes up as black arms close in from every side. My heart and my body belong to the battlefield. Wherever the killing happens, I am already standing there. The dark limbs rear up behind him and he does not move. An old verdict comes back to him along with his name. Nobody walks away from the fate written for him. Laughter breaks out of him and rolls across the whole graveyard. The dulled blade comes up again, the grip set tight. I see. You really want to fight me that badly. You want to hear me sucking the marrow out of your mother's bones. 100 hands answer when I call. Then 100 legs to carry them here. 100 eyes and 100 tears. Then flowers by the 100 and demons by the 100. Rot where you stand and fall with your head gone. My bloodline skill, Nephthys, Santetto. Skulls snap at the air around him while he stands there, bored. One jaw cranks open and screams for his death. The whole heap picks up the word and will not stop. You dumped every noisy corpse out at once. Weren't you saving them? No point pacing myself when you smashed the whole lot in one go. And I will be adding your mother's skull to the pile. Let us see how far a dull blade and forced bravado carry you. So drop that idea already and give me our fight to the death. Come on then, Sword Emperor. A pair of narrowed eyes fills the whole frame. Far past the town fence, the ground goes up in a white blast. So you noticed, that nose of yours really is sharper than a human's. The rot has crept further through this body. Damn Yelk. The spell laid on me was only being held down by his bloodline skill, and he forgets even that and runs off amusing himself. Soon the smell will be thick enough for plain humans to catch. A nose like yours could sniff out the spot I sent Julius Gramps to. Stone bursts apart ahead of her in a wall of dust. The shock knocks her arm up across her face. Looks like that ogre was telling the truth after all. A water dragon lifts its head above her and the name sticks in her throat. What a waste this all is. Her ears go rigid at the voice behind her. A thin blade stabs past her cheek and she wrenches clear. Fairy stands in the settling grit with her sword out. Since the old days, your clan chased knowledge and kept the peace with us. So why would their own descendant do a thing like this, Milan? That is my line, Fairy. Neither of them moves, a few paces of open ground between. An old memory of the two of them together, easy and laughing. Your people stay hidden and hardly show yourselves even to other races. So why would you be the one doing this? A hand flings out and the sky fills with black wings. Crows batter at the maid and blot out her sight. A boot breaks through the flock and sends Milan sprawling down the road. The instant the odds turned, she chose to run. The elf is already at her shoulder and closing. She bolts and the maid comes skidding after her through the dirt. The realization lands a beat too late and it is water. A flood comes roaring in and swallows the whole street. The wall of it climbs over the rooftops and keeps coming. That is water at full speed with debris packed inside it. Push through and you will not walk away with scrapes. The head maid of Distberg does not let you run. You are coming back to the castle with me. Now that is a surprise. Spray still hangs in the air while she turns her face away. You are a good deal stronger than my information promised. When exactly did you get like that? Was it the war in Epirus? The demon island out past Linshell and the vampire there? Or maybe further back than any of that? The fight with illusion play where the Gios scroll came out. All of it for one prince with imperial blood. So it is all transparent to you, even with every leak sealed. I also know it was that prince who wiped out the allied forces in Epirus, the vampire on the demon island, and the ice burial in the Lost Forest too. After that man was gone, I thought you were living more sensibly. Shall I tell you what the Empire did to the Sacred Mountain? I know exactly what they did. Not only the mountain, whole nations fell to the old monsters the Empire dug back up. The very things Prince Fai hates most. The Gios scroll is not meant for personal reasons, and still I do not regret it. The debt my old master left has to be paid back to Distberg. Setting all of that aside, seen from far off, the two of them stand alone on the road. I want to be of use to Prince Fai. Milan, you feel the same way, do you not? This was so unlike you, something this reckless. In the dark, a lit circle holds a man and two children. Does he know what you have done? No answer comes from the shape sprawled in the rubble. Wait, Milan, stay where you are. Dust rolls down the empty street where she stood. A blurred shape tears away between the houses. She pushed straight through that water wall, so she has to be badly hurt. The blood is easy enough to follow, but that silence of hers means trouble later. We go after her, right now. Don't. With that hesitation still in you, she only slips away again. For now, I would appreciate being dug out first. Let me put some healing magic on you. Don't. That would throw the spell on this vessel out of control. Honestly, that Yelk does whatever he pleases. The wall of skulls slams in and knocks the prince off his feet. He has been like that for thousands of years, so it is only natural. If he loses his temper, this region becomes a mountain of corpses before Fai can finish it. So take me to Fai and Yelk. Even with this vessel rotting through, those two can still be stopped. And besides, with my master gone, I am the only one who can stop Yelk. While I am here, I am Fai's mother. That sword of yours is disgusting. Flat on his back and bleeding, he keeps talking anyway. The stench of more than 100 people is mixed into it. I do not even want to count them. Just how many have you cut down, Sword Emperor? By the time Rudolph, my last comrade, was gone, I was fighting the irregulars alone. That was when a man turned up who started calling me that. I never once called myself that. I am no emperor and I have no plans to become one. So stop inventing nicknames for me. That is your answer, when I am the one acknowledging you, but that is exactly why. Behind that filthy grin sits a stubborn refusal to kill people. That is what makes you the true Sword Emperor. The swordsman above him only stands there and listens. You really have no idea, do you? Top of the class with a sword and still guilty about killing. That is why the moment you take a life never leaves you. You hate it, you regret it, and you carry every bit of it. To hold that down and keep fighting, you cut it all into your heart so you never forget. Every sword, every technique, all of it. That is only your bloodline skill talking. What a genius you are. What does that look for? I have crossed blades with you. Understanding that much comes with the job. Otherwise, I could not call myself a swordsman at all. A blast tears through the tree line and throws dirt sky high. He drives forward with the sword held low. The call of Santetto goes up and the skull mass surges. The blade whips round and carves a path through the bone. One heartbeat lands heavy in the middle of it. Come on, what exactly are you going to do? You cannot cut a thing without an edge. Black cords snap taut and haul him off his feet. Spada, get me out of this. He tears the shadows apart and drops into a crouch. You bent the shadow of those hairs and slipped straight out. You are far too slow for this. He catches it on the flat of the blade with his heels dug in. A boot comes down and the stone gives way under it. The next hit gets through and blood sprays across the bone. Another swing lands, then another with no pause between them. That is you dead 6 times over. Dead? Don't be ridiculous. I feel perfectly fine. Bone closes in on him and his teeth grind together. A blunted little opponent like you? You are never going to stop me with that. Come on, get angry like you did back then and fight me to the death. You feel exactly the same, do you not? You managed to die, and this world threw you straight back into it. This whole rotten fate, to hell with it. The chamber is full of bodies, and one boy sits alive among them. Everyone is dead. What a shame, with all of our heroes standing right here. Word was there had been an experiment to bring the dead back. Nobody knows the purpose of it or who was behind it. Saint, is something the matter? Did you kill every one of them? I was summoned here against my will, and I still got stabbed.
stabbed. I only understood someone else was inside you after I put the blade in. Naturally, anyone who has already crossed into my country can never be brought back. A soul placed in this vessel would return there the moment the vessel broke. Or so I thought until strange magic turned up on it that will not let it break. Force it open and that magic runs wild and nobody knows what comes out. The two of them sit in the wreckage with nothing left to say. With your bloodline skill and my power, she can at least be repaired. What are you even talking about? You cannot possibly be serious. Yelk Schauser. To hell with fate. She stands over him with both hands folded in front of her. Hurry before this impulse fades out of me, before the heat of it burns down to nothing, and while the memory is still sharp at the edges, before anything else has a chance to take root. The grin stretches wider as the skulls swing around again. I want to keep hold of that one moment. Come and kill me already, Sword Emperor. They crash together and one of them is thrown into the air. Otherwise, I am the one who kills you. A boot settles onto the stone and everything goes still. The little one in white throws herself in with one hand out. A pale eye snaps wide at what just moved between them. Across from it, the dark eye finds her too. There is no stopping this now. Speed lines swallow him as he comes in with no way to slow. And my sword is nowhere near my hand. A heel digs in hard and throws up sparks. The other foot slides and finds nothing to hold. The impact goes off between them and shakes the whole yard. 1,000 years back, a field of grave markers, two men still standing. Right then, shall we carry on? You honestly mean to keep going with this? I am standing in front of the finest prey there is. You think a couple of holes in me is enough to satisfy that? Flat on my back, watching the sky, quietly waiting to die. Not happening. I already said it out loud. I cannot beat you. You won. Go blind, go deaf, punch a hole clean through me, none of it matters. A true swordsman swings his sword, and how I go down is mine to decide. So I will carve a swordsman like me deep into your heart. Do not forget these last moments of yours, or the blade of the man who handed you your name, Sword Emperor. Put the sword down, Yelk. Back at the tomb, the small one in white has already put herself in the way. Now that I am here, taking this any further only shames Regalia, and I would rather not bring trouble down on my master as well. Besides, neither of you has anything left to prove out here. The outcome is already decided, and swinging again will not move it. The charge ends on a blade held out straight at arm's length. You lose, Yelk Schauser. She is thrown clear of the crossing steel. Blood bursts out at close range, right above the ring of bone. One arm stays out, keeping her tucked behind him. The edge comes away wet, a dark line running down to the guard. The point slides in under the floating skulls before he can turn. Blood climbs his throat and spills out past that grin. The blade stays put at his neck while the coughing doubles him over. Straight into the throat, and with a blunted edge at that. Dull steel or not, it did the job well enough. Behind her, a body goes down hard into the dirt. One knee hits the ground, the sword left standing beside it. Do not fuss over me. Next to you two, I am barely scratched. Eyes shut, a long breath out, the fight finally letting go. A wide stare travels over the state of him, head to boots. Sorry for putting such a fright into you. Thank you all the same. Whether you go by Fai or by Shizuki, you are my good son. Good boy. What a good boy you are. The whole search party comes pounding up the road at once. Your Highness, Nayuta, both of you stay right where you are. I told her not to move on her own, and one blink later she was gone. That body is meant to be a state secret. You knew it too, Yelk. The rest of them stand about telling everybody to calm down. Anyway, please see to Fai's wounds first. I do not want healing magic. And there is one more thing after that. The man who lost sits where he dropped, bleeding into the dirt. Please heal Yelk as well. Red on the teeth, and the grin comes back anyway. So you can handle my sword after all. You wanted this carved deep into my heart. Your own blade did the carving instead. That has to sit badly. My insides are churning at losing to such a lousy sword. And still, somehow, I come out of it oddly satisfied. It was you, wasn't it? The one who killed me and then buried the body so neatly afterwards. You have put me through a great deal. I never asked anybody to bring me back. They all call it fate. They throw the name Lesanea around, and I am sick of it. I went up against you and I fell. That was the end of my life. I lived as a swordsman, and I died as one. Then the death I earned by the sword was stolen, and I woke thousands of years late. So tell me what a man is supposed to do with that. Fate my foot. This is a curse and nothing better. The word lands on a face that has been carrying it a while. I used to think it was a curse too. I never wanted a second life. Dying was supposed to take me where the others went. Instead, something dropped me into this world. All I wanted was to sit it out and never hold a sword again. And they keep putting something in front of me worth drawing it for. If this really is my fate, then to hell with it. Unlike you, I was never satisfied with the way I died. This time, I mean to go out on my own terms. So I swing greedily, with the past and the future both on my back. I hate you, and I hate the name you hung on me, but I am finished denying it. Sword Emperor is my name. Call me by it if you like.
And where has this change of heart come from? No idea how you have spent your years, but since I came back, it is always this. Battle-crazed lunatics like you, one after another. Fighting them changed me, or rather, it wore me into something else. That resurrection of yours is the fate your bloodline skill handed you, Yelk, and I will not pretend it is anything but a curse. There is no need to rush. Everything but fate keeps changing, people and the world alike. How you live this second life and how you end it is yours to decide. The two of you have a longer fate than most. Your final moments are not written yet. Live a full life, then come to my country with a smile on your face. I will welcome you gladly. A dry chuckle escapes the man sitting in the dirt. The laugh breaks loose and rolls out over the grave field. A bit of shame was worth it in the end. Keep that up and you will tear your throat open. Never thought you of all people would let me walk away alive, and then come out with a line about being the Sword Emperor. I said no such thing, and I would never call myself that. Gone soft, have you? A bloodied grin fills the frame beside her startled face, and I am no better these days. Damn it all. The small one in white has gone quiet, the light out of her eyes. Her legs fold and she drops face first to the ground. Nayuta, say something! Everyone on that field breaks into a run at once. Sorry about this. Crossing to the other shore drained the power I had. The magic inside this vessel is running wild now. Sleep keeps pulling at me and the body will not move. There is no putting it back together without my master. This is something serious. So either you call in somebody to stand in my place, or the appointment ceremony gets moved up. Understood. And there is the other matter as well. Nayuta, please, hold on. A dried red flower sits in the middle of an open palm. You kept it for me all this time? No, I have no need of it. The refusal lands and the offered hand stops where it is. While I am here, this is the only way I can be your mother. Give it to the one it truly belongs to the precious person you protected. The silence stretches until he finally gives in. All right, I will do that. Yelk, Mateus, forgive me for asking this. Could the two of us have a moment alone? Banners hang over a square in a city far from that field. In that land, the ceremony is already underway. The ruling king and the neutral party stand together for the peace of the world. Fulfill the role that God has ordained. The mouths of God, the four divine emissaries, stand witness here. One of them waits swathed in white from crown to boots. Divine emissaries, bandaged from head to toe, is it? Shuten, keep your voice down. With this, Mateus Marikaran is appointed chairman of the Curia hosted by Distberg. May the blessing of God be upon you. A roar of cheering rolls across the rooftops outside. An airship hangs over the city with its mooring lines already loose. Thank you for your work at the appointment ceremony, Julius. No, the pleasure is mine, and I am honored you came to see us off. We offered you poor hospitality, so please share these baked sweets around. One last request. Please keep an eye on Mateus for us, and thank you for letting the business with Yelk pass. I owe you for that. Of course, Shuten will cover it with a good excuse as well. He can handle whatever the other countries throw at him during the summit. It pulls away and two of them stay behind on the field. Now, about Nayuta. Yelk's teeth went into the worst of the damage and the decay is stopped. By her own account, the body will hold a few more days. I am only talking to myself here, so kindly pretend you heard none of it. Regalia's central authority has quietly chased the sacred mountain business for years. We knew the monsters were irregulars that the Empire had brought back. Why that mountain was the target and why nobody but you lived is still blank. Several years ago, word reached us that one organization held the key. Our Saintus and our hero raided the place and found it already wiped out. Yelk had done it, the very man that lot had revived themselves. The only two still breathing in there were the girl and Yelk. What that group was and what it wanted from them we never learned. The thing sitting inside Nayuta, though, is another matter. No priestess in all of history has managed to bind a contract with it. The dragon of the land of the dead, known by name alone.
The Nether Dragon. That is what the water dragon told me, so there is no doubt left in my mind. You brought her all this way so that I would confirm it. No, the Saintess had already reached the same answer. The girl herself does not seem very aware of it. The real problem is the vessel that organization was trying to revive. A body built so that a spirit could move into it and stay. Then there is every chance they were tied to the sacred mountain. It is time to board! Julius, sir! Ah, my apologies. The two of them stand small on the open field below, though I am hardly the one who should be saying any of this. A priestess and her fate will not set you free as much as you think. It went the same way for Yelk. And about the observer, turn that one over carefully before you decide anything. The airship hauls itself off the mooring and swings out over the fields. One small figure stays down on the road and watches it shrink. You want me to go and see them off? Why would I walk over to stare at a face I never wanted to see again? We settled on calling it a friendly exhibition match that got out of hand. It would help if you at least pretended we all get along. Sorry about that, making you clean up my mess. I am hardly in a position to complain about anybody. My foolish little brother stayed away from this grave for 14 years. One bloom out of him is already more than enough. Next time, do not bring a flower that was meant for somebody else. Leave something better than that. If I feel like it. An open hand goes out and waits, palm turned up. Hand it over. What is that supposed to mean? Do not play dumb with me. You have got it on you, haven't you? The laugh cracks out of the wheelchair and the other one snorts along. Right after you were born, she must have felt her own death coming. She had this one taken in secret, just the once. Father put the better print in her coffin so she could take it along. So the only one left in the world is this bad shot. A young woman looks down at something small held against her. We look nothing alike. A close view holds on his eyes above the photograph. You take after father however you turn it. The Distberg blood is far too strong. What, did you want somebody younger and prettier instead? That little girl, perhaps. The corner of his mouth moves, and that is all of it. She is not my mother. He is already walking off, the chair small behind him. The photograph stays pinched between two fingers all the way down the road. That thing is nobody's mother. She is the Grim Reaper. Up in the airship, a familiar grin leans in the doorway. Are you sulking because Fai never came to see you off? The bundle of red flowers sits against her chest and does not move. Why would I be? For one thing, I left the man a bite mark to remember me by. There was something I still wanted to tell him. When he dies, I am going to work that corpse to the bone, so he had better not die before then. See, you are sulking. Do not worry, you and Fai will run into each other again soon enough. I will not be seeing him again. What are you talking about? Once we are home, I will likely be put to sleep in the thing Master made. I am holding it back right now, but I am so drowsy I can barely stand. Once I see Master's face, I will feel relieved and drop off at once. Last time it was a week. This time it might run to a month, and every bit of that is your fault. Then go and see him again once you wake up. Past the border, it is only a day's trip by airship. Yelk. Listen to me, only her mouth shows above the dark bloom she carries. When I wake up, I may not be myself anymore. The grin slides off his face completely. The soul that first owned this vessel can never come back to it, but the magic left behind inside is holding on to the spirit that possesses it, and it is starting to merge with me. Magic like that lingers hundreds, even thousands of years after its owner dies. What the owner left behind is trying to take my power for itself. Why it wants that, I still do not know. If that happens, before I can do him any harm at all, kill this vessel for good and drag its true identity into the light. One day I would like to go home to my own country, but I have accepted that I may simply vanish instead. If Fai goes to war with the Empire and I am already gone by then, I want you standing at his side. We are talking about the Sword Emperor here. He would swat away any trouble that came at him, never walk into it. He has no need of somebody like me. I am afraid you have that wrong, because the road Fai walks is the one he chose for himself, a promise that can never be broken. Fai, your reincarnation is nothing like the one that caught Yelk. It came out of one person's will. It is written into your fate, and I know the name of the one who arranged it. I would say it, but Master forbade me from ever speaking that name, though you may well know it already. You are not the only one who came into this era by reincarnation. What exactly are you trying to tell me? Long ago, my master met the great sage of the empire. The words land, and he goes still on the step. If what stands here is an incomplete one, then that man, he is an imitator. The frame goes black, and the words hang alone in it. A pale face looms up out of nothing, close enough to touch.
This is cruel of you, Trom. You could have shown me an illusion of somebody like Edith.
Why her, of all the faces you have? Why show me the one person I least want to meet? A hand presses down flat on the cloth and stays there. Looks like you know exactly who I mean. Do not forget, there is only one Sword Emperor, a woman who would send her precious child onto a battlefield. She has no right to call herself anybody's mother. I am the Nether Dragon of the land of the dead, the princess of the other shore, the Sword Emperor's Grim Reaper. That title suits me well enough. The time for Fai to fight is close now. It is already standing right in front of him. A pale palace rises over the city, and the powers are gathering. Inside, a bell rings out over a wide council floor lined with seats. A crowned king takes his place with a young man at his shoulder. Across the hall, another delegation settles into its chairs. Well then, let us begin. The long council table fills up with faces from every nation. One of the beast-eared envoys grins like this is going to be entertaining. Then we will now commence the Curia. That scar burned into the ground is the real Black Sun. It does not even compare to the one that took Shizuki's homeland. Some things change and some never do. Where there is a meeting, there is a parting, so stop making that face. I would rather not call it fate, but this was always coming for us. The first and last favor I will ever ask of you. His name comes out half-spoken and nobody finishes the thought. Please, do not take away my chance to die with dignity. So you met the priestess. I never told her about you, but I think she worked it out anyway. Be careful if you are attending the Curia. She got nothing out of me that could confirm it, so play dumb. Make it look like I acted entirely on my own. It does not matter. Anyone who sides with the Empire dies. That is all there is to it. Humans really are strange creatures. Given enough time, they rewrite their own memories, or lose them completely. So whatever must never be forgotten has to be written down and repeated. Even then, the most important things slip away before anyone notices. So that is why you want to be pardoned. Skipping the council and wandering off when His Majesty told you to attend. I was planning to go, for the record. By the time I woke up, I was already late. Arriving halfway through seemed worse than not turning up at all. And the flowers all went to Nayuta, so my room was empty. A long sigh comes out of the chief maid instead of an answer. You know this already, but the whole Curia is about the Empire. I won't ask why, but the Empire has your full attention. So wouldn't it be in your own interest to sit in that room? If you mean to move as the hero, no, as the Sword Emperor. Don't you start calling me that as well. I'm the trash prince of Distberg, and that's the whole of it. A long silence and one narrowed eye waits for the answer. So, are you going or not? No chance I'm walking into a room packed with strangers. If I can't go outside, I'll shut myself in here with everything I've got. So that's how you really feel about it. Ratifa, aye ma'am. Come on, give it up and get out of that bed. Knock it off and stop pulling. You're going to tear the blanket. That thing costs more than a month of your wages. Rip it and you're writing a report and paying for it yourself. Don't underestimate my paycheck, Your Highness. A prince's personal maid draws a decent salary from the head maid. Besides, most of the budget went on the new window and bed. So honestly, that blanket is a cheap one. You have got to be kidding me. Shuten is the one who wrecked the window and the bed. Why am I the one paying for it? I'm a prince, damn it! And the prince sleeps 10 hours a day under a bargain blanket. It's awfully lively in here. I heard the injuries had got worse, so it's good to see you well. Brother, what are you doing all the way up here? The elder prince stands in the doorway, upright and smiling. How many times have I told you not to make Fairy's life harder? And don't climb into bed with your coat still on. Sorry about that. You came all this way just to say that? Not only that, you should at least hear how the first day went. And someone asked me to bring her along to see you. Bring who? It's been a while, Prince Fai. Mephia Tuvia Firis. The real one? Yes, the real one. She is the genuine article, Your Highness. So it isn't Rylek at the summit, it's you. That's right. Father is still buried in the aftermath of the war and cannot leave. Besides, given what this summit is about, most countries sent princes, princesses, or advisors instead of their rulers. Linshul sent Varys as well, their second prince, though he is the one running that country in practice anyway. He kept looking from your empty seat to my face, grinning the whole time. I would appreciate it if you thought about how that felt. Your seat was set out and you never came. I was worried your injuries hadn't healed. Clearly I worried for nothing. So why didn't you attend? Putting your own family in a difficult spot isn't what you are for. Princess Mephia. A difficult position? A close look at his face and nobody answers the question. Father and I both know you cannot stand gatherings like that. Neither of us thinks you did anything wrong. It's just that without one of the people directly involved in the room, it hands everyone an excuse to say Distberg is hiding something.
Someone raised exactly that at the table, and the argument ran long. Even he looked completely worn out by the end of it. We pushed him too hard while he was still recovering. If you're worried about him, go and see him later. The accuser said you were the one who put down the Empire's monster, and that you called the thing an irregular, in those exact words. That you beat their strongest hero, Ice Burial, and kept it quiet. And that you shelter Mind Reader and Illusion Play, both Imperial heroes. Every one of those I only ever told my own family. Even the word irregular. Somebody out there is awfully well informed. The two maids by the wall hold very still and say nothing at all. Hearing that Illusion Play is still alive shook me badly. I'm upset that you kept it from us, but Prince Glaria gave me an explanation I found satisfactory, so I left it there. You told her everything? I'm the same as you. Political maneuvering was never my strength. None of the other nations believed the accusations or backed the accuser. Still, the talk of you as the trash prince came out stronger than ever. In the end, Prince Varys fired back and asked him for a shred of proof. Then the chairman cut in, called the discussion off topic, and closed it. To begin with, his word against Distberg's is night and day. That man has always been known for hating Distberg. Word is he had bad blood with the previous king. If it goes back that far, we're talking about some ancient geezer or hag. Well, he is the Beast Kingdom's prince. Like me, he belongs to one of the long-lived non-human races. He is about the same age as I am, which is exactly why there is no doubt he wants the Empire brought down. Though that wanting has left him suspicious of everyone. Talk to him properly and I am certain he becomes an ally. Certainly, the Beast Kingdom's military strength is an enormous asset. They have fought those monsters before from what I hear, and they've dug up a great deal on the Empire's great sage. Joining forces with them is our best move. I don't think that is going to happen. Do you really believe any royal would want to fight at his side? Princess Mephia, he and Prince Fai would never get along either. A man who bought his way onto the throne and killed his adoptive brother. About the Empire's great sage, the one you said revived the irregulars. He died a long time ago. What? Well, closer to as good as dead. Consumed is probably the most accurate way to put it. He got so deep into researching the irregulars that he went too far. He crossed a line nobody should ever cross. The one who revived them was consumed by the one who created them. They robbed me of the death I earned as a swordsman and dragged me back into a world thousands of years further on. This is nothing but a curse. The Empire's great sage is an imitator, Your Highness. A close profile fills the frame, one eye turned on him. Sunlight, a busy street, and the memory lets go of him. Walking around lost in your own head is dangerous. Are you thinking about the meeting? Yeah, Shuten and Father seem to think it's better if I skip it after all. We will decide by tonight. Go outside for a while. But you look set on making me attend whether I like it or not, and on getting me along with that beast prince. That's not like you, pushing an opinion nobody asked for. Not at all. I only said it because I thought it was in your highness's best interest. Sit at the summit, work with the other nations, and you learn things you don't know. You gain people to fight beside, and the danger drops. Don't you think so? No, I don't. I already have everything I need out of Koen and Nayuta. Fighting alongside anyone just isn't who I am anymore. If it's only me, there's no problem at all. Whatever happens, the only one who dies is me. But put somebody else beside me, somebody I have to protect, and the whole thing falls apart in an instant. I'm strong because I fight alone. Fighting alone and fighting while shielding someone are nothing alike. It depends on Father and the others, but I'll go to tomorrow's meeting. That said, I have no intention of changing how I do things. So that's enough about this. Once I've bought the flowers, I'm going straight back to sleep. Voices? Two figures stop in a narrow alley outside a shop door. What? Somebody's in there again? That voice. This place used to be mine and nobody else's. Lately, it has been one thing after another. Your Highness? If someone is already inside, should we come back another day? Huh? We came all this way, what are you talking about? A tall figure in a military coat turns around in the doorway, sharp eyes under a peaked cap and a beast's ears above the brim. Welcome in! Actually, this gentleman here is... So you're... Fai Henze. A single eye under the cap holds steady on him. Addressing his highness like that out in the open is beyond rude. Prince Rivdra! Wait, he bought his way onto the throne? He sold his abilities as a hero and his exceptionally rare beast folk bloodline. That was the price of being adopted into the royal family. Well, that part alone wouldn't be so unbelievable. Heroes marry into royal lines or get adopted all the time. Afterward, he killed the first prince, the rightful heir, and his adoptive brother. Then he declared himself the new heir to the throne. Every royal alive despises him. They call him the shameless Rivdra.
The Beast Kingdom's second prince, Rivdra, takes up the whole entrance. The strongest hero among the non-human races, said to carry dragon blood, Fai Henze Distberg. I want to talk to you. Even face to face at the Curia, you would never say what you actually think. So I had an acquaintance point me to this place. If you'd rather nobody else heard, shall we step inside? I'll get straight to the point. Did you let mind reader Koen Sakachio walk away alive? Nobody at the table moves, and the question just hangs there. Letting illusion play live was an order from your country. I know you meant to kill her yourself. I'll be putting Distberg on the spot about that again tomorrow. But keeping mind reader alive was your own decision. Why did you spare him? Why, you ask? Because I saw no problem in letting him live. That's all. He no longer had a reason to side with the Empire. Some of their heroes only obey because the Empire holds hostages. That is irrelevant. If you want the Empire destroyed, you kill every hero it has. You should know better than those spineless fools at the Curia. A soft approach, like turning one of them loose, will never work on them. We should raise troops right now and invade the Empire together. What good is telling me that? The leaders of each country are the ones who make the decisions, which is exactly what you should be proposing at the Curia. Don't get me wrong, I don't see you as Distberg's trash prince, an imperial heir of the Emperor's bloodline, carrying enormous power. That is what I see when I look at you, and if you cannot agree with our policy, then you are simply an enemy that has to be killed. That is enough. Rivdra, you are being rude. Take that statement back. Why are you so irritated? With that attitude, nobody is ever going to agree with you. There are better ways to say things. Irritated, huh? Yes, I am irritated at the countries that sit there and do nothing, at this man who keeps dodging every single thing, and at you too, priestess of the sacred mountain. Do you know how many of our people fell under the Empire in 50 years? Even Milan finally stood up, and you are still playing at being a servant. I pity the water dragon. The priestess the spirit folk died to protect, reduced to this. A fist closes tight and shakes at her side. An arm comes across the table and stops the maid where she stands. You really are a pain. Kill everyone who sides with the Empire? What a noble policy. And for that, you would snatch an unrelated child or dig up a grave. If you want to do it, go ahead, but that is your policy, not mine. The reason I want the Empire gone is a promise I made. Go handle your revenge however you like. Just don't drag me and Fairy into it. The table shrieks aside as a gloved hand shoots for his collar. Watch your mouth, kid. The fist stops a hand's width from his face and hangs there. You call us the non-human races and look down on us from up there. Our origins, our history, our purpose. You know nothing about any of it. So don't act like you can speak for the priestess of the sacred mountain. If you want me to do whatever I want, then I'll shut that mouth of yours right here. Stop! The shout cuts across the shop and every head swings around. Shizuki, what on earth are you doing in a place like this? Ratifa, why, you ask? You told me to change the pillow back to the old one, so I went out and bought it. And while I was at it, I got flowers for the second prince's visit. Somehow it looked like you were dealing with a troublesome complainer. The beast prince's face twists under the brim of his cap. A hand reaches for a coat that is already turning away. Sorry for the disturbance, shopkeeper. Here is some compensation. Rivdra? The bell over the door goes quiet, and nobody follows him out. Ratifa, please look after his Shizuki. Escort him back to his room properly. Huh? Wait, Rivdra! A maid in round glasses and the prince watch her go. I see. So that troublesome complainer was the beast folk prince. Aren't you going after the head maid? Was that all right? That man was pointing heavy killing intent at me and none at Fairy. I don't think he'll harm her. I would agree with that. Among the non-human races, beast folk revere the priestess above all. It is unlikely Prince Rivdra would do anything to her. Come to think of it, you did business in the Beast Kingdom too. Yes, for a few years. Back when the first prince, Prince Gazaria, was still alive, Prince Rivdra, adopted as he was, had been made the second prince. He was famous as the hero who stood behind Prince Gazaria. They were apparently very close even before they became brothers. It was on Gazaria's own recommendation that he entered the royal family. I still cannot believe that the man killed his own brother. He mentioned the origins of the non-human races. Do you know what that means? I don't know much. All I have are the rumors that go around the public. I see. In my time, there was no magic and no non-human races. Thousands of years have gone by, so they came up somewhere in there. If it's that sort of topic, an archaeologist would know far more. An archaeologist, huh? I should have asked Koen about it while I had him. So what I do know is, this is only a rumor as well, and I can't tell you if it's true. Please don't take it too seriously. Outside the spirit folk, only the beast folk king or the heir to the throne were ever allowed to become consort to the priestess of the sacred mountain. Wait, Rivdra! A boot lands hard on the stone and does not slow. Listen to me, don't go, please stop right there. The coat halts halfway down the steps. She stands above him, out of breath and not backing down. He turns his head and the cap shadows everything but one eye. Let's talk. The frame goes dark and neither of them moves. Back at the palace, the last hours before the meeting run out. Nothing in this world beats this pillow. You slept 15 hours on a cheap one and never noticed a thing. Shut up. Has it been about 3 hours since we got back? Yeah. It's getting dark out. Yeah. She should be back soon, right? I guess. The room goes quiet with both of them stretched out and staring up. I'm going for a walk. Then I'll head to the servant quarters and go over tomorrow's schedule. The gate at the far end of the grounds stands lit and guarded. Prince Fai, coming out here at this hour.
It's nothing. Did anyone come back through here after us? After your highness?
Not particularly. She still has the shadow sword I gave her back in the Lost Forest. Should I have stopped her after all? Maybe I ought to go out and look for her. Damn it. What are you doing skulking around in front of the gate? Lishan Mei Linshell. The guard behind him stiffens at the name and says nothing. Why are you in the castle? My brother was going to speak privately with Prince Galeria. I was brought along as well. I meant to greet you in your room, but I saw you heading this way. Did you attend the meeting too? I heard you're no good with big crowds. Yes, I hate large crowds. I didn't attend. I came to Distberg because Rule asked me to, over a matter concerning you. The hero from your country? Yes. This is not a conversation you would want other people overhearing. How about we move somewhere else?
Right now is a bit awkward, actually. By the way, a close view of her face, her eyes half lowered.
If you're worried about Fairy, she is already back. She came to greet me a while ago. Maybe you are being a little too self-conscious, assuming that the moment she returned, she would go to you first. You told me nobody came back through here after us. She returned before your highness did. Did you see it? No. Our first meeting went the way it did after all. I know almost nobody at the Curia, so I keep my power sealed with a tool. It was just obvious, that's all. Prince Galeria was concerned about it. Fairy seemed a little strange as well, but did something happen? Beats me. So what's your business? Is it all right to talk about it here? If you're fine with it, I don't care. Hurry up. I see. A merchant called Dvorg, someone Rule is close to, has lately had a very unusual pair coming and going from her shop. I was told to ask whether you knew anything about them. I don't know anything about any pair. By the way, one of those two came up in today's meeting, as someone you are supposedly sheltering. I don't know. A pause, and she picks the next words carefully. Were they a bother? No. Rule was trying to use an archaeologist's connections in the first place. He wanted advice on controlling my power. So for Rule, it was a lucky break. You're often called naive, aren't you? The meeting tomorrow. Maybe you shouldn't attend. Keep going like that and you'll be made a target fast. Yeah, seems I already caught the eye of the Beast Kingdom's prince today. You have really drawn the attention of a troublesome person. Now that you're a target, even the King of Distberg is at his wit's end. Do you know what he said at the end of the meeting? I came here to find people willing to fight the Empire, not to play shield for a hall full of spineless cowards. By his own count, the whole gathering was a waste of his time. Wow, that's intense. Those were his exact words. Anyway, Rule had one more thing he wanted passed on to you. Princess Lyshan, hold on! Sorry, something troublesome came up. Prince Varus wants you back right away. What's happened? It's fine, say it in front of him. The Beast Kingdom Prince and every one of his attendants have vanished from the guest house. Distberg has men out searching, but nobody saw them go and nobody knows where they are. Prince Varus is with Prince Galeria, and he asked the two of you to stay together in case. Understood. Will you be coming as well, Prince Fai? Tell my brother I'll be in my room. After the mood he was in tonight, he's lost patience and he's skipping the meeting. No, I won't get in the way of his methods. He can do as he pleases. Invited to the table and still free to walk out whenever he likes. I'm jealous. Your Highness! Yeah, not that I can talk, skipping it myself while I'm the host. Slow down, what's wrong? The head maid has disappeared. She's gone from her room. Gone how? No, this has happened before. She's with father most likely. Something came up, that's all. She did come back to the castle. So if we search a little more, on my way back from the servant quarters, I stopped by my own room. There was a letter tucked into the door. It bothered me, so I went to the head maid's room. By then, the whole household was in an uproar. On the desk lay the Gios scroll and a resignation letter addressed to His Majesty. The one thing she never let out of her hands, left behind on purpose. Julius of Regalia brought His Majesty confidential information just before she vanished. Non-human races from across the world have been summoned by the Beast Kingdom. Everyone able to fight is to gather and march on the Empire. That is what it said. The head maid went after him. She rode out alone to stop Prince Rivdra. No escort, no orders left behind, just that flat elven stare fixed ahead. Hooves hammer over bare rock as the trail bends east into the dark. Straight onto Imperial ground then. She is chasing Prince Rivdra all the way to the Empire. 2 kingdoms of road lie between here and there, and she has the head start. Your Highness, you gave the head maid a shadow sword, didn't you? Can we track where she is with that? Yeah, that much I can do. This is bad. A tight frame on his face, the eyes narrowing. She's still carrying it, but I'm not close enough to pin her down. She might be outside the country already. She can't have gone that far.
If you're going to invade the Empire, don't bring that elf with you.
Damn it, why now of all times? The Empire's hatred of non-humans keeps growing for one plain reason. Irregulars grown from non-human stock come out stronger than the humankind. Most of them carry more magic than we do, and nobody knows why. Do you know anything about it? In my era, there were no non-human races at all. Despair plus a strong bloodline, blood pushed to strengthen itself, and a powerful irregular is born. Bloodlines that feed on themselves then. A priestess line with spirit invocation, guarded by every non-human race, down to one survivor. And if that elf woman is turned into an irregular, there's no telling what kind of monster would be born. Damn it all. This is my fault, isn't it? Huh? How would any of this be your fault? I talked too much. She probably decided you'd be fine without her. And what's that supposed to mean? Ever since the head maid met you, she put you above everything else. She even asked His Majesty and Prince Galeria to have herself reassigned to you. On her days off, she only went where she could hurry back from, always inside reach. I heard she was kept behind when you sailed for the Demon Island, and she hated it. And then I went and dragged up the old stories out of the Lost Forest. The letter ends with one request: take care of Prince Fai. She decided that even with her gone, things would hold as long as I'm here. So a share of this belongs to me. Your Highness, I'm sorry. What do you plan to do next? Accept her resignation and go back to bed? Or run out of the castle after her? Or tear the Empire down before the non-human races get to it? Honestly, every leader in the world is sitting inside Distberg right now. And with Prince Rivdra throwing the whole thing into chaos, a chance like this comes once in a lifetime.
One corner of his mouth lifts and the tiredness drops off his face. Even if I go insane, even if I break, I'll keep fighting. I'll keep killing. I know. I won't break my promise. Every irregular and every single person who had a hand in them. That goes without saying. Yeah, that settles it. The time to keep that promise has finally come around. She braces herself as the dark spreads out past her skirts. A fist closes in the middle of it, and nothing about him is lazy now. I'm going to the Empire. Understood. First we tell Prince Shuten. Why Shuten? Because I already asked him to keep that resignation away from His Majesty. We will have him cover for the 2 of us being gone as well. Wait, the 2 of us? Don't tell me you're coming along. What are you talking about? As if I'd let you go out there alone. Part of this mess is mine to answer for, and it is for the head maid as much as for you. I, Ratifa, once called the secret weapon of Distberg, shall now show you my true form. You took off your glasses and changed clothes. What am I supposed to be looking at? Can you even see without them? The glasses are fake. There were complicated circumstances behind that. Fake this whole time? Prince Shuten liked me looking like a maid, so I kept wearing them. The head maid knows about this as well. When I go all out, there may be nobody to hand them to, so they stay behind. No, you're not coming with me. I can handle this alone. I'm going. I may look like this, but I'm actually strong. And if you can handle it alone, one more body shouldn't be a problem, right? Letting someone as weak as you walk into the Empire alone would shame the head maid. Weak, am I? Yes, Your Highness. Very weak. How long do you plan to keep making that pathetic face? You have to smile at times like this. Her fingers hold the grin in place while he stares straight ahead. And stop saying you can handle it on your own until you get more reliable. Distberg's ultimate weapon, the super maid Ratifa, is coming with you. Be honest with yourself and be glad about it. Ow, ow, ow! I thought you were supposed to be the secret weapon. Huh? Was I? You could die out there, you know. 2 of us instead of 1 doesn't mean everything turns out fine. One bad call and people get killed. I won't die. Seen from across the room, the 2 of them look very small. I'm a super maid. I'm immortal. And besides, His Highness is genuinely worried about her. Protecting you is no trouble at all. He looks away, but the scowl has gone out of his face. Shizuki, I'm waiting for you. The same pull he felt in the Lost Forest. Someone's traces laid over each other. Old memories close enough to bring tears up. I really am losing my touch. Did you say something? Nothing at all. Shadow crawls up his sleeve and settles over him like a second coat. A hand closes around the hilt at his hip. Take this. She holds a long sheathed blade out across both palms. I already have one though. A dagger alone won't be enough out there. At your height, that is the more reassuring option.
Let's move. Dragging her home can wait. Fairy, and that annoying fool Rivdra, before the non-humans crash into the Empire's forces, I'll kill every last enemy. Destroying things always came easier to me than protecting them. I'll kill the Empire's great sage, and wipe every irregular in this world off the map. One small thing though, how do we get to the Empire? You had the nerve to drag me along and you don't even know the way? A cargo airship sits at anchor with its propellers standing still. That ship? It sails out to rotate the guards on the border. We slip aboard and ride it to the border first. Prince Shuten and the vice head maid talked one of the rotation guards around. He'll walk us in through the cargo hatch. Hey, over here! Lamplight barely reaches the hedge where the voice came from. Fai, get over here! That's Shuten's voice. Shuten, don't shout! Somebody is going to hear us! Two pairs of eyes go still at what is waiting in the dark. Wait, elder sister? A woman stands behind the seated figure, hands resting on his head. Did you sell me out, Shuten? Like that little con of yours was ever going to work. I didn't sell you out, the plan just failed. And stop calling it a con. Nobody told me a word about this. An ability user like that, right here in the castle. An ability user? The whole room goes up in one blast and the furniture goes with it. Hey, didn't you say you would be staying in your room?
A tall figure in a dark uniform steps into the lamplight without a sound. The excuse dries up in his throat before he can get it out. Elder brother. Sweat beads on every face and nobody speaks first. Too many things went wrong in one night, and the worst of it is still ahead. Honestly, even I think the best outcome right now is you tearing the Empire down. Whether you can actually pull it off is another story. Are you really going? Yeah, you won't stop me this time. I'm going to kill every last one of those Imperial bastards. Fine, have it your way. I'll tell Father and Glaria you bolted rather than sit through the Curia, and that the two maids went chasing after you. That is the exact opposite of what happened, and it still sounds believable. Now then, about a route into the Empire. If you were serious about destroying it, you might have looked into that yourself. An airship can carry you clear across the country. There's one last military flight leaving the castle tonight. Once you're over the border, the short way cuts through the Lost Forest straight into the Empire. Your Highness, do you think you can handle that one? Not happening. The second option runs through the Beast Kingdom. That is most likely the road Fairy is on right now. The Beast Kingdom already knows your face, and their border is where the non-humans gather. You'd be in a fight there long before you ever reach the Empire. Which leaves one last route. That's the road our mother took when she came here to marry. It's a long detour and you'd cross quite a few countries on the way. If it goes well, you get the shortest crossing of the three. Oh, I see it now. The flight heading that way is about to leave, and nobody else finds out about this. Glaria most of all. Knowing him, he'll insist on coming along. Didn't you say you would be in your room? What are you doing out here? Calm down. If you don't want this turning into a bigger mess, keep it quiet. Prince Varys? Then that means, so you're the one who told my brother. Princess Lishan. A quiet, close shot rests on the second princess's face. I thought a magic tool was keeping your power suppressed. She didn't really have a choice. The Beast Kingdom's representative disappeared, and then you and the head maid were gone too. Princess Methia, why are you even here? Tracking Fairy was not easy, and it cost me plenty even with the tool off. You found out where she went? I did. Just as we thought, she's riding for the Beast Kingdom's border with the Empire. That stretch is where the non-human races are massing. Where exactly were you planning to go? If you meant to chase after Fairy, this airship is heading the opposite way. Caught on the deck with nowhere left to stand, he says nothing. A jaw sets and a hand tightens around the sheath at his side. I'm going to the Empire. Between the two brothers, the wind is the only thing moving. And you think I would allow that? If the Empire is coming down, now is the only chance we get. Let them finish one truly powerful irregular and every hero in the East together loses. It keeps Fairy out of the worst of it too. I'm going to the Empire and I'm going to slaughter every last one of them. I'm not letting you go alone, so take me with you. There's no way I'd let you come along. You're the crown prince of this country. That doesn't matter. If you're going to the Empire, I'm going too. I don't want a single member of my family to die. I feel exactly the same way. Why don't you just say it? That I would only hold you back. Steel meets steel and the whole rail shudders with it. He drives forward again, swinging with everything in his shoulders. The first syllable of a technique leaves his mouth. The maid watches from the side and does not move to stop either of them. A gloved hand locks around the hilt and the blade stops dead. A sword spins loose above them while the next blow lands on bone. The older one closes the distance before the
weapon can even fall. A bare fist cracks into a jaw and snaps the head sideways. He takes it standing, mouth open, eyes still fixed on his brother. The two of them tear into each other across the boards, black against the lamps. A fist twists into his cheek and pins him there. Further along, the other one straightens up and waits for an answer. I'm not taking you with me. If beating you is what makes you give up, I will gladly fight you right here, brother. Even if I have to say ugly things to you. Even if I make you ashamed of me. Even if I lose the place I belong.
Nobody watching says a word, and nobody looks away either. I'm going to the Empire no matter what. And no matter what, I'm not taking my precious family with me. So there's really no changing your mind. I've made up my mind. I see how it is then. A hand comes up and cups the swollen side of his face. Sorry for hitting you. He gives no answer, only holds the place where the fist landed. I always wanted you to be honest with me. You never could speak plainly, even with your own family, could you? I knew you cared about us, and it still felt like a wall stood in between. So if you ever came at me with what you really felt, I'd answer with everything I had, just like back on the Demon Island. It's frustrating that it only ever happens at a moment like this. Go on then. The two of them stand apart in the wide, empty light. I'm your big brother, so I'll grant my little brother his selfish request, but you had better come back. I can't promise that. I don't want to lie to you anymore. You really are honest, but I'll do everything I can. Come back alive. A close frame on the older brother, eyes level and steady, and bring Fairy home with you. So go raise all the hell you want in the Empire. I'll handle the aftermath. Ow, ow, ow! Are you satisfied now, Glaria? If you're done, there's something I want to give him. A gift from Rule, the immortal hero. Take it as a parting present. It's a new healing medicine he developed. Apparently, there is essence of the rainbow flower in it. It has to be handled carefully, and it was meant for Fairy rather than you. Then I'll carry it and hand it to the head maid myself. And here is something from me. A pendant on a fine chain settles into his palm. Wait, isn't this the body enhancement tool you wore when you first came to Epirus? I'm only lending it to you, mind. My real parting gift is this one. A long black blade lies across her arms, older than anything else she carries. I figured you could accept it now, so I brought it along. Was I wrong? Live for someone else. No. You weren't wrong. If I make it back, I'll take it off your hands then. Hold on to it for me a little longer. Engines shudder awake under the hull and the ship lifts off. The ground drops away and the ones staying behind turn tiny. At the rail, Retifa settles in beside him without a word. The hull dwindles into the stars and nobody below moves. In the end, I couldn't become his reason to live. Alone on the empty field now, one hand near the sword. The same goes for me and Shootin'. Still, one thing did change tonight. You've become the place he can come back to. You're his big brother after all. I see. Then that will have to be enough. Far above the kingdom, the little ship holds its course. Years ago, a small boy came running, scared of nothing yet. On a garden bench, the older one points something out in the sky. If you ever get scared, run straight back home. I'll protect you with everything I've got. Welcome home, Fai. You did well. Up on the deck, that voice pulls a crooked smile out of him. I'm off. Past that dark sky waits the Empire, and everything he means to kill.